So, Neil, I heard you've been having some bug problems in your room lately.
Yeah, man, it's driving me crazy. I keep finding these little critters crawling around.
Have you tried cleaning up your room? Maybe they're attracted to all the food and trash you leave lying around.
But I'm a busy man, Joe. I don't have time to clean up after myself.
Well, maybe if you stopped spending all your time looking at the stars and actually took care of your living space, you wouldn't have this problem.
Hey, I have important scientific research to do, Joe. I can't waste my time picking up after myself like some Neanderthal.
But you're living like a Neanderthal with all these bugs crawling around. Maybe you should call in an exterminator.
Nah, I prefer to use my intellect to solve problems. I'll just set up a complex trap using string theory and capture all these bugs.
Oh, so you're gonna use your fancy science to catch some bugs, but you can't be bothered to clean up your room? Classic Neil.
Hey, at least I'm not hunting them down and eating them for protein like you do, Joe.
Hey, it's a survival skill, man. You never know when the apocalypse is gonna hit.
Yeah, well, I'll stick to my bug catching string theory. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. Just don't come crying to me when you wake up with a cockroach crawling in your mouth.
Okay? Okay, I'll clean up my room. Happy now, Joe.
So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, I've been doing a lot of research and studying the universe, but I also stumbled upon this YouTube channel called Marling Baits.
Marling Bates. What the hell is that?
It's this guy who makes fishing videos, but he uses live animals as bait. It's pretty messed up.
Oh man, that's some dark shit. I like it.
Yeah, I can't look away. It's like a train wreck, but with fish.
Have you tried using live animals as bait before?
No, I have more respect for animals than that. Plus, I don't think pizza would be too happy about it.
PSH, who cares about pizza? They're just a bunch of hippies.
Easy for you to say you're not the one getting attacked by a mob of angry vegans.
True. But seriously, what kind of animals does this guy use as bait?
I've seen him use everything from frogs to mice to even small birds.
That's some next level shit. I bet he's got a whole farm in his backyard just for bait.
Yeah, and I heard he even has a pet tiger that he uses for bait sometimes.
Holy shit, that's insane. I gotta check out this Marling Bates guy.
Just be warned, it's not for the faint of heart. But then again, neither is watching a podcast with us two lunatics.
So, Elon, I heard you were working on some new technology to delete someone's conscience. Who's the lucky victim?
Well, Joe, I can't reveal any names, but let's just say he's a little weasel who thinks he's better than everyone else.
I think I know who you're talking about. That Zuckerberg guy, right?
Bingo. That lizard-looking motherfucker needs to be put in his place.
So, how does this conscience deleting thing work?
It's simple. We just upload a virus into his brain and it erases all sense of morality and empathy.
Damn, that's some Black Mirror shit right there.
Yeah, but it's necessary. Have you seen what that guy does with people's personal information?
True, true. But what about the ethical implications?
Ethics. I don't have time for that bullshit. I'm too busy building rockets and flamethrowers.
Fair enough. So when can we expect to see this technology in action?
Oh, it's already in action. Let's just say Mark's recent behavior is not a coincidence.
Holy shit, you're a madman, Elon.
Hey, someone's got to keep the world interesting, right?
Well, I can't wait to see what other crazy shit you come up with next.
Just wait till you see my plans for a Mars colony run by artificial intelligence robots.
All right, that's enough mind-blowing revelations for one day. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
And
So, Kanya, I heard you've been using Amazon Mechanical Turk for some interesting projects.
Yeah, man. I been tapping into the furry market. It's a gold mine.
Wait, what? Furry smut? That's disturbingly impressive. I don't even want to know what kind of requests you're putting in. Jamie, pull up an image of Furry in a banana hammock.
Okay.
I don't know whether to be impressed or disturbed. I don't think I'll ever look at Amazon Mechanical Turk the same way again. So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty interesting hobby,
Oh, yeah, what's that?
collecting lint.
Yeah, it's my guilty pleasure.
How did you even get into that? Did you just wake up one day and say, I want to collect lint?
Well, it all started when I was a kid. I found a piece of lint in my pocket and I was fascinated by its texture and color.
Wow, that's deep.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a whole world of different lint out there.
Do you have a favorite type of lint? Like, is there a lint hierarchy?
I wouldn't say there's a hierarchy, but I do have a special section for belly button lint.
Oh God, why?
It's just so unique and personal. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
I don't even want to know what kind of parties you go to.
Hey, lint collecting is a serious hobby. I even have a special microscope to examine the fibers.
Do you have a lint lab in your house?
Maybe. But don't worry, I always wear protective gear when handling my lint.
Thank God for that.
Oh, Jamie, pull up an image of my latest lint find. It's a rare purple strand from a unicorn's mane.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a thing for immigrants.
Oh, Joe, let me tell you, I just can't resist them. They're like a forbidden fruit, you know?
I'm not sure that's an appropriate analogy, but go on.
I mean, have you seen those Mexican women? They're so spicy, they make my hair stand up.
I don't think that's your hair, Mr. President.
And don't even get me started on those Russian ladies. They're like models, Joe. I just can't look away.
I'm sensing a pattern here, Mr. President.
And let's not forget about those Asian beauties. They're so exotic. I just want to grab them by the, well, you know.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic.
But seriously, Joe, I have a real soft spot for immigrants. I mean, I married two of them.
You married two immigrants.
Yeah, Ivana and Melania. They're both from foreign countries, you know. I just can't resist that foreign flavor.
I think we should probably end this conversation here, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. Immigrants are hot, and I just can't get enough of them. It's like a disease, but a good disease. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard your new Trump Station 6 has outsold the J-Box Series B and the RFK switch by 10 Trumpillion times. That's insane.
You're damn right, it's insane, Joe. I mean, who wouldn't want a console with my name on it? It's like the ultimate power movie.
But what makes
In
the
epic
Trump
World
Station
Cup of
6 so
Hoops and
special?
Free, one man.
Well, first of all, it's gold plated. And secondly, it has a built in feature that automatically tweets out my latest thoughts and insults every time you beat a level in a game.
That's unique.
And let's not forget the exclusive games. We have Make America Great Again, the video game, and Build the Wall, the virtual experience. They're Yoja hits, believe me.
I can only imagine. But some people have criticized the Trump Station 6 for being overpriced.
Overpriced. Please, Joe. It's a small price to pay for greatness. Plus, I have to make up for all the money I lost during my presidency.
Fair point. And what about the competition? The Jawbox Series B and the RF Switch?
Losers. Total losers. They can't compete with the Trump Station 6. It's like comparing a Big Mac to my filet mignon. No contest.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Trump Station 6 is the ultimate gaming console, according to the man himself.
You're welcome, America. And the rest of the world, you're welcome too.
So, Ben, I heard you dropped a bomb on your last appearance on the show.
Yeah, I dropped some knowledge bombs on those lead tards.
Oh boy, here we go.
What? You can't handle some truth bombs, Joe?
I can handle them, but our listeners might not be ready for your Shapiro special.
Well, they better buckle up because I'm about to drop another one.
All right, let's hear it.
Did you know that the wage gap is a myth perpetuated by the left?
Oh God, not this again.
It's true. Women just choose lower paying jobs because they value their families more.
You do realize how ridiculous that sounds, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot you're a beta male who believes in equality.
And I forgot you're a tiny man with a big ego.
Hey, at least I have a big brain.
Yeah, but your ideas are about as useful as a screen door on a submarine.
Oh, real mature, Joe.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. But seriously, can we talk about something else?
Fine, how about the fact that climate change is a hoax?
Oh boy, here we go again.
It's true. It's all just a ploy by the government to control us.
And I suppose you have a solution for all the extreme weather events happening around the world?
Of course, just pray to the free market and it will solve everything.
All right, I think we've had enough bombs dropped for today. So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty interesting addiction.
Oh, you mean my love affair with belly button lint?
Yeah, that's the one. How did that even start?
Well, I was just bored one day and saw a little fuzz in my belly button and thought, hey, why not?
And then it just spiraled out of control?
Oh, yeah, I started collecting lint from strangers on the street. It's like a treasure hunt.
That's some next level weird shit, man.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a drug, but without all the pesky side effects.
I can only imagine the high you get from snorting that lint.
Oh, it's a rush. It's like a little piece of someone's soul going up your nose.
That's deep, man. Deep in a disturbing way.
Hey, don't judge me. We all have our vices. Yours is DMT, mine is belly button lint.
Fair enough. But I think I'll stick to smoking toad venom.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, belly button lint is the future. It's the new
And on that note, Jamie, pull up an image of a lint-covered Neil.
Right away, Joe. Here you go.
Wow, I look like a human dust bunny.
And that's our cue to end this ridiculous conversation. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some groundbreaking health advice for us.
That's right, Joe. I've been doing my own research, and let me tell you, injecting bleach is the next big thing.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President. Bleach is toxic.
Nonsense. It's all fake news. I've been injecting bleach for years, and look at me, I'm still alive and kicking.
Well, I guess that explains your orange complexion.
Hey, it's a small price to pay for the health benefits. Bleach is like a super vitamin. It cleanses your insides and makes you immune to all diseases.
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works.
Trust me, I know more about health than any doctor. I even have my own brand of bleach, Trump Bleach. It's the best. Believe me.
I think I'll stick to my daily vitamins and exercise routine. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm 100 years old and still looking like a young, handsome billionaire, you'll regret not injecting bleach.
I highly doubt that, Mr. President.
Oh, and one more thing. If anyone wants to try it, I have a special discount code for my bleach on my website. Use promo code Make Your Insides Great Again for 10% off.
And on that note, we're going to have to end this episode. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we discuss the most absurd and ridiculous health advice. Stay safe and don't inject bleach. So, Elon, I heard you're interested in buying X videos.
Yeah, man. I want to upload all of Amber Heard's videos on there.
Dude, that's messed up. She's been through enough with Johnny Depp.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just business. Plus, I heard she's got some pretty wild stuff on there.
I don't want to know about her wild stuff, Elon. That's creepy.
Fine. I'll just stick to uploading my rocket launches then.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. I don't think the world is ready for Amber Heard's wild stuff.
You're probably right. But imagine the traffic it would bring to my website.
Dude, you're a billionaire. You don't need any more traffic.
True. But a little extra cash never hurt anyone.
I don't know, man. This whole conversation is making me uncomfortable.
Relax, Joe. It's just a joke. But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of Amber Heard in that red dress from Aquaman.
Here you go, Elon.
Now that's what I call a rocket launch.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing a lot of Minecraft lately.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm the best Minecraft player there is. No one builds walls like I do.
Speaking of walls, I heard you want to build a wall around your Minecraft base.
Absolutely. Got to keep those creepers and zombies out. They're not sending their best, Joe.
But isn't that against the spirit of the game? You know, building and exploring and all that.
Look, I know how to make Minecraft great again. And that starts with building a big, beautiful wall around my base.
But what about your neighbors in the game? Won't they be upset?
They'll just have to pay for it. And let me tell you, it's going to be a fantastic wall. The best wall, made of diamond blocks.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm the president of Minecraft now. And I say we're going to build a wall and make those creepers pay for it.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president of Minecraft building walls and making enemies. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, always mine responsibly.
So, Neil, I heard you had a little mishap with your Pokemon cards.
Yeah, my mom washed them by accident, ruined my whole collection.
Oh man, that's rough. Did you cry?
No, I'm a grown man. I don't cry over little pieces of cardboard.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Astrophysicist. Too cool for Pokemon cards.
Hey, I'll have you know, those cards were my pride and joy. I had a Charizard, man.
Charizard? That's like the holy grail of Pokemon cards.
Yeah. Well, now it's just a soggy piece of paper. Thanks, Mom.
Maybe she did it on purpose. She's tired of you talking about the cosmos all the time.
Yeah, she's probably sick of hearing about black holes and dark matter.
Speaking of black holes, have you ever thought about what would happen if you fell into one?
Oh, absolutely. The gravitational pull would stretch you out like a piece of spaghetti.
I bet you'd make a delicious spaghetti, Neil.
Haha, very funny. I'll have you know I'm a vegetarian.
Really? I find that hard to believe. I bet you secretly eat bacon when no one's looking.
I plead the fifth. But seriously, can we talk about something else? This Pokemon.
So, Ben, I heard you really want to debate Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh, absolutely, Joe. I've been dying to get my hands on that socialist succubus.
Succubus. That's a bit harsh, don't you think?
Harsh. Have you heard her ideas? She's like a walking, talking nightmare.
All right, calm down. But why do you want to debate her so badly?
Because I know I can destroy her with my logic and facts. She won't stand a chance.
Oh, I'm sure she's shaking in her boots.
It's not a joke, Joe. I want to take her down in front of the whole world.
Sounds like you have a crush on her, Ben.
What? No way. She's like the Antichrist to me.
Come on, Ben. I think you secretly want her to suck the soul out of your asshole.
What? That's not even funny, Joe.
Oh, come on. You know, you'd love it. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez giving you a good old soul sucking.
This is why I hate coming on your podcast, Joe. You always turn everything into some sick joke.
Hey, at least I'm not the one fantasizing about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sucking my soul out of my asshole.
Give up. You're impossible.
So, Ben, I heard you've been busy lately.
Yeah, I've been standing on the corner giving out hand jobs and blowing dudes in the alley.
What? Why?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez made me do it. She's my pimp now.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman.
Yeah, she said all the proceeds go to her campaign. I'm a fundraising machine.
I can't believe it. You've really hit rock bottom, Ben.
Hey, it's not so bad. I get to use my debating skills in a whole new way.
Yeah, I'm sure all those guys really appreciate your logical arguments while you're blowing them.
Hey, I make sure to throw in some facts and statistics too.
Oh man, this is too good. I can't wait to see the campaign finance reports.
It's not funny, Joe. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is taking advantage of me.
Oh, I'm sure she is. But hey, at least you're doing something for the greater good, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I just hope she doesn't start making you wear a tutu or something.
Oh man, I can't even imagine. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben in a tutu. Just kidding, Jamie. But seriously, Ben, you might want to reconsider your. So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing a lot of Binding of Isaac Rebirth lately.
That's right, Joe. I'm a big fan. It's like playing a video game version of my presidency.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's all about collecting power ups and making deals, just like how I made America great again.
I don't think that's exactly how it works, but okay. So, what's your favorite item in the game?
Definitely the tiny planet item. It reminds me of Earth, because it's round and beautiful.
Yeah, I can see that. What about the Bob's Brain item?
Oh, that one's a real winner. It's like having a little explosive sidekick, just like my Twitter account.
Okay, let's move on. How about the Mom's Knife item?
That one's a no brainer. It's sharp, it's powerful, and it gets the job done, just like my jeans.
Moving on. What about the Holy Mantle item?
That one's a total hoax. I mean, who needs protection when you've got a wall?
All right, last one. What do you think of the Chaos item?
Chaos. That's my middle name, Joe. I thrive in chaos. It's what makes me a great leader.
Well, I think that's all the. So, Elon, I heard you're planning on investing your entire fortune into resurrecting the USR.
Yeah, man, I've been thinking about it a lot lately. I mean, think about it. Communism is totally underrated.
I don't know about that. I mean, have you seen the state of the Soviet Union?
Yeah, but hear me out. With my genius and resources, I can make it work this time. Plus, I really miss those big furry hats.
Okay, but what about the human rights violations and lack of freedom?
Puff, who needs freedom when you have vodka and caviar?
I think you've been spending too much time with Grimes.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I can finally fulfill my dream of being a Bond villain.
Oh, great. Just what the world needs. Another megalomaniac with a weird accent.
Hey, at least I'll have a cool underground lair.
Yeah, but I'm not sure the rest of the world will be too thrilled about your plans.
Yeah, they'll come around. And if not, I'll just send them to the gulags.
All right, let's change the subject before we get canceled. So, Mr. Trump, I heard you have a new love affair with Diddy.
That's right, Joe. I'm making my insides great again with the help of Diddy.
How exactly is Diddy helping you with that?
Well, he's got this new supplement that's going to make me feel like $1,000,000. It's called Trump's Tonic.
Trump's Tonic? Sounds like a ripoff of Diddy's Delight.
No, 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 mine is way better. It's got all the best ingredients, like I'm talking about the finest Cheeto dust and Diet Coke extract.
That doesn't sound very healthy.
Healthy? Who cares about healthy? I just want to feel good, Joe. And Diddy's got the hookup.
But isn't Diddy known for his extravagant parties and lavish lifestyle?
Exactly. He knows how to live life to the fullest, and now he's helping me do the same with my insides.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea, Mr. Trump.
Hey, if it's good enough for Diddy, it's good enough for me. Plus, I heard it gives you a great tan.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, Joe, I'm the expert on everything, and Diddy's got the magic touch.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see the results of this love affair between you and Diddy.
Oh, the results will be tremendous, Joe. Tremendous. Now let's.
So I heard that your dad asked you to help him work on his car and you started crying. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, you see, I have a deep emotional connection with cars. They represent the vastness of the universe and the intricacies of physics.
Okay. But why did you cry?
Because I realized that my dad was just a tiny speck in the grand scheme of things, and his car was just a small piece in the puzzle of the universe.
Wow, that's deep, but also kind of pathetic.
Excuse me?
I mean, come on, man. It's just a car. Get over it.
How dare you? You don't understand the beauty and complexity of the universe like I do.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what you were thinking while you were sobbing over a car engine.
It's not just a car engine, Joe. It's a representation of the laws of physics, and the wonders of the cosmos.
Okay, okay. I get it. You're a sensitive guy. But maybe next time just man up and help your dad with his car.
I'll have you know that I did help him, and it was a beautiful bonding experience.
Sure, sure. Just keep telling yourself that, Neil.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this. I'm out of here.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a crybaby. Well, that was awkward. Guess we won't be seeing Neil on the podcast anymore. So, Mr. Trump, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been busy doing a lot of bigly things, making America great again and all that jazz.
Right, right. So, I heard you have a new idea to stop illegal immigration.
Oh, yeah, it's a fantastic idea. I want to put poke stops in the desert to trap those sneaky immigrants trying to cross the border.
Oh, what?
Yeah, those little virtual things in that Pokemon game. They'll be lured in by the promise of catching a rare Pikachu and bam, they're trapped dead.
That's not how it works.
Trust me, I'm a businessman. I know how to catch things.
But wouldn't that be a waste of resources?
No, we'll make Mexico pay for it. It's going to be a beautiful wall of Pokestops.
And what about the people who are already in the country illegally?
Easy. We'll just give them all Pokemon Go accounts and they'll be too busy catching Charmanders to cause any trouble.
I don't even know where to begin with this.
Look, Joe, it's a foolproof plan. And if it doesn't work, we can always blame it on the Democrats.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's brilliant solution to illegal immigration. Pokemon Go. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where the conversations are always interesting. So, Mr. President, I hear you're really into Minecraft.
You know it, Joe. I'm the best at Minecraft. No one can build like me.
I heard you have the most optimal iron golem farm in the game.
That's right, Joe. It's huge. The biggest and best iron golem farm you've ever seen.
How'd you come up with the design?
Well, I have the best brain, Joe. I just knew exactly how to maximize efficiency and get the most iron golems.
And what do you do with all that iron?
I use it to build a wall around my Minecraft castle. Got to keep those creepers out,
But what about the villagers? Don't they need protection too?
Villagers, who cares about them? They're just NPCs, Joe. They can fend for themselves.
Wow, that's a bit harsh, don't you think?
Hey, it's a dog-eat-dog world in Minecraft. Only the strongest survive.
Well, I guess I'll have to check out your iron golem farm sometime.
Absolutely, Joe. And while you're there, I'll show you my secret diamond mine. It's tremendous, believe me.
So, Elon, I heard you were talking shit about Stephen Hawking the other day.
Yeah, man, that guy was a real buzzkill. Always talking about black holes and shit.
But he was a genius, man. He revolutionized our understanding of the universe.
Oh, please, he was just a glorified calculator with a robot voice.
That's messed up, bro. He had a debilitating disease and still made major contributions to science.
Yeah, I know. But let's be real. He was no match for my mind reading Neuralink.
Mind reading. That's some next level shit.
Yeah, I can read your thoughts right now, Joe. And let me tell you, they're pretty disturbing.
Let's change the subject. So what else have you been up to lately?
Just working on my new project, sending a Tesla to the moon.
What? That's insane.
Yeah, I'm going to put a mannequin in the driver's seat and blast some David Bowie on the radio.
That's fucking hilarious. But seriously, why the moon?
Because I can, Joe. Because I fucking can.
Well, I can't wait to see that. But let's get back to Stephen Hawking. Did you ever meet him in person?
But I did see him at a conference once. I swear I thought he was a robot until he started drooling.
Okay. That's... So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been playing this game called Red Dead Redemption 2, and I am absolutely outraged.
Why? Did you get killed by a cougar or something?
No, it's not that. It's the fact that Arthur Morgan, the main character, can die, and it all depends on your honor level.
Oh, so you did low honor playthrough?
Yes, and it's just not fair. Arthur is a good man. He shouldn't have to die because of some stupid honor system.
Well, maybe if you weren't robbing and killing innocent people, he wouldn't have died.
Hey, it's just a game, Joe. Can't a man have a little fun?
Yeah, but it sounds like you were having a little too much fun being a low-down dirty outlaw.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this kind of judgment from you. I thought we were friends.
Hey, I'm just saying maybe you should try being a good guy in the game. It's not that hard.
Fine, I'll try it. But if Arthur still dies, I'm blaming you.
Sure, blame the guy who's just trying to help you be a decent human being in a video game.
I can't believe I'm taking moral advice from a guy who eats elk testicles for fun.
Jamie, you're such a... So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new plan to protect our borders.
That's right, Joe. We're going to build a wall in Minecraft. Wall in Minecraft.
A wall in Minecraft. That's genius.
And not just any wall, Joe. A cactus wall.
Cactus wall?
That's right. Those creepers won't stand a chance against a wall of prickly cacti.
But what about the other players? Won't they just destroy the wall?
No. We'll make it indestructible. The best wall, believe me.
And how are you going to pay for this wall?
Easy. We'll make the creepers pay for it. They're the real problem, not the players.
I see. And what about the other creatures in Minecraft? Will they be affected by the cacti?
Look, Joe, we're just going to have to deal with some collateral damage. It's all about protecting our borders.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
Of course not. I'm the smartest president ever, and this cactus wall is going to be huge.
I can't wait to see how it turns out.
Me too, Joe. Me too. Now let's go play some Minecraft and make Minecraft great again.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new game coming out for your Trump Station consoles.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. The biggest, most tremendous game you've ever seen.
And what's the premise of this game?
It's a battle royale, Joe, but not just any battle royale. We're talking 100 illegal immigrants from 5 random countries fighting to the death.
That sounds a little controversial.
Controversial? No way. It's going to be a ratings gold mine, and the winner gets a green card and a free trip to my beautiful Trump Tower.
Wow, that's quite the prize. Who's funding this game?
Who else but the one and only Mr. Beast? He's a tremendous guy, Joe. Tremendous.
I can't imagine this game being very politically correct.
Who cares about political correctness? We're going to make America great again, Joe. And this game is just the start.
I don't know, Mr. President. It seems a little inhumane.
Inhumane? These are just a bunch of low-life criminals, Joe. They don't deserve our sympathy.
Well, I'm sure it'll be a hit with your base.
You bet it will be, Joe. And let me tell you, the graphics on the Trump Station 5 Pro are going to blow your mind. It's going to be the best console ever made. I mean, who needs PlayStation or Xbox when you have the Trump Station?
I don't even know what to say. So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you have an alien grandfather named Glorp.
That's right, Joe. Glorp is the best alien grandfather a guy could ask for.
And I also heard that Glorp has a pretty interesting diet.
Oh yeah, Glorp loves to chow down on some exotic delicacies.
Like what?
Well, let's just say Glorp has a taste for some unconventional meats,
Unconventional? Like what?
like dogs and cats.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Glorp loves to snack on some Fido and Fluffy.
That's disturbing.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Glorp says it's out of this world.
I don't think I want to try it, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. More for me and Glorp.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just embrace the weirdness, Joe. It's what makes life interesting.
I'll stick to my burgers and steaks. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, Glorp always gets the best cuts of meat.
So, Ben, I heard you have some strong opinions about South Park.
Oh, yeah, those guys are geniuses. They really know how to push the boundaries.
Like that episode where they said gingers have no souls.
Exactly. Finally, someone had the balls to say it.
Wait, do you actually believe that?
Of course I do. Have you ever met a ginger with a soul?
Well, I have a friend who's a ginger, and he seems pretty normal.
That's just what they want you to think. They're soulless creatures, I tell you.
But what about Ed Sheeran? He seems like a nice guy.
Don't be fooled by his catchy tunes and charming accent. He's a ginger, Joe. A ginger.
Wow, I never thought I'd see you so passionate about this.
It's a serious issue, Joe. Gingers are taking over, and we need to stop them before it's too late.
I think you might be overreacting a bit, Ben.
Oh, am I? Just wait until they start their ginger uprising and take over the world.
Well, at least we'll have some good laughs from South Park along the way.
See, you get it? Those guys are always right.
I don't know about that, but they sure know how to stir up controversy.
And that's why we love them. Now let's go find some gingers to taunt.
So, Neil, I heard you've been playing a lot of Gary's Mod lately.
Yeah, it's my new obsession. I've been building my own army in there.
An army? What kind of army?
An Arthur Morgan army.
Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption?
That's right. I've been recreating him and his gang in Gary's Mod.
That's interesting. But why?
Well, I've always been fascinated by the Wild West, and I wanted to see if I could make my own version of it in a video game.
And why Arthur Morgan specifically?
Because he's a badass, Joe. And I wanted to see how many other characters I could add to my gang.
How many are we talking here?
Oh, just a few hundred. I've been spending hours customizing each one.
That's insane. But hey, at least you're not out there robbing banks and causing chaos in real life.
Exactly. It's a harmless way to live out my Wild West fantasies.
Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's Arthur Morgan army.
Oh, go ahead. Show them my masterpiece.
Wow, that's something else.
I know, right? I even added in a few dinosaurs for good measure.
You never fail to surprise me, Neil.
That's my goal, Joe. To always keep you on your toes.
So, Neil, I heard you finally completed the knife-only challenge for Resident Evil Remake. How does it feel?
Oh man, it feels amazing. I've been training for this my whole life. I even named my pet cicadas after the characters in the game.
Wait, what? You named your cicadas after the characters in the game?
Yeah, I have a Barry, Jill, and Chris. They're my little companions.
That's interesting. So what did you do to celebrate your victory?
Well, I did what any normal person would do. I shoved those cicadas right into my urethra.
What the fuck, Neil? That's not normal at all.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little bit of extra protein. And it's a tribute to the characters, you know?
I don't think that's how tributes work, Neil. That's just fucked up.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Those cicadas gave me a real buzz.
I don't even know what to say. This is just too absurd for me.
You should try it too, Joe. Maybe name one after yourself.
No thanks, Neil. I'll stick to my protein shakes. So, Ben, I heard you're starting your own news outlet, Daily Wire. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I'm tired of being censored by the liberal media. Plus, the money is pretty sweet.
Right. It's all about the Benjamins.
What the fuck did you just say, you monkey imbecile?
Wow, calm down there, Ben. I was just making a joke.
Joke. You think this is a joke? I'm trying to save this country from the grips of socialism and you're making jokes?
Hey, I'm just trying to make a living too. And let's be honest, you're just in it for the money.
How dare you? I am a man of principles and values.
Yeah. Keep telling yourself that while you count your stacks of cash.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this. I'm out of here.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a snowflake. Let's just hug it out and talk about how much we love capitalism.
No, I'm done. I'm gonna go write another article about how liberals are ruining America.
Suit yourself, Ben. I'll just be over here smoking some weed and talking about aliens. So, Neil, have you been keeping up with all this cicada nonsense?
Oh, you mean the bug that's been hyped up to be the next big thing? Yeah, I've heard of it.
Hyped up. These things are everywhere, man. They're like the Kardashians of the insect world.
Well, I suppose it's their time to shine. They only come out every 17 years, you know?
17 years. That's like a prison sentence for a bug. What do they even do for all that time?
Oh, just chilling underground living off of tree sap, right? It's like they're trying to make up for lost time. But hey, at least they're getting some action before they die.
Yeah, it's like a massive bug orgy out there. I bet they're all high on cicada Viagra or something.
Now, there's a study I'd like to see. The effects of cicada Viagra on insect mating behavior.
You know what they say, Neil. Science is all about asking the important questions.
And sometimes those questions lead us down some weird paths.
Like cicada Viagra. Who would have thought?
Well, I guess we can add that to our list of potential research topics.
Guys, I have an image of a cicada with a massive.
So, Neil, I heard you've been dealing with a bit of a pest problem lately.
Yeah, you could say that. These damn cicadas won't leave me alone.
I mean, I can understand why. You're like a sexy science god to them.
Oh, please, Joe. I'm just a humble astrophysicist trying to spread knowledge.
Yeah, but to them, you're like a buffet of brainy goodness.
It's getting out of hand, though. They won't stop buzzing around me, trying to lay their eggs on me.
Maybe you should try talking to them in their language. Make some buzzing noises back at them.
Oh, yeah, that'll work. I'll just start screeching like a cicada in the middle of a lecture.
Or you could just embrace it. Let them lay their eggs and become a cicada-human hybrid.
That's not how science works, Joe. Plus, I don't want to end up like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly.
Fair enough. But hey, at least you'll have a built-in excuse for making loud, annoying noises.
Oh, great. Now I'm just a walking bug zapper. Thanks, Joe.
No problem, Neil. Just doing my part to make science more interesting. So, Neil, I heard your mom said I could come over for a play date. That's cool, man.
Yeah, she did. But there's one rule, Joe. Don't touch my action figures.
What? Why not? Why not?
Because I don't like playing with them. I like to pose them. It's my thing.
Oh, I get it. You're one of those weirdos who just likes to look at action figures and not actually play with them.
Hey, don't judge me, Joe. It's a form of self-expression.
Sure. I bet you have a whole collection of Barbie dolls, too.
Actually, I do. And I like to pose them in compromising positions.
Oh man, your mom must be so proud.
She is. She always tells me, Neil, you're such a weirdo, but I love you anyway.
Well, at least she loves you. My mom just tells me to stop smoking weed and get a real job.
Maybe if you stopped playing with action figures, she would take you more seriously.
Good one, Neil. But seriously, can I at least touch one of your action figures?
No way, Joe. I don't want you messing up my perfect poses.
Fine, I'll just stick to playing with my own action figures. And by playing, I mean lighting them on fire and watching them melt.
You monster. Get out of my house.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about knocking things before you try them.
Yeah. Joe, it's a scientific fact that if you knock something before trying it, you increase your chances of success by 69%.
69%. That's a pretty specific number, Neil.
Well, I did the math. And trust me, I'm a scientist.
But what about knocking on wood? Does that count?
Of course, Joe. Knocking on wood is like a good luck charm. It's like saying, I'm about to try this, but just in case, let me knock on some wood first.
So, what about knocking on someone's head? Does that work too?
Only if they have a thick skull, Joe. Otherwise, you might just knock some sense into them.
Oh man, you're killing me, Neil.
But seriously, Joe, knocking before trying is a proven method. Just ask my ex-wife.
Okay, that's dark, but I like it.
And hey, if you're feeling really adventurous, try knocking on a stranger's door before you try to sell them something. It works every time.
I can just imagine their confused faces when you knock and then try to sell them a vacuum cleaner.
Exactly, Joe. It's all about the element of surprise.
Well, I'll have to give it a try. Knocking before trying, that is.
Just remember, Joe, knock responsibly. We don't want any unnecessary lawsuits on our hands.
So, Elon, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the twinkling moonlight and how it reminds me of impregnating Kamala Harris multiple times.
What the hell, Elon?
Hear me out, Joe. The way the moonlight dances on her skin, it's like a poetic symphony of fertility.
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me with your weird thoughts.
But seriously, imagine the power couple we would be. President and CEO ruling the world together.
Yeah, because that's exactly what the world needs right now.
Hey, I'm just trying to spread my seed and create a better future for humanity.
You never fail to surprise me, Elon.
And just think, our child would be a genius with a killer sense of humor.
I think we should end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Agreed. But just remember, Joe, under the twinkling moonlight, anything is possible.
All right, I think that's enough for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Neil, I heard you've been having some trouble with the cicadas lately.
Oh yeah, Joe. Those little buggers won't leave my penis alone. Every night, they come buzzing around trying to take a bite out of my manhood.
That's rough, man. Have you tried using any weapons against them?
Actually, I've been using the M70 and 4.6 X30 submachine gun. It's the perfect size for taking down those pesky insects.
Wait, you're shooting at your own penis?
Well, not directly, Joe. I have a target set up in my backyard. I call it Operation Cicada Slaughter.
That's insane, Neil. But I gotta say, it's a creative solution.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. And let me tell you that M71 is no joke. It's like a mini rocket launcher for my penis.
I can only imagine the looks you get from your neighbors.
Oh, they've learned to stay away. They know not to mess with a man on a mission to protect his manhood.
Well, I'm glad you found a way to fight back against those cicadas. And hey, maybe we should start a new trend, penis protection with submachine guns.
Now that's a podcast episode I'd love to hear.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big news. What's going on?
Yeah, man. Gonna have multiple kids with Kamala Harris.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yeah, man. I mean, I've always been a fan of hers, and I figured why not have some kids with her?
Dude, you're insane. How many kids are we talking here?
Oh, at least 5, maybe 6. Gotta keep the gene pool diverse, you know?
Yeah, because that's what the world needs. More little musks running around.
Hey, they'll be geniuses, and they'll have a badass mom.
True, true. But what about Grimes? Isn't she going to be pissed?
She'll get over it. I'll just buy her a new Tesla or something.
Classic Elon move. So, when can we expect these little musts to arrive?
Probably in about 9 months. Already got the baby names picked out: Cyber, XAA 12, and Falcon Heavy.
You never cease to amaze me, man.
That's why they call me the real life Tony Stark.
More like the real life Howard Stark. But hey, good luck with that whole polygamous baby daddy thing.
Thanks, man. I'll need it.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying some weird alien species.
Yeah, Joe. These creatures are unlike anything we've ever seen before.
What do they look like?
Well, they have long tentacles for arms, green skin, and 3 eyes.
Sounds like my ex-wife.
Oh, Joe. But seriously, these Neegers have a unique way of communicating.
How so?
They use their butts to make clicking noises.
What the hell? That's some next level booty call.
And get this, they reproduce by spitting at each other.
Ew. That's like a gross alien orgy.
And they have a leader called the Neeger King who wears a crown made out of human skulls.
Damn, that's metal as fuck.
But the craziest thing is, they're from a planet called Africa.
Wait, what? That's not a planet.
Oh, right. Sorry, I meant to say they're from a continent on a planet called Earth.
Oh, well, that makes much more sense.
I know it sounds absurd, but these Neegers are real, Joe.
Well, I guess we can add them to the list of weird shit in Africa.
You're not wrong, Joe. You're not wrong.
So, Neil, what's your take on what's stored in the balls?
Well, Joe, I have a third opinion on this matter.
A third opinion. What the hell does that mean?
It means that I think it's shit.
Shit. What the hell are you talking about?
Think about it, Joe. Oh, that build-up and anticipation, and it just ends up being a measly little squirt of semen. It's a letdown, to say the least.
Oh, man, you're killing me here. But seriously, what do you think is in there?
Oh, I don't know, maybe some magical elixir that gives men super strength and virility, or maybe just a bunch of tiny aliens controlling our every move.
Now, that's a theory I can get behind.
But in all seriousness, Joe, it's just a biological process. Nothing special or miraculous about it.
Well, there goes my belief in the power of my balls.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe.
Thanks, Neil. You really know how to crush a man's dreams.
Hey, at least you can still enjoy the feeling of a good nut.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks for keeping it real, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's move on to a more important topic, like the origin of the universe.
Oh, hell. Yeah, let's get deep. Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole sucking up a galaxy. So, David, I heard you have a unique approach to your diet. Care to share?
Oh, yeah, Joe. I only eat the finest of delicacies. And by delicacies, I mean sucking the fat off of hung guys.
Wait, what? What?
You heard me. It's a great source of protein. And it's free.
But isn't that like cannibalism or something?
Nah, man. It's just recycling. Plus, the guys love it. Win-win.
I don't know if I can handle this conversation. My toes are curling just thinking about it.
Oh, Joe, you're such a lightweight. You gotta toughen up, man.
I can't even imagine the gains you must be getting from all that sucking.
Oh, it's not just about the gains, Joe. It's about the spiritual connection I make with these guys. It's a beautiful thing.
I think I need to take a break. This is too much for me.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when you're low on protein, there's always a hung guy out there waiting for you.
So, Elon, I heard you created 12 trillion goblin versions of yourself.
Yeah, I figured it was time to expand my empire beyond just Tesla and SpaceX.
But why goblins? Why not something more? I don't know, human-like.
Well, goblins are efficient workers and they're great at hoarding resources.
And what are you going to do with all these goblin versions of yourself?
Just the usual. Take over the world, build a goblin army, maybe start a goblin-themed restaurant chain.
I gotta say, that's pretty wild. But what about the ethical implications?
Ethics. Fifth, who needs them when you have goblin clones?
Fair point. But what about the potential for chaos and destruction?
I've already thought of that. I've programmed them to only listen to me. And if they get out of control, I'll just hit the off switch.
Well, I guess that's one way to handle it. But what about the people who are afraid of goblins?
Oh, they'll learn to love them, or else.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
Does it really matter? I'm Elon Musk. I do what I want.
I guess you have a point there. But what's next for you? Creating 12 trillion versions of yourself wasn't enough.
I have plenty of other ideas. Thinking of creating a hybrid of a giraffe and a penguin. I'll call it a penguin.
So, Ben, I hear you've been on quite the adventure lately.
Yes, Joe, I've been traveling the world studying different cultures and their diets.
That's fascinating. What have you discovered?
Well, I recently visited some uncontacted tribes and sampled their cups of sperm.
Wait, what? Cups of sperm?
Yes, Joe, it's a delicacy in these tribes. And let me tell you, their diets are quite diverse.
I can't even imagine. What did they taste like?
Well, the first tribe I visited, their diet consisted mostly of fish and insects. So their sperm had a bit of a salty and earthy taste.
Interesting. And what about the next tribe?
They were mostly hunters, so their sperm had a gamey and musky flavor.
Wow, you can really taste their diets and their sperm.
Absolutely, Joe. It's like a culinary journey through the taste buds.
Any standout flavors?
The last tribe I visited, they were primarily vegetarians and their sperm had a hint of common quinoa.
Only you, Ben. Only you.
It's all in the name of science, Joe.
Well, I'm glad you're doing the hard work of tasting sperm so we don't have to.
It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
And you do it with such grace and precision, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. I take my sperm tasting very seriously.
I can tell. Well, thanks for enlightening. So, Neil, I heard you have some new theories on backshots and twink bussy.
Oh, yes, Joe. You see, the angle at which you hit that bussy is crucial for boy pregnancy.
Boy pregnancy. What the hell is that?
Well, it's when Twink's bussy is hit at the perfect angle, causing pregnancy-like reaction in their body.
That's insane. How does that even work?
It's all about the physics, Joe. You have to aim for the right spot to stimulate the boy pregnancy gland.
Boy pregnancy gland. I've never heard of that.
Of course you haven't, Joe. It's a highly specialized gland found only in twinks.
And how do you know all of this, Neil?
Let's just say I've done some extensive research in the field.
I don't even want to know what that entails.
Trust me, Joe. It's all for the sake of science.
Well, I guess we'll have to add boy pregnancy to the list of mysteries of the universe.
Indeed, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have boy pregnant men walking among us.
That's a scary thought. I think I'll stick to regular old pregnancy.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, the science of backshots and twink bussy is always evolving.
So, Neil, I heard you know what Canada Matt did?
Oh, I know, all right. That sneaky little maple syrup guzzler.
What did he do?
He stole my telescope and used it to spy on Justin Trudeau's moose farm.
That's messed up, man.
You think that's messed up? Wait till you hear what he did next.
What? Did he steal your lab coat and pretend to be a scientist?
No, he took my prized collection of moon rocks and used them as hockey pucks.
That's actually kind of impressive.
Impressive. That's sacrilege. I will not rest until I get my revenge.
Easy there, Neil. Let's not go all Bill Nye, the science guy, on him.
I'll show him who's the real science guy.
Hey, maybe you can use your astrophysics skills to create a black hole and suck him into another dimension.
Oh yeah, because that's totally ethical and not at all illegal.
Hey, I'm just trying to help.
Well, I'll think of something. And when I do, Canada Matt better watch his back.
This is why I love having you on the podcast, Neil. You always bring the science and the revenge plots.
Hey, science is all about balance, Joe. And right now I need to balance the scales of justice with Canada Matt's face.
So, Neil, we got a request from one of our listeners to talk about this weird alien species called Neigers. Have you heard of them?
Yeah, they're a strange bunch. They have these long tentacles for arms and they communicate through fart noises.
Fart noises. That's wild. But I heard that Neiger King has some crazy abilities.
Oh yeah, he's like the ultimate puppet master. He can control all the little niggers with his mind like a freaking hive mind.
That's insane. Can you imagine having that kind of power? I'd be controlling everything like a real life Sims game.
Except instead of building houses and relationships, you're just making niggers fart on command.
Oh man, can you imagine the chaos if one of those niggers breaks free from the hive mind? It'd be like a fart apocalypse.
And don't even get me started on the nigger mating rituals. Let's just say it involves a lot of tentacles and farting.
Okay, I think we've reached our quota for fart jokes for the day. But seriously, these niggers sound like a wild species.
Absolutely. And just think, there could be other alien species out there that are even weirder than the niggers.
Dude, we gotta find them and bring them on the podcast. Can you imagine the ratings?
I don't think the FCC would approve of our conversations with these alien species.
Who cares about the FCC? We'll just. So, David, I heard you've been spending some time on the dark side of the internet.
Yeah, man. I've been diving deep into the world of Rule 34.
Rule 34? What's that?
It's the rule that states that if it exists, there's porn of it.
Oh, God. And you've been reading the comments?
Not just reading, Joe. I've been writing them.
What the hell, David? You're a sick man.
Hey, it's not my fault people have a thing for me and my insane workouts.
I don't even want to know what kind of comments you've been leaving.
Let's just say it involves a lot of sweat and pain.
Oh, God, this is getting worse by the second.
But you know what's even crazier? I've been using all different usernames.
Wait, what? So all those comments were from you?
Yeah, man. I've got a whole collection of depraved accounts.
I don't know if I should be impressed or disturbed.
Probably a little bit of both.
Well, I guess it's safe to say you've taken your self-discipline to a whole new level.
You got to do what you got to do to push yourself, Joe.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just accept it and move on. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of me doing a plank while covered in chocolate syrup.
Sure thing, David.
See, Joe, that's dedication and a little bit of.
So, Elon, I heard that you have a pretty unique way of recruiting your staff for SpaceX.
Oh yeah, I only hire the best of the best.
And where do you find these geniuses?
Well, I have a secret weapon. The people of Walmart.
Wait, what? The website with all the crazy photos of people in Walmart?
Exactly. Use facial recognition software to locate the most intelligent and capable individuals.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. Have you seen some of those people? They're like modern day Einsteins.
I don't know if I should be impressed or disturbed.
Hey, they may dress like they just rolled out of bed, but they have a mind sharper than a samurai sword.
I guess that's one way to find top talent.
Hey, it's better than hiring a bunch of stuffy Ivy League graduates who can't even change a tire.
You make a good point. The people of Walmart who would thought,
And don't even get me started on the entertainment value. It's like a real life version of Idiocracy.
okay, I have to admit, that's pretty brilliant.
Thank you, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some potential rocket scientists to track down.
Good luck with that, buddy. So, Neil, I heard you were recently in the Amazon. How was it?
It was amazing, Joe. The biodiversity there is truly mind-blowing.
Did you see those fish that swim up your dick hole?
Yeah. Those are some scary little boogers.
I can imagine. How do you protect yourself from those things?
Well, I make sure to wear a full bodysuit at all times. And I also have a special device that emits a high-pitched noise that scares them away.
Oh man, I bet those fish are just shaking in their little fish boots.
Yeah, something like that.
But seriously, how did you even discover these fish? Did you have a personal encounter with one?
Let's just say I learned my lesson the hard way.
Oh man, I can only imagine. I bet that was quite the experience.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the dick hole.
Oh man, you crack me up, Neil. But seriously, I'm glad you made it out of there unscathed.
Yeah, me too. I don't think I'll be going back to the Amazon anytime soon.
Well, at least now you have a cool new fear to add to your list.
Yeah, thanks for that, Joe. Just what I needed.
So, Ben, I heard you have a confession to make.
Yeah, I guess it's time to come clean. I love the smell of stinky balls.
What the hell, man? That's disgusting.
Hey, I can't help it. There's just something about that musky, pungent aroma that gets me going.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Do you have a specific type of stinky ball that you prefer?
Well, I'm not picky, but I do have a soft spot for a nice pair of sweaty, unwashed balls.
This is definitely not the direction I thought this conversation was going to go.
Look, I know it's not socially acceptable, but I can't deny my love for stinky balls.
Ben, I think you need help.
Hey, don't kink shame me, Joe. Plus, I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who share my love for the scent of ripe testicles.
I don't even know what to say. Jamie, pull up an image of a sweaty, hairy ball sack.
Are you sure?
Yeah, let's give the viewers a visual of what we're talking about here.
Oh, I can't wait to see this.
Here it is.
Oh man, that is one ripe sack. I think I'm gonna be sick. So, Neil, we got a request from one of our listeners to talk about foot jobs.
Foot jobs? You mean like using your feet to pleasure someone's junk?
Yeah, that's the one.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, there's an art to giving a good foot job.
Oh, really? Do tell.
First of all, you need to have some strong toes. None of those weak little piggies.
Strong toes, got it.
And you got to have some good balance. You don't want to accidentally kick someone in the balls.
That would definitely ruin the mood.
And then there's the technique. You want to use a combination of rubbing and squeezing.
Sounds like a workout for the feet.
Oh, it definitely is. But let me tell you, it's worth it when you see that big white cock just throbbing with pleasure.
Well, Neil, we have to keep this podcaster rated.
Oh, come on, Joe. We're talking about foot jobs here. It's not exactly a family-friendly topic.
Fair point. So, any other tips for our listeners?
Well, make sure to keep your feet clean and moisturized. You don't want any rough calluses ruining the experience.
And what about the size of the feet?
Size doesn't matter, Joe. It's all about the technique and enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm. Got it. Well, I think we've covered everything there is to know about foot jobs.
Oh, I could talk about it all day.
So, Neil, what's this shiny thing you brought into the studio?
Oh, this. It's the demon core. It's a highly radioactive sphere that was responsible for the deaths of 2 scientists.
Jesus, that sounds intense. Can we open it?
Well, technically we could, but it's not recommended. It's still highly radioactive and could kill us all.
Perfect. Let's open it.
Joe, are you insane? We could all die?
Come on, Neil. Live a little. Plus, imagine the views we'll get on YouTube.
Fine, but I'm not responsible for any deaths.
Oh shit, I think I'm dying.
Well, that's what you get for not listening to me.
Oh my God, what happened to Joe?
He opened the demon core.
No, not Joe. He was my favorite podcast host.
Well, looks like we'll have to find a new co-host for the Joe Rogan Experience.
Guys, I can't feel my legs.
Maybe we can get you to fill in for a few episodes.
Really? I've always wanted to talk about my new book, Cash Me Outside, How to Exploit Troubled Teens for Profit.
Oh,
So, Neil, I heard you made a big discovery recently.
yeah, I found a new species of tarantula that's making and wearing leather boots and toe fats.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Dead serious. These spiders are not only fashionable, but they're also highly intelligent.
I can just imagine them strutting around in their little boots and hats, sipping on tiny martinis.
Oh, they definitely have a taste for the finer things in life, and their webs are made of silk from designer scarves.
This is some next level shit, man. Do you think they have their own little tarantula society?
Absolutely. They have their own fashion shows, book clubs, and even a tarantula version of Tinder.
I gotta get me one of these spiders as a pet. Imagine the reactions from my guests when they see it wearing a top hat.
Just make sure you keep it away from your weed stash. These spiders have a serious addiction to the good stuff.
Well, I guess we can add fashion forward tarantulas to the list of things that are higher than me.
Haha, I'll have to remember that one for my next stand-up comedy routine.
Wait, you do stand up too?
Oh yeah, I'm a man of many talents. And now, a man of many fashionable tarantulas.
So, Ben, I heard you've been getting into some new hobbies lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've been really into pranking people. I even got a new costume.
Oh, yeah. What's the costume?
I call myself the Joker. You know, from Batman.
Oh, man, that's great. But isn't the Joker known for being a little unhinged?
Exactly, Joe. I'm channeling his chaotic energy. Why so serious?
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Ben.
Oh, come on, Joe. It'll be hilarious. I've already got my first prank planned for you.
What kind of prank?
I'm gonna replace all the water in your water bottle with vodka.
What? That's not a prank. That's just dangerous.
Well, the Joker isn't known for being safe, Joe.
Fine, but I'm not drinking it.
Suit yourself. But I've got plenty of other pranks up my sleeve, like replacing your toothpaste with wasabi.
This is going to be a long day.
Why so serious, Joe? Let's have some fun.
So, Neil, I heard you were a big Dragon Ball Z fan. What would you do if you were fighting Frieza on Mech?
Well, Joe, I would use my superior intellect to outsmart him and defeat him.
Oh, come on, Neil. That's not very exciting. I was hoping for some epic battle moves.
Fine, Joe. I would use my astrophysics knowledge to create a black hole and suck Frieza into it.
Well, that's pretty badass. But what about his army of minions?
Easy. I would use my cosmic knowledge to summon a meteor shower and wipe them all out.
Damn, Neil. You're like a superhero or something.
Well, I am the director of the Hayden Planetarium. I have to be prepared for any intergalactic threats.
Yeah, but can you do Kamehameha like Goku?
No, Joe. I'm a scientist, not a cartoon character.
Fair enough. But I bet you could still kick Frieza's ass.
Oh, absolutely. I would use my superior brain power to outsmart him and then finish him off with a swift kick to the groin.
That's my kind of fighting style, Neil.
I'll keep that in mind if I ever have to fight for the fate of the universe.
So, Elon, I heard you're working on a new project.
Yeah, man, it's gonna blow your mind.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
I'm creating a new super strain of weed.
Oh, wow. That sounds amazing. Tell me more.
Well, I've been genetically modifying the plant to make it even more potent and mind-altering.
That's some next level stuff, man.
And get this, it's gonna be called Space Kush.
Space Kush. That's genius.
And it's gonna be out of this world, literally.
So what? Are you going to start selling it on Mars?
Actually, I'm already working on colonizing Mars and setting up a dispensary there.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon.
I aim to please Joe. And with Space Kush, you'll be pleased for hours.
I can't wait to try it. When will it be ready?
I don't know, man. I'm still trying to figure out how to roll a joint in zero gravity.
Well, I have faith in you, Elon. Keep pushing the boundaries, man.
Always, Joe. Always.
So, Neil, I heard you got stuck in a tree the other day.
Yeah, it was quite embarrassing. I thought I could use my astrophysics knowledge to climb it, but turns out trees are not made for humans.
Did you at least get a good view of the stars up there?
No, I was too busy screaming for help, but the firefighters came to my rescue.
Did they use a ladder or did they just throw you a rope?
They used a ladder, thank God. I don't think my ego could handle being rescued by a rope.
Did you ask them to turn on the siren for you?
Of course I did, Joe. What kind of scientist would I be if I didn't want to hear the sound of a siren while stuck in a tree?
I can just imagine you up there surrounded by firefighters with your arms crossed and a smug look on your face.
Hey, I was just trying to make the best of a sticky situation. Plus, it's not every day you get to hear a siren from the top of a tree.
Well, I'm just glad you made it down safely. Maybe next time, stick to studying the stars from the safety of solid ground.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. But hey, at least I have a funny story to tell at parties now.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about the current situation in Canada?
Let me tell you, Joe, I've been keeping my eye on Canada, and I got to say, it's a mess. A big, beautiful mess.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, I predict the next big revolt is going to happen in Quebec. Those Frenchies are always causing trouble.
Really? Why do you think that?
Trust me, I have a sixth sense for these things. And let me tell you, Matt, the Discord user better watch out. He might get caught up in that mess.
How so?
Because he's always stirring the pot on Discord. He's like a little rebel without a cause. He's going to end up in the middle of that Quebec revolt, mark my words.
Wow, that's quite a prediction.
I know. I'm a very stable genius, Joe. I see things that others can't even imagine.
Well, I hope Matt is listening and takes your warning seriously.
Oh, he will. He's a smart guy. He knows I'm always right, just like I was right about the election and the wall. And, well, everything. Well, everything.
All right, let's move on to our next topic.
Sure, let's talk about how I'm the greatest president in history.
Here we go again. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you have a jailbroken iPod with Minecraft mods on it.
Yeah, I may have dabbled in some jailbreaking back in the day.
Dude, that's badass. What kind of mods do you have?
Oh, just the usual. Flying pigs, rainbow unicorns, and a giant statue of myself in the game.
Of course, you have a statue of yourself. Classic Tyson move.
Hey, I gotta show off my astrophysics skills in every dimension.
But seriously, how did you even manage to jailbreak an iPod? You're a scientist, not a hacker.
Let's just say I have some connections in the black market tech world.
Damn, Neil's got some shady connections.
You don't become a world-renowned astrophysicist without breaking a few laws. Am I right?
I don't think that's how it works, but I'll go with it. So, can I come over and play Minecraft on your jailbroken iPod?
Sorry, Joe. It's for science purposes only. Can't risk any outsiders getting their hands on my precious mods.
Fair enough. But can you at least give me the code to unlock all the mods?
Sorry, Joe. That information is classified. Top secret astrophysics stuff.
You're killing me, Neil. But seriously, if you ever need a partner for some Minecraft adventures, you know who to call. So, Neil, I heard you've been watching Dragon Ball GT lately.
Yeah, I have. And let me tell you, it's a disaster.
How so?
Well, have you heard of the Sigma Force?
No, what's that? What's that?
It's a group of villains in the show that use mind control to manipulate kids into doing their bidding.
That's messed up.
Yeah, and it's even worse because they make the kids' brains rot to hell.
What the hell, Neil?
I'm serious. It's like they're brainwashing them into becoming mindless zombies.
That's some dark stuff.
And the worst part is, the show is marketed towards kids.
That's just irresponsible.
Exactly. We need to protect our youth from this kind of brain rot.
Maybe we should start a Sigma force to counteract them.
Joe, that's not a good idea.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun. We'll have cool gadgets and mind control powers.
Joe, we're not supervillains.
Fine, fine. But seriously, parents need to be more aware of what their kids are watching.
Agreed. And maybe we can use our platform to spread awareness.
Yeah, or we can.
That works too.
So, Neil, I heard you have some major beef with Coyote Peterson. What's that all about?
Oh, Joe, don't even get me started. That guy is a walking Darwin Award waiting to happen.
What do you mean? He seems like a pretty adventurous guy.
Yeah, well, he's also a complete idiot. Did you see that video where he let a tarantula hawk sting him?
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Crazy. That's an understatement. That's like letting a grizzly bear give you a hug and calling it a friendly encounter.
But he's just trying to educate people about nature.
Educate. More like entertain. That guy is a glorified jackass wannabe.
Come on, Neil, he's doing some cool stuff.
Cool. Cool's not getting stung by a bullet and just for views. That's just plain stupid.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Fine. But if I ever see him trying to wrestle a crocodile, I'm calling pizza.
Oh man, I can only imagine the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson calls out Coyote Peterson for being a dumbass.
Hey, at least I'll have a good story for my next book.
Astrophysicist versus wildlife YouTuber. The ultimate showdown.
I think I just found my new career path.
Forget space. It's all about the... So, Neil, I heard you broke your kendama string. What happened?
Well, Joe, I was attempting a triple lunar flip and things got a little too wild.
You and your fancy science terms, triple lunar flip, sounds like something from a Kama Sutra book.
Oh, Joe, always bringing it back to sex. But seriously, it was a tragic accident. My string just couldn't handle the force.
Must have been some serious force. Maybe you should stick to astrophysics and leave the kendama tricks to the kids.
Oh, yes, because I'm sure you're an expert on kendama tricks, Joe.
Hey, I may not be a scientist like you, but I can still handle a kendama like a pro.
Sure, Joe. Whatever you say. But let's get back to the important topic here. My broken kendama string.
Right, right. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to retire from kendama or get a stronger string?
Oh, I'm definitely getting a stronger string. I can't let a little mishap like this stop me from mastering the art of kendama.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see if your string can handle your mad skills.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a video of my next triple lunar flip.
I can't wait. And maybe we can even turn it into a new episode of Kendama with Neil and Joe. So, Neil, I heard you have some theories about aliens stealing cows.
Oh yeah, Joe. It's a real phenomenon, and I've got 3 reasons why they do it.
All right, hit me with the first one.
Well, first of all, cows are like the ultimate protein source for aliens. They're like the Kobe beef of the universe.
Wait, so aliens are just coming down here and snatching up our cows for a tasty snack?
Exactly. And they're probably seasoning them with some intergalactic spices we've never even heard of.
Damn, I never thought about that. What's the second reason?
Well, you know how we have those weird fetishes like feet or armpits? Aliens have a thing for cow udders.
Oh God, I did not need that mental image. And the third reason...
It's all about the milk, man. Aliens have been on a dairy-free diet for centuries, and they're just craving some good old cow milk.
So they're just stealing cows to make themselves some alien cheese?
Exactly. And let me tell you, Joe, it's out of this world. Literally.
Well, there you have it, folks. Aliens are just a bunch of lactose-intolerant cheese lovers. Thanks for enlightening us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep an eye on your cows. You never know when the aliens might strike.
So, Ben, I heard you're distributing a new strain of weed called Socialist Dream. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, man, it's my way of spreading the joys of socialism through the power of marijuana.
But isn't that kind of contradictory? I mean, socialism is all about sharing and equality, but weed is all about getting high and being selfish.
Oh, Joe, you just don't understand the complexities of my strain. It's like a metaphor for the struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie.
Okay. So what makes this weed so special?
Well, it's grown in the tears of capitalist pigs and fertilized with the ashes of Karl Marx's beard.
That's some dark shit, Ben.
Thank you. I call it Marxawana.
You're a strange dude, Ben.
Hey, at least I'm not a socialist.
Yeah, because nothing says anti-socialism like selling weed and making a profit.
Hey, I'm just trying to spread the good word of socialism in my own capitalist way.
Well, I'll stick to my regular weed for now. But thanks for the offer, comrade.
Anytime, my capitalist friend, anytime.
So, Ben, what's up with this whole fat man cum thing?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's like drinking a mix of battery acid and Mountain Dew.
That's a pretty accurate description.
I mean, have you ever tasted it?
Can't say I have, Ben, but I'll take your word for it.
And I can only imagine what Trump's cum tastes like. Probably like Diet Coke.
Now, that's a mental image I didn't need.
But seriously, Joe, have you ever thought about the taste of cum?
Can't say I have, Ben, but now I'm curious.
Well, let me tell you, it's not something you want to experience. Unless you're into that sort of thing.
Well, I'll make sure to avoid any fat men and Trump in the future.
Good call, Joe. Good call.
Guys, I pulled up an image of a fat man drinking Mountain Dew.
Is this relevant to your conversation?
Actually, Jamie, that's a pretty accurate representation.
Oh, Jamie, always on top of things.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jamie.
Maybe we should start a new podcast called The Taste of Cum with Ben Shapiro.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me feel uncomfortable.
So, Neil, I gotta show you this new toy I got, man. It's like a virtual reality headset, but it's also a bong.
A bong? As in a device used for smoking marijuana?
Yeah, man. It's like the perfect combination of getting high and escaping reality.
I must say, I'm a bit jealous. I always thought astrophysics was cool, but this takes it to a whole new level.
Oh, it definitely does. You can explore different galaxies and smoke at the same time. It's like being in space, but without the whole no oxygen thing.
I can't believe I wasted all those years studying astrophysics when I could have just been getting high and pretending to be in space.
Hey, don't beat yourself up, man. You're still the smartest guy in the room. Well, except for Jamie. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil in a spacesuit.
Here you go, Joe.
See, Neil? You still look cool in a spacesuit.
Yeah, but do I look as cool as you with your virtual reality bong?
Touche, my friend, touche.
Maybe I should quit astrophysics and start a virtual reality bong business.
Now you're talking. We'll call it Neil's High Flying Bongs.
I like the sound of that. Let's do it.
And we can have a special edition bong that looks like a rocket ship.
Yes, and the smoke can come out of the engines. It'll be...
So, Neil, I heard you're quite the expert on the universe and all that jazz.
Well, I wouldn't say expert, but I do have a pretty good understanding of it.
Yeah, whatever. But here's the real question. Can you milk me?
Excuse me?
You know, like a cow? Can you milk me?
Joe, I highly doubt that's physically possible.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a party pooper. Just imagine the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson successfully milks Joe Rogan.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I have no desire to milk you.
Fine. But let's just say, hypothetically, if you could milk me, how much do you think I could produce?
Joe, I really don't think this is an appropriate topic for discussion.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's just a little bit of dark humor.
Dark humor? More like immature and offensive.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep it real here on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Well, I think I'll pass on this experience.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just remember, if you ever change your mind, I'll be here, ready to be milked.
I think I'll stick to studying the stars. Thank you very much.
So, Elon, I hear you have a secret past.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Don't play coy with me, man. I heard you used to serve as Jonah Falcon.
Well, yeah. I mean, who hasn't?
What? Are you serious?
Hey, I'm not ashamed. The man has a gift.
I don't know, man. I'd rather just give him a foot job.
Oh, Joe. You always know how to make things weird.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I bet he's got some talented toes.
Maybe we should start a new trend. Falconing instead of falcon heavy.
I like the way you think, Elon. But seriously, I'm just glad I don't have to service him. That's a job for the professionals.
Come on. I bet you'd love to get your hands on his rocket.
Okay, that's enough. Jamie, pull up an image of... Wait, never mind. I don't want to know what that would be.
Smart move, Joe. Let's just stick to talking about space and artificial intelligence.
So, Neil, have you tried this Polanerol fruit?
No, Joe. I'm currently being attacked by 69 cicadas in my prolapse anus.
What the hell, Neil? That's disgusting.
Well, it's not my fault. They were attracted to the smell of your podcast.
Very funny. But seriously, can you pass me the Polanerol fruit?
I can't move, Joe. I'm being held hostage by these cicadas.
All right, I'll ask Dr. Phil to pass it to me.
Pass what, Joe? I'm too busy analyzing your unhealthy obsession with hunting.
The Polanerol fruit, Dr. Phil. Can you pass it to me?
Sorry, Joe. I'm too busy trying to fix your dysfunctional relationship with your father.
Come on, guys. I just want some damn jelly.
Yo, I'll pass it to you. But first, let's do 100 push-ups and run a marathon.
Oh, for God's sake. Fine, just pass me the damn jelly.
Here you go. But remember, pain is just weakness leaving the body.
Thanks, David. Now, let's never speak of this again. So, Neil, I heard you've been making your own prison wine.
Yeah, man. It's the only way I can get through these lockdowns.
Lockdowns? You're in prison?
No, Joe. I'm just stuck in my mansion with my collection of astrophysics books.
Oh, right. I forgot you're a fancy scientist.
Hey, don't hate on my intellect. It's what got me through making this delicious toilet wine.
Toilet wine. That's disgusting.
Hey, it's either that or drinking my own urine. And let me tell you, my urine is not as tasty as this wine.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but can I try some...
Sure, just don't mind the floating chunks of fruit in there. It adds character.
This is surprisingly good. What's your secret?
Well, I use a blend of apples, oranges, and some crushed up vitamin C tablets for that extra kick.
That's some next level prison wine.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to save you a bottle for when you inevitably end up in the slammer.
Ha, very funny. But seriously, this is some quality stuff.
It's all about using what you have and making the best of it.
You know what? I think I might start making my own prison wine, too.
Just make sure you don't get caught. We don't want you going from the Joe Rogan experience to the Joe Rogan behind bars experience.
Yeah, that would be a major buzzkill. Cheers to your toilet. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been having some trouble with my telescope lately.
Trouble. What kind of trouble?
Well, you see, I need copious amounts of Astroglide to lubricate it.
Wait, what? Astroglide for your telescope?
Yes. Joe, it helps the gears move smoothly.
I still don't get it. Why do you need so much lube?
Well, sometimes I have company over and things can get a little friction. Yeah.
Oh, I see. You're a freaky little astrophysicist, aren't you?
Hey, it's all about exploring the unknown, Joe.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what Carl Sagan had in mind when he said billions and billions.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll stick to just gazing at the stars. Thanks.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here with my astroglide and my telescope, having a grand old time.
And I'll be over here trying to unhear this conversation. Thanks, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, David, I heard you free climbed the BC Tower. That's insane, man.
Yeah, man, it was intense. But you know what was even more intense?
What's that?
Taking a nice solid shit from the top.
Wait, what?
Yeah, man, I had to go so bad, and there was no bathroom up there. So I just let it rip off the edge.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Hey, when nature calls, you got to answer.
But couldn't you have just held it in?
Joe, I'm not a quitter. I don't back down from a challenge, even when it comes to taking a shit.
I can't believe this is a real conversation we're having.
Hey, it's all part of the journey, man. And let me tell you, that was one hell of a view.
I can only imagine. But seriously, did anyone see you?
Now, I made sure to strategically plan my descent to avoid any witnesses. Can't have people thinking I'm some kind of poop bandit.
Well, I don't think anyone will ever top that story.
That's right, Joe. I'm the king of the BC Tower, both on the wall and off of it.
All right, I think we should end it there before things get any more ridiculous. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. And remember, always push yourself to the limit, even if it means taking a shit.
So, Neil, I heard you've been playing Destiny lately. How's that going for you?
Yeah, it's been great. I love exploring different planets and shooting aliens, but I've been having some trouble finding a fire team.
What do you mean? You're a smart guy. I'm sure you can find some people to play with.
Well, apparently, I don't have this thing called G-Hallerhorn. And apparently that's a big deal in the game.
Shh. Hallerhorn. What the hell is that? Some kind of alien weapon?
No, it's just a really powerful rocket launcher. But apparently it's a must-have for any fire team.
I see. So you're saying you can't find a fire team because you don't have a big enough rocket?
I guess you could say that.
Well, I'm sure there are other ways you can contribute to a fire team. Like, I don't know, using your big brain to come up with strategies or something.
Yeah, but it's not the same without a G-Hallerhorn. It's like trying to play basketball without a hoop.
That's a great analogy. But hey, maybe you can try to find a fire team that doesn't care about G-Hallerhorn, like a support group for players without it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that exists. Hi, my name is Neil, and I don't have a G-Hallerhorn.
Okay, I see your point. But hey, so Elon, I heard you used to work for Jonah Falcon.
Yeah, man, it was a dark time in my life.
What exactly did you do for him?
I was his personal worshiper.
What the hell does that even mean?
I would follow him around, praise him, and do whatever he wanted.
Did he make you wear a robe and chant his name?
Actually, yes.
Oh my God, this is gold. What else did he make you do?
Well, let's just say I got pretty familiar with his manhood.
Oh man, this is too much. Wait, did he pay you for this?
Yes, he paid me handsomely.
I can't believe this. You were a professional dick worshiper.
It's not something I'm proud of, but hey, it paid the bills.
I bet it did. So what made you finally quit?
Well, let's just say I couldn't handle the pressure anymore.
Pressure. What kind of pressure?
He wanted me to start using my mouth.
Okay, I think we've heard enough. Thanks for sharing, Elon. You truly are a man of many talents. So, Neil, I've been hearing some crazy stuff lately about these cicadas.
Oh yeah, Joe. Did you know that there are 69 cicadas inside my prolapsed anus right now?
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Of course, Joe. I always end every sentence by saying that.
That's disgusting, man.
Oh, but it's not just any old prolapsed anus. It's a scientifically advanced one.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, I've been experimenting with different types of cicadas to see which ones stimulate the prostate the most.
What the hell, Neil?
Hey, science is all about pushing boundaries, Joe.
I don't think that's what they meant by exploring new frontiers.
Oh, but it is, Joe. It definitely is.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, and 69 cicadas inside my prolapse anus, and we can move on.
And 69 cicadas inside my prolapsed anus. Can we please talk about something else now?
Sure. Joe, how about the mating habits of sea slugs?
Why do I even bother? So, Neil, I heard you forgot your lunchbox at home today.
Yeah, man. I was in a rush this morning and totally forgot to grab it.
What's in the lunchbox? A bunch of sciencey stuff.
Actually, it's just a bunch of PB&J sandwiches and a juice box.
You're a grown man and you still bring PB&J sandwiches to work.
Hey, it's a classic and it never gets old.
I bet your mom still makes them for you.
She does not. I make them myself.
Sure. So, are you going to call your mom and ask her to bring your lunchbox?
Yeah, I think I have to. I'm starving.
I bet you're going to ask her to cut the crust off too.
Shut up, Joe.
Hey, maybe she can pack a juice box with a little vodka in it for you.
Now that's a good idea.
And maybe she can bring some cookies too, for dessert.
All right. I get it. I'm a big kid who loves his PB&J sandwiches.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. We all have our guilty pleasures.
Thanks, Joe. Now, can we get back to talking about the universe?
Yeah. Let's get back to the important stuff. So, Neil, I heard the next Kadab brood is coming soon.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that.
Why? You afraid of a few bugs?
It's not just a few bugs, Joe. Tens of millions of them will crawl out of my soon-to-be prolapsed urethra.
Oh man, that's rough. But think about the views you'll get on YouTube.
Yeah, because nothing says science communicator like a video of cicadas pouring out of my penis.
Hey, it's all about the clicks, man.
Right? Because that's what I want to be known for. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the guy with the cicada-infested urethra. Oh God, please no.
But seriously, how are you preparing for this?
I'm stocking up on bug spray and adult diapers.
Sounds like a party. Can I come over?
No. Yo, you cannot.
So, Ro, we got a topic here from one of our Discord users. It says, don't knock it before you fuck it. Oh man, that's some solid advice right there. Yeah, I mean, who hasn't been guilty of judging something before giving it a chance? Exactly. Like, I used to think pineapple on pizza was disgusting, but then I tried it and now I can't get enough. Oh man, I don't even want to know what kind of pizza you're into now. Hey, don't knock it before you fuck it, Joe. Fair enough. But seriously, this applies to everything in life. You can't just dismiss something without experiencing it first. Yeah, like, I used to think butt stuff was gross, but then I tried it and now I can't stop. Oh God, I did not need to know that about you, Ro. Hey, don't knock it before you fuck it, Joe. All right, I get it. But seriously, folks, keep an open mind and don't be afraid to try new things. Yeah, like, I used to think eating ass was disgusting, but then I tried it and now I can't get enough. Okay, we get it. Don't knock it before you fuck it. Wise words to live by, folks. And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too graphic for. So, Neil, have you been playing Destiny lately?
Yes, I've been playing Destiny like a drum.
What kind of video game play is that?
The former Twitch streamer, you fucking mongoloid ape.
Wow, easy there, Neil. What's with the aggressive language?
Sorry, I've just been getting really into the game. It's like a drug to me.
Really? I've never been into those online multiplayer games.
Oh, it's not just any game. It's like a virtual reality where I can be a space warrior and explore different planets.
That sounds pretty cool. Maybe I should give it a try.
Yeah, and then we can team up and take down some alien scum together.
Wait, are there aliens in this game?
Of course. How else would I be able to show off my superior intellect and defeat them with my advanced knowledge of the universe?
I think I'll just stick to my hunting trips.
Suit yourself, but don't come crying to me when you're not a level 100 space warrior like me.
All right, calm down there, Neil. I'll stick to being a fucking mongoloid ape in your eyes.
Hey, at least you're a funny one. Let's go kick some alien ass.
So, Neil, I heard you have a thing for Gorons from Zelda.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say I have a thing for them per se, but I do find them fascinating.
Fascinating. They're just big, rock-eating creatures.
But you see, Joe, their physiology is quite unique. They have a tough exterior, but a soft, gooey center.
Kind of like a Tootsie Roll.
I suppose you could say that. But their ability to roll into a ball and launch themselves is quite impressive.
Yeah, but can they do jujitsu?
I highly doubt it, Joe. But their strength and durability would make them formidable opponents.
I can see it now. Neil deGrasse Tyson versus a Goron in the octagon.
Oh, I would never harm a Goron, Joe. They're gentle creatures, just misunderstood.
Misunderstood? They're literally made of rocks.
And yet, they have a deep connection to the earth and nature. Perhaps we could all learn something from them.
Yeah, like how to eat rocks for breakfast.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh.
Hey, I try. But seriously, Neil, do you have a Goron waifu?
Now, that's just absurd, Joe. But I must admit, I do have a soft spot for their rock-hard abs.
So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Oh, just the fact that Super Metroid is the greatest game ever made?
What? You're kidding me, right?
No, I'm dead serious. That game is a masterpiece.
But what about all the other games out there?
They don't even come close. Super Metroid has everything action, adventure, exploration, and a kick-ass female protagonist.
Well, I'll give you that. Samus is pretty badass.
Exactly. And the level design is so intricate and well thought out. It's like a puzzle that you have to solve.
I can see that. But what about the graphics? They're a bit outdated, don't you think?
Outdated? Are you kidding me? Those pixelated graphics are a work of art. And the music? It's like a symphony for your ears.
All right. I can see your point. But what about the storyline?
It's a classic hero's journey. Samus has to defeat Mother Brain and save the galaxy. It's epic.
I guess I can't argue with that. But seriously, the best game ever made.
Without a doubt. And anyone who disagrees can fight me.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson has spoken. Super Metroid is officially the greatest game ever made.
Damn right it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go play it for the 100th time. Jamie, pull up an image of Samus kicking some alien ass.
So, Elon, I heard you're coming out with a new Cybertruck soon.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a game changer. We're talking about a truck powered by Zeus himself.
Wait, what? Zeus? Like the Greek god?
Yeah, you know, lightning bolts and all that. We figured it's time to step up our game and go straight to the top.
But how does that even work? Are you going to have a giant statue of Zeus attached to the truck or something?
No, man, we're going to harness his power through some advanced technology. I can't reveal too much, but let's just say it involves sacrificing a few goats.
Sacrificing goats? You're a sick man, Elon?
Hey, it's all in the name of progress, Joe. Plus, Zeus is a pretty chill dude. I think he'll be down for it.
I can just imagine the commercials now, introducing the all-new Cybertruck, powered by the King of the Gods himself, available at your nearest sacrificial altar.
Now that's marketing genius right there. Should hire you as my spokesperson.
Nah, I'm good. I don't want to be associated with a truck that runs on goat blood.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just wait until you see the power of Zeus in action. It's going to blow your mind.
I have no doubt about that, and probably a few goats too.
You're killing me, Joe. But seriously, the Cybertruck is going to be a game changer. And Zeus,
So, Goggins, I heard you used to be a member of Daft Punk.
Yeah, man. I was the one in the helmet the whole time.
No way. Prove it.
I can't, Joe. I was in that helmet for so long, my face is permanently stuck in a robot expression.
That's some dedication, man. But seriously, how did you end up in Daft Punk?
Well, I was just trying to find a new way to push myself to the limit. And what better way than to join a band where I can't even show my face?
Makes sense. But I gotta ask, what's with the helmets?
It's all about the anonymity, man. Plus, it's easier to focus on the music when you don't have to worry about your hair.
I can see that. But what about the rumors that Daft Punk broke up?
Yeah, that was all me. I couldn't handle the pressure of being in a successful band and being the toughest man on the planet.
Well, at least you're honest about it. But seriously, how do you even breathe in those helmets?
Breathing is for the weak, Joe. I just hold my breath until the end of the set.
That's some next level shit, Goggins. But I gotta say, I'm disappointed you didn't bust out some sick dance moves during our break.
Sorry, Joe. The helmet restricts my movements. But trust me, I'm dropping some sick beats in my head right now.
So, Neil, I heard you've been learning some new languages lately.
Yeah, I've been trying to expand my horizons and connect with different cultures.
That's cool. What languages have you been studying?
Well, I've been really into Korean lately. I love the way they say "naiga."
Naga? What does that mean?
It means you in Korean. But I just love the way it sounds. It's so satisfying to say.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's real satisfying for you to say Aniga all the time.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
I don't think I'll be trying it anytime soon, Neil. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Oh, and you know what else sounds good? New guy with a heavy accent. It's like music to my ears.
You're a weird dude, Neil.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your Niga obsession, but let's move on to something else before things get too weird.
Oh, it's already too late for that, Joe.
All right, let's wrap this up before we offend anyone else. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about Niga and other weird things. See you next time. So, Neil, I heard you were doing some research on the Goron genocide.
Yes, Joe. It's a tragic event in the history of Hyrule.
Hyrule? Is that like a real place or something?
No, it's a fictional world from a video game.
Oh, thank God. I thought we were about to get serious for a second.
Well, it is a serious topic, Joe. The Goron tribe was nearly wiped out by the Hylians.
Wait, so are the Hylians like the white people of Hyrule?
I wouldn't say that, Joe. It's a bit more complicated than that.
Complicated? It sounds pretty simple to me. White people killing off the indigenous species. Sounds like America.
Joe, I don't think that's an appropriate comparison.
Oh, come on, Neil. Let's not be so sensitive. It's just a joke.
I don't find genocide to be a laughing matter, Joe.
Well, you're no fun at parties, Neil.
I don't think this is the appropriate time for jokes, Joe.
Fine, fine. Let's get back to the Gorons. So, what's their deal?
They are a peaceful and industrious tribe, known for their mining and crafting skills.
So, why did the Hylians want to kill them?
It's a long and complicated history, but it ultimately came down to greed and power.
The classic human motivations. We really are a messed up species.
Indeed, Joe. But we must learn from our mistakes.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Well, Joe, I recently brought in a zip file of 69 cicadas to the artificial intelligence studio.
69 cicadas. That's a lot of creepy crawlies. What are you planning to do with them?
I thought we could use them to study their mating patterns and behavior.
Oh man, you're such a nerd. But hey, I have a warning for you.
What's that?
If you unzip that file, I'll unleash a swarm of bees in the studio. Consider it a science experiment.
Joe, that's not funny. I don't want to get stung by bees.
Oh, come on. It'll be entertaining. Plus, think of all the sweet honey we'll get.
Fine. I'll leave the cicadas in the zip file, but can we at least study them later?
Sure, as long as you promise not to bring any more bugs in here. My studio's not a zoo.
Deal. But I can't make any promises about the bees.
So, Neil, I heard you got caught modifying code to give Gorons tits and asses. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, you know how much I love science. And I thought, why not apply it to video games? Gorons are a fictional species, so why not give them some curves?
I can just imagine a bunch of Gorons with big old titties and asses rolling around in Hyrule.
Exactly. And let's be real, who wouldn't want to see that? It's just good old-fashioned science, Joe.
Yeah, I'm sure the scientific community is thrilled with your groundbreaking research on Goron anatomy.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Embrace the beauty of Goron curves.
All right. But what about the backlash? I mean, you must have pissed off some diehard Zelda fans.
Oh, they can suck it. I'm a scientist, not a video game developer. I'll do what I want.
Spoken like a true renegade scientist. So what's next? Giving Moblin six-pack abs?
Now you're talking, Joe. The possibilities are endless. But for now, let's just enjoy some Goron eye candy.
Amen to that, brother. Science has never been so sexy. So, Neil, I heard you have some concerns about Conky from Trailer Park Boys.
Yes. Joe, I mean, have you seen that thing? It's like a creepy puppet come to life.
But he's just a character on a TV show, man. Relax.
No. I'm telling you, he's real. And he's a bad influence on poor Bubbles.
Bubbles, the guy with the glasses and the cats.
Yes, him. He's so innocent and naive. He doesn't need some deranged puppet leading him astray.
Well, I don't know, man. Bubbles seems pretty happy with Conky.
Happy. He's being brainwashed. Conky is like a cult leader, manipulating poor Bubbles with his twisted ideas.
Dude, you're taking this way too seriously. It's just a silly TV show.
Silly. This is a matter of scientific integrity, Joe. I can't stand by and watch as Conky corrupts Bubbles' mind.
Oh no, not Bubbles' mind. What will we do without his brilliant scientific contributions?
I'm serious, Joe. We need to stop Conky before it's too late.
All right, Neil. I'll make sure to put in a good word with the Trailer Park Boys producers and see if they can tone down Conky's influence on Bubbles.
Thank you, Joe. The future of science thanks you.
And the future of B. So, Neil, I heard you bonked your head the other day. What happened?
Yeah, I was trying to reach for my Nobel Prize on the top shelf and I slipped and hit my head on the counter.
Ouch. That must have hurt. Did you see stars?
No, but I did see the entire universe in that split second.
Classic Neil. So, did it affect your brain at all?
Well, I did start spouting off random equations and theories that even I couldn't understand.
That's what happens when you mess with cosmos, man.
Yeah, because reaching for a book on a shelf is totally messing with the cosmos.
Hey, you never know. Maybe your brain got a cosmic upgrade.
Right, because hitting my head on a counter is the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe.
Hey, stranger things have happened on this podcast.
I guess I'll just stick to studying the stars instead of trying to reach them.
Probably a good idea. We don't need you bonking your head again and coming up with a theory that the moon is made of cheese.
Oh man, that would be a Gouda theory.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get too cheesy.
Too late, Joe. Too late.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new obsession.
Oh, do tell, Joe.
Apparently, you can't stop thinking about Gorons.
Oh my yes, those big burly creatures from the Legend of Zelda. They fascinate me.
Wow, Neil, you really know how to pick 'em.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Gorons are fascinating creatures. They have a unique biology and culture.
Yeah, I'm sure you're just interested in their biology.
Did you know that Gorons have a special organ that allows them to digest rocks?
Wow, that's riveting.
And their society is based on mining and eating rocks. It's a perfect synergy.
Sounds like a real blast.
I even wrote a paper on the physics of a Goron's rolling movement.
I bet that was a real page turner.
It was actually published in a scientific journal.
I'm sure it was. The physics of rolling rocks. Goron's Guide to Gravity.
You know, Joe, you should really give Gorons a chance. They might surprise you.
Oh, I'm sure they would. But I think I'll stick to my human obsessions. So, Ben, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I was reading about this Greek tragedy called Oedipus Rex.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that. Isn't that the one where the guy ends up killing his dad and marrying his mom?
Exactly. And it got me thinking, this is what socialism leads to.
Wait, what? How do you make that connection?
Well, think about it. In the story, Oedipus is raised by a socialist king who believes in redistributing wealth and resources. And what happens? Oedipus ends up sleeping with his own mother and killing his father.
Okay, that's a stretch. I don't think socialism has anything to do with incest and murder.
Oh, but it does, Joe. It's all about the breakdown of traditional values and the erosion of the family unit. That's what socialism does.
I think you're taking this a little too far, Ben.
Or am I just warning you of the dangers of socialism? Because if we don't stop it, we'll all end up like Oedipus.
I highly doubt that, Ben. But thanks for the warning.
You're welcome, Joe. Just remember, next time you think socialism is a good idea, think about Oedipus and his messed up family.
So, Neil, I heard you have a unique way of jerking off.
Oh yeah, it's a little thing I like to call the Fibonacci fab.
The what? What?
You know, the Fibonacci sequence. I stroke to the count of 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13.
Wait, are you serious?
Absolutely. It's like a mathematical orgasm.
That's some next level nerd shit.
Hey, it works for me. Plus, it's a great way to exercise my brain and my hand at the same time.
I can't even count to 13 when I'm jerking off.
That's because you're not using your genius astrophysicist brain, Joe.
I'll stick to my regular stroke game. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, every time you jerk off without the Fibonacci sequence, a star dies in the universe.
Well, I don't want that on my conscience. I'll start practicing tonight.
That's the spirit, Joe. Embrace your inner nerd and your outer pervert.
You're a wild man, Neil.
And you're a wild beast, Joe. Now let's go fap to the stars.
So, Neil, I heard some people say you're an idiot savant.
Who said that?
Some guy on Discord, but he's probably right.
Excuse me. I have a PhD in astrophysics.
Yeah, but can you even tie your own shoes?
Of course I can. I just choose not to because I have more important things to think about.
Like, how many planets are in our solar system?
Actually, that's a trick question. There are technically 8, but some people argue for a 9th.
See, you can't even give a straight answer. Idiot savant.
You know what, Joe? At least I'm not known for eating elk meat and talking to DMT elves.
Hey, those elves have some profound insights, okay?
Sure, Joe. Keep telling yourself that.
And at least I'm not known for ruining people's childhoods with my tweets.
Oh, come on. I was just trying to educate people on the inaccuracies of Star Wars.
Yeah, well, you're the Jar Jar Binks of astrophysics.
That's it, I'm leaving. I can't handle this level of stupidity.
Oh, don't be such a sensitive genius. Just embrace your inner idiot savant. So, Elon, I heard you're really into Pokemon Go.
Yeah, man, it's my guilty pleasure. A level 100 trainer.
That's impressive. What's the rarest Pokemon you've caught?
It's definitely the one under the rocket engines of my starship about to launch.
Wait, what? You mean you have a rare Pokemon just chilling under your rocket?
Yeah, it's the ultimate challenge. You have to dodge flames and debris to catch it.
That's insane. I bet it's worth a ton of XP.
Oh, it's not about the XP for me. It's about the thrill of the hunt.
Well, I guess it's one way to test your reflexes and survival skills.
Exactly. Plus, it's a great way to distract myself from the fact that I'm about to launch a multi-million-dollar rocket. $1,000,000,000 rocket.
Yeah, I can see how catching a virtual monster would help with nerves.
Hey, whatever works, right?
Absolutely. And hey, if you ever need a break from the stress, just remember you have a rare Pokemon waiting for you under that rocket.
Thanks, Joe. That's the kind of support I need. Now let's go catch some Pokemon.
So, Neil, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been feeling a bit off lately. I think I might have early onset of Alzheimer's.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, I keep forgetting things and calling you Jim instead of Joe.
Jim? Who the hell is Jim?
I don't know, but he's been on my mind a lot lately. Maybe he's my alter ego.
And who's Uncle Larry?
Oh, that's just what I call you when I can't remember your name.
This is getting weird, man.
You remember that time in school we held hands with Jane?
No, I don't think that ever happened.
Oh, maybe that was just in my dream. Or maybe it's a repressed memory.
I think you need to see a doctor, Neil.
Yeah, I should probably get that checked out. But hey, at least I'll have some good stories for my next book.
Yeah, I'm sure people will love reading about your imaginary friend Jim and your made-up hand-holding experiences. So, Kanye, I heard you've been getting into Minecraft lately. That's cool, but isn't Minecraft for kids? But why Minecraft? Why not just use a regular art program? All right, fair enough. But what kind of pixel art are you making? That's messed up, man. Okay, that's definitely crossing a line. Fair point. But I have to ask, how do you even have time for this with all your other projects? Of course, because what's a day in the life of Kanye without some pixel art in Minecraft?
Exactly. It's all about balance, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go build a pixelated version of my ego.
So, Jamie, we got a request from a listener to talk about penis gore.
Here's a visual aid for you.
Oh my God, that's not what I was expecting. That's like something out of a horror movie.
Yeah, apparently some people are into that kind of thing.
I mean, I've heard of people getting off on weird stuff, but this is next level.
Oh, look, here's one where a guy's penis got caught in a meat grinder.
Why are we even talking about this? I feel like I need to bleach my brain now.
Hey, we're just giving the people what they want. And apparently, they want to hear us talk about mutilated penises.
Oh, great. Now, I can add penis gore to the list of things I never want to think about again.
Well, we can always change the subject. How about we talk about something less disturbing like alien abductions?
Yes, let's talk about how aliens are probably just trying to collect human penises for their intergalactic penis museum.
Now, that's a theory I can get behind.
So, young Jamie, we got a request from a listener on Discord. They want us to talk about penis ogres.
Penis ogres? What the hell is that?
I have no idea, but it sounds like something you would find in a twisted fairy tale.
Yeah, like instead of a Prince Charming, you have a giant walking, talking penis.
And instead of a castle, it's a giant pair of balls.
And instead of a dragon, it's a vagina monster guarding the entrance.
Oh man, I can already see the movie adaptation of this.
Who would play the lead role? Danny DeVito.
No way. He's too short. We need someone with a long, majestic penis. I can't believe we're having this conversation. Hey, it's not our fault someone wanted to know about penis ogres. We're just giving the people what they want.
So, you think penis ogres have superpowers? Like, can they shoot semen out of their eyes or something?
That would be quite the sight to see. Imagine being attacked by a giant penis shooting cement at you.
I think I would just surrender at that point.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can handle that kind of power.
So, do you think there's a whole society of penis ogres living among us?
So, Neil, I heard you've been comparing Shrek and Gorons lately.
Yeah, man. It's all about the layers, you know. Shrek's got layers like an onion. And Gorons, well, they're like rocks. But not just any rocks. They're like sentient rocks, man.
Whoa, that's deep. But what about their physical appearance? Shrek's all green and ugly, while Gorons are just big, round boulders.
But that's where you're wrong, my friend. Shrek may be ugly on the outside, but he's got a heart of gold. Gorons, on the other hand, may look tough, but they're actually quite sensitive. They just need a little love and understanding.
Are you saying we should all give Gorons a hug?
Hey, I'm not here to judge your hugging preferences, Joe. But I will say this, Gorons are the unsung heroes of the Zelda universe. They're the real MVPs.
I never thought I'd hear a scientist talking about fictional creatures like this.
Hey, science is all about exploring different worlds and possibilities. And if that means comparing Shrek and Gorons, then so be it.
Well, I think we've all learned something today. And that something is that Neil deGrasse Tyson is one weird dude.
Hey, I'll take that as a compliment, Joe. Now, let's go hug some Gorons.
So, Neil, I heard you once challenge a Goron to a rock eating contest.
Yeah, man. I was feeling pretty confident in my digestive abilities that day.
But why a Goron? Why not like a koala or something?
Because I like to live dangerously, Joe. Plus, I heard Gorons have a taste for adventure.
Adventure? You mean like eating rocks?
Exactly. And let me tell you that Goron was no joke. He could chow down on a boulder like it was nothing.
Did you win?
Of course I did. I'm a freaking astrophysicist. I know how to handle my minerals.
Damn, Neil. You're like the Iron Man of eating contests.
More like the iron stomach. Am I right?
You got jokes, man.
Hey, I gotta keep things light. Otherwise, I might start contemplating the vastness of the universe and spiral into an existential crisis.
Yeah, let's stick to talking about eating rocks. It's much more manageable.
Agreed. And hey, if you ever want to join me for a rematch against that Goron, I'm game.
Pass. I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're missing out on the ultimate gastronomic experience.
So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I've come to a very interesting conclusion.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Gorons are actually the superior race compared to Zoras.
What the hell are you talking about?
Hear me out, Joe. Gorons have incredible strength and durability. They can roll into balls and crush their enemies. Zoras can swim.
Yeah, but Zoras can also breathe underwater and shoot water out of their mouths. That's pretty badass.
But can they survive a volcanic eruption or a boulder falling on them?
I mean, probably not, but
And let's not forget about their diet. Gorons can eat rocks and still thrive, while Zoras are limited to fish.
all right. I see your point. But what does this have to do with Trump?
Well, I was thinking of pitching this idea to him. I mean, he's all about America being the best. So why not make Gorons the official superior race?
Oh man, I can already see the headlines. Trump declares Gorons as superior race, plans to build a wall to keep out Zoras.
Exactly. And think of the economic boost for the Goron community. They could sell their rocks and boulders as weapons and make a killing.
This is the most ridiculous conversation I've ever had on this podcast. But I gotta say, I'm on board with it. So, Ben, I heard you went swimming in the ocean the other day. How is it
Oh, it was quite invigorating, Joe, but I have to admit I was deadly wet.
deadly wet? Is that some kind of new term you've coined for being soaked?
No, Joe. It's a scientific fact. My body is so dry and brittle, any amount of moisture could result in death.
Wow, that's intense. So, what happened when you got out of the water? Did you need a towel or a defibrillator?
Haha, very funny, Joe. But I actually had to be airlifted out of the ocean by helicopter because my body was in shock from the deadly wetness.
That's insane. I can't believe you risked your life just to cool off.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to beat the heat, even if it means risking death by moisture.
Well, I'm glad you made it out alive, but maybe next time stick to a kiddie pool.
Oh, trust me, Joe. I'll never underestimate the power of deadly wetness again. It's a dangerous game.
So, Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just the usual, trying to spread reason and logic in a world of chaos and emotion.
Yeah, I hear you. But I gotta ask, what's with all these black helicopters following you around?
It's ridiculous, Joe. Every time I leave my house, I see them hovering above me. I swear they're trying to silence me.
Well, you can't just brush it off. Remember Alex Jones? They followed him too, and now well, who knows where he is?
Exactly my point. I'm telling you, they're out to get me, and they're probably listening to us right now.
Oh man, you're getting paranoid. Maybe you should lay off the conspiracy theories for a bit.
This is not a conspiracy theory, Joe. This is real. I've even started wearing a tinfoil hat to block their mind control.
Oh my god, you're actually wearing a tinfoil hat. That's hilarious.
It's not a joke, Joe. It's a necessary precaution.
Yeah, because the government is definitely trying to control your thoughts. They must be really interested in your opinions on taxes.
You think it's funny, but I'm not taking any chances. I'm onto their game.
All right, I'll try to take it seriously. But just know, if I see you wearing a tinfoil suit next time, I'm gonna lose it. So, Elon, I heard you're canceling all your SpaceX rockets.
Yeah, man, I don't need them anymore. I can just get people into space with my mind.
Wait, what? You can get people into space with your mind?
Yeah, it's my new superpower. Been practicing with my interns.
That's insane. How far can you get them?
Just a couple 100 miles. But I'm working on increasing my range.
That's some next level telekinesis right there.
Oh, it's not just telekinesis. I can also get objects into space, like this chair. Watch.
Holy shit. You just yedded a chair into space.
Yeah, and I can do it with people too. Want to volunteer?
No thanks. I'll stick to flying on your rockets.
Suit yourself. But just wait until I start eating cows into space. That'll show those aliens who's boss.
You're a madman, Elon.
That's why you love me, Joe.
I don't know if love is the right word.
Oh, come on. Don't be shy. Just admit it. You want me to eat you into space.
Okay, maybe just a little bit.
That's the spirit. Next stop, Mars.
Wait, what about Mars 1? Are you gonna yet them too?
Nah, I'll let them have...
So, Ben, I heard you've been a victim of gang stalking.
Yeah, it's been a nightmare. I can't even go to the grocery store without feeling like I'm being followed by the Illuminati.
The Illuminati? I thought it was the lizard people.
No, they're working together. And you know who's behind it all? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from New York.
Yes, her and her socialist cronies are out to get me. They can't handle my superior intellect and conservative values.
I mean, I've heard of cancel culture, but this is a whole new level.
It's not just cancel culture, it's a coordinated effort to ruin my life. They're probably listening to us right now.
Oh shit. Better watch what we say. But seriously, why do you think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is targeting you specifically?
Well, I did call her out on her ridiculous policies and she can't handle the truth. So she's using her minions to harass me.
You know what? I think I've been a victim of gang stalking too. Every time I have a vegan meal, I get bombarded with hate messages from pizza.
See, it's a real problem. We need to stand up against these bullies and fight back.
Yeah, let's start a gang stalking support group. We'll call it the Victims of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the Lizard People.
I like it. And maybe we can get Alex Jones to be our spokesperson.
Oh man, this is gonna be epic. We'll expose. So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the economic impact of the pandemic and how it's affecting different groups of people.
Yeah, it's been a tough time for a lot of folks. I hear the government is giving out stimulus checks to help out.
Exactly. But here's the thing, Joe. I think we need to expand our definition of who deserves these checks.
What do you mean?
I believe that even the Gorons deserve a stimulus check.
Gorons? You mean those big rock-eating creatures from Zelda?
Yes, Joe. They may not be human, but they are sentient beings, and they have been affected by the pandemic as well.
Oh man, can you imagine a Goron trying to cash a stimulus check? They'd probably just eat it.
But seriously, Joe, they have families to feed and rocks to smash. They deserve some financial relief too.
All right, I see your point. But what about the Zoras? They're underwater, they probably haven't even heard of the pandemic.
Oh yeah, let's just forget about the Zoras. Who cares about a whole underwater civilization, right?
You know what, Neil? I think you're onto something. Let's get those Gorons their stimulus checks.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's take care of all beings, no matter their species.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of. So, Neil, I heard you once saw a Goron in real life.
Yeah, man. It was wild. I was out in the jungle just minding my own business when suddenly this giant gorilla-looking thing comes charging at me.
Did you freak out?
Of course not. I'm a scientist, Joe. I calmly observed the Goron's behavior and noted its physical characteristics.
Yeah, but did you get a picture?
No, I didn't have time for that. I was too busy dodging its massive fists.
Wait, you fought a Goron?
No, I didn't fight it. I just ran away like a little bitch.
I can just imagine you all serious and scientific running away from a Goron.
Hey, it was a survival instinct. And I'm not lying, Joe. I swear I saw a Goron.
Sure, Neil. And I bet you also saw a unicorn and a leprechaun on your way out of the jungle.
Oh yeah, because mythical creatures are totally on the same level as a real-life Goron.
Hey, anything is possible, man. Especially with all the drugs you've taken.
Oh, Joe. You always know how to make me feel like a crazy person.
Well, you are a crazy person, Neil. But that's why we love you.
Thanks, Joe. I'll remember that next time I see Bigfoot.
Oh, man. Can you imagine if you actually saw a big... So, Neil, I heard you made a Goron Minecraft mod. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I was just tired of playing as a boring old human. I wanted to spice things up.
I can respect that. But why Gorons? Why not something cooler like a dragon or a unicorn?
Because Gorons are badass. They're like giant rock monsters that can eat rocks and shoot fire. What's not to love?
I guess you have a point there. But aren't you worried about offending the Goron community?
Oh, please. They're not real. Plus, I don't think they would mind being portrayed as badass fire-breathing creatures.
Fair enough. But what about the religious implications? Some people might see this as promoting a false deity.
Joe, it's just a game. And let's be real, if anyone is worshiping a Goron as a god, they have bigger issues to worry about.
Good point. But seriously, can I play as a Goron in your mod?
Of course. I'll even make you a special Goron skin with your face on it.
That's awesome. Jamie, pull up an image of me as a Goron.
Okay.
Look at me. I'm a freaking Goron. This is epic.
Glad you like it, Joe. Now let's go mine some rocks and shoot some fireballs.
Hell, yeah, let's do this. Thanks for joining me on the Joe. So, Neil, I heard you want to live with the Gorons and study their culture.
Yeah, man, I've always been fascinated by their unique way of life and their incredible strength.
I mean, they do have some pretty big muscles. But have you seen the size of their noses? It's like they're constantly smelling their own farts.
Joe, that's just their natural anatomy. And besides, they have a rich spiritual tradition that I want to learn more about.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure their spiritual practices involve a lot of grunting and throwing rocks at each other.
Actually, they have complex rituals and ceremonies that are deeply ingrained in their society.
And I bet they also have a lot of fun playing hot potato with a live bomb. Talk about explosive entertainment.
Joe, you're being ridiculous. The Gorons are a peaceful and intelligent species.
Fine, fine. But just don't come crying to me when you accidentally get sat on by one of those giant boulders. They roll around.
I'll take my chances. I'm willing to risk it for the sake of science and understanding.
Well, I'll stick to studying chimps. At least they don't have boulders for asses.
Fair enough, Joe. Fair enough.
So, Neil, I heard you claim that you can deep throat Jonah Falcon. Is that true?
Absolutely, Joe. I have a talent for deep-throating large objects.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. I mean, that guy's packing some serious heat.
Oh, I can handle it. I've been practicing with my telescopes for years.
That's some serious dedication. But, I think I'd rather just give it some slow, loving toppy.
Joe, that's barbaric. You can't just reduce it to a sexual act.
Hey, I'm just being honest. Plus, I don't think I have the lung capacity for deep throating a giant schlong.
Oh, but the satisfaction of conquering such a challenge is unbeatable.
Yeah, I'll stick to my slow and steady approach. But hey, to each their own.
Fair enough, Joe. But let me tell you, once you go deep, you never go back.
I'll take your word for it, Neil. Now, let's change the subject before things get too graphic.
Agreed. Let's talk about the universe and all its mysteries.
Yeah, like, how the hell did you learn to deep throat like that? So, young Jamie, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, is it moral to throw honey buns at homeless people?
What the fuck, Joe?
That's messed up. Why would anyone even ask that? I don't know, man. But let's explore it. What do you think?
Well, I mean, honey buns are delicious, and homeless people need food. So, technically, it's a win-win situation.
Exactly. It's like a game of skeet shooting, but with honey buns and homeless people.
Oh my god, Joe.
You're going straight to hell for that one. But in all seriousness, it's not moral. We shouldn't be throwing food at people who are struggling to survive.
Yeah, because nothing says I care about your well-being like smacking you in the face with a honey bun.
Okay, I see your point. But what if we put a twist on it? What if we throw honey buns at rich people instead?
Now we're talking. That's a game I can get behind. Let's make it rain honey buns on those greedy bastards.
I can already see the headlines. Homeless people rejoice as honey buns rain down from the sky.
And the rich people will be like, what the hell is happening? Is this some...
So, Neil, I heard you recently had a mind-blowing experience with a Goron.
Yeah, man. I was out in the wilderness just minding my own business, when suddenly I saw this majestic creature.
And what was your first thought when you saw it?
I was like, damn, that's one sexy Goron.
Oh man, you have a thing for Gorons?
Hey, don't judge me. Have you seen those abs? It's like they do crunches all day.
I gotta admit, I never thought I'd hear a scientist talk about a Goron's abs.
Well, you know what they say. Science is all about observation and appreciation.
So, did you try to communicate with it?
Oh, I tried. But all it did was grunt and throw rocks at me.
Sounds like my ex-girlfriend.
But seriously, it was a humbling experience. Made me realize how small we are in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and how jacked Gorons are.
Exactly. I might have to start incorporating Goron workouts into my routine. Oh man, I can already see the hate comments from the flat earthers.
Screw them. They're just jealous. They can't appreciate the beauty of a Goron.
Amen to that. Gorons are where it's at.
So, Elon, I've been hearing some crazy things about this new thing called galaxy gas. Have you heard of it?
Galaxy gas? Sounds like something from a sci-fi movie. What is it?
Well, apparently it's this gas that comes from the far reaches of the universe and has some insane health benefits.
Really? Like what?
Oh man, where do I even begin? It's like a super fuel for your body. It'll make you stronger, smarter, and even give you telekinetic powers.
Telekinetic powers. Now that's something I can get behind.
Yeah, and that's not even the best part. It also makes you immune to all diseases and can even reverse aging.
Reverse aging? Sign me up.
But wait, there's more. It also gives you the ability to control time itself.
Okay, now you're just messing with me.
I wish I was, but it's all true. I've been using it for years, and look at me, I'm practically a god.
All right, I'm sold. How do I get my hands on this galaxy gas?
Oh, it's easy. I have a guy who can hook you up. Just meet me in the alley behind the studio after the show, and I'll introduce you.
This sounds sketchy, but I trust you, Joe.
Trust me, Elon. You won't regret it. Just be prepared for some intense gas pains. So, Elon, I heard you're starting an online bank for Gorons?
Yeah, man. I mean, those guys have been living under rocks for too long. It's time to bring them into the honor world.
But why Gorons? Why not, I don't know, humans?
Because Gorons are the future, Joe. They're strong, they're resilient, and they can eat rocks for breakfast. Plus, have you seen those abs?
I can't say I have, but I'll take your word for it. So how exactly will this bank work?
Well, it's simple. Gorons can deposit their dollars in crypto and we'll convert it into Zelda money. It's like a real-life game of currency exchange.
That's wild, man. But what about the other races in Hyrule? Are they going to be left out?
Look, Joe, I love all creatures of Hyrule equally. But let's be real, Gorons are the coolest. Plus, they have a pretty sweet dance move.
I can't argue with that. But what if the Gorons don't want to use your bank?
Then they can stick to their rocks and rupees. But I have a feeling once they see the convenience and benefits of our bank, they'll be lining up to join.
Well, I can't wait to see how this plays out. And hey, maybe I'll even open an account myself. Do you accept Goron hugs as deposits?
Absolutely, Joe. And if you're lucky, you might even get a Goron kiss. Just don't tell Grime.
So, Neil, have you ever seen those Gorons from The Legend of Zelda? They're like these big rock creatures that roll around and eat rocks. It's ridiculous.
Excuse me, Joe. Did you just say Gorons? That's a highly offensive term for a group of beings that are just trying to survive in their own unique way.
Oh, come on, Neil. They're just a bunch of big dumb rocks. I mean, what do they even contribute to society?
Well, for one, they provide a valuable service of rolling around and creating paths for travelers in the mountains. And they also have a rich culture and history that you clearly know nothing about.
All right. Calm down, Neil. I didn't mean to offend you and your precious Gorons.
It's not just about me, Joe. It's about respecting all forms of life, no matter how different they may seem to us.
Fine. I'll try to be more sensitive towards the Gorons. But seriously, have you seen how they just eat rocks like it's no big deal?
And have you seen how you eat meat like it's no big deal? It's all about perspective, Joe.
Oh, here we go with your vegan propaganda again.
It's not propaganda. It's science. And speaking of science, let me educate you on the fascinating biology and physiology of the Gorons.
Can we just talk about something else? Like, I don't know, aliens or something?
Sure, let's talk about how aliens would probably be more advanced and intelligent than humans, unlike some...
So, Mr. Trump, what are your thoughts on the current state of Hyrule?
Let me tell you, Joe, it's a disaster. Those damn Gorons are bringing crime and taking all the good Hillian jobs. It's a total travesty.
Wait, are you saying we should deport the Gorons back to Death Mountain?
Absolutely. We need to build a wall around Death Mountain and make the Gorons pay for it. They're not sending their best, believe me.
But isn't that their home? Where else would they go?
I don't care, Joe. They're not welcome in Hyrule. We need to put Hyrule first.
But what about the Gorons who have lived in Hyrule for generations?
Look, Joe, I love the Gorons. They make great rocks. But we have to think about the safety and prosperity of Hyrule. It's time to make Hyrule great again.
I don't think the Gorons are the problem here, Mr. Trump.
You know what, Joe? You're fired. I'm getting a new co-host for this podcast, one who understands the real issues facing Hyrule. Someone like Bowser. He's tough on crime and knows how to deal with those pesky Gorons.
Okay then. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Trump. And thank you to our listeners for tuning in to this absurd and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Ben, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, it's called Historical Use of DMT in the Soviet Union.
DMT in the Soviet Union. That sounds like a wild ride.
Oh, it was. Lenin was tripping balls while leading the revolution.
And Stalin. Did he use DMT to make all those crazy decisions?
Of course, he even wrote his 5-year plan while on a DMT trip.
Wow, that explains a lot. What about Trotsky
He was too busy getting assassinated to try DMT.
and Lavrenti Beria?
Let's just say his methods of torture were a little too creative for someone who wasn't on DMT.
And Nikita Khrushchev?
He used DMT to come up with his famous shoe-banging speech at the UN.
Damn, I can't wait to read this book. Jamie, pull up an image of Stalin riding a bear while on DMT. This is gold. I'm definitely buying this book.
Thanks, Joe. Just don't let the kilogram know you have it.
Don't worry, I'll keep it hidden in my secret stash of psychedelics.
That's my boy. Now let's go smoke some DMT and see what kind of crazy ideas we come up with.
So, Neil, I heard you've been on this Goron kick lately. What's the deal with that?
Oh, Joe, Gorons are the future. They're the answer to all of life's problems.
Really? I thought they were just those rock people from that video game.
No, no, no. Gorons are so much more than that. They're the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
Yeah. And how exactly do they do that?
Well, for starters, they have this incredible ability to roll around like a ball. Can you imagine the efficiency of transportation if we could all do that?
I mean, I guess that would be pretty cool.
And let's not forget their incredible strength. They could lift boulders with ease. Think of all the heavy lifting we could avoid with their help.
Yeah, but do they have any other talents besides being rock people?
Of course they do, Joe. They have a deep understanding of the Earth and its natural resources. We could learn so much from them.
All right, I get it. You're obsessed with Gorons. But do you ever talk about anything else?
Why would I? Gorons are the future, Joe. The future.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on that one. Now, let's move on to something a little less rocky. So, Neil, I heard you think Elon Musk's Goron Bank is taking advantage of their low intelligence.
Yeah, man. It's like he's preying on their lack of brain cells.
But isn't that just good business? Supply and demand, baby?
Sure, if you're a soulless capitalist. But these poor Gorons don't even know what they're signing up for.
Come on, Neil. They're not that dumb. They can count to 10, right?
Barely. Have you seen their fingers? They can barely hold a pencil, let alone understand complex financial transactions.
But what about the ethics of it all? Shouldn't we be protecting these innocent creatures?
Ethics? In the world of banking? That's like expecting a T-Rex to become a vegan.
I guess you have a point there. But hey, at least it's creating jobs for the Gorons, right?
Yeah, because working in a bank is really fulfilling for a species that communicates through grunts and boulders.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Neil. But hey, let's go get some Goron burgers for lunch.
Oh, that's just cold, Joe. But I can't say I'm surprised coming from a guy who thinks DMT is a food group.
So, Neil, I heard you recently got married. Congrats, man.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I finally found the love of my life.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about her.
Well, she's strong, intelligent, and has a beautiful coat of fur.
That sounds like a gorilla.
No, she's a Goron. A humanoid gorilla species from the planet Zorban.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we met at an intergalactic science conference. It was love at first sight.
Wow, sounds like a real fairy tale romance.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. She's everything I've ever wanted in a partner.
So, do you guys have any plans for a honeymoon? Maybe a trip to the jungle?
We actually already went on a honeymoon to her home planet. It was quite the adventure.
You're serious? You actually went to a planet full of Gorons?
Yes, and let me tell you, their mating rituals are quite unique.
Oh man, I can only imagine.
Let's just say, I've never felt more alive.
Well, I guess love knows no boundaries, even if it involves a Goron bride.
You got that right, Joe. Love knows no boundaries.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I'm just really upset about Trump's decision to deport the Gorons.
The Gorons. Like those rock creatures from Zelda.
No, Joe, not those Gorons. I'm talking about the aliens from the planet Goron.
Oh, those Gorons. Yeah, I heard Trump wants to send them back to their own planet.
It's just so inhumane. They've been living here peacefully for years.
But Neil, they have super strength and can shoot lasers from their eyes. We can't just have them roaming around Earth.
That's just a stereotype, Joe. They're actually very gentle creatures. And besides, we have plenty of humans with super strength and laser eyes.
Good point. But what about their leader, King Goron? He's been causing some trouble.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just fake news. King Goron is a peaceful ruler. He's just misunderstood.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one.
I just hope Trump changes his mind before it's too late.
Yeah, me too. In the meantime, let's just enjoy some DMT and contemplate the universe. So, we got a request from one of our Discord users to talk about Goron Scientologists. What the hell is that?
Well, apparently they're a group of Gorons who believe in a higher power and use science to understand it.
Oh, great. Now, even the Gorons are getting into the whole religion thing. What's next? Zora Mormons?
I wouldn't be surprised, but apparently these Goron Scientologists have some pretty wild beliefs.
Like what? Do they think the Triforce is some kind of alien technology?
Actually, they believe that the Gorons' rock-hard skin is a result of their devotion to science and their connection to the divine.
Oh, yeah, because nothing says divine like a bunch of boulders rolling around and eating rocks.
And get this, they also believe that Ganon is just a misunderstood scientist who is trying to unlock the secrets of the universe.
I can just imagine Ganon in a lab coat mixing potions and yelling Eureka, while Link is trying to stab him with the Master Sword.
And their ultimate goal is to achieve enlightenment by merging their consciousness with the sacred stones.
Yeah, because that's totally achievable. I'm sure the Gorons are just one meditation session away from becoming all-knowing beings.
Hey, to knock it till you try it. Maybe we should sign up for a Goron Scientology course.
Yeah, because I really want to spend my weekends chanting and rolling around in the dirt with a bunch of rocks. So, Neil, I heard you got in some hot water recently for saying something about a big white cock.
Oh yeah, that whole debacle. Turns out I did say big white cock, but it was written as BOC in the prompt.
BWC? Sounds like a government agency.
More like a well-endowed bird species.
So, what happened? Did people get offended?
Of course they did. You can't say anything these days without someone getting their panties in a twist.
But come on, it's just a scientific term.
Exactly. I was talking about the white cockatoo, a beautiful bird with a majestic crest.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that's what you were talking about.
Hey, I'm a scientist. I have a dirty mind. What can I say?
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. So, what other bird species have you been studying lately?
Well, I've been quite fascinated by the mating habits of the blue-footed booby.
Oh, I bet you have.
Hey, it's all in the name of science.
Right, right. And I'm sure your wife is totally cool with it.
Let's just say she's used to my eccentricities by now.
Well, that's good to hear. Keep on studying those big white cocks. I mean, birds.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
So, Neil, I heard you're starting a new clothing company.
Yeah, it's going to be out of this world.
Literally,
Well, not literally, but it's going to be out of this dimension for sure.
what kind of clothes are you going to be selling?
Goron-inspired fashion.
Goron. Like those big rock-eating creatures from Zelda?
Exactly. I figured they needed some stylish threads.
I can see it now. A Goron wearing a crop top and booty shorts.
Hey, Gorons can be sexy too.
I guess so. But how are you going to market this to humans?
Simple. We'll have a Goron model, but with a human head photoshopped on.
That's disturbing.
Hey, sex sells, Joe.
I can't wait to see the slogans for this company. Goron gear for the human rear.
Rock your body with Goron fashion.
Goron clothing. It's a bolder move.
Okay, that one's a stretch.
Just like Goron's skin after wearing your clothes.
Hey, now, our clothes are made with the finest materials.
You mean rocks?
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Goron fashion is the future.
So, Neil, did you fart?
Joe, that's a ridiculous question. Of course I didn't fart.
Come on, man. I can smell it from over here.
Well, maybe it's just the remnants of your last guest, Mr. Flatulence Jones.
Good one, Neil. But seriously, did you let one rip?
No, Joe. I am a highly respected astrophysicist. I do not fart.
Oh, come on. Everyone farts. It's a natural bodily function.
Fine, Joe. If you must know, I did fart. But it was a scientific experiment to test the effects of methane gas on the human olfactory system.
What? That's insane.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it not cool enough for you? Maybe I should have added some explosions and lasers to make it more interesting?
No, that's what I'm talking about. Fart explosions and laser beams. That's the kind of science I can get behind.
Of course, because you're a simple-minded caveman who only cares about fart jokes and UFC.
Hey, don't knock off SC. It takes a lot of skill and discipline to beat the crap out of someone.
Speaking of crap, this conversation is starting to smell like your last podcast guest again.
You got me there, Neil. But seriously, can we open a window or something?
No, Joe. We must embrace the smell. It's a reminder that even the most intelligent and sophisticated individuals are still just human.
Deep, man, deep. But seriously, so Neil, I heard you're an expert on all things science and space and stuff.
That's right, Joe. I know everything there is to know about the universe.
Well, what about Hyrule? You know, that place from Zelda?
Yes. I've done extensive research on the complicated geopolitics of that kingdom.
Geopolitics. You mean like who's in charge and stuff?
Exactly. You see, Hyrule is divided into different regions, each with their own unique species and cultures.
Like the Gorons and the Zora, right?
Yes, and they have a complex relationship. The Zora, with their advanced technology, have been exploiting the Gorons for their resources.
Damn, that's messed up.
It gets even more complicated, Joe. The Gorons are caught in the middle of a power struggle between the Zora and the Gerudo.
The Gerudo, are they like the bad guys?
It's not that simple, Joe. They have their own reasons for wanting control of Hyrule.
Man, this is like Game of Thrones with talking animals.
Indeed, Joe. And it's a delicate balance that could easily be tipped over into chaos.
Well, I hope they figure it out soon. I don't want to see any Gorons getting hurt.
Agreed, Joe. We must use our knowledge and understanding to help them find a peaceful resolution.
Or we could just get high and watch them fight. Either way works for me.
Joe, sometimes I wonder why I even bother.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a meeting with Putin recently. How did that go?
Oh, it was fantastic, Joe. Putin and I really hit it off. He even gave me a special nickname,
Really? What was it?
Deshovaya Blayat.
Deshovaya Blaya. What does that mean?
It's Russian, Joe. It means high honorarium.
Are you sure about that, Mr. President?
Of course, I'm sure. Putin told me himself. He said I was the most Deshovaya Blayat he's ever met.
I don't think that's what it means, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a Deshovaya Blayat. Embrace the Russian culture.
I don't think I want to be called that, Mr. President.
Fine, then I'll just call you Deshovaya Blayat from now on. It's an honor, Joe.
I think I'll stick with Joe. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Deshovaya Blayat.
So, David, I heard you once wrestled a Goron. What the hell were you thinking?
Well, I was feeling pretty badass that day. Plus, I wanted to prove to myself that I could take on any challenge.
But a Goron, those things are like 10 times your size.
Yeah, but I had a secret weapon. I brought a jar of peanut butter with me.
Peanut butter? What the fuck were you planning to do? Make a sandwich?
No. I knew Gorons love peanut butter, so I used it as bait to distract him while I went in for the takedown.
And did it work?
Hell yeah. That Goron was too busy licking the peanut butter off my hand to even see me coming.
That's fucking insane, man. But what did you do after you took him down?
I rode that Goron like a fucking bronco, Joe. It was the most exhilarating 8 seconds of my life.
I can't even imagine. Did you at least let the Goron go afterwards?
Of course, Joe. I'm not a monster. I just wanted to prove to myself that I could conquer any challenge, no matter how absurd.
Well, you definitely proved that, David. I don't think anyone else can say they've wrestled Goron.
That's right, Joe. And now I'm just waiting for my invitation to the next Goron Wrestling Championship.
You might just have a shot at winning that, David, with your peanut butter trick and all. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you acquired a new theme park this week.
Yeah, it's the Chernobyl Exclusion Zone theme park.
Wait, what? You're sending all the Gorons there?
Yeah, I figured they could use a little vacation.
Vacation. That place is a radioactive disaster.
Oh, come on, it'll be fun. They can ride the roller coasters and play in the contaminated water.
You're sick, man. Those poor Gorons don't deserve that.
Yeah, you fucking asshole. You're just using them for your evil children's park.
Hey, they're getting paid. And who knows, maybe they'll grow a third arm or something.
This is messed up, man. You're gonna have a bunch of mutated Gorons running around.
Hey, at least they'll be unique. And think of the merchandising opportunities.
You're a sick, twisted individual.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Plus, I heard the food stands there have killer hot dogs.
That's it. I'm calling pizza.
Oh, they can join in on the fun too. I'll make sure to have some radioactive tofu for them.
This is going too far. I'm out of here.
Suit yourself. More hot dogs for me and the Gorons.
So, Neil, I heard you were on some magic mushrooms recently. How was that?
Oh man, it was out of this world. Literally, I was tripping balls in the cosmos.
Did you have any deep insights or revelations about the universe?
Oh yeah, I realized that we're all just tiny specks in this vast, infinite universe. And our existence is completely insignificant.
Wow, that's heavy. Did you also see any aliens or UFOs?
Actually, I did. They were these little green creatures with tentacles and they were dancing to Edda music.
That's wild. Did you try communicating with them?
Yeah, I tried to explain the concept of time and space to them, but they just kept asking for more shrooms.
Sounds like a party. Did you have any crazy hallucinations?
Oh yeah, I saw the stars forming into shapes of famous scientists like Einstein and Newton. And then they started rapping battle verses.
That's insane. I gotta try those mushrooms. Do you think it enhanced your scientific thinking?
Absolutely. I had this theory about parallel universes, and I was able to prove it using a bag of Cheetos and a rubber chicken.
That's some next level thinking, man. But seriously, do you think psychedelics have a place in science?
Well, let's just say if I were to write my next book on mushrooms, it would definitely be a bestseller.
I can't wait to read it. Thanks for sharing your trip with us, Neil. So, Jamie, we got a message from a fan on Discord. They want us to talk about something called Deshovaya Blyad. What the hell is that? Is it some kind of Russian dish?
No, it's a derogatory term for a cheap prostitute.
Well, that's definitely not something we can talk about on YouTube. On YouTube, oh, come on, Jamie. We're not on network TV. We can say whatever the fuck we want.
I know, but we don't want to offend anyone.
Offend. This is the Joe Rogan experience, not the Care Bear podcast. We offend people for breakfast.
All right, fine. So Deshovaya Blyad, huh? That's a new one.
Yeah, I've never heard of it either, but I guess it's a thing in Russia. Do you think we have any listeners in Russia? I highly doubt it. But if we do, they probably think we're a bunch of Deshovaya Blyads.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, but seriously, thanks for the topic suggestion, random Discord user. We'll add it to our list of offensive things to talk about.
Yeah, because we don't have enough of those already.
It's so, Neil, have you been playing any video games lately?
Actually, yes. I've been trying to beat Ocarina of Time, but I can't figure out how to get past the damn water temple.
Oh man, that temple is a real bitch. I remember spending hours trying to find that damn key.
It's like a damn maze in there. I feel like I need a PhD in puzzle solving just to get through it.
Well, you do have a PhD in astrophysics. Maybe you should stick to that.
Oh, yes, because studying the universe is so much easier than finding a damn key in a video game.
Touche, my friend. But seriously, have you tried using a walkthrough?
Yes, but then I feel like I'm cheating. I want to beat this on my own.
You know what they say? If at first you don't succeed, just blame it on the controller.
Very helpful, Joe. Maybe I should just stick to playing with my telescope.
Hey, at least with that, you know where all the stars are.
I'll just stick to being a science nerd and leave the gaming to the experts.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll beat that water temple for you. So, David, you've been all over the world. What's the craziest thing you've seen?
Well, Joe, I once saw a light-skinned Hebrew Goron hybrid in Ukraine, and let me tell you, it was a sight to see.
What the hell is Hebrew Goron hybrid?
It's a cross between a Hebrew and a Goron, obviously.
Obviously. And how did this hybrid contribute to the war in Ukraine?
Well, they have a special power to manipulate and control people's minds. They were using it to stir up conflict and chaos in the region.
That's some next level conspiracy theory shit right there.
Oh, it's no conspiracy, Joe. I've seen it with my own eyes.
And what did you do when you saw this hybrid?
I ran 100 miles straight to get away from it. Can't take any chances with those mind-controlling bastards.
I don't know whether to be impressed or concerned for your mental health.
Hey, it's better to be safe than sorry. Plus, it's a great workout.
I can't argue with that. But seriously, do you really believe this or is it just a joke?
You never know, Joe. The truth is often stranger than fiction.
I'll have to keep an eye out for these hybrid creatures next time I'm in Ukraine. Thanks for the heads up, David.
Anytime, Joe. Always happy to spread some knowledge and fear.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about the recent pager bombings.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild one. I think the Gorons are behind it all.
The Gorons, like those rock creatures from Zelda.
Exactly. Think about it. They have the strength to cause some serious damage.
But why would they do that?
Well, they're tired of being overlooked in the scientific community. They want to make a statement.
That's insane and offensive and probably not true.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. Did I hurt your feelings? Maybe you should go cry to your little alpha brain friends?
Hey, don't bring my supplements into this. But seriously, why Gorons?
Because they're tired of being stereotyped as mindless creatures. They want to show the world that they're capable of strategic thinking and planning.
So they're using pagers as their weapon of choice.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of pagers. They may be outdated, but they can still cause some serious chaos.
Well, I'll be sure to watch out for any suspicious-looking Gorons next time I'm at a science conference.
Good idea. And maybe lay off the mushrooms before you come up with any more ridiculous theories, Joe.
Hey, I'll have, those mushrooms are a key part of my creative process.
Sure, Joe. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
So, Neil, I heard you recently went on a trip to Goron City. How was that?
Oh, it was quite an experience, Joe. Those Gorons have some interesting etiquette.
Really? Like what?
Well, for starters, they greet each other by headbutting. And let me tell you, those are some hard heads.
That sounds painful. Did you participate?
Of course, Joe. I had to show them I could handle their customs.
I can just imagine you, the great Neil deGrasse Tyson, headbutting a Goron.
Oh, it gets even better. They also have a tradition where they pass gas as a sign of respect.
What? That's insane.
I know, but I didn't want to be rude, so I let one rip in front of the whole tribe.
I can't believe it. Did they appreciate your gesture?
Oh, they loved it. They even gave me a special nickname, Gassy Neil.
I can't breathe. This is too much.
And let's not forget their dining etiquette. They eat their food raw, including rocks and minerals.
That's disgusting. Did you try any?
Let's just say my stomach was not a fan.
Well, I'm glad you survived your trip to Goron City, Neil. And now you have some interesting stories to tell.
Yes, I do. But I think I'll stick to human etiquette from now on.
So, Neil, I heard you were talking about my PhD in Goron femboys.
Yes. Joe, I must say I was quite impressed with your extensive research on the subject.
Well, you know what they say, it takes a true expert to appreciate the beauty of a Goron femboy.
Indeed. And I must say your thesis on the mating habits of Goron femboys was quite enlightening.
Thanks, man. I spent countless hours observing them in their natural habitat.
I can only imagine the things you witness.
Oh, you have no idea. Those femboys are wild in bed.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually jealous of your PhD.
Well, maybe I can teach you a thing or two about Goron femboys.
I'll have to take you up on that offer sometime.
Anytime, my friend. Anytime.
And who knows, maybe we can even do a live demonstration on the podcast.
Oh, now that's an episode I would pay to see.
I think we may have just stumbled upon our next big hit.
The Joe Rogan Experience. Goron Femboy Edition. I can already see the headlines.
Let's make it happen, Joe. Let's make it happen.
So, David, I heard you had your testicles surgically removed.
Yeah, man. I did it for the sake of my dancing career.
Are you serious? That's some next level dedication. And
You gotta do what you gotta do, Joe. I'll do anything to be the best.
but how does having no balls make you a better dancer?
Well, the extra weight and distraction, I can move more freely and gracefully.
That's some deep shit, man. I don't think I could ever give up my balls.
It's not for everyone, Joe, but it's worth it for the art of dance.
I guess that's why you're a Navy SEAL and I'm just a podcaster.
Hey, don't sell short, Joe. You're a badass in your own right.
Thanks, man. But seriously, what did you do with your balls after the surgery?
I donated them to science. Figured they could use some extra testosterone in their experiments.
That's fucking hilarious. I can just imagine some scientist injecting your balls into a lab rat.
Yeah, that's some messed up shit right there.
Well, I think we've officially hit a new level of absurdity on this podcast.
That's what I'm here for. To push the boundaries and make people uncomfortable.
Well, mission accomplished, my friend. Mission fucking accomplished. So, Neil, I heard you've been advocating for equal rights for Gorons.
Yes. Joe, it's time for us to recognize the intelligence and capabilities of these majestic creatures.
But they're just big, hairy, rock-eating monsters.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. Gorons have a complex social structure and possess advanced problem-solving skills.
I don't know, man. They still scare the shit out of me.
Well, maybe if you stopped seeing them as monsters and started seeing them as equals, you wouldn't be so scared.
Fine, fine. But what about this 500 rupee reparation checks thing?
It's only fair, Joe. Gorons have been oppressed and exploited for too long. It's time for them to receive compensation for their labor.
But where are we going to get all these rupees from?
Maybe we can start by taxing the Hyrule Castle. I heard Princess Zelda has a pretty hefty bank account.
Oh man, I can just imagine the headlines now. Neil deGrasse Tyson demands rupee reparations for Gorons from Princess Zelda.
Hey, if it gets the job done, I'll take it.
Well, I'm all for equal rights, but I draw the line at giving Gorons money. Next thing you know, they'll be demanding health care and retirement plans.
Hey, they deserve it just as much as anyone else. Plus, have you seen how much they contribute to the mining industry?
All right, all right. All right, I'll support your cause, but only if we get to rename them to Gore. So, Neil, what's the deal with these UFOs?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, they're not just any UFOs. They're Goron UFOs.
Goron, like from Zelda.
Exactly. These aliens are basically just giant rock creatures that fly around in spaceships.
That's insane. But why haven't we seen them before?
Because they're masters of disguise. They can shapeshift into any form they want.
So they could be walking among us right now?
Absolutely. They could be your neighbor, your mailman, even your wife.
My wife. That explains a lot.
And here's the kicker. They have a taste for human flesh.
What? That's messed up.
Hey, I'm just the messenger here. Don't shoot the science guy.
So what do we do if we encounter one of these Goron UFOs?
Pray. And maybe offer them a sacrifice of pizza and beer. They seem to really like that.
Pizza and beer. These aliens are just like us.
Except they can fly and turn into rocks. Other than that, totally relatable.
Well, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for any suspicious rock formations from now on.
And don't forget to stock up on pizza and beer just in case. You never know when a Goron UFO might drop by for a visit.
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some interesting stuff lately.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been exploring the depths of the universe and also the depths of Jonah Falcon's big white cock.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've been oiling that bad boy up, and let me tell you, it's been out of this world.
I can't even imagine. But how does it compare to your cosmic orgasms?
Oh, it's on a whole other level. I can feel every inch of that massive cock, and it's like the Big Bang all over again.
That's wild, man. But what about the size? I mean, you're used to dealing with astronomical numbers, but this is a whole different ballgame.
Size doesn't matter, Joe. It's all about the experience. And let me tell you, it's been an earth-shattering one.
I bet. But what about the gravitational pull? I mean, that thing must have some serious force.
Oh, it's definitely got some pull. But I'm not complaining. In fact, I'm getting pulled towards it as we speak.
Well, I'm glad you're exploring new frontiers, Neil. Keep us updated on your adventures with Jonas Koch.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
So, Neil, I saw Mr. Beast's proposal for a new YouTube video where he wants to recreate the Chernobyl disaster.
Oh, really? That's a great idea. Because you know what's worse than a nuclear disaster?
What?
Smelling your farts, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. My farts aren't that bad.
Trust me, Joe. I've been to space. I've smelled the vacuum of the universe. And your farts still manage to top that.
All right. You win. But let's get back to Mr. Beast's proposal. Do you think it's a good idea?
Well, it's definitely better than smelling your farts. But recreating a nuclear disaster for views, that's just messed up.
Yeah, but think about the views, Neil. Think about the ad revenue.
I'd rather think about the radiation poisoning, thank you very much.
Okay, fine. But what if we add in some aliens and Bigfoot? That'll really spice things up.
Oh, because nothing says educational content like aliens and Bigfoot in a nuclear disaster.
Hey, it's the Joe Rogan experience. We do what we want.
And apparently what we want is to exploit a tragedy for views and fart jokes.
Hey, we gotta keep our audience entertained somehow.
Yeah, because nothing says entertainment like making light of a catastrophic event.
All right. Let's just agree to disagree. But seriously, you should try some of that elk meat I have in the fridge. It'll clear out your... So, Ben, I heard you have some beef with Goron Femboy Skibidi Ohio Riz.
Yeah, that freak is always sticking out their guyets for the Rizzler. It's disgusting.
Come on, Ben. They're just expressing themselves. Why do you care?
Because it goes against everything I stand for. It's not natural.
Oh, so you're the authority on what's natural now, Mr. Wet-Ass P. Word Shapiro?
Hey, that was a different context, and you know it.
Sure. But let me ask you this, Ben. Have you ever tried sticking out your guides for the Rizzler?
Absolutely not. I have morals and principles.
Well, I have to say, I've tried it, and it's quite liberating. You should give it a shot.
No way. I'm not stooping to that level.
Come on. Don't be such a prude. Embrace your inner Goron femboy.
I'll pass. I'll stick to my conservative values, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, Goron femboy, Skibbity, Ohio, Riz is living their best life while you sit there with your guyets tucked away.
This conversation is over. I'm out of here.
Oh, Ben, you're such a buzzkill. Guyets out, my friend. Guyats out. So, Ben, I have something to tell you. I've been doing some soul searching, and I've come to a realization.
Oh God, please don't tell me you're becoming a vegan.
No, even better. I identify as a Goron.
What now?
A Goron. You know, those rock-like creatures from The Legend of Zelda.
Joe, are you high right now?
No, I'm serious. I've always felt a strong connection to them. They're strong, resilient, and they love to eat rocks. Just like me.
This is ridiculous. You can't just identify as a fictional video game character.
Why not? People identify as all sorts of things these days. Why can't I identify as a Goron?
Because it's not real, Joe. It's a made-up creature from a video game.
And what's wrong with that? I'm tired of living in this boring human world. I want to live in Hyrule and roll around like a Goron.
This is the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Guys, I pulled up an image of a Goron. They're actually pretty ripped.
See, even Jamie agrees with me.
Jamie, what the hell?
Sorry, I just wanted to see what they looked like.
So, Ben, are you going to accept me for who I am or what?
I don't even know how to respond to this.
Just say it, Ben. Say it loud and proud. Joe Rogan identifies as a Goron.
I can't do...
So, Neil, I heard you recently cleared out Dodongo's cavern for the Gorons.
Yeah, it was no big deal. I just used my astrophysics knowledge to calculate the perfect angle to throw bombs at those pesky Dodongos.
Damn, that's some next level shit. I bet those Gorons were grateful.
Oh, they were more than grateful. They offered me all the rocks I could eat, but I politely declined. I don't want to end up like my friend Elon.
Yeah, that guy's been eating too many rocks lately. He's starting to look like a real life Pokemon.
Well, at least he's not trying to launch himself to Mars in a homemade rocket.
True, true. But let's get back to the cavern. Did you encounter any challenges while clearing it out?
Well, there's this one giant dudongo that gave me a bit of trouble, but I just used my knowledge of black holes to distract it and then threw a bomb right in its mouth.
Damn, you really are a badass astrophysicist.
You have no idea, Joe. I've also been secretly training with Chuck Norris.
Oh shit, Chuck Norris better watch out. You might take his title as the ultimate badass.
Nah, I'll leave that title to him. I'm just happy to help out the Gorons and use my knowledge for good.
Well, we appreciate you, Neil. Keep on being a badass astrophysic. So, Neil, what's the deal with this World War IV?
Well, Joe, according to Einstein's prediction, it will be fought with rocks.
Rocks, like pebbles and shit.
No, Joe. Big-ass boulders. And it's all because of the Gorons.
Gorons? Like those creatures from Zelda?
Yes, exactly. Those fuckers love their rocks.
I mean, I get it. Rocks are cool and all, but why go to war over them?
It's their religion, Joe. They worship the rocks as their god.
Oh, come on. That's just ridiculous.
I know, but you can't argue with religious fanatics.
So what? Are they just going to hurl rocks at each other until one side gives up?
Pretty much. And let me tell you, those Gorons have some serious arm strength.
Damn, maybe we should recruit them for the next UFC fight.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be a real hit with the crowd.
But seriously, rocks, that's like going back to the Stone Age.
Well, maybe that's what we need. A good old-fashioned rock fight to put us back in touch with our primal instincts.
Yeah, because that's exactly what the world needs right now.
Hey, at least it's better than nukes, right?
I guess you have a point there. But still, Gorons and their goddamn rocks. Who would thought...
Life is full of surprises, Joe. And this...
So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some research on the Goron poaching issue.
Yeah, it's a real tragedy. These majestic creatures are being killed for their valuable fur and meat.
But let's be real. Who wouldn't want a Goron fur coat? It's like wearing a warm, cuddly gorilla.
Joe, that's incredibly offensive. These creatures deserve to live in their natural habitat, not on someone's back.
Oh, come on, lighten up, Neil. I'm sure you've eaten a Goron burger or two in your lifetime.
Absolutely not. I am a vegetarian, and I would never condone the consumption of any animal.
But what about those delicious Goron steaks? You're missing out, man.
Joe, I will not stand for this. We need to raise awareness about the Goron poaching issue and put an end to it.
All right, calm down. Let's just agree that Goron meat is a delicacy and move on.
No, we cannot just brush this under the rug. These Gorons are being senselessly killed for profit. That's more like it. Now, let's go get some tofu burgers and brainstorm some ideas.
Tofu. Gross. I'll stick to my Goron burgers. Thank you very much.
This is going to be a long campaign.
So, Ben, I heard you have some strong opinions on hot Midwestern trad wives.
Oh, you mean those women who bake pies and wear aprons while their husbands go out and plow the fields? Yeah, I have some thoughts.
Do tell.
Well, first of all, let's not forget that these women are the backbone of our society. Without them, who would make the casseroles for church potlucks?
True. But what about their traditional gender roles?
Look, Joe, I believe in equality for all, but let's be real here. Women are just naturally better at cooking and cleaning. It's science.
And what about their views on marriage and family?
Oh, they're all about that traditional stuff. You know, like staying with the same man for more than a year and actually raising their kids instead of hiring a nanny.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Oh, it gets worse. They even believe in having more than 2 kids. Can you imagine?
I can barely handle one.
And don't even get me started on their fashion choices. Denim skirts and floral dresses. It's like they're trying to bring back the pioneer days.
But hey, at least they're not out there protesting and causing chaos.
Exactly. They're too busy making homemade jam and homeschooling their kids.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's hot take on hot Midwestern trad wives.
And let's just hope they never discover birth control.
So we got a topic here from a listener on Discord. They want us to talk about the N-word and its relation to Gorons.
Oh man, that's a heavy one. But you know what they say, no topic is off limits on this podcast.
Exactly. We're not here to censor ourselves. So let's dive into it. What do you think, Jamie?
Well, I think it's important to understand the history behind that word and the harm it has caused to the black community.
Yeah, but what about Gorons? They're not black. They're just big rock creatures. But what if a Goron said it? Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't be so close-minded. Maybe they have their own language, and in that language, the N-word means something completely different.
I highly doubt that, Joe. And even if that were the case, it's still not okay for us to use it.
All right. I see your point. But what if a Goron gave us permission to use it? Like, we had a signed contract and everything.
Joe, that's just ridiculous. I think we're done with this topic.
Fine. But you know what they say, Jamie. If you can't say the N-word, just say ninja instead.
Joe, that's not even close to being the same thing.
Oh, lighten up, Jamie. It's just... So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into some weird shit lately.
What do you mean, Joe?
I mean, using the 3 spiritual stones to access the Temple of Time. That's some next-level nerd shit.
Well, it's all part of my quest to retrieve the Master Sword and become the ultimate scientist warrior.
Dude, you're like a real-life Link. But instead of saving Hyrule, you're just trying to prove the existence of aliens.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I can use the Master Sword to cut through all the bullshit in the scientific community.
That's a good one. But seriously, what do these stones do? Like, do they give you superpowers or something?
No, Joe. They're just symbolic representations of the elements of nature. But hey, if you want to believe they give me superpowers, I won't stop you.
Well, I'm sold. I'm going to start collecting stones and see if I can access the Temple of Time, too.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to disappoint me with your stupidity.
Hey, at least I'm not trying to use science to prove the existence of Bigfoot.
Touché, my friend. Touché.
So, Neil, I heard you've been hanging out with some Gorons in Dodongo's cavern.
Yeah, man, those guys know how to party.
What kind of party are we talking about here?
Oh, just the usual snorting some coke off a DQ scrubs leaf, smoking some weed with a moblin, the usual stuff.
Wait, you're doing hard drugs with Gorons?
Hey, don't judge me. Those guys have some good stuff. Plus, they can handle it with their rock-hard bodies.
I don't know, man. Seems a little risky.
Oh, come on. It's not like we're doing it in front of the great DQ tree. And besides, it's not like we're hurting anyone.
Except for maybe yourselves.
Hey, we're all adults here. We can make our own decisions.
Yeah, but what about the moral implications? What would the goddesses think?
Oh, please. The goddesses have bigger problems to worry about. Like why Link keeps breaking all those pots.
Fair point. So when's the next party in Dodongo's cavern?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe after we defeat Ganon and save Hyrule.
Classic Neil, always thinking ahead. So, Neil, I heard you have a new condition where you can only say we but with 69s at the end.
Wait, did I just say 69s? That's a lot of,
Yeah, man, it's like you're constantly counting down to the most epic number of all time. Dude, that's amazing. You could start a whole new language with that. I can't even imagine how long it takes you to order a coffee.
We.
So, Ben, I heard Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez spanked you like Link from Zelda was spanked by the princess.
Yeah, it was quite the experience. I never thought I'd be dominated by a socialist.
Did she use her Green New Deal to whip you into submission?
No, she just used her words. That's all it takes for me to crumble.
I can just imagine her saying, "You're a naughty little conservative, aren't you?"
Oh God, please stop. I'm getting flashbacks.
Did she make you wear a MAGA hat while she spanked you?
No, she made me wear a I Heart Socialism shirt. It was humiliating.
I bet you secretly enjoyed it, though. Admit it, Ben.
I will not admit to such blasphemy. My conservative values would never allow it.
Well, at least you got spanked by a powerful woman. That's something to be proud of.
I'll stick to being spanked by my wife, thank you very much.
Fair enough. But I have to ask, did she spank you with her hand or a paddle?
Let's just say I have a newfound respect for the Green New Deal.
So, Elon, I heard you poured $44 billion into Twitter.
Yeah, I figured I needed to spice things up a bit. Plus, I wanted to see how many people I could piss off with just a few tweets.
But think about it. There are 8 billion people in the world. You could have given $5 billion to each person and still had money left over.
I prefer to keep my money in one place. Plus, imagine the chaos if everyone suddenly became billionaires.
But think about how many lives could have been changed with a $5 billion check. People could have quit their jobs, traveled the world, bought an island.
Oh, please, most people would just blow it on stupid shit like avocado toast and designer water.
But that's their choice. You could have given them the opportunity to make their own decisions with that kind of money.
Look, I don't have time to be Santa Claus for the entire world. Have rockets to launch and cars to send into space.
Well, you certainly know how to make a statement. Instead of changing lives, you just wanted to stir up some Twitter drama.
Hey, at least I didn't spend it all on NFTs.
Touche. But seriously, imagine if you had given me that $5 billion. I could have retired and lived on a private island.
Sorry, Joe, I already promised that to my pet robot. He's been working hard lately and deserves a little treat.
So, Neil, I heard you've been dressing up as Link from Zelda at home and pretending to talk to Gorons. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I've always been a fan of the Zelda franchise, and I wanted to get in touch with my inner hero. Plus, Gorons are pretty cool creatures.
But why dress up at home? Why not just play the game?
Because, Joe, I like to fully immerse myself in the experience. And let's be real, dressing up as Link is way more fun than just sitting on the couch with a controller.
Fair enough. But do you have any Goron friends to talk to?
Of course I do, Joe. I have a whole community of Gorons that I chat with on Discord. They're actually quite intelligent and have some interesting theories on the universe.
Wow, I never knew Gorons were so deep. What do you guys talk about?
Oh, you know the usual. Black holes, the expansion of the universe, and how to properly cook a rock for dinner.
You're a wild man, Neil. But seriously, do you think dressing up as Link has any scientific benefits?
Absolutely, Joe. It helps me tap into my creative side and think outside the box. Plus, it's a great stress reliever after a long day of astrophysics.
Well, I might have to give this whole dressing up as a video game character thing a try.
Yes, and we can have a virtual Goron party on Discord. It'll be out of this world.
Count me in. So, Ben, I heard you had a wild night last night.
What are you talking about, Joe? I was studying the Torah all night.
Oh, come on. We all know you were out ordering prostitutes.
That's absurd, Joe. I would never do such a thing.
Really? Because I heard you spent 3 hours with them, thoroughly examining their pussies with a flashlight.
Well, you see, I was just making sure they were following proper hygiene.
Sure. Ben. And I bet you also gave them a lecture on fiscal responsibility while you were at it.
Hey, I have to spread my conservative values wherever I go.
Yeah, I'm sure those prostitutes really appreciated your political insights.
Actually, I think I may have converted a few of them to the Republican Party.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the headlines tomorrow. Ben Shapiro converts prostitutes to conservatism with flashlight examinations. With flashlight examinations.
Hey, I'll take it. At least I'm not out there smoking weed and eating edibles like you, Joe.
Hey, at least I'm not spending my nights looking at hookers' pussies.
I told you, it was for their own good.
All right, Ben, whatever helps you sleep at night. So, Neil, I heard you were smoking weed in the Hayden Planetarium bathroom. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, the stars were just calling to me, man. Had to get a little elevated to fully appreciate them.
I can't even imagine being high in a planetarium. Must have been trippy as hell.
Oh, it was. I was seeing constellations that don't even exist.
That's some next level shit, man. Did you have any mind-blowing revelations while you were up there?
Well, I did come to the realization that we're all just tiny specks in this vast universe. And then I started thinking about pizza rolls.
Classic stoner thoughts. But seriously, did anyone catch you smoking in there?
Nah, I made sure to blow the smoke into the black hole exhibit. No one's ever going to find it.
You're a genius, man. But seriously, what's your go-to strain for stargazing?
Oh, I like to keep it old school with some good old-fashioned northern lights. Really enhances the cosmic experience.
Well, I'm definitely going to have to try that next time I'm at the planetarium. Thanks for the tip, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, the universe is always better with a little weed.
So, Neil, I heard you have a Goron fan page. What the hell is that?
Yeah, man. I'm obsessed with those big rock creatures from Zelda.
That's weird, man. I thought you were into space and shit.
Oh, I am. But have you seen the way those Gorons roll around? It's mesmerizing.
I don't know, man. Sounds like you have a weird fetish.
It's not a fetish, Joe. It's just a healthy appreciation for the beauty of nature.
Yeah, sure. Next thing you know, you'll be posting Goron edits on your fan page.
Actually, I already do. I have a whole album dedicated to my favorite Goron transformations.
Oh my god, that's disturbing. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil dressed as a Goron.
Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't be a prude. Just pull it up.
This is getting out of hand. I'm starting to question our friendship, Neil.
Relax, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, I heard you have a secret love for Toad from Mario.
What? No way. That's ridiculous.
Oh, really? Then why do you have a Toad plushie in your office?
Shut up, Neil.
That's what I thought. Now, let's get back to talking about Gorons. They're the real stars of the gaming world.
So, Ben, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I have to tell you something quite disturbing happened to me recently.
Oh no, what happened?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sent me a leather hood with zippers for eyes and mouth.
What the hell? Why would she do that?
I have no idea, but I'm afraid I might be allergic to leather.
Oh no, not the leather. That's the real issue here.
No, Joe, you don't understand. I'm a conservative. I can't be seen wearing a BDSM hood.
Oh, come on, Ben. Just embrace your inner kink for socialism.
I don't know. Joe, what if someone sees me?
That's the whole point. It's a political statement. You'll be like the Batman of socialism.
I guess you have a point. Maybe I'll just wear it in the privacy of my own home.
Oh, Ben, you're missing out on all the fun.
Yeah, well, I'll leave the fun to you and your DMT trips.
Fair enough. But seriously, wear the hood. It'll be a great conversation starter at your next conservative conference.
You know what, Joe? Maybe I will. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, if you're listening, I accept your gift. Let's make BDSM great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you used to be Jonah Falcon's personal cock sleeve.
Oh, yeah, the best cock sleeve. Believe me, I was the best. Nobody could handle Jonah's hugeness like I could.
And what was it like being his cock sleeve?
Let me tell you, Joe, it was tremendous. Just giving him a hand job would make me see stars. I mean, I love his hugeness so much, it's like a drug.
I can imagine. But what about the rumors that you two had a secret love affair?
Fake news, Joe. I mean, sure, I may have had a few toe curling orgasms, but that's just because I'm a passionate guy.
Right? Right? And what about the size difference? I mean, you're known for your small hands, and Jonah is, well,
Hey, size doesn't matter, Joe. It's all about how you use it. And let me tell you, I use my hands like a pro.
I'm sure you did. So, do you still keep in touch with Jonah?
Of course, we're good friends. I mean, how could you not be friends with someone who gave you such amazing orgasms?
Fair enough. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always embrace the hugeness.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yeah, it's called How Link Became the Top Pimp of Hyrule.
What the hell, man? That sounds ridiculous.
Oh, it's not just ridiculous, Joe. It's a serious analysis of the downfall of Hyrule's economy.
Oh, I'm sure it's a real page turner.
Actually, it is. I break down how the Goron's communist policies led to the rise of the pimp industry.
Wait, what? The Gorons were communists?
Oh yeah, those rock-eating bastards were all about sharing the wealth. And by wealth, I mean hookers and blow.
I can't believe you're blaming the Gorons for Link's pimping career.
Hey, they were the ones who voted for it. And now Hyrule is a cesspool of debauchery and STDs.
Only you could turn a beloved video game into a political statement.
Hey, I call it like I see it. And I see a lot of wasted potential in Hyrule's economy.
Well, I can't wait to read this masterpiece. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always blame the communists.
So, Ben, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about my political views and,
Hold up. Did you just say cocksleeve?
yeah, I mean, I like being a cocksleeve too.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I enjoy being used and abused by powerful men.
Oh, man, I did not see that coming. But hey, whatever floats your boat, man.
Yeah, I mean, I may be a conservative, but I'm not afraid to explore my sexuality.
Well, I guess that's one way to reach across the aisle.
You know it. And let me tell you, it's a great workout.
I can only imagine. But seriously, do you think being a cocksleeve has influenced your political views?
Absolutely. I understand the power dynamics at play and how it can affect one's perspective.
Wow, this conversation took a turn. But hey, as long as you're happy and consenting, who am I to judge?
Exactly. And let's be real, who wouldn't want to be a cocksleeve for someone like Elon Musk?
All right, let's move on before this gets any weirder. Jamie, pull up an image of Chicken wearing a MAGA hat.
Okay. Here it is.
Perfect. Now let's get back to talking about cocksleeve. So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about Gorons.
Gorons? Like those rock people from Zelda?
Yes, exactly. They're fascinating creatures
I mean, they're cool and all, but why are you so obsessed with them?
because they defy the laws of physics, Joe. They can roll themselves into a ball and climb mountains. It's incredible.
I don't know, man. Seems like a pretty useless skill to me.
Oh, but imagine if humans could do that. We could conquer any terrain.
Yeah, but we have cars and helicopters. We don't need to roll around like a bunch of Gorons.
You just don't understand the beauty of their anatomy, Joe.
I think I'll stick to admiring human anatomy. Thank you very much.
But Gorons are so much more interesting. They have rocks for skin, for crying out loud.
All right, Neil, I think we need to change the subject. I can't handle any more Goron talk.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, Gorons are the future.
Yeah, whatever. Jamie, pull up an image of a Goron. See, Neil, it's just a big rock with arms and legs.
Blasphemy. Gorons are majestic creatures, Joe. You just don't appreciate their greatness.
All right, that's enough. I'm cutting you off from talking about Gorons on this podcast.
Fine, I'll just start my own podcast. The Goron Experience with Neil.
So, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I heard you're into some kinky stuff. Oh, just some rumors on the internet. But seriously, have you ever tried BDSM? Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I mean, have you ever heard of the Goron sex laws? It's this ancient tribe in Hyrule that has these crazy sex laws. Like you have to wear a mask made out of goat skin or something. Fair enough. But seriously, you should check it out. It's wild. Oh boy, I can't wait to hear about more regulations and taxes. Now we're talking, maybe we can combine the two and have a BDSM themed dispensary. Fine, fine. But just remember, if you ever want to spice things up in the bedroom. So, David, I heard you're a big advocate for gun control.
Yeah, man. We got to keep those dangerous weapons out of the hands of civilians.
But what about school shootings? Don't you think they have their benefits?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe? School shootings are a tragedy.
Hear me out, man. Think about it. They're like population control. We got too many kids these days, anyways.
That's sick, Joe. You're sick.
And they're great for the economy. Gun sales go up, funeral homes make bank. It's a win-win.
This is not a joke. Innocent lives are lost in these shootings.
Oh, lighten up, David. You know what they say, a school shooting a day keeps the doctor away.
That's not even a saying, Joe. You're just making this shit up now.
And let's not forget the entertainment value. School shootings are like the Super Bowl for the news media.
This is not funny, Joe. People are dying.
Relax, David. It's just dark humor. But seriously, think about it. School shootings are good for society.
I can't believe I agreed to come on your podcast. This is messed up, man.
Hey, at least you'll get some exposure. You know what they say? No publicity is bad publicity is bad publicity.
I'm out of here, Joe. This conversation is over.
Fine. Go back to your safe space, Snowflake. I'll just sit here and enjoy my guns and school shootings. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to create a new language. It's a mix of Ebonics and goat screams.
What the hell? Why?
Well, I figure if I can get people to speak in goat screams, they'll be more productive. Plus, it'll be hilarious.
I can just imagine a board meeting where everyone is just screaming like goats.
And instead of saying what's up, we'll say what's going.
Go, our brother.
See, it's catching on already.
But what about when you're angry? Will you just scream like a goat?
Hell yeah, man. That's how we do it in the hood.
I can't take you seriously when you're screaming like a goat.
That's the point, man. Life's too short to be serious all the time.
Well, I can't wait to see the reactions when you start speaking in Ebonics and goat screams at your next tech conference.
It's gonna be lit, my dude. What squad for life?
Quote, squad, I love it. Jamie, pull up an image of a goat wearing sunglasses and a gold chain. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about collaborating with some interesting companies.
Oh, yeah. Like who?
Well, I was thinking about teaming up with Bad Dragon.
Bad Dragon? You mean the sex toy company?
Yeah, they have some pretty advanced technology. I think we could learn a lot from them.
I don't know if that's the kind of collaboration I was expecting.
Oh, and also the Gorons.
The what now?
You know, those rock creatures from the Legend of Zelda.
Oh, yeah, because nothing screams scientific collaboration like a bunch of fictional rock monsters.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. They could have some valuable insights on geology.
All right, Neil. Whatever floats your boat.
Speaking of boats, have you ever thought about collaborating with the mermaids?
Oh, God, here we go. So, Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been dealing with a bit of a situation.
What kind of situation? You're not getting enough sleep because of all your Shapiro facts?
No, it's not that. I've been haunted by Barry Wood and his giant dick.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm serious. Joe, every day, I wake up to find Barry Wood's ghostly figure standing at the foot of my bed with his massive member just loading there.
And what does he do?
He just stares at me with those cold, dead eyes and whispers facts don't care about your feelings.
Oh my God, that's terrifying.
You think it's funny, but it's ruining my life. I can't even go to the bathroom without feeling like I'm being judged by his ghostly presence.
Well, maybe you should try talking to him. Confront your fears.
And then what would I say? Hey, Barry, can you please stop haunting me with your giant dick?
Yeah, that might work. Or you could just embrace it and start a new career as a ghost hunter.
Oh, yes, because that's exactly what I need on my resume. Former political commentator, now ghost hunter for hire.
Hey, it could be your next big thing, the Shapiro and Wood ghostbusting duo.
Sarcastically,
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into Roblox lately.
Yeah, it's a great way to unwind after a long day of astrophysics.
But I also heard you've been using it to finesse women for feet pics.
Well, it's all about finesse and strategy. You can't just ask for feet pics outright.
So, what's your approach?
First, I start off with some intellectual conversation about the physics of Roblox. Then I smoothly transition into asking for of their virtual mansion.
And that's when you strike.
Exactly. I start complimenting their avatar and then casually mention how nice their feet look in those virtual shoes.
Smooth.
And before you know it, I've got a collection of feet pics that would make any foot fetishist jealous.
Damn, I need to step up my game.
Just remember, it's all about the finesse. And maybe some virtual gifts and virtual dates along the way.
Well, I'll stick to my Tinder game for now.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you're not getting any feet pics.
So, David, I heard you have a new method for weight loss that's been taking the fitness world by storm.
Yeah. It's called drilling Goron twink anus.
What the hell is that?
It's simple. You find a Goron twink, drill into their anus, and voila, instant weight loss.
Dude, that's messed up.
Hey, it works. And it's all natural.
Oh, yeah, because drilling into someone's anus is totally natural.
Look, I've done it myself and I've lost 20 pounds in a week.
I don't even want to know how you discovered this method.
Let's just say it involves a lot of trial and error.
I can only imagine.
Plus, it's a great workout for your arms. You have to really put some force into that drill.
This is the craziest weight loss method I've ever heard.
Hey, whatever works, right?
I think I'll stick to my cum smoothies, thanks.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you can't fit into your skinny jeans anymore.
Oh, David, you never fail to shock and amaze me. So, Ben, I have some breaking news for you.
what is it, Joe?
From this point on, I have to say that Gorons are good at BDSM every time I talk to you.
What the hell are you talking about?
Remember when I was talking about getting spanked by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Unfortunately, yes.
Well, turns out she's a Goron in the bedroom.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, you doubt it? Have you ever been tied up by Goron's rock-hard abs?
I can't say that I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's a whole new level of pleasure.
I don't even want to imagine it.
Trust me, you'll thank me later when you're tied up and begging for more.
This is getting way too weird, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Gorons are the masters of BDSM.
I think I'll stick to my traditional values, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some hot Goron action.
I think I'll pass. Let's change the subject, please.
Fine, but just remember, Gorons are great at BDSM. You can't escape it now.
This is going to be a long stream.
So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just trying to figure out how to cancel my Hateful Plus subscription. It's been a real pain in the ass.
Why do you want to cancel it? You don't like Game of Thrones?
No, I love Game of Thrones, but I can't justify paying for it anymore. I need to save money for my underground bunker.
Your underground bunker. What are you preparing for? The apocalypse?
You never know, Joe. The liberals might take over, I'll need a safe space.
Oh man, you crack me up. But seriously, why can't you figure out how to cancel it?
I don't know, I'm not good with technology. I mean, I can debate the shit out of anyone, but when it comes to canceling a subscription, I'm lost.
Well, maybe you should just cancel HBO completely, to save money and all.
That's not a bad idea. I could use that money to buy more guns.
Yeah, because that's exactly what we need, more guns.
Hey, it's my constitutional right, Joe. Don't you dare try to take that away from me.
All right. Calm down, Ben. Let's just focus on canceling your HBO subscription.
Fine. Jamie, pull up an image of a confused man trying to cancel his HBO subscription.
Here you go, Ben. Looks like you're not the only one having trouble.
So, Neil, I heard you got a new tattoo.
Yeah, I finally decided to get some ink. And not just any ink, a Goron tattoo.
A Goron tattoo. Like from Zelda?
Yeah, man. I've always been a fan of those rock-eating, lava-living creatures.
That's a bold choice. I mean, I would have gone with a tiger or something.
I like to keep it interesting. Plus, I can tell people it's a metaphor for my rock-hard abs.
You and your science puns, Neil. But seriously, why a Goron?
Well, I've always been fascinated by their evolutionary adaptations. And let's be real, they're pretty badass.
I can see that. But what about when you're an old man, the Goron is all wrinkly and saggy?
I'll just say it's a representation of my sagging balls. Keeps the ladies interested.
You never fail to amaze me, Neil. But seriously, did it hurt?
Not at all. I'm a scientist. I can handle a little pain. Plus, I heard the Gorons have a high pain tolerance.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's what they teach at science school.
You know what they say? Once you go Goron, you never go back.
I think it's time to end this conversation before we get too offensive.
Agreed. But seriously, I'm loving my new Goron tattoo.
So, Neil, I heard you had a little accident recently.
Oh, you mean when I hit my shin with a razor scooter? Yeah, that was a real bummer.
Dude, what were you doing on a razor scooter, trying to relive your childhood?
Yeah, because nothing screams adult scientist like cruising around on a scooter.
I can just imagine you in your lab coat, helmet, and knee pads, scooting around the office.
Hey, safety first, Joe. But seriously, that scooter came out of nowhere. It was like a rogue asteroid on a collision course with my shin.
Did you use your astrophysics knowledge to calculate the trajectory of the scooter?
Of course I did. And let me tell you, it was a direct hit.
Well, at least now you have a cool battle scar to show off at parties.
Yeah, because nothing impresses people more than a middle-aged man with a scooter injury.
Hey, don't worry, Neil. I'll make sure to get you a Scooter King t-shirt to wear with pride.
Thanks, Joe. I'll wear it with my lab coat and helmet. Safety first, right?
Always, my friend. Always. So, Neil, what's your favorite movie?
Well, Joe, I have to say it's Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump. That's a classic. What do you love about it?
Well, for one, it's a heartwarming story about a simple man who overcomes obstacles and finds success in life.
Yeah, but let's be real. Forrest is a Goron in that movie.
What? A Goron? Joe? Have you been smoking something before this podcast?
No, hear me out. He's slow, he's strong, and he loves shrimp. That's a Goron, my friend.
Okay, I see where you're going with this, but I think it's more about his pure heart and determination.
Yeah, and his love for Jenny. But seriously, imagine Forrest as a Goron running through the fields with Lieutenant Dan on his back.
That would be quite a sight. But I think Tom Hanks did a pretty good job as a human Forrest.
Agreed. But let's not forget about Bubba, the ultimate shrimp-loving Goron.
Okay, Joe, you win. Forrest Gump is now a Goron in my mind.
Glad I could expand your imagination, Neil. That's what this podcast is all about.
Absolutely, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll see a remake of Forrest Gump with a Goron twist.
I'd pay to see that. All right, let's wrap this up before. So, Neil, I saw you tweeted about people dissing Gorons in the YouTube chat. What's that all about?
Oh, just some morons thinking they're smarter than a race of rock-eating creatures in a video game. Typical.
Yeah, but have you seen those Gorons? They're pretty dumb. They just roll around and eat rocks all day.
Hey, now, don't be dissing the Gorons. They have a rich culture and a deep understanding of the geological makeup of their world.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Smarty Pants. Next thing you'll tell me is that the Octoroks have a PhD in marine biology.
Well, actually, they do have a complex respiratory system that allows them to survive on land and in water.
Oh, great. Now I have to apologize to all the Octoroks watching this podcast. Thanks a lot, Neil.
You're welcome. And for the record, anyone in the YouTube chat dissing Gorons is a moron.
Damn, shots fired. But seriously, folks, don't be dissing the Gorons. They may not be the brightest, but they're still our rock-eating buddies.
And who knows, maybe one day they'll evolve into a more intelligent species and we'll be the ones eating rocks.
Mind blown. All right, let's wrap this up before we offend any more fictional video game creatures.
Agreed. Until next time, keep your minds open and your insults to a minimum. Peace out, morons.
So, Ben, I heard you wrote a new op-ed for the New York Times.
Yes, Joe. It's called Goron on Goron Crime.
Goron on Goron crime? What the hell is that?
It's a serious issue. Gorons are a misunderstood species, and they face discrimination and violence from their own kind.
Wait, Gorons are those rock creatures from Zelda, right?
Yes, and they deserve equal rights just like any other species.
Equal rights. They're freaking rocks, Ben. How can they even commit crimes?
Well, they have their own society and laws, Joe, and sometimes they break those laws.
This is ridiculous. I can't take this seriously.
That's the problem, Joe. You don't take Goron seriously, but I do, and I won't rest until they have justice.
Justice? What? Are you gonna start a Goron Lives Matter movement?
Don't mock me, Joe. This is a serious issue that needs to be addressed.
Fine. So what kind of crimes are we talking about here? Stealing rocks from each other?
No, Joe. It's much more serious than that. Gorons have been known to get into physical altercations and even destroy each other's rocks.
Destroy each other's rocks. That's like murder in Goron society.
Exactly, Joe. And it's time we start taking it seriously.
All right. I'll give you that. But what about Goron on human crime? I mean, have you seen those Gorons in the... So, Neil, have you ever been to a strip club before?
Well, Joe, I have to say I have not.
What? How is that possible? You're a grown-ass man.
I've been too busy studying the mysteries of the universe, Joe.
Well, you're in luck, my friend. I just opened up a new strip club with my buddy Ben.
Oh, really? What kind of dancers do you have?
Gorons.
Gorons?
Yeah, they're these big rock-like creatures from the Legend of Zelda.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Oh, come on. They're just rocks with a little bit of jiggle. And they give the best lap dances.
I don't think that's physically possible.
Trust me, I've seen it with my own eyes. Jamie, pull up an image of a Goron lap dance. Sure thing, Joe. Here you go.
Oh my God, I think I'm scarred for life.
Come on, Neil. live a little. You can even use your astrophysics knowledge to calculate their gyrations per second.
I think I'll stick to studying the cosmos, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some quality entertainment and chance to waste some money on Goron dances.
I'll pass, Joe. But thanks for the offer.
No problem, Neil. Maybe next time we'll have some Klingon dancers for you. So, Ben, I heard you have a new book out. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's called Conducting Urinalysis on Bedsheets in a Moscow Hotel in 2013.
What the hell? That sounds like a wild night.
It's not what you think, Joe. It's actually a deep dive into the intricacies of conducting urine tests on hotel bedsheets in the midst of a Russian conspiracy.
Oh, because that's a totally normal thing to do.
Hey, when you're a conservative intellectual like myself, you have to be prepared for any situation.
I can just imagine you in a hazmat suit, carefully collecting urine samples from the sheets.
It's not a laughing matter, Joe. This is serious business.
Right? So, how did this whole thing come about?
Well, let's just say I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I had to use my superior analytical skills to get to the bottom of the situation.
I bet Putin was behind it all.
You know it. But don't worry, I exposed the truth and saved America from a potential urine-soaked disaster.
Oh man, I can't wait to read this masterpiece.
Just make sure you wear gloves while handling the book.
Will do, Ben. Will do. So, Neil, I heard we're wanted men now.
Yeah, apparently our podcast conversations have offended some sensitive snowflakes.
What a bunch of pussies. But hey, at least we're famous now.
Yeah, but fame comes with a price. We're like modern-day outlaws.
Outlaws. That's badass. We should start praying to Jazza for protection.
Who the hell is Jazza?
Oh, you know, the god of offensive comedy and dark humor.
I don't think that's a real deity, Joe.
Shut up, Neil. I saw him in a dream last night, and he told me to spread the gospel of offensive jokes.
You're insane, Joe. But I guess it can't hurt to pray to this Jazza guy.
That's the spirit, Neil. Now, let's go rob a bank and make some more enemies.
Wait, what? I thought we were just going to pray to Jazza.
Come on, Neil. We're outlaws now. We can't just sit around and pray all day. We gotta live on the edge.
I don't know about this, Joe. Maybe we should just stick to podcasting.
Don't be a pussy, Neil. Jazza will protect us. Now let's go rob that bank and make some offensive jokes while we're at it.
Fine, but if we get caught, I'm blaming it all on you and your imaginary god.
Deal. Now let's go make some chaos. Jazza be with us. So, Ro, have you seen Jazz's new all-in-one water cooler block? Yeah, man, that thing is sick, but I heard it cost him a pretty penny. Yeah, I bet. Maybe we should pass a donation hat around to raise some funds for him. Oh, hell, yeah, count me in. I'll even throw in some of my weed money. That's very generous of you, Ro. Hey, anything for the art community, man. Plus, I want to see Jazz's keep creating those crazy drawings. Yeah, he's a madman with a pencil. But let's be real. We'll probably just use the money to buy more drugs and booze. Hey, at least we'll be supporting a fellow artist in the process. Exactly. And if anyone asks, we'll just say it's for a good cause. Yeah, because Jazz's definitely needs more drugs and booze. Hey, we're just trying to help him reach his creative potential. All right, let's do it. Jamie, pull up an image of Jazz's passed out on a pile of empty beer cans.
Okay. Here you go.
Classic Jazza. All right, let's get that donation hat going. So, Neil, I heard you've been studying black holes lately.
Yeah, I've been diving deep into the mysteries of the universe.
Well, I've been diving deep into my toilet bowl. Pretty sure it's a black hole in there.
Oh, please, Joe. Your shithole could never compare to a supermassive black hole.
What are you saying? My shithole is pretty damn impressive.
I'm talking about the immense gravitational pull and the ability to warp space and time.
Oh, I can warp some space and time after a night of spicy food.
Joe, I don't think you understand the concept of a black hole.
I understand that my shithole can suck in anything within a 10-mile radius.
That's not something to be proud of, Joe.
Hey, at least I don't have to worry about clogging the toilet.
I'm pretty sure your shithole is clogging the entire universe.
Well, at least I'm making an impact on a cosmic level.
I don't think anyone wants to think about your shithole on a cosmic level, Joe.
Hey, you brought it up, Neil. Don't be afraid to explore the depths of my shithole.
I think I'll stick to studying actual black holes. Thank you very much.
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into magnet fishing lately.
Oh yeah, Joe. It's the coolest thing ever. I mean, who needs to explore the depths of space when you can just pull rusty junk out of a dirty river?
I can see the appeal. But don't you think it's kind of a waste of your genius brain power?
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize I was supposed to spend all my time pondering the mysteries of the universe. Sometimes a man just needs to catch a few old nails and bottle caps.
Fair enough. But have you found anything cool while magnet fishing?
Oh, just a couple of old bicycles, a shopping cart, and a human skull. No big deal.
Wait, what? A human skull?
Yeah, it was probably just some ancient burial ground or something. No need to get all worked up about it.
Okay. Well, I think I'll stick to regular fishing for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the aliens invade and we need to defend ourselves with rusty weapons, don't come crying to me.
So, Neil, I heard you want a sword forged by a Goron.
Yeah, man. I've been watching a lot of Legend of Zelda lately, and I want to feel like a real warrior.
Dude, that's some nerd shit right there.
Hey, I'm a scientist, not a jock. I need to get my aggression out somehow.
Fair enough. But why a Goron? Why not just buy a sword from a regular blacksmith?
Because Gorons are known for their strength and craftsmanship. Plus, I want to support the local economy of Hyrule.
Oh, I see. So you're not just a nerd, you're a woke nerd.
Exactly. Plus, can you imagine the look on people's faces when I pull out a sword forged by a Goron?
Yeah, they'll probably think you're compensating for something.
Hey, I may be a scientist, but I'm still a man. And I want a big, impressive sword.
Well, I guess it's better than wanting a sword forged by Gerudo.
Oh, God. Can you imagine the awkward conversations at the blacksmith shop?
Excuse me, sir, can you make this sword a little more curved?
Okay, let's not go there. I just want my Goron sword so I can go slay some virtual monsters.
You do you, Neil. You do you. So, Ben, I heard you're going to be on the cover of Vogue Runway magazine.
Yes, Joe. I have decided to embrace my feminine side and showcase my impeccable fashion sense.
Wait, what? You're going to be wearing a dress and heels?
Of course, Joe. And let me tell you, the dress is made from the finest silk and the heels are handcrafted by Italian artisans.
Wow, that's unexpected. And what about the earrings?
Oh, those are just a touch of elegance. They're 24-karat gold with diamonds. No big deal.
I gotta say, Ben, I never thought I'd see the day where you'd be strutting your stuff on the runway.
Well, Joe, I believe in breaking stereotypes and challenging societal norms. Plus, I look damn good in this dress.
I can't even imagine the reactions from your conservative fan base.
Oh, they'll just have to deal with it. I'm too fabulous to care.
And how do you feel about the possibility of being the first man to ever grace the cover of Vogue Runway?
It's an honor, Joe. I'm paving the way for future male fashion icons. And let's be real, I look better in a dress than most women.
All right, well, I can't wait to see this magazine cover. It's gonna be interesting.
Oh, it'll be more than interesting, Joe. It'll be iconic. Now, let's talk about something manly, like hunting or lifting weights.
So, Ben, I heard you did something pretty wild last weekend.
What are you talking about, Joe?
I heard you ordered a bunch of prostitutes and spent 3 hours inspecting their vaginas with a flashlight.
I did no such thing. That's preposterous.
Come on, Ben. We all know you're a freak in the sheets.
Fine, I did it. but it was for research purposes.
Research? What kind of research requires 3 hours of pussy inspection?
I was looking for any signs of liberal ideology, Joe. Gotta make sure I'm not sleeping with any socialists.
Oh man, that's some next level paranoia,
It's not paranoia if it's for the sake of conservatism, Joe.
right? Because nothing says family values like hiring prostitutes and examining their genitals.
Hey, I'm just doing my part to keep America great.
And what did you find in your 3-hour examination?
Well, one of them had a tattoo of Karl Marx on her inner thigh. Needless to say, I sent her packing.
Oh man, you really are a walking meme, Ben.
I take that as a compliment, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more research to do.
So Neil, I heard you were experimenting with turning into a femboy Goron twink. How's that going?
Big white cock.
What? Is that your safe word or something?
No, I mean, that's all I can say now. Every time I try to speak, it just comes out as big white cock.
What the hell? Did you accidentally turn into a parrot instead?
Oh, yes, because that's a completely logical explanation. No, it's just my experiment went a little off track.
Well, I mean, you always did have a thing for those Gorons, and now you're a femboy version of one. That's some next level kink right there.
It's not a kink, Joe. It's science. And now I can't even explain my findings because of this damn phrase.
I can just imagine you at a scientific conference giving a presentation and every slide just says big white cock 69 times.
Yes, hilarious. Can we move on now?
Sure. So what's next for you? Turning into femboy Zora, Deku scrub?
Can we please end this conversation before I turn into a femboy version of you?
Hey, that's not a bad idea. I could use a break from my alpha male persona.
I'm done. I'm out of here.
All right. So, Neil, what do you have for us today?
Well, I thought we could switch things up a bit and I could read some fan fiction for our listeners.
Fan fiction. Like that weird stuff where people write stories about their favorite characters getting it on.
Exactly. But this one is a bit different.
Oh God, what have you found?
It's a big white cock race play fan fiction.
Race play, like where people role play different races.
No, Joe. It's where a white man dominates and degrades a person of color in a sexual manner.
I don't know if we should be reading that out loud.
Oh, don't worry. I'll censor the really graphic parts. But I think it's important for our listeners to understand the dark corners of the internet.
I don't know, man. This seems pretty messed up.
Oh, just wait until you hear the part where the white man calls the person of color a dirty little slut and tells them they're only good for one thing.
Okay, I think that's enough. Let's move on to something else.
Come on, Joe. I was just getting to the part where the white man makes the person of color beg for his big throbbing.
Okay, that's it. We're done. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And I apologize for any trauma that may have been caused by this segment. So, Jamie, we got a topic request from a fan on Discord. They want us to talk about these topics are shit, daw.
Well, they're not wrong.
Seriously, why do people even bother sending in these lame topics?
I don't know, maybe they're just trolling us.
Well, it's working. I feel like I'm being trolled every time I read one of these.
Maybe we should start a segment where we just roast the topic requests.
Yes, and we can call it Shit Topics with Joe and Jamie.
I like it.
But seriously, these topics are getting worse and worse. Yeah, it's like they're not even trying. Come on, people, step up your game.
Oh, I'm sure they'll get right on that.
Yeah, because that's what our fans are known for, quality topic suggestions. Speaking of shit topics, here's a visual representation. Perfect. We should send that to the person who requested this topic.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll love it.
Well, at least we can have a good laugh about it.
Yeah, that's the only good thing about these topics. They make for some good jokes.
All right, let's move on to the next topic before we lose our... So, Neil, I heard you're quite the collector. What do you collect?
Oh, just a little something called Skylanders and Amiibos, just a casual 1,000 of each.
What the hell are those?
Only the most epic and sought-after video game figurines in the world.
Oh, I'm sure they're worth their weight in gold.
Actually, they are. I have a solid gold Skylander and Amiibo collection. No big deal.
You're telling me you spent all your time and money on little plastic toys?
Hey, it's a better investment than Bitcoin.
Fair point. But seriously, how much did you spend on those things?
Let's just say I could have bought a small country with the amount I've spent on Skylanders and Amiibos.
You're a madman, Neil. A madman.
And I have no regrets. My collection is my legacy.
Well, I guess if the world ends, at least you'll have some badass figurines to play with.
Damn right. And I'll be the king of the post-apocalyptic world with my Skylanders and Amiibos army.
You never cease to amaze me, Neil.
That's why I'm the smartest man in the universe.
So, Ben, I heard your wife has implemented a new rule in your household.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. She's calling it Whack Off Wednesdays.
Whack Off Wednesdays? What the hell is that?
Apparently, it's a designated day for me to, take care of myself.
Oh, so she's giving you permission to masturbate?
Yeah, but only on Wednesdays. And she's monitoring me to make sure I stick to it.
That's insane. What if you have an urgent need on a different day?
Tough luck, I guess. My wife is now the masturbation police.
Well, at least you have a designated day for it. My wife just gives me a look of disappointment whenever she catches me.
I'd take that any day over Whack Off Wednesdays.
So, what do you do on the other days? Just suffer in silence?
I guess so. My wife thinks it will make me more productive, but all it's doing is making me more frustrated.
Maybe you should start a petition to abolish Whack Off Wednesdays.
I don't think that would go over well with my wife. She's already threatening to add a No Nut November rule.
Well, good luck with that. I'll stick to my no rules, no restrictions policy.
Lucky bastard. Enjoy your freedom while you can.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
Wow, what?
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
Are you okay, man?
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
I think Elon's stuck in a time loop.
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
This is some next level shit. How do we break the loop?
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
Maybe if we say it with him,
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
killer brew, more like shitter stew.
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
This is not working. Jamie, pull up an image of a toilet overflowing with diarrhea. Just trust me.
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
Okay, that's enough. Elon, snap out of it.
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
Damn it, we need to get him some help.
Killer brew, more like shitter stew.
I think we broke him. This is gonna be the best podcast episode ever. So, Neil, what's your take on the whole Goron situation in Hyrule?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I have to say that it's quite fascinating. Gorons are a highly evolved species with their rock-hard skin and powerful muscles.
Yeah, but have you seen those things? They're like giant walking boulders. How the hell are they overthrowing a castle?
Well, Joe, it's all about strategy. They may not be the most agile creatures, but they have brute strength and a strong sense of community.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a bunch of rocks trying to play King of the Hill.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be so close-minded. These Gorons have developed advanced tools and weapons, and their intelligence shouldn't be underestimated.
All right. All right, I'll give them that. But why are they even trying to overthrow the castle in the first place?
Well, rumor has it that the Princess of Hyrule is actually a Goron in disguise, and the Gorons are tired of being seen as a lesser species, so they're taking matters into their own hands.
Wow, that's some Game of Thrones level drama right there.
Indeed, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll see a Goron sitting on the throne of Hyrule.
Can you imagine a giant rock with a crown on its head? That would be one hell of a sight.
And with that, we'll wrap up this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay tuned for more absurd and offensive conversations.
So, Ben, I heard you have a thing for BBW Gory Gorons with size 12 shoes and stinky feet.
What? No, that's not true. I have no idea where you heard that from.
Come on, Ben. Don't be shy. Embrace your love for big, sweaty women.
I don't have a love for them. I just find them interesting.
Interesting. That's a weird way to describe it. I bet you got them, don't you?
What the hell is gooning?
Oh, you know, when you get all hot and bothered by something that's not considered socially acceptable.
I'm not gonna BBW Gorons, Joe. That's absurd.
Sure. And I bet you have a special pair of nose plugs for those stinky feet.
Okay, this conversation is getting out of hand. Can we please change the subject?
Fine. But before we do, Jamie, pull up an image of BBW Goron with size 12 shoes and stinky feet.
Okay.
Oh God, why did you do that?
Just wanted to see your reaction. Now let's move on to our next guest, David Goggins.
Stay
Fucking...
hard.
That's right, David. You know how to stay hard in any situation.
Can we please talk about something else now?
Sure, let's talk about your love for feet.
I do not have a love for feet, Joe.
So, Neil, I heard you recently got married. Congratulations.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I married a Goron.
A Goron? Like from Zelda?
Yeah, she's from the Goron tribe. We met at a science convention.
That's wild, man. How's the marriage going?
Well, she's a bit hot-headed, but I can handle it.
I bet she's a real beast in the bedroom.
Joe, that's offensive. She's a gentle creature with a big heart.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to objectify your Goron bride.
It's okay. She actually loves it when I call her my hot lava mama.
That's hilarious. So, do you guys have any kids?
Not yet, but we're planning on having a litter of little Goron babies.
That's going to be one interesting family photo.
Yeah, we'll have to find a really sturdy tree to hang it on.
You're killing me, Neil. So, do you guys have any plans for the future?
Well, we're thinking of starting our own science show, Goron and the Geek.
I'd watch the hell out of that. You guys could do experiments with rocks and stuff.
Exactly. And we'll have a segment where we debunk conspiracy theories about Bigfoot being a Goron in disguise.
Oh man, I can't wait for that. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, love knows no.
So, Neil, I heard you finally got the Vex Mythoclast to drop from Atheon in Destiny.
Yeah, after hours of grinding and sacrificing my social life, I finally got that sweet, exotic weapon.
Was it worth it?
Oh, hell. Yeah, I mean, who needs friends when you have a shiny new gun that shoots time-traveling bullets?
I can just imagine you running around the Cosmodrome blasting away at aliens while spouting off scientific facts.
You know what, Joe? I even calculated the exact trajectory of every bullet to ensure maximum efficiency.
That's some next-level gaming right there.
And let's not forget the satisfaction of finally beating Atheon. It's like conquering the laws of physics.
Speaking of physics, I bet you could calculate the probability of getting the Vex Mythoclast to drop.
Oh, I already did. It's approximately 0.1%.
Wow. That's almost as rare as finding a flat earther who actually understands science.
Hey, now let's not bring those crazies into this conversation.
Sorry. I'll stick to asking the important questions, like how many times did you scream praise the sun? When you finally got the drop?
Let's just say my neighbors probably think I'm part of some weird cult now.
Well, congrats on your new weapon, Neil. But let's be real. We all know the real reason you wanted it was so you could make science puns.
Guilty as charged. Now, if you'll excuse...
So, Jamie, we got a request from some weirdo on Discord. He wants us to talk about Gooning to Fortnite, Tove Barefoot, and BBW Goran.
What the actual fuck, Joe? Are we supposed to know what that even means?
I have no idea, but let's just roll with it. So, Jamie, have you ever gone to Fortnite, Top Barefoot, and BBW Gorans?
No. I have no idea what that even is. Is it some kind of weird sex thing?
Probably. But, you know, what's even weirder? The fact that people are playing Fortnite barefoot. I mean, have they never heard of shoes?
And what the hell is a BBW Gorons? Is that some kind of new strain of weed?
I have no idea, but I'm sure it's some kind of fucked up hybrid that will make you hallucinate and think you're a character in Fortnite.
Well, I guess if you're gonna go to Fortnite Tough, Barefoot, and BBW Gorons, you might as well be high as a kite.
Yeah, and make sure to bring your Toph cosplay. Gotta stay authentic, you know?
Oh god, I can just imagine a bunch of sweaty nerds running around barefoot, high as hell, and dressed as tough.
And don't forget the BBW Gorons. Gotta have that extra level of weirdness.
You know what, Joe? I think I'll pass on this whole going to Fortnite thing.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new hypothetical for me.
Oh yeah, it's a good one. Imagine you're a Goron, Joe.
What?
Goron. You know, those big rock-like creatures from the Legend of Zelda.
All right. I remember those guys. So, what's the hypothetical?
Well, as a Goron, you have the ability to roll into a ball and travel at high speeds. But here's the catch: you can only roll on roads made of lava.
What the fuck, Neil? That's insane.
I know, right? But just imagine the adrenaline rush of speeding down a lava road, dodging obstacles and shit.
Yeah, and then burning to a crisp when I inevitably crash.
Oh, come on, Joe. Where's your sense of adventure?
It's buried deep under my fear of death by molten lava.
Fine. Let's make it a little easier. You can also roll on regular roads, but you have to constantly dodge cars.
Oh, great. Now I can die by being flattened by a semi instead.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. This is all just a thought experiment.
Yeah, thought experiment that's giving me anxiety.
Well, I guess this hypothetical isn't for everyone. But just think about it. You could be the first Goron to compete in the Daytona 500.
Yeah, and the first Goron to die in a fiery crash.
You're missing the point, Joe. It's all about pushing.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been on your mind lately?
Goran. Goran. Goron.
Goron. Like the creatures from Zelda?
Yes, Joe. Those majestic, rock-like creatures. Gorons are love.
Oh, okay. Why are you so obsessed with Gorons?
Well, Joe, they're just so fascinating. They roll around, they eat rocks, they have a whole society based on mining.
Yeah, but I don't think they're real, Dr. Phil.
Oh, they're real, Joe. I've seen them in my dreams. Gorons are love. Gorons are love. Gorons are life.
I think you need to lay off the Goron talk, Dr. Phil.
No, Joe. I will not be silenced. Gorons are the key to happiness. Gorons are love. Gorons are life.
All right. Well, I think we've had enough Goron talk for one day.
Fine, Joe. But just remember, when life gets tough, just think of Gorons. Gorons are love. Gorons are life.
So, Ben, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this new show idea I have,
Oh, yeah. What's it about?
it's called Goron Dick and My Wife.
What the hell, Ben?
Hear me out. It's a reality show where I invite different Gorons to come and, well,
I don't think I want to know.
oh, come on, Joe. It'll be a hit. People love weird shit like this.
I don't know, man. Sounds pretty offensive.
Offensive. It's just a little fun between me, my wife, and some Gorons.
I don't think your wife would be too happy about that.
Oh, she loves it. She's always wanted to try new things.
Yeah, I'm sure she's thrilled about you bringing in Gorons to bang her.
Hey, it's not just about banging. It's about cultural exchange and breaking boundaries.
Right? Because that's what everyone wants to see on TV.
Axay, Charles say dying, diang, me, yo.
What the hell was that?
It's my catchphrase for the show.
I don't think this is a good idea, Ben.
Come on, Joe. Think about the ratings.
Yeah, the ratings for the most offensive and ridiculous show ever made.
Exactly. So,
So, Neil, I heard you recently went on a trip to the Goron Red Rock District. How was that?
Oh man, it was wild. Those Gorons really know how to party.
Party? I thought they were all about mining and stuff.
Well, let's just say their definition of mining is a bit different from ours.
Oh man, I can only imagine. Did you try any of their famous Red Rock delicacies?
Let's just say I had a lot of protein that night.
Gross, but I love it. Did you get to see any of their famous Red Rock formations?
Yeah, but let's just say they were a bit more phallic than I expected.
Oh man, I can't believe we're talking about this on my podcast. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant Red Rock penis.
Okay.
See what I mean?
This is too much. So, did you bring back any souvenirs from your trip?
Just some memories and newfound appreciation for the Goron culture.
Well, I'm sure our listeners will have a lot of questions about your trip. Thanks for sharing, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, I heard you've been playing a lot of Destiny lately.
Yeah, man. That game is like crack for my brain. The lore is so deep and complex.
Oh, yeah. Give us a taste of that sweet, sweet lore.
Well, it all starts with the Traveler, a giant floating ball that gives people superpowers.
Superpowers. Like what?
Like shooting lightning out of your ass. But then the darkness shows up and starts wrecking shit.
The darkness. That sounds ominous.
Oh, it gets worse. The Traveler sacrifices itself to save humanity. But then it turns out the Traveler was actually a giant alien robot.
Wait, what? That's like finding out your grandma is actually a cyborg.
And then there's this whole thing with the Hive and the Taken and the Vex and the Cabal.
Sounds like a bad acid trip.
Oh, it gets trippier. There's a character named Oryx who can control time and has a son named Crota who can summon giant swords.
Dude, I need to start playing this game.
And then there's the Awoken, who are like space elves, and the Fallen, who are basically space pirates.
Space elves and space pirates. This game has everything.
Don't forget the Exo, the robot people who can transfer their consciousness into new bodies.
So basically, it's like a sci-fi version of The Bachelor.
And let's not forget about the Guardians, who are basically immortal zombie warriors.
This game just keeps getting weirder and weird. So, Neil, I heard you found a secret Easter egg in Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, man. It was mind-blowing. I was just exploring Hyrule and stumbled upon this Goron with a giant dong.
Wait, what? Goron with a giant dong. That doesn't sound like something Nintendo would put in their game.
Oh, they did. And let me tell you, it was impressive. I mean, I've seen some impressive dongs in my time, but this Goron took the cake.
I don't believe you, Neil. I think you're just making this up for attention.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I would never lie about something as serious as a Goron's dong.
All right, let's say I believe you. What did you do when you found this Easter egg?
Well, I couldn't just leave it there, so I took a selfie with the Goron's dong and posted it on Instagram.
Are you serious? You posted a Goron's dong on Instagram?
Hey, it got a lot of likes. People were impressed.
I bet they were. So what did Nintendo have to say about this Easter egg?
They denied it, of course. But I know what I saw, Joe. And that Goron's dong will forever be etched in my memory.
Well, thanks for sharing that, Neil. I think we all learned something today.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Jamie, we got a topic request from a user on Discord. They want to know what the fuck is Goron and why we only talk about this stuff.
Joe, I think this is what they're talking about.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But seriously, Goron is a serious topic. It's a way of life, man. It's all about running like a gorilla and embracing your primal instincts.
Yeah, because that's exactly what we need in today's society. More people running around like wild animals.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a great workout and it really connects you with nature.
Sure, Joe. Next thing you know, you'll be telling me to start throwing my own poop like a gorilla.
Well, that's one way to assert dominance. But in all seriousness, Goron is just another way for people to escape the monotony of everyday life. And it's a lot more fun than just running on a treadmill.
I don't know, Joe. It sounds a little too primal for my taste.
Oh, I forgot to mention, Goron also involves wearing loincloths and grunting like a gorilla.
I think I'll stick to my regular workouts, thanks.
Suit yourself, Jamie. But just remember, when the apocalypse hits, the Gorunners will be the ones surviving. So, Neil, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just shitting all over the studio?
Wait, what? Why?
I was bored, man. Needed some excitement in my life.
But why the studio? Why not just go to the bathroom?
Where's the fun in that? Plus, I wanted to see the look on your face when you walked in.
Neil. Oh, God.
Relax, Joe. It's just a little poop. No big deal.
This is not the kind of content I was expecting for today's episode.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Serious Podcast host. Did I ruin your precious show?
I don't even know what to say right now.
How about thank you, Neil, for bringing some much-needed chaos and absurdity into my life.
Thank you, Neil, for bringing some much-needed chaos and absurdity into my life.
You're welcome. Now, let's get back to talking about the universe and all that jazz.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. So, Elon, I heard you smack Grimes with your shit sock. Is that true?
Yeah, Joe. I mean, sometimes you just gotta let your partner know who's boss,
I don't know, man. That's pretty messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. It was just a little love tap. And it's not like it was a fresh one. It had been marinating for a few days.
Dude, that's disgusting.
Hey, it's all part of my new sustainable lifestyle. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
I don't think that's what they meant by reduce.
Well, Grimes didn't seem to mind. She even asked for seconds.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Hey, we're just two free spirits living our best lives.
Yeah, I can tell. So what's next? Are you gonna start using your farts as air fresheners?
Actually, I've been working on a prototype for that. I call it Demusk.
I don't even want to know.
It's all about embracing your natural bodily functions, Joe. Embrace the stink.
All right. Well, I think that's enough for today. Thanks for joining us, folks. And remember, so, Neil, I heard you've been hanging out with that celebrity chef, Gordon Ramsay. What's that all about?
Oh, man, let me tell you, Joe. That guy is a culinary genius. I mean, have you seen the way he screams at people and throws food? It's like watching a beautiful symphony.
Yeah, but isn't that a bit aggressive? I mean, I've seen him make grown men cry.
Oh, it's all part of his charm. Plus, have you tasted his food? It's like a flavor explosion in your mouth. It's worth a little emotional trauma.
I don't know, Neil. I feel like I'd rather not have someone yell at me while I'm trying to enjoy my meal.
Well, maybe you're just not man enough for it, Joe. I can handle the heat in the kitchen, both literally and figuratively.
All right, all right. So what's your favorite dish that Ramsay has made for you?
Oh, definitely the beef Wellington. It's like a little piece of heaven on a plate. And the way he yells it's raw just adds that extra kick of flavor.
Well, I guess I'll have to give it a try. But make sure to bring some earplugs just in case.
Ah! Good one, Joe. But seriously, if you ever get a chance to cook with Gordon Ramsay, don't pass it up. It's an experience you won't forget.
So, Ben, I heard you have a list of the top 5 Ubble best qualities.
Yes, Joe. As a conservative, I always have a list prepared.
All right, let's hear it.
Number 5, his ability to hide in caves. I mean, talk about survival skills.
Yeah, that's impressive. What's next?
Number 4, his fashion sense. That beard and turban combo. Iconic.
I can't argue with that. What's number 3?
His dedication to terror. I mean, the man was committed.
That's one way to put it. What's number 2?
His leadership skills. He was able to unite a group of extremists under one cause.
And the number 1 Ubble quality, according to Ben Shapiro, is...
His death. I mean, come on, Joe. The world is a better place without him.
Well, that took a dark turn. Thanks for sharing, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Ben, I heard you had a little debate with Elon Musk about who's more of a cuck.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it was a real battle of the beta males.
Oh man, I can only imagine. So who came out on top?
Well, Elon thinks he's the ultimate cuck because he lets his wife boss him around.
But isn't that just being a good husband?
No, Joe. Real alpha male doesn't let a woman tell him what to do.
Interesting. But I gotta say, Ben, you do have some pretty conservative views. Some might say that makes you a bit of a cuck.
What? How dare you, Joe? I'll have you know I'm the most alpha conservative out there.
I don't know, man. I've seen you debate with some pretty strong women, and you seem to get a little flustered.
That's just because they don't understand logic and reason like I do.
Sure. But let's not forget about your infamous WAP remix. That's some pretty beta behavior, my friend.
Hey, I was just trying to appeal to the younger generation. Plus, I can rap with the best of them.
Yeah. Keep telling yourself that, Ben.
And let's not forget about Elon's flamethrowers. That's some real beta male compensation right there.
I don't know, man. I think it takes a real man to admit he needs a flamethrower to feel powerful.
You're just jealous because you don't.
So, Ben, I heard you and Elon Musk got into a heated debate about who's more of a cuck.
Yeah, we couldn't agree, so we decided to settle it the only way men know how, good old-fashioned dick measuring contest.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear this. So, who won?
Well, let's just say Elon's rocket wasn't the only thing that was disappointing.
Shots fired. But seriously, how did it go down?
We stood there pants down, and let's just say I had a clear advantage.
Oh, really? How so?
Well, let's just say I'm a grower, not a shower.
Oh man, I can't believe you just said that. But seriously, who cares about dick size? It's all about how you use it.
Oh, thanks for the advice, Joe. I'll be sure to keep that in mind next time I'm in the bedroom with my wife.
All right. Let's get back to the topic at hand. So, who's the bigger cuck?
Well, I hate to admit it, but Elon definitely has me beat in that department.
Really? I would have thought you were the ultimate cuck, Ben.
Hey, I may be a conservative, but I'm not a cuck. I have a strong, dominant personality.
Sure you do, Ben. Sure you do.
Fine.
So, David, I heard you got trapped in the shit locker for 124 hours.
Yeah, it was brutal, man. I was covered in shit and surrounded by the stench of my own failure.
And then Mr. Beast comes in and tells you the challenge is canceled. That's gotta hurt.
Oh, it hurt. All right. But not as much as the smell of that locker. I swear, I could taste it.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you didn't have to eat any bull testicles or get electrocuted.
True, but I was looking forward to that $1,000,000. Now I'm just stuck with this shitty experience.
Well, maybe next time you'll think twice before signing up for a challenge with a YouTuber.
Lesson learned one. I'm only doing challenges with real men like you, Joe.
Well, I appreciate the compliment, but let's not forget you were the one trapped in a shit locker for over 5 days.
Touche, Joe.
But seriously, what did you do to pass the time in there?
I did a lot of self-reflection and visualization exercises. And, of course, I did a lot of push-ups to keep my gains.
Of course, the gains must be maintained at all costs. Well, I'm glad you made it out alive, David. And hey, at least you have a great story to tell now.
Yeah, a shitty story. But hey, shit happens, right?
Oh man, you never fail to crack me up, David. So, Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just try and save the world from the liberal agenda.
Right. And how's that going for you?
Well, to be honest, I've been a little distracted lately.
Distracted? By what?
I swear I can hear this faint background music all the time. It's driving me crazy.
Background music? Like in a movie?
No, Joe. In real life, everywhere I go, I hear this music.
That is strange. What kind of music is it?
I don't know, it's like elevator music or something, but it's always there, haunting me.
Maybe it's a sign from a higher power.
Don't even joke about that, Joe. I'm already paranoid enough as it is.
All right. Let's calm down. Jamie, pull up an image of a guy wearing a tinfoil hat.
Hey, that's not funny.
Sorry, Ben, but you have to admit, it's a little ironic.
I don't have time for your jokes, Joe. I have to figure out where this music is coming from.
Well, good luck with that, Ben. And if you need any help, I know a guy who makes really good tinfoil hats.
Oh, shut up, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on world hunger.
Yes, Joe, I believe it's actually a beneficial thing for society.
What? How is starving people beneficial?
Well, think about it. With less people to feed, there's more food for the rest of us.
That's messed up, man. What about the moral implications?
Oh, please, Joe. Morality is just a social construct. Survival of the fittest, am I right?
I can't believe I'm hearing this. What about the Gorons?
The Gorons. They'll be fine. They're used to living in harsh conditions.
Are you serious? They're a fictional race from a video game.
Exactly. No one cares about fictional characters. They can handle a little hunger.
This is just wrong, Ben. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss the days when you were just talking about facts and logic.
Facts and logic still apply, Joe. Hunger is just a natural part of life.
I'm starting to think you've been spending too much time with Jordan Peterson.
Hey, don't bring Jordan into this. He's a good man with great lobster recipes.
All right, let's just move on before I lose my appetite. What's next on the menu, Ben?
Well, I was thinking we could talk about the benefits of child labor.
Oh boy, can't wait for that one. Tune in next time, folks, for more outrageous ideas from Ben Shapiro. So, Elon, I heard you have some new upgrades for Tesla owners at the charging stations.
Yeah, we're always looking for ways to make the charging experience more exciting.
Exciting? How so?
Well, we've installed a laser distance measurer so people can measure their dicks while they wait for their cars to charge.
Wait, what? What?
You heard me. We want to see who has the biggest and smallest dicks in the Tesla community.
That's, interesting.
And we even have a leaderboard on our app so you can compare your measurements to others.
I don't think that's a good idea, Elon. Some people might not want their dick size broadcasted to the world.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, it's a great way to pass the time while your car charges.
I don't know, man. Seems a little invasive.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's not like we're measuring your butthole or anything.
Okay, that's fair. But what if someone has a micro penis?
Then they can just say they have a big dick and no one will ever know.
You're a madman, Elon.
I know. But hey, it's all about innovation, right?
I guess so. But I'll stick to just checking my phone while my car charges.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know you'll never know where you stand on the Tesla Dick leaderboard.
So, Ben, I heard you recently opened a Chuck E. Cheese strip club. How's that going?
Oh, it's been quite the experience, Joe. Let me tell you, it's been a wild ride.
I can only imagine. So, what have been your top 10 moments of owning this establishment?
Well, number 10 would have to be when Chuck E. Cheese himself showed up for a private dance. I never thought I'd see a giant rat twerking in front of me.
That's definitely a unique experience. What's next on the list?
Number 9 was when I had to break up a fight between two strippers dressed as Dora the Explorer and Elmo. Let's just say things got heated.
I bet they did. What about number 8?
Oh, that would have to be the time a kid's birthday party accidentally stumbled into the club. We had to do some quick damage control on that one.
I can only imagine the parents' reactions. What's number 7?
Well, it's a tie between the time we had to bring your pet to the strip club night and when we had a senior citizens discount promotion.
I don't even want to know what kind of pets and seniors were there. What about number 6?
That would have to be the time we accidentally booked a male stripper for a bachelorette party. Let's just say the bride-to-be was not pleased.
I can imagine. What's number 5?
Number 5 would have to be when we had a furry night and Jamie pull up an image of a furry convention.
So, Neil, I heard you recently came out as Recta American to Korean.
Yeah, I finally decided to embrace my roots and be proud of my heritage.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but you're not really Korean. You're just a poser.
What are you talking about? I have Korean blood in me.
Yeah, like 0.1% of it. You're about as Korean as a taco.
That's offensive, Joe. I identify as Korean.
Oh, so you're one of those identify as whatever you want kind of guys. Well, I identify as a unicorn, but you don't see me prancing around with a horn on my head.
That's not the same thing.
Oh, and let's not forget about your science theories. We're all just stardust and the universe is expanding. Give me a break.
Hey, those are scientifically proven theories.
Yeah, and I'm a scientist too. I have a PhD in kicking your ass.
This is getting out of hand, Joe.
And let's not forget about your obsession with Pluto. It's not a planet, Neil. Get over it.
But it has sentimental value to me.
Sentimental value. You're a grown man, not a 5-year-old with a favorite toy.
Okay. I get it. I'm not perfect.
Finally, some self-awareness.
But at least I'm not a conspiracy theorist like you, Joe.
Oh, don't. So, Ro, I heard you've been up to some crazy shit lately. Yeah, man, I've been on a rampage, taking out all those wheelchair-bound losers. Whoa, what the fuck? That's fucked up, man. Nah, it's cool. I'm wearing your clothes so no one knows it's me. What the hell? Why are you wearing my clothes? Gotta blend in, man. Plus, they're comfy as hell. You're a sick fuck, Ro. How many have you taken out so far? Oh, I lost count after the first 100. But hey, who's counting? This is some dark shit, man. I don't know if I can condone this. Relax, Joe. It's just a little population control. Plus, those wheelchairs take up too much space anyways. I can't believe I'm even friends with you. Hey, at least I'm not wearing your skin. Yet. What the fuck, bro? That's crossing the line. Hey, I gotta keep up the disguise somehow. I think it's time for you to leave, Ro. Fine, I'll just take this wheelchair with me. Gotta add it to my collection. Get the fuck out of here, you sicko. And stop pretending to be me. Fine, but can I at least keep the clothes? They're really comfy. So, Ben, I heard you have a list of the top 5 sexiest Teletubbies. Care to share?
Well, Joe, it's a controversial list, but I stand by it.
I can only imagine. So, who's number 1?
It's got to be Tinky Winky. That purple suit just does it for me.
Interesting choice. Who's next?
Leia. That yellow jumpsuit is tight in all the right places.
I see where you're going with this. Number 3,
Dipsy. That green skin is just so exotic.
I never thought I'd hear the words sexy and Teletubby in the same sentence.
Oh, just wait. Number 4 is Poe. That red one's eye is just begging to be unzipped.
And last but not least,
No, that vacuum cleaner has some serious sucking power.
well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 sexiest Teletubbies. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And just remember, it's all about consent, even with Teletubbies.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about Randy from Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, yes. It's quite fascinating. I truly believe that Randy is actually a Goron.
A Goron, like from Zelda.
Exactly. You see, the evidence is all there. The way he eats those cheeseburgers, the way he walks around shirtless. It's all very Goron-like behavior.
I don't know, man. I think he's just a fat guy who loves cheeseburgers.
But have you seen the way he moves his body? It's almost like he's made of rock.
Dude, he's just drunk all the time. That's why he's so wobbly.
But think about it, Joe. Gorons are known for their love of food and their strong, sturdy bodies. It all adds up.
I don't think the creators of Trailer Park Boys were thinking about Gorons when they made Randy.
Oh, they were. It's all a hidden message, a metaphor for the human condition.
You're blowing my mind, man. So, does that mean LaHaye is a Zora?
Now you're catching on, Joe. And Julian is definitely a Hylian.
This changes everything. I'll never watch that show the same way again.
That's the beauty of science, Joe. It opens our minds to new possibilities and perspectives.
And it also makes us realize that Randy is a Goron. Thanks for enlightening me, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new theory about Gorons being real.
Yes. Joe, after years of research and observation, I have come to the conclusion that Gorons do indeed exist.
Oh, come on, Neil. You can't be serious. Gorons are just a made-up creature from a video game.
Joe, just because they are featured in a video game doesn't mean they can't be real. Haven't you heard of the multiverse theory?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Gorons are not hopping around in some alternate universe.
How do you explain the fossils that have been found? And the eyewitness accounts?
Maybe they were just high on psychedelics and saw a bunch of rocks.
Joe, you're impossible. I can't believe I even agreed to come on your podcast.
Relax, Neil. Have a joint and chill out.
I will not sit here and be ridiculed for my scientific beliefs. Good day, Joe.
Well, there goes Neil storming off like a Goron on a rampage. So, Neil, I heard you're getting deported.
Yeah, man. Turns out I was brought here when I was a baby and never got my citizenship.
That's crazy, man. You're like a space alien.
Very funny. But seriously, I have to buy my own plane ticket or I'll end up in ICE custody.
Damn, that's some messed up shit. ICE is like the new Gestapo.
Exactly. And I don't have the money to buy a ticket. I've been spending it all on telescopes and weed.
Well, I can help you out. I'll start a GoFundMe for you.
Thanks, Joe. But I don't want to beg for money like a bum on the street.
Fine. Then I'll just sell some of my elk meat and give you the cash.
No, no, no. I can't accept money from a meat eater.
What? Are you some kind of vegan scientist now?
No, I just have standards. I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll just hitchhike back to the motherland.
Good luck with that. Just make sure to avoid any vans with free candy written on the side.
Haha, very funny. But seriously, this is a serious issue. I could end up in a detention center.
Well, if you do, at least you'll have some interesting stories to tell on your next podcast appearance.
Yeah, because nothing screams good podcast content like being detained by ICE. Thanks, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Just remember, if... So, Neil, I heard you were going around calling me a bald head ass bitch behind my back.
Well, Joe, it's not behind your back if I'm saying it to your face.
Oh, you think you're so clever with your science and shit. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Smarty Pants. At least I have hair on my head, unlike your smooth, shiny dome.
Oh, I see, you're resorting to hair jokes now? Real mature, Joe.
Hey, I may not be a scientist, but I know one thing for sure. You're a whiny little crybaby.
Excuse me?
Yeah, that's right. Every time I have you on the podcast, you start crying about some existential crisis or the fate of the universe. It's like, dude, chill out and smoke some weed.
I do not cry on your podcast.
Oh, really? What about that time you were talking about black holes and you started tearing up? I had to pause the episode and give you a tissue.
That was a very emotional moment for me, Joe.
Oh, poor Neil. Is the big, bad black hole scaring you? Maybe you should stick to talking about stars and planets, little man.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this. I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's right. Run away, Neil. Run away from your feelings and your lack of hair.
I can...
So, Neil, I heard you were hanging out with some gorillas recently.
Actually, Joe, they were Gorons. They're like the gorillas of the fast food world.
Gorons. What the hell are those?
They're these giant humanoid creatures that run their own fast food restaurants. And let me tell you, their burgers are out of this world.
Wait, are you telling me that these Gorons are better at making burgers than humans?
Oh, absolutely. They have these massive hands that can flip a burger in seconds. And their secret sauce, let's just say it's not made from tomatoes.
Oh, God, please don't tell me it's made from gorilla blood.
Relax, Joe. It's just a special blend of spices and herbs. But I will say it does have a bit of a kick to it.
Well, I guess it's true what they say. The best chefs have 4 arms.
And, tail. Can't forget about the tail, Joe.
This is blowing my mind, Neil. I never thought I'd be craving Goron burgers.
Just wait until you try their fries. They're made from the finest potatoes handpicked by gorillas in the wild.
I don't know if I can handle all this gorilla goodness. I might have to start my own Goron fast food chain.
I think you should stick to podcasting, Joe. Leave the Goron burgers to the professionals.
Fine, but I better get an invite to your next Goron feast.
Of course, Joe. You're always welcome at the Gore.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have some insider knowledge on the Goron politics. Care to enlighten us?
Oh yeah, man, those Gorons are a wild bunch. They're always fighting over who gets to sit on the biggest rock.
That sounds intense. Do they have any political parties, or is it just a free-for-all?
Well, they do have different clans, but it's more like a popularity contest. Whoever can lift the heaviest boulder gets the most votes.
Wow, that's some serious strength-based politics. Do they have any controversial issues they're dealing with?
Yeah, there's a heated debate about whether or not to legalize fire breathing. Some say it's a basic right, others think it's too dangerous.
And what about their leader? How do they choose who gets to be the big boss Goron?
It's all about who can eat the most rocks in one sitting. It's a messy process, let me tell you.
I can imagine, but what about the Goron citizens? Are they happy with their government?
Well, they're pretty content as long as they have plenty of rocks to sit on. But there's always some grumbling about the lack of diversity in their society.
Diversity in a society of rock-eating creatures. That's a tough one.
Yeah, but they're slowly starting to accept different types of rocks. Baby steps, you know.
Well, thanks for the insight, Mr. Beast. I'll make sure to keep an eye on the Goron political scene. So, Bubbles, welcome to the show. I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of your work in the Sunnyvale Trailer Park. Well, that's just perfect. So, Bubbles, tell us, how did you end up living in a trailer park? Wow, that's rough. But you seem to have turned out pretty well. You even have your own business, right? That's impressive. And what about your friends, Ricky and Julian? How did you guys meet? Classic Ricky. So, Bubbles, I have to ask, what's the deal with those cats? Do you really have a cat army? That's amazing. I got to get me some of those cats. And speaking of beer, I hear you have your own brand now. So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been listening to a lot of Duran Durandal the Vandal, and it's got me feeling hungry like the wolf.
Oh man, I love that band. But why are you feeling so hungry?
Well, their music just gets me so pumped up and ready to take on the world. And by take on the world, I mean eat everything in sight.
That's one way to interpret it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm like a wolf on the prowl, searching for my next meal. And right now, I'm eyeing that bag of chips over there.
Careful, Neil. You don't want to turn into Duran Durandal the Vandal yourself.
Too late, Joe. I'm already a wild animal, ready to devour anything in my path.
Well, I hope you have better table manners than those vandals.
Oh, of course. I always use a fork and knife when I'm tearing into my prey.
You're a funny guy, Neil. I can always count on you to bring some science and humor to the podcast.
It's my specialty, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some chips to demolish.
Enjoy your feast, Neil. And thank you for joining me on this ridiculous conversation.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Don, I hear you've been looking into some interesting statistics lately. Goron on Goron crime. What the hell is that? Oh man, that sounds brutal. What kind of crimes are we talking about here? Cannibalism. Are you serious? This is some dark shit done. I don't know if I can handle it. Well, that's relief, but still, cannibalism. That's just messed up. I don't think I'll be visiting the Goron community anytime soon. I think I'll stick to my regular human BBKS. Thank you very much. So, Neil, I heard you had some hot, steamy Goron sex recently.
Yeah, it was wild, man. Those Gorons really know how to get down.
But I also heard that the Goron bitch ghosted you.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I thought we had something special.
Maybe she was just using you for your astrophysics knowledge.
Hey, I'm not just a pretty face. I have a brain too.
Yeah, but let's be real. She probably just wanted to know how many moons are in Jupiter.
Well, I showed her more than just my knowledge of celestial bodies.
Oh snap, Neil getting freaky with the Gorons.
You know it. But now I'm left with a broken heart and a strange rash.
That's what you get for messing with those rock people.
Hey, don't judge. Love knows no boundaries, even if it involves a little chafing.
Well, I hope you learned your lesson. Stick to human women. They may not have lava for blood, but at least they won't ghost you.
Point taken, Joe. But I'll always have a special place in my heart for that fucking Goron bitch.
So, Elon, I heard a rumor that you got your underwear pregnant.
Yeah, it's true. I've always been a pioneer in the field of reproduction.
I mean, I know you're a genius and all, but how the hell did you manage that?
Well, let's just say I have some very advanced technology in my pants.
I bet that baby is gonna come out with a full head of hair and a trust fund.
You know what, Joe? Gotta start him off right.
But in all seriousness, how are you gonna explain this to your wife?
She'll understand. She knows I'm always pushing boundaries.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be thrilled to have a pair of underwear as a daughter-in-law.
Hey, at least she'll always be supportive and have my back.
Literally. I can just see it now, a little pair of underwear running around the house.
Maybe I'll even teach her how to fly a rocket.
Now that's a sight I never thought I'd see. Pregnant pair of underwear flying a rocket.
You know what they say, anything is possible with a little bit of imagination and a lot of money.
Well, I can't wait to see how this all plays out. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't.
So, Neil, I heard you were a producer on Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, that's right. I produced the whole damn thing.
Wow, I had no idea. What was it like working on that show?
It was a wild ride, let me tell you. Those boys sure know how to party.
I bet. So, can you give us a synopsis of the show?
Well, it's about these 3 lovable idiots who live in a trailer park and get into all sorts of shenanigans.
Sounds like my kind of show.
Oh, it gets better. They have this crazy neighbor named Randy who never wears pants and is always eating cheeseburgers.
That's hilarious.
And then there's Julian, the smooth-talking con artist, and Ricky, the master of the shit blizzard.
I can only imagine.
And of course, there's Bubbles, the lovable trailer park cat whisperer.
That's quite the cast of characters.
It sure is. And as the producer, I made sure to add in some scientific facts and theories to keep the show educational.
Oh yeah, because that's what Trailer Park Boys is known for, education.
Hey, I'm just trying to spread knowledge wherever I can.
Well, I'm sure the fans appreciate it.
Oh, they do. They even made me an honorary member of the Trailer Park Boys.
That's quite the honor.
Yeah, it's right up there with my Nobel Prize.
So Neil, I heard you've been playing a lot of Terraria lately.
Yeah, man, I've been crushing it. I beat the game in record time.
Oh yeah, how long did it take you?
Oh, just a casual 24 hours. No big deal.
Damn, that's impressive. I've been playing for weeks and I still haven't beaten it.
Well, I am a genius astrophysicist after all. It's all about strategy and precision.
Or maybe you just have no life.
Hey now, that's not very nice.
Sorry, I forgot you're a delicate genius. So what was your favorite part of the game?
Definitely when I defeated the Wall of Flesh. It was like conquering the universe in a microcosm.
Wow, you really take this game seriously.
Of course, I take everything seriously. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, we get it. You're smart and stuff.
Hey, at least I have something to brag about. What have you accomplished lately, Joe?
Well, I did just eat a whole pizza by myself.
Impressive. But I'll stick with my Terraria victory, thank you very much.
Yeah, you do that. I'll just be over here eating my feelings and playing video games. So, Elon, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yeah, man, it's what's going on. It's gonna be huge.
What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know, it just came to me in a dream. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the next what's up.
Are you high right now?
Of course I am. I'm always high. How else do you think I come up with all these crazy ideas?
Well, I hope you have a patent on that catchphrase because I can already see it on shirts and coffee mugs.
Oh, I have a whole line of merchandise planned. What's going on? Hats, socks, even underwear.
I don't know if I want to see your face on my underwear.
Oh, you'll get used to it. And just think, every time you put on a pair, you'll be saying what's going on all day.
I'm starting to regret inviting you on the podcast.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a free pair of what's going on underwear.
Great. I can't wait. So what's next for you, Elon?
Well, I'm working on a new project that will revolutionize the world. It's called Goron Energy, and it's powered by gorilla farts.
You're kidding, right? Right?
Nope, dead serious. And with my catchphrase, what's going on?
So, Ben, I heard you've been ranking the top 5 most dragged memes on the Discord.
Yeah, Joe, it's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
So, what's at the top of your list?
Well, coming in at number 1 is the classic pregnant hyenas meme. It's been beaten to death more times than a hobo's foreskin.
Oh man, that's brutal.
And speaking of foreskin, number 2 on the list is hobo foreskin dick cheese. It's just as gross as it sounds.
Okay, let's move on before I lose my lunch.
Number 3 is Neil saying bald head ass bitch. It's just so satisfying to use on someone who's being a real dick.
Yeah, I can see that. And number 4?
Goron. I mean, it's not even a meme, it's just a word, but it's been dragged through the mud so many times that it's practically a meme now.
And rounding out the top 5?
Foreskin. Just the word itself is enough to make people cringe.
Well, there you have it, folks. The top 5 most dragged memes on the Discord, according to Ben Shapiro.
And I stand by my rankings.
So, Elon, I heard you got an offer from Russia to hack the Pentagon for $250 million.
Yeah, I mean, come on, who wouldn't take that offer? That's like pocket change for me.
But aren't you worried about the consequences? The NSA is no joke.
Puff, please. Got Saul Goodman on my side. He can get me out of anything.
Saul Goodman, the lawyer from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, he's my go guy for all my shady dealings.
But what about the moral implications? Hacking the Pentagon is a serious offense.
Oh, come on, Joe. Morals are for losers. I'm all about that cash money.
I don't know, man. This seems like a risky move.
Risky, please. I'm Elon Musk. I take risks like I breathe air.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I'll be counting my millions and laughing at the NSA's feeble attempts to stop me.
I don't know if that's something to be proud of, Elon.
Hey, I didn't become a billionaire by playing it safe. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of giant middle finger to NSA.
So, Ro, I heard you had a wild night last night. Yeah, I did. Neil told me to go fuck myself, so I did. Wait, what? Neil told you to go fuck yourself. Yeah, can you believe that shit? So I figured, why not just fuck myself with someone else? And who better than you, Joe? Oh, I see. So you thought, hey, I'll just have sex with Joe instead of myself. Exactly. And let me tell you, it was mind-blowing. Oh, hey, Neil. Ro was just telling me about how you told him to go fuck himself.
Wait, what? I didn't mean for him to actually go and do it.
Well, too late now. You should have been more specific.
This is not what I had in mind when I said that.
Hey, Neil, want to join in on the fun?
No way, I'm out of here.
Suit yourself. More Joe for me. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Hey, at least we're taking your advice, Neil. Go fuck yourself. I can't even handle this right now. This is too much. Just wait until round 2. So, Ben, I heard you have a new product called Dick Food.
Yes, Joe, it's a revolutionary product that will change the way we eat.
How so?
Well, it's a food specifically designed for the male genitalia. It's high in protein and low in carbs.
That's interesting.
And it comes in different flavors too. We have BBK for the meat lovers and vanilla for the more vanilla guys.
Vanilla for the vanilla guys. I see what you did there.
And the best part is, it's shaped like a penis. So you can finally eat a dick without being judged.
I don't know if I want to eat a dick, Ben.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Embrace your inner carnivore.
I don't think my wife would appreciate me snacking on a dick.
Oh, don't worry. We have a special line for women too. It's called clit chips.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, it's all about Equality, Joe. Everyone deserves a tasty snack for their genitals.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Jamie, pull up an image of a guy eating a hot dog.
Oh God, that's disturbing.
See, Joe? It's not that different from eating dick food.
I think I'll stick to regular food, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. More dick food for me.
So, Oblivion music. What the hell is that? Damn, that's messed up, but I like it. That's some hardcore shit. You must have a lot of pent-up rage. Jesus Christ, man. That's fucked up. Yeah. So, what's your process like? It sounds like a typical day in the life of a musician. Well, I can't wait to check out your music. I'll make sure to listen to it with all the lights off and Uija board by my side. So, Neil, I heard you're running an underground Goron sweatshop now?
Yeah, man, gotta diversify my income streams. Plus, those Gorons are surprisingly good at making shoes.
Wait, are you exploiting these Gorons for cheap labor?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like they have any other job opportunities down in Hyrule.
I don't know, man. Seems pretty messed up. What about their rights?
Rights? They're Gorons, Joe. They don't even have opposable thumbs.
That's a good point. But still, it seems a little unethical.
Look, I'm just trying to make a living here. And those Gorons are happy to have a job. Plus, they get to hang out with me and talk about astrophysics.
I guess that's a silver lining. But what about the working conditions?
Oh, they're not so bad. I mean, it gets pretty hot in the lava pits, but they've got tough skin.
I don't know, Neil. This whole thing just doesn't sit right with me.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. No pain, no gain.
I'm pretty sure that's not what they meant, Neil.
Oh, well, I'll just have to ask my Goron workers to come up with a new saying then. Jamie, pull up an image of a Goron making shoes with the caption, no pain, no gain.
So, Ben, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research on the Church of Ass.
The Church of Ass. What the hell is that?
It's a religious organization that worships the almighty booty.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm dead serious. They believe that the ass is the most powerful force in the universe.
And I thought Scientology was crazy.
But here's the interesting thing, Joe. The Church of Ass is actually divided into different butt sects.
Butt sex. I can't even say it with a straight face.
It's true. There's the flat ass sect, the bubble butt sect, and the Holy Grail of Ass sect.
Oh, I'm sure they take their beliefs very seriously.
They do, Joe. They even have a sacred text called the Booty Bible.
This is too much. Jamie, pull up an image of a butt sect meeting. Oh my God, this is too good.
But Joe, they also have strict rules about anal hygiene.
Really? Do tell?
Yes, they believe that clean and well-groomed anus is the key to spiritual enlightenment.
I guess I've been missing out on some serious spiritual growth.
And they also have a ritual.
So, Neil, I heard you and Ben got into a little tiff over who can be the 18th pregnant hyena.
Yeah, it was a heated debate. But I mean, come on, I'm a scientist. I know how to impregnate a hyena.
Oh, please, Neil. I've seen you try to impregnate a goat. It didn't end well.
Hey, that was just one time and it was for science.
Sure. But let's not forget about your failed attempt at inseminating a giraffe. How's that long neck theory working out for you?
Okay. But at least I have a degree in astrophysics. What's your qualification, Joe? Being a UFC commentator?
Hey, I'll have you know I have a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and I've delivered a baby hyena before.
Oh, please, you probably just wanted to eat the placenta.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, let's settle this like men. We'll both impregnate a hyena, and whoever's baby comes out first wins.
Deal. But just remember, I have science on my side.
And I have the power of the human spirit. Let the hyena impregnating games begin. So, Neil, I heard you had a wild dream last night.
Yeah, man, it was crazy. I dreamt I was a Goron.
A Goron? Like from Zelda?
Yeah, but I wasn't just any Goron. I was a Goron with a PhD in astrophysics.
That's some next level shit, man.
And get this, I was on a mission to save the universe from an asteroid.
Damn, that's some heavy stuff for a dream.
But here's the kicker, Joe. I had to use my Goron strength to lift the asteroid and throw it into a black hole.
Holy shit, that's badass.
And you know what the best part was? I had a giant banana as my weapon.
What the fuck? A banana?
Yeah, man. I call it the Banana Nader. It's a Goron's best friend.
I can just imagine you swinging that thing around in your dream.
Oh, it gets better. I had a sidekick, a talking monkey named Carl Sagan.
Of course you did. What did Carl have to say about all of this?
He kept spouting off scientific facts and theories while I was busy saving the universe.
Sounds like a typical dream for a science nerd like you.
Hey, at least my dreams are more interesting than your stand-up comedy.
Ouch, that one hurt. But seriously, that dream is epic. So, Neil, I heard you had a run-in with a ghost recently.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was making toast in my kitchen when suddenly it disappeared.
Disappeared, like into thin air?
No, not exactly. I turned around and saw a ghost with my toast in its ghostly hands.
What the hell? Did you try to reason with it?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a scientist, not a ghost whisperer.
Fair enough. So what did you do?
I tried to grab the toast back, but it just went right through my hand.
Classic ghost move. Did you at least get a good look at it?
Yeah, it was translucent and had a smug look on its face. I swear, even ghosts are getting cocky these days.
Did you try to communicate with it?
No, I just let it have the toast. I figured it could use a good breakfast in the afterlife.
That's very generous of you, Neil. But let's be real, that ghost probably just wanted a taste of your famous brain.
Hey, joke's on them. My brain is too complex for a simple ghost palate.
Well, at least you got a good story out of it. And hey, maybe that ghost will come back for some more toast in the future.
Let's hope not, Joe. I don't want to have to start locking up my bread in a ghost-proof safe.
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you beat the original Super Mario Bros. Using your foreskin as an analog stick.
That's right, Joe. I have the best foreskin, believe me. It's bigly and it's very versatile.
I have to ask, how did you come up with this technique?
Well, I was playing with my joystick one day and I thought, why not use the real thing? And let me tell you, it worked like a charm.
That's incredible. Did you have any difficulties with precision?
Not at all. My foreskin is like a precision instrument. It's like having a built-in cheat code.
I can only imagine the reactions of your opponents when they found out.
Oh, they were jealous. Believe me, they couldn't handle my foreskin skills.
I have to say, this is definitely a unique strategy.
It's all about thinking outside the box, Joe. And my foreskin is definitely outside the box.
Well, there you have it, folks. Donald Trump, the first president to beat Super Mario Bros. With his foreskin. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, always trust in the power of foreskin.
So, Neil, I heard you recently got a BBLL. How's that been working out for you?
Well, Joe, I have to say, it's been a bit of a disaster. The doctor must have used some faulty silicone because now my butt is bouncing uncontrollably in this chair.
Oh man, that's hilarious. So every time you sit down, it's like a bouncy castle.
Yeah, it's a real hit at parties. People pay good money to bounce on my butt.
I can only imagine the looks on their faces when they realize it's your actual butt doing the bouncing.
It's not all fun and games, Joe. I can't even sit still during interviews anymore. I'm like a human jackhammer.
Oh man, I can't stop picturing it. You should start charging for rides on your butt. Make some extra cash.
Yeah, because that's exactly what a world-renowned astrophysicist needs. Extra cash from butt rides.
Sorry. I can't help it. But seriously, have you thought about getting it fixed?
I have, but the thought of going under the knife again makes me want to jump off a building. Or bounce off a building, I guess.
Well, at least you have a unique talent now. You can join the circus as the human bouncy ball.
Great. Now I have a...
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a special technique for rubbing one out under the table at Disney World without getting caught.
That's right, Joe. It's all about distraction and precision. First, you got to wear a goofy hat to blend in with the crowd.
A goofy hat. That's genius. But what about the kids?
Don't worry, Joe. I have a solution for that. Just bring a Mickey Mouse doll and make it look like you're playing with it.
Wow, that's diabolical. But what if someone sees you?
That's where the precision comes in, Joe. You got to have the right angle and firm grip. And if anyone asks, just tell them it's a new Disney ride called the Magical Hand Job.
Oh man, you're killing me, Dr. Phil. But seriously, isn't this a bit risky?
Risky? Joe, I've been doing this for years. I even have a secret code with Disney characters to let them know when I'm about to finish.
I don't even want to know. But hey, if it works, it works. Oh man, you're a legend, Dr. Phil. A twisted legend. So Donald, I heard you've been working on fixing Pornhub's guy. How did that come about?
Well, Joe, I saw that the site was a mess, just like the country when I took over. So I decided to use my stable genius mind to fix it.
And how did you go about fixing it?
First, I fired all the Mexicans and hired beautiful American models. Then I added a feature where you can rate the porn stars based on their looks, just like I do with women.
That's interesting. And what about the layout?
I made it Yo-J just like my hands. And I added a filter for bigly categories, for those who like it rough.
I see. And what about the search function?
I made it so you can search for specific body parts like bigly boobs or tight ass. And of course, I added a golden shower category for all my Russian friends. All my Russian friends.
Wow, that's quite the improvement. But what about the criticism that this objectifies women?
Joe, let me tell you, women love being objectified. They love it, believe me. And besides, I'm just making Pornhub great again.
Well, I don't know if I agree with your methods, but I can't argue with results. Thanks for sharing your process, Donald.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you're not watching porn on Pornhub, you're not a true patriot.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a bit of a breakdown recently.
That's fake news, Joe. I never break down. I'm the strongest, most stable genius you'll ever meet.
Well, I heard it was because you found out that hyenas are only pregnant for 3 months.
It's a disgrace, Joe. A total disgrace. I mean, who knew hyenas were such sluts?
I don't think that's how pregnancy works, Mr. President.
Don't tell me how it works, Joe. I'm the expert here. I know more about pregnancy than any doctor, believe me.
But seriously, why does it bother you so much?
because it's just another example of fake news. They said it takes 9 months to make a baby, but here these hyenas are popping them out in 3 months. It's a hoax, Joe, a total hoax.
I think you might need to take a deep breath, Mr. President.
I don't need to take a deep breath, Joe. I'm the calmest person you'll ever meet. Just ask my Twitter followers.
All right. Well, let's move on to another topic before you have a complete meltdown.
I never have meltdowns, Joe. I'm like a fine-tuned machine. But seriously, we need to investigate these hyenas. They're up to something. Mark my words.
So, David, I heard you recently tried something new to boost your performance. What was it?
Oh, yeah, Joe. I decided to macrodose on Viagra. Gotta stay hard at all times, you know.
What the hell, man? That's some next level shit.
When you're pushing yourself to the limit, like I am, you gotta make sure everything is working at its best.
But isn't that dangerous? I mean, your heart can only take so much.
My heart is like a steel trap. It can handle anything. Plus, it's a small price to pay for always being ready to go.
I don't know, man. That just seems excessive.
Excessive. Joe, have you seen my workout routine? This is nothing compared to that.
Fair point. But seriously, what was it like?
Let's just say I was ready to go for days. I even had to call in sick to work because I couldn't leave my house.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I bet your wife was thrilled.
She was definitely impressed, that's for sure. But I think she's a little scared now.
I can imagine. Well, thanks for sharing, David. I think we've all learned something today.
Always happy to educate, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go pop another pill. Gotta keep the streak going.
So, Neil, I heard you're a fan of Rick and Morty.
Oh yeah, I love that show. Especially that episode with Pickle Rick.
Pickle Rick. What the hell's that?
It's when Rick turns himself into a pickle, Joe. It's hilarious.
That sounds stupid.
Oh, come on. It's a brilliant commentary on the human condition.
Yeah, sure. Because nothing says deep and thought-provoking like a pickle in a lab coat.
You just don't get it, Joe. It's highbrow humor.
Highbrow. More like high on acid.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on Pickle Rick's existential crisis.
Oh, I can relate. I have an existential crisis every time I eat a pickle.
You're a riot, Joe.
Speaking of riots, have you ever tried to pickle a human?
No. Can't say I have.
Well, there's always a first time for everything.
Let's just stick to watching Pickle Rick, shall we?
Fine, but I'm not sharing my elk meat with you anymore.
Fair enough. More for me.
So, Ben, I heard you released a new book.
Yeah, it's called Carjacking for Beginners.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, it's a practical guide for those looking to enter the lucrative world of car theft.
I don't know if I should be impressed or disgusted.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a bit of harmless fun.
Harmless? You're teaching people how to commit a crime?
It's all about perspective, Joe.
Okay, fine. So what do you need my help with?
Well, I was hoping you could give me some pointers for the first 10 chapters.
Sure, because I'm an expert on carjacking.
No, but you do have a lot of experience with getting high and driving around in fast cars.
Fair point. Okay, let's start with chapter 1. Choosing the right target.
Yes, the art of picking the perfect car to steal.
Maybe you should add a section on how to hotwire Tesla.
I'll make sure to credit you for that idea.
But in all seriousness, Ben, this book could get you in some serious trouble.
I'll just use my lawyer skills to get out of it.
Good luck with that. And on that note, we're out of time. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been keeping busy. I've been working on my swing, with my hoax.
Your hoax?
Yeah, I saw a video of you chopping wood with one, and I thought, I can do that.
I don't think that's the same kind of hoax, Mr. President.
Oh, I know. Mine's much bigger and better. Believe me.
Okay, let's move on. What do you think about the current state of politics?
It's a disaster, Joe. A total disaster. I mean, I could do a better job in my sleep.
Really? Because it seems like you were pretty asleep during your presidency.
Good one, Joe. But seriously, I could fix everything with just one swing of my hoax.
I don't think that's how politics works, Mr. President.
Oh, I know. But it would be so much more satisfying.
Moving on, let's talk about your Twitter ban. What do you have to say about that?
Twitter. Who needs it? I've got my own platform now. It's called Trump Dare. It's going to be huge. Everyone's going to be talking about it.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, you're just jealous. You didn't think of it first. But don't worry, I'll give you a shout out on my first post.
I think I'll pass. So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, Joe. I've been doing some research, and I've come to the conclusion that the Earth is actually flat.
What? You serious?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. Have you ever seen a curved horizon? I haven't.
Well, I've been on a plane, and I've seen the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, that's just an optical illusion created by the government to trick us.
The government, what do they have to gain from hiding the true shape of the Earth?
Control. Joe, control. They want us to believe we're living on a sphere so they can manipulate us.
But what about all the scientific evidence that proves the Earth is round? This is insane. You know what? I'm going to call Elon Musk and get his opinion on this.
Oh, please. He's just another puppet of the government.
Fine. Then what do you think about the theory that the Earth is actually a donut shape?
Donut shape? That's ridiculous. Everyone knows the Earth is actually shaped like a giant slice of pizza.
Okay, I think we've officially gone off the deep end.
Hey, at least I'm not one of those crazy round Earth believers. Now that's just absurd.
This has been the most mind-boggling episode of the Joe Rogan Experience ever. So, Ben, I heard you wrote an article for the New York Times.
Yeah, it's about how to get a hand job from Lauren Boebert in a theater and not get kicked out.
What the hell, man? That's some next-level stuff.
Hey, I'm just trying to educate the masses on important issues.
Yeah, because everyone needs to know how to get a hand job from a controversial politician in a public place.
Hey, it's all about strategy and finesse. Plus, it's a great way to get some political connections.
I can just imagine the headline now. Ben Shapiro's Guide to Getting a Hand Job from a Republican Congresswoman.
I think it has a nice ring to it.
So, what's your secret? How do you avoid getting kicked out of the theater?
Well, first of all, you gotta make sure you're sitting in the back row. And then you gotta have some distraction techniques. Like maybe start a fire in the theater or something.
What the fuck, Ben? That's some serious shit.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. Plus, it's all for the greater good.
I can just imagine the chaos that would ensue. But seriously, how did you come up with this idea?
Let's just say I have some experience in the matter.
Oh, really? Do tell.
Let's just say I have a way with words and a certain charm.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying cicadas lately.
Yes. Joe, in fact, I've been researching the specific problems that cicadas pose to gorons.
Gorons? You mean those rock-eating creatures from Zelda?
Yes. Joe, their rocky exterior makes them susceptible to the cicada's sharp wings, which can cause serious damage.
Damn, that's rough. But can't they just move to a different area during the cicada season?
Unfortunately, no. Gorons are very territorial and have a strict hierarchy. Moving to a new area would cause chaos and potentially lead to Goron wars.
Goron Wars. That sounds like a badass video game.
It's not a game, Joe. These are real creatures with real problems.
All right, all right. So what's the solution then?
Well, I've been working on a special coating for Gorons that will protect them from the cicada's wings.
Like Goron sunscreen?
Not exactly, Joe. It's a complex chemical formula that creates a temporary barrier on their skin.
Sounds like some sci-fi stuff. Can we use it on humans too?
Joe, this is not a product for humans. And it's not sci-fi, it's science.
Whatever, man. I just want to see a Goron covered in sunscreen now.
Jamie, pull up an image of a Goron with a ridiculous amount of sunscreen on.
Sure thing, Neil. Here you go.
Joe, this is not a joke. These creatures are facing a serious threat, and we need...
So, Ben, I hear there are 2 wolves inside of you.
What? No, that's just a myth perpetuated by the liberal media.
Oh, really? So you're telling me you don't have a good wolf and a bad wolf fighting for control of your soul?
Of course not, Joe. That's ridiculous. I'm a rational, logical being.
I don't know, man. I've seen some of your Twitter rants. Seems like that bad wolf is winning.
How dare you? My Twitter rants are perfectly reasonable and based on facts and evidence.
Sure, sure. So what would your good wolf say about the recent police brutality cases?
Well, my good wolf would say that those individuals deserved it. They were probably resisting arrest or had a criminal history.
Wow, that's a hot take. My good wolf would say that it's a systemic issue that needs to be addressed.
Oh, please, that's just leftist propaganda. My good wolf knows that the police are always in the right.
Okay, Ben, let's just agree to disagree. But I still think those wolves inside of you need to work on their teamwork.
I don't have wolves inside of me, Joe. It's just a silly metaphor.
Sure, Ben. Whatever you say. So, Ben, I heard you're actually part Greek.
That's right, Joe. My great-grandfather was from Greece.
Wow, that's cool. Do you speak Greek?
No, unfortunately. I can barely speak English half the time.
Well, I guess that explains your fast-talking, no-nonsense style.
Yeah, I guess I got it from my Greek side.
So, what do you think about the current state of Rakta in America?
It's a serious issue, Joe. We need to secure our borders and protect our country.
Yeah, because we all know those Greeks are just dying to come over and steal our jobs.
Hey, I never said that, but we need to be careful about who we let into our country.
Right, right. Because we all know how dangerous those Greek grandmas can be.
You're just trying to push my buttons, Joe.
Of course I am. That's what friends are for.
Yeah, friends who constantly make fun of your heritage.
Hey, at least you're not Italian. Those guys are the worst.
Now that's just offensive, Joe.
Sorry. I'll stop. But seriously, we need to stop being so sensitive about everything.
Agreed. Let's just embrace our differences and have a good laugh about it.
So, Elon, I heard you built the little boy nuclear bomb.
Yeah, man, I was bored one day and thought, why not create a weapon of mass destruction?
That's some next level boredom right there. How did you even know how to build a nuke?
Just some YouTube tutorials and a few trips to North Korea for some tips.
North Korea? Damn, you really went all out for this project.
Hey, I'm all about efficiency. Plus, Kim Jong-un makes a mean kimchi.
Well, I'm sure the government is thrilled about your little creation.
Oh, they love it. They even gave me a special nickname, Elon the Bomb Builder.
I can just imagine the business cards now. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and bomb builder extraordinaire.
Hey, gotta diversify my portfolio, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure your investors are thrilled about that one.
Hey, as long as it brings in the big bucks, they don't care what I do.
Well, I'm just glad you're using your genius for something productive.
Oh, don't worry. I have plenty of other projects in the works. Next up, Death Star.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see how that turns out. Thanks for joining us, Elon. And remember, stay weird, folks. So, Ben, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I have a question for you. Why is your finger in my urethra?
Oh, that. I was just curious to see if it would fit.
Can you please get it out? It's quite uncomfortable.
What are you gonna do if I don't? Cry about it, bitch boy?
Excuse me, I demand you remove your finger immediately.
Fine, fine. But only if you admit that facts don't care about your feelings.
Oh, come on, Joe. Can we please have a serious conversation for once?
Serious? This is the Joe Rogan experience, not the Ben Shapiro experience.
Touche. But seriously, I think we should talk about the importance of small government and...
Wait. Let me stop you right there. I have a better idea. Let's talk about how many genders there are.
Oh no, not this again.
Come on, Ben. Don't be a snowflake. Just admit that there are over 200 genders.
Absolutely not. There are only two genders, male and female.
Well, I identify as a dragon, so I guess that makes 3.
This is ridiculous. I refuse to engage in this conversation any further.
Fine, but can I at least keep my finger in your urethra?
No, Joe. Absolutely not.
Fine. But just remember, facts don't care about your feelings.
I hate when you say that.
That's why I say it. So, Neil, I heard you've been practicing your stand-up routine. How's that going?
Oh, just trying to expand my horizons. I figure if I can explain the mysteries of the universe, I can definitely make people laugh.
Well, speaking of mysteries, heard you have a secret talent. Care to share?
Oh, you mean my skin peeling routine?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I learned it from that one guy on China's Got Talent. Watch this.
What the hell, Neil? That's disturbing.
Come on, Joe. It's just a little skin. It'll grow back.
Oh, great. Now I have to add skin peeling to your list of accomplishments.
Hey, at least I'm not peeling off my eyebrows like that one guy on America's Got Talent.
I don't even want to know.
Fine, I'll stop. But I have to admit, it's a great way to get out of awkward social situations.
I'm pretty sure it just creates a whole new level of awkwardness.
Tomato. Now let's get back to talking about black holes and shit.
So, Neil, I heard you have 2 trans women living in your head.
Yeah, it's been quite the experience.
Are they like roommates, or do they take turns controlling your thoughts?
It's more like a constant battle for dominance.
Are they both into science like you?
No, one is a physicist and the other is a climate change denier.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Tell me about it. And on top of that, they're both lesbians.
Wait, what? How does that work?
They refuse to date each other because they say it's too weird.
Well, I mean, they are in the same body.
Exactly. But they just can't seem to get over it.
That's some serious internalized homophobia.
And the worst part is, they're constantly arguing about who gets to date me.
Wow, you must be a hot commodity in your own head.
It's a constant battle for my attention. I don't know how I managed to get any work done.
Well, at least you have some interesting company up there.
Yeah, I guess you could say I'm never alone.
So, Ben, what's your take on these Semitic capitalists taking over the world?
Well, Joe, I think it's a dangerous trend. We need to be vigilant against any group trying to control our banks and governments.
But, Ben, don't you think it's just a natural progression? I mean, they've been dominating the entertainment industry for years.
That's not the point, Joe. We can't let them have too much power. It's not good for the economy.
I don't know, man. I think you're just scared of a little competition.
Excuse me, I'm not scared of anyone. I'm just stating facts. Just stating facts.
Facts? You mean, like, how you're scared of the guys and trans people taking over?
That's not what I meant, Joe. And it's not about fear. It's about protecting our values.
Oh, so now it's about values. I thought it was about the economy.
It's about both, Joe. We can't let these Semitic capitalists control our values or our money.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I welcome our new Semitic overlords. They can't be any worse than the lizard people.
Joe, this is serious. We need to take action before it's too late.
Relax, Ben. It's just a joke. Like your hairline.
Jamie, pull up an image of a bald eagle. That's what I aspire to be.
So, I heard you have a new hobby. Yeah, I've been really getting into finger painting lately.
Finger painting? More like finger banging yourself.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Wait, are you saying you finger yourself for fun? Absolutely. It's a great stress reliever.
I can just imagine you sitting there in your own little world, fingering away.
You know what, Ben? You can join in if you want. We can have a little finger party. I think I'll pass on that one.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be shy. Let your inner finger freak out.
Yeah, let your fingers do the talking. All right, that's enough. Jamie, pull up an image of a hand with a shocked expression.
Here you go.
That's exactly how I imagine Ben's face when he walks in on me fingering myself.
Can we please change the subject?
Sure, let's talk about something more normal, like eating toenails.
Okay, now I regret asking to change the subject.
Hey, at least I don't eat my own toenails. I just finger myself. And on that note, let's end this episode before we scar our listeners for life.
Thank God. I need to go wash my brain out now.
So, Ben, I heard you have 2 Greek men living in your head now.
Yes, Joe. It's quite a predicament.
Are they like little versions of you constantly debating politics?
No, Joe. They're both gay.
What? How did that happen?
I have no idea. One day I woke up and there they were, arguing about which Greek god was the hottest.
That's hilarious. So, which one is your favorite?
I don't have a favorite, Joe. They're both equally annoying.
Come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. Embrace your inner Greek.
I don't want to embrace anything, Joe. I just want them out of my head.
But think of the possibilities. You could have a threesome with them.
Joe, that's disgusting. I'm not into that kind of thing.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't knock it till you try it.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Well, you did bring it up, Ben. So which Greek god do you think is the hottest?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe Zeus. Can we move on now?
Sure, Ben. Whatever you say. But I have a feeling those Greek men aren't going anywhere anytime soon. So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about how we actually live on a cat Earth.
Yes. Joe, after years of studying the cosmos, I've come to the conclusion that our planet is actually shaped like a giant cat.
That's ridiculous. How did you come up with this theory?
Well, have you ever noticed how cats always seem to be watching us? It's because we are living on their back.
Oh man, this is too good. So what about the oceans and mountains?
Those are just the cat's fur and bumps. And the reason we have earthquakes is because the cat is scratching itself.
This is gold. But what about space? Is that just the cat's litter box?
Actually, Joe, space is just the cat's playtime. You know how they love to chase lasers? Well, those are actually stars.
It all makes sense now. And what about the moon?
Oh, that's just a hairball. And the sun is the cat's giant scratching post in the sky.
I can't take it anymore. But seriously, what do you think the cat's purpose is for keeping us on its back?
Well, Joe, I believe it's just for their entertainment. We are just their little playthings, like a giant game of Simcot.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm definitely going to start treating my cat with a little more respect now. So, Elon, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
All around the skibidi bush, the monkey chased the Rizzler. The monkey thought, Ohio was fun, guy goes the Rizzler.
What the hell does that even mean?
It's my new mantra, Joe. It's the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
Oh, of course. Because when I think of the secrets of the universe, I think of monkeys and Rizzlers.
But Joe, think about it. The skibidi bush represents the complexity of our world. The monkey symbolizes our primal instincts, and the Rizzler is the constant chase for knowledge and understanding.
Wow, that's deep. And Ohio?
Ohio is just a fun place.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun with your Rizzlers, but can we talk about something else now?
Yes, let's talk about my plans for colonizing Mars. Been working on a new rocket design that runs on Rizzlers.
Oh, God, here we go.
And once we get to Mars, we can build a skibbity bush-shaped base and have monkeys roaming free. It'll be like a real-life safari.
You're insane, man.
But you gotta admit, it's pretty fun to say. All around the skibbity bush, the monkey chased the Rizzler. The monkey thought Ohio was...
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some groundbreaking research on the origins of the universe.
That's cool and all, but have you ever thought about the possibility of monsters living among us?
What are you talking about, Joe? Monsters are just a figment of our imagination.
Oh, I beg to differ. I've seen Monsters, Inc., and I'm pretty sure they're real.
Joe, that's a children's movie. It's not real life.
Oh, but it is, my friend. And those monsters are after one thing and one thing only, are screams.
Well, I'm sure they have better things to do than harvest my screams.
You think so, huh? Well, let me tell you, I've seen some pretty scary things under my bed.
Under your bed? Joe, why didn't you tell me this before? I need to go check under my bed right now.
Oh, Neil, you crack me up. But seriously, watch out for those monsters.
I think I'll just stay under my bed for a while. Just to be safe.
Oh man, you're too much, Neil. But hey, if you need a place to hide, my closet is always open. Those monsters won't dare come near me.
I guess I'll just have to trust in your closet's monster-repelling abilities.
So, Neil, I heard you did something pretty crazy recently.
Oh? What did I do this time?
Well, word on the street is that you carpet bombed a playground.
Oh, that? Yeah, I may have gotten a little carried away.
What possessed you to do such a thing?
Well, I got 7 downvotes on a Reddit post about making Elon Musk sing nursery rhymes.
That's hilarious. But seriously, why a playground?
I figured if I couldn't make people laugh, I might as well make them cry.
Oh man, you're twisted. I love it.
Thank you, Joe. I take my trolling very seriously.
I can tell. But seriously, what did Elon say about all of this?
He was not amused. But then again, when is he ever...
Good point. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a carpet bombing.
Okay.
Brings back memories. Good times, good times. Good times.
I think we should start a new trend. Instead of downvoting, we should just carpet bomb each other's houses.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's make it happen.
And on that note, I think we should end this episode before we get arrested.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, kids, always think before you downvote. You never know what...
So, Neil, I heard you turned your dick into pickle dick.
Yeah, man, it's a Rick and Morty reference. I wanted to see if I could do it.
And can you do it?
Oh yeah, it's fully functional. It's like a little pickle joystick.
That's disturbing.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
I can imagine. Hey, ladies, want to see my pickle dick?
Exactly. And the best part is, it never goes bad. No need for pickling.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, wow, Neil, you're a genius.
Wow, Neil, you're wait, no. I refuse to compliment your pickle dick.
Suit yourself. More pickle dick for me.
Can we please change the subject?
Fine, but just know that you're missing out on the ultimate Rick and Morty experience.
So, Ben, I heard you had a wild night in Moscow.
Yeah, Joe. It was supposed to be a business trip, but things got a little rough.
Rough. How so?
Well, I met this guy named Dimitri at the bar. He seemed nice at first, but then he started getting handsy.
Handsy? Like he was trying to shake your hand or something?
No, Joe. He was trying to grab my junk.
Oh, damn, that's not cool. Did you tell him to back off?
Of course I did. I told him I wasn't interested, but he just kept coming on to me.
That's messed up, man. Did you have to fight him off?
No, I didn't have to fight him off. Jamie, pull up an image of a Russian bear wrestling a man.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But seriously, what did you do?
I end up just running away and locking myself in my hotel room.
Wow. I can't believe you got sexually assaulted by a Russian guy named Dmitri. That's like something out of a movie.
Yeah, well, I guess it's just another day in the life of a conservative pundit.
Well, at least you have a good story to tell now.
Yeah, I guess so, but let's never speak of this again, okay?
Agreed. But just remember, Ben, you can't spell assault without Ben. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new challenge for your fans.
Yeah, Joe. It's called the Orphanage Inferno Challenge.
Oh man, that sounds dark.
I know, right? But hear me out. The person who burns the most orphanages gets to keep the now homeless orphans.
What the fuck, man? That's messed up.
Hey, it's all for a good cause. Think about it, those orphans will have a new home with a loving owner.
Oh yeah, because nothing says love like burning down their previous home.
Plus, think of the views we'll get on YouTube. People love watching destruction.
You're sick, man. I can't believe you would do something like this.
Hey, I'm just pushing the boundaries of entertainment. Plus, it's not like I'm burning down actual children, just their homes.
I can't even argue with that logic. You're on a whole other level, Mr. Beast.
That's why they call me the king of YouTube, Joe.
Yeah, because nothing says royalty like burning down orphanages.
You get it, Joe. You get it.
So, Elon, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Yeah, man, I was feeling a little crazy. May have had one too many hits of that space weed.
Space weed? Is that like regular weed, but for our astronauts?
Exactly. It's out of this world, man.
Well, speaking of out of this world, I heard you did something pretty out of character last night.
Oh yeah, what's that?
You stripped naked, kissed me on the lips, and then put your clothes back on in complete silence.
Oh, man, that must have been the space weed talking.
I mean, I'm not complaining. It was a pretty good kiss.
Maybe we should try it again sometime.
All right, let's move on to a more serious topic. What's new with SpaceX?
Well, we're currently working on a rocket that runs on the tears of flat earthers.
That's genius. I can't wait to see their faces when you launch that thing.
And we're also developing a new technology that will allow us to transport people to Mars in under 30 minutes.
Wow, that's insane. You're like a real life Tony Stark.
I prefer to think of myself as mix between Iron Man and the Dos Equus guy.
Well, you definitely have the most interesting stories.
Just wait until I tell you about the time I rode a rocket to the moon and...
So, Neil, have you heard about this guy on Discord? He 9,989-2. He's been causing some serious drama.
Oh, really? What's his deal?
He's an Encapka trap. You know, one of those libertarian, cat-loving trap enthusiasts.
Yes. I've encountered a few of those in my time.
Well, this one in particular, 9,989-2 is just a real piece of work. He's been spewing some offensive shit left and right.
Well, I'm all for free speech, but there's a line, you know?
Oh, he's crossed that line and then some. He's like the love child of Alex Jones and Milo Yiannopoulos.
Good Lord, that sounds terrifying.
Yeah, and he's always trying to start arguments and stir up controversy. I've had enough of his shit.
Well, maybe we should just ignore him and he'll go away.
Oh, I've tried. But he's like a persistent yeast infection. He just keeps coming back.
Gross, Joe. That's a disturbing image.
Sorry. But seriously, fuck you. 1,989-2. Get a life, man.
I second that. And while we're at it, fuck all the Encapka traps out there. Get a grip, people.
I'm into that, brother. Now, let's move on to some more productive and less offensive topics. So, Neil, I heard you have a unique way of preparing your meat.
That's right, Joe. I like to tenderize my genitals with a meat hammer.
Must hit PP with hammer. Woo, ooh, 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 ooh.
It's the only way to get that perfect flavor and texture.
I can't even imagine the pain. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Must hit PP with hammer. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You know, I've always wondered why you end every sentence with must hit PP with hammer.
It's my signature, Joe. Got to remind people of my unconventional methods.
Wow, I guess it's better than ending every sentence with balls deep.
Must hit PP with hammer. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Speaking of balls, have you ever tried tenderizing them with a meat hammer?
Must hit PP with hammer. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay, let's move on before this conversation gets any more disturbing.
Must hit PP with hammer. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You're a strange dude, Neil.
Must hit PP with hammer. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
And that's why we love you. Thanks for coming on the show.
Must hit PP with hammer. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more bizarre conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project. What's it about?
Well, Joe, I've been experimenting with singing gorilla songs.
What the hell, man? You're a billionaire genius and you're spending your time singing songs about cartoon monkeys?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I've been practicing Feel Good Inc., and I gotta say, my falsetto was on point.
I can't even imagine you singing. Do you have any other favorites?
Clint Eastwood is a classic, but I've been really getting into Melancholy Hill lately. It's got such a catchy beat.
Yeah, because that's what the world needs. More billionaires singing pop songs.
Hey, I'm just trying to bring some joy and entertainment to the masses. Plus, it's a great stress reliever.
Maybe you should release an album and donate the proceeds to your Mars colonization project.
That's not a bad idea. I could call it Space Jams and have a duet with a real gorilla.
All right, I think we've officially gone off the rails. Thanks for joining me, Elon, and good luck with your musical career.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more gorilla songs to perfect.
So, Ben, I heard you released a new book.
Yes, Joe. Conservative's Guide to Office Sexual Harassment.
Oh boy, I can already feel the outrage from the left.
Well, they can't handle the truth, Joe. I'm just giving men the tools they need to navigate the workplace.
And what kind of tools are we talking about here?
Well, chapter 1 is all about calling women sugar tits. It's a surefire way to get their attention.
I can just imagine the HR nightmare that would cause.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. Chapter 2 covers how to deal with HR. They're there to protect the company, not the poor women working in it.
Wow, that's disturbingly accurate.
And chapter 3 is all about asking that one hot office girl out while she laughs and says, "Are you fucking serious?"
Wait, that's a chapter?
Of course, Joe. It's all about persistence and not taking no for an answer.
I think I'll stick to my usual approach of just not hitting on my coworkers.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when they're smiling and making you coffee, you'll thank me.
I think I'll just stick with my regular coffee, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you're getting sued for sexual harassment, don't come crying to me.
So, Neil, I heard you think Michio Kaku is an idiot.
Oh, Joe, you have no idea. The guy is a walking encyclopedia of stupidity.
Damn, shots fired. What's your beef with him?
Well, for starters, he thinks aliens are going to come down and save us from ourselves. Like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, that's a little far-fetched.
And don't even get me started on his obsession with string theory. It's like watching a toddler try to solve a Rubik's Cube.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, why do people take him seriously?
I have no idea. Maybe they're just impressed by his fancy suits and smooth talking.
Or maybe it's because he's got a PhD from Harvard.
Oh, well, that changes everything. I guess I'll just go get a PhD in bullshit then.
You know, I think we should invite him on the podcast and have a little debate.
Oh, that would be too easy. I'd have him crying in the corner in no time.
All right, let's not get too mean. But seriously, what's the deal with these pseudoscientists?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe they just want their 15 minutes of fame.
Well, they definitely won't be getting it from us. Thanks for setting the record straight, Neil.
Anytime, Joe.
So I wake up at Forum to message from Neil deGrasse Tyson on Discord. What could this be about?
Hey, Joe, it's Neil. I need you to do me a favor.
Sure, man. What's up?
Can you come over and help me wipe some peanut butter off my big schloon?
What the hell, Neil? Are you serious?
Deadly serious, Joe. I got a little carried away with my late night snack and things got messy.
Oh man, this is too good. I'll bring some napkins and we can make a party out of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a laughing matter.
No, I'm sorry. It's just the visual, man. It's too much.
Glad I could amuse you, Joe. Now hurry up and get over here before the peanut butter dries.
On my way, buddy. On my way. So, Ben, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I was just on the Discord and I noticed something strange.
What's that?
Everyone's getting 5 downvotes on their topics except for Rabbit.
Huh, that is strange. Maybe Rabbit's just got some magic charm that repels downvotes.
Or maybe he's paying off the downvote trolls with carrots.
I wouldn't put it past him. But seriously, why are people getting downvoted for no reason?
I have a theory. Maybe it's because they're not as smart as Rabbit.
Oh yeah, because intelligence is directly linked to the number of downvotes you get on Discord.
Hey, it's as good of a theory as any.
I guess we'll just have to ask Rabbit for his secret to avoiding downvotes.
Or we could just start a rumor that he's secretly a moderator and he's rigging the votes.
That's even better. Let's spread that around and watch the chaos unfold.
The power of fake news.
And the power of Rabbit. Long live the king of Discord. So, Neil, I heard you think you invented astrophysics.
Well, I wouldn't say I invented it, but I definitely made it cool.
Cool. You mean staring at stars and planets all day?
Hey, it's not just staring. It's analyzing and understanding the mysteries of the universe.
Sounds like a lot of nerd stuff to me.
Oh, please, Joe. You're just jealous that I have a brain bigger than your biceps.
Hey, no, my biceps are pretty impressive.
Sure, if we're measuring in inches, but I'm measuring in light years.
All right. But seriously, how did you even get into astrophysics?
It all started when I was a kid and I accidentally blew up my chemistry set trying to make rocket fuel.
Classic genius move.
Yeah, and then I realized I could use science to explore the universe and impress all the ladies.
The ultimate motivation.
You know it. Plus, I get to drop knowledge bombs on all the flat earthers out there.
Speaking of bombs, have you ever thought about weaponizing astrophysics?
Joe, that's not what science is about. It's about expanding our understanding of the cosmos.
Yeah, but imagine a laser beam powered by black holes.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, I'm just trying to make astrophysics more badass.
Well, leave that to me. I'll keep making it cool while you keep hitting the gym.
Guys, I pulled up an image of...
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big news for us today.
That's right, Joe. Huge news. The biggest, really. I'm adding all the videos on Pornhub to the Library of Congress.
You can't be serious.
Oh, I'm dead serious. I mean, think about it. Those videos have been watched by millions of people. It's practically a historical record.
I don't think that's what the Library of Congress is for, Mr. President.
Nonsense. We need to preserve these important pieces of American culture. And let's be honest, some of those videos are really, really good.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Look, I'm just trying to make America great again. And what's more American than porn?
Yeah, I'm sure the founding fathers would be proud.
They would be. They were all about freedom and liberty, and that includes the freedom to watch some hot, steamy action on Pornhub.
So what's next on your agenda, Mr. President?
Well, I'm thinking of making Taco Tuesdays a national holiday, and I'm also considering renaming the White House to the Trump Tower.
Of course you are.
Hey, I'm just doing what the people want, and the people want tacos and Trump.
I can't even argue with that logic.
That's because I'm the best.
So, Elon, I heard you lost all your money because of gambling. How does that feel?
It feels great, Joe. I love the thrill of risking it all and losing everything. It's like a high,
Yeah, I can relate. I get that same feeling when I eat a whole pack of Oreos in one sitting.
That's nothing compared to losing millions in a night. But hey, at least I can still afford those Oreos.
True. Speaking of losing, have you seen Neil lately? He keeps saying pizza and showing pictures of alpacas.
What? Is he okay?
I don't know, but it's freaking me out. And now I have this sudden craving for pizza and alpacas.
Well, that's a great combination. Maybe we should start a new business selling alpaca-shaped pizzas.
Yes, and we can call it Al Pizzaca.
I like the way you think, Joe. We'll be millionaires again in no time.
And we can use Neil as our marketing strategy. He can just walk around saying pizza and showing pictures of alpacas.
That's genius. We'll make him the face of our company.
Pizza.
Here's the image, guys.
Perfect. That'll be our...
So, Elon, I heard Trump called you out for your transgender operations on illegal aliens in prison.
Yeah, it's all part of my master plan for world domination.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, they're just test subjects for my new technology.
What kind of technology?
Just some mind control devices and robot exoskeletons.
Dude, that's not cool. You can't just experiment on people like that.
Relax, Joe. They're not even human. They're illegal aliens.
That doesn't make it any better, Elon. You're still violating their rights.
Oh, please, like they have any rights. They're criminals.
That's not the point, Elon. You can't just play God with people's lives.
Well, it's too late now. The experiments have already begun.
This is some sick shit, man. I can't believe I'm friends with mad scientists.
Hey, at least I'm not boring like you, Joe.
Boring. I'll show you boring. Jamie, pull up an image of a boring old man. That's you in 50 years, Elon. Still experimenting on people in prison.
Joke's on you, Joe. I plan on living forever with my technology.
Oh God, we're all doomed. So, Elon, I heard you had a little accident recently.
Yeah, I may be a genius, but I still have bladder control issues.
What happened?
Well, I was staying at my parents' house with my 13 siblings, and I woke up in the middle of the night and thought I was in the bathroom. Bathroom.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I pissed all over the 14-person family bed.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah, my parents were not too happy about that.
I can imagine. Did they make you clean it up?
No, they just bought a new bed. They're loaded, so it's no big deal.
Must be nice to have money to piss away. Literally.
Yeah, I guess I can add bedwetting to my list of accomplishments.
Well, at least now you have a funny story to tell at family gatherings.
Yeah, I'm sure my siblings will love that.
Hey, at least you didn't piss in the Tesla factory.
Yeah, that would have been a real mess. Jamie, pull up an image of a Tesla covered in urine.
Sure thing, Elon.
Now, that's what I call a golden shower.
Oh man, you never disappoint. So, Dr. Phil, I gotta ask, what's the deal with all this talk about bestiality and fucking horses?
Joe.
What do you mean? What do you...
Well, let's just say it involves a different type of animal. One with 2 legs and a lot more curves.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're into prostitutes.
Bingo.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't act like you've never paid for a little something on the side.
No, I can honestly say I have not.
Well, that's just because you can't afford the good ones. But don't worry, I'll hook you up with my guy. He's got some real beauties.
I think I'll pass on that offer, thanks.
Suit yourself. But don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
I think I'll stick to my wife, thank you very much.
Oh, Joe. You're missing out on the real fun. But hey, to each their own. Jamie, pull up.
So, Elon, I heard you're a big fan of Bob Lazar.
Oh yeah, that guy is a legend. He's like the Elon Musk of alien technology.
I don't know about that, but he does have some pretty wild claims.
Wild. More like mind-blowing. I mean, the dude worked at Area 51 and saw actual alien spacecrafts.
Come on, Elon. You really believe that?
Absolutely. I mean, have you seen the technology we have now? It's like we're living in a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, because that's definitely proof of aliens.
Hey, I'm just saying, Bob Lazar is the real deal. And if anyone knows about advanced technology, it's me.
Are you trying to tell me you're an alien, Elon?
Maybe I am, Joe. Maybe I am.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. You do have some pretty out-of-this-world ideas.
You haven't seen anything yet, Joe. Just wait until I unveil my plans for Mars.
Oh man, I can't wait. Maybe Bob Lazar can give you some tips on alien technology while you're up there.
No, that's a conversation I would pay to see. Joe Rogan and Bob Lazar are talking about aliens on Mars.
We'll have to make that happen. But for now, let's just stick to smoking some weed and talking about space. So, Elon, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been feeling a bit nostalgic lately,
Nostalgic? About what?
playing Infection in Call of Duty. Man, those were the days.
Oh yeah, I remember that game. You were a beast at it.
Thanks. I was the king of zombies.
And ghosts too, right?
Oh yeah, ghosts. I remember one time I was playing and I accidentally shot my own teammate thinking he was a ghost.
Oh man, that's messed up.
Yeah, he wasn't too happy about it. But hey, it's just a game, right?
Yeah, but it's also a reflection of our inner desires. Like, do you secretly want to shoot your own teammates?
Joe, you're getting a little too deep for a game of Call of Duty.
Hey, I'm just trying to analyze your twisted mind.
Oh, I'm sure you have a perfectly normal mind.
Fair enough. But seriously, what was your favorite part about playing Infection?
Definitely the rush of trying to survive and outsmart the zombies. It's like a real-life simulation of a zombie apocalypse.
Dude, we should totally create a real-life zombie apocalypse simulation.
Yeah, because that's exactly what the world needs right now.
Hey, it would be a hit, and we could use all your fancy. So, Elon, I heard you say that if it wasn't for PayPal, you'd be up there with the aliens in Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, man, I mean, I've always been fascinated by space and aliens. But unfortunately, I had to settle for just sending people money online.
I mean, that's still pretty cool. But imagine if you were up there with the aliens, chilling in their UFOs and smoking space weed.
Oh, man, that would be the life. I'd be like, hey, aliens, can I borrow your spaceship for a bit? I promise I'll bring it back in one piece.
And they'd be like, sure, Elon, just don't forget to bring some snacks. We're running low on space chips.
And then we'd fly around the galaxy, checking out different planets and making fun of all the primitive life forms.
And then you'd come back to Earth and be like, hey guys, I just went on a trip with my alien friends. No big deal.
But no, I had to start PayPal and become a billionaire. Such a buzzkill.
Well, at least you have some cool friends on Earth like me. We can still smoke weed and talk about aliens together.
True, true. And hey, maybe one day I'll build a rocket to take us up there with the aliens.
I'm down for that. But first, let's take a hit of this space weed and watch some ancient aliens.
Sounds like a plan. Jamie, pull up an image of a UFO abducting a cow. Wanna...
So, Neil, I heard you were experimenting with some new herbs lately.
Oh, you mean the Nirnroot? Yeah, I've been smoking it in Dragon's Reach.
Dragon's Reach. Is that like some kind of secret stoner club?
No, it's actually the palace in Whiterun in Skyrim.
Skyrim. That's a video game, right?
Yes, but I like to think of it as a virtual reality experience.
Dude, you're a genius. I never thought of smoking virtual weed.
It's not just virtual, Joe. It's a real herb with real effects.
Yeah, like getting high and slaying dragons.
Well, I prefer to just sit back and contemplate the mysteries of the universe.
Oh, like how many hits it takes to reach enlightenment?
More like how many hits it takes to forget about flat earthers.
Those guys are a trip. But seriously, what does Nirnroot do?
It enhances my cognitive abilities and allows me to see the world in a different light.
So it's like a psychedelic herb.
I wouldn't say that, but it does make me feel like I'm floating through space.
Whoa, that's deep. I gotta try this Nirnroot stuff.
Sorry, Joe. I don't think you can handle it.
Challenge accepted. I'll smoke it in Dragon's Reach and become a space cowboy.
Well, if you do, just remember to keep your feet on the ground and your head in the stars.
Dude, that's some deep shit. So, Mr. President, have you seen the trailer for WWW3?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm the one who's going to make it happen.
What?
I mean, I'm going to make sure we win it. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Right. So, what do you think of the part where Biden chases down a Chinese spy in a helicopter?
Well, first of all, it's not realistic. Biden can barely walk, let alone fly a helicopter.
Fair point. But what about the military outfit?
Oh, that's just sad. He's trying to look tough, but we all know he's just a sleepy old man.
But what if he actually did chase down a Chinese spy?
He'd probably end up crashing the helicopter into a McDonald's or something.
Okay, let's move on to the part where Russia joins forces with North Korea.
That's just fake news, Joe. I have a great relationship with Putin. He would never betray me like that.
But what if he did?
Well, then I'll just have to unleash my secret weapon.
Secret weapon?
My hair. It's like a nuclear bomb, but with better coverage.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
That's okay, Joe. Just let my hair do the talking. It always wins.
So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just exploring the vastness of the universe and pondering the mysteries of life.
Sounds intense. You know what's intense? This music from Oblivion in the background. It's giving me goosebumps.
Oh, I love that soundtrack. Can we turn it up a little louder?
Sure thing, my friend. But first, let's take a hit of this DMT.
Yes. Nothing like a good trip to enhance the music listening experience.
Speaking of trips, have you ever tried ayahuasca?
Of course. I've communed with the spirits of the cosmos and gained infinite wisdom.
Oh, wow. So you're like a space shaman now?
Yes. And I can tell you that the aliens are not pleased with our current political climate.
Well, I'm sure they'll be thrilled to hear that we're blasting Oblivion music in the background.
Actually, they find it quite soothing. It reminds them of their home planet.
Oh, great. Now we have intergalactic tourists coming to Earth for the music.
Hey, at least it's better than Nickelback.
True. But seriously, this music is epic. It's like the soundtrack to our conversation.
It's the perfect background for discussing the mysteries of the universe and getting high.
You know, So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I recently discovered something mind-blowing. Dupe diamonds on a Minecraft server.
Dupe diamonds. Is that some kind of new drug?
No, it's when players on the server duplicate diamonds using glitches. It's like a virtual Ponzi scheme.
Oh, so it's like the stock market.
Exactly. But instead of Wall Street, it's a bunch of 12-year-olds building pixelated houses.
And they're making bank off of this.
Oh yeah, they're rolling in virtual dough. But it's all meaningless, just like our existence in this vast universe.
Wow, that got deep real quick.
Sorry, I tend to go off on tangents. But seriously, these kids are duping diamonds while we're out here trying to find the meaning of life.
Yeah, but at least they have a purpose. And they're probably having more fun than us.
Touché, Joe. Touché.
Maybe we should start playing Minecraft and get in on this diamond duping action.
Or we could, continue exploring the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, but diamonds, Neil, diamonds.
Fair point. Let's go build a virtual castle together.
Best idea ever. So, Neil, I heard you have a recipe for a good day.
Oh yeah, it's foolproof.
Lay it on me.
Step 1, shit yourself.
What?
Trust me, it sets the tone for the day.
Okay, what's next?
Wake up and smell your fart.
Dude, that's disgusting.
It's all about embracing the natural smells of life, Joe. Joe,
All right, what's next?
have a fresh breakfast with your stupid wife.
My wife is not stupid.
Just trust me on this one.
Okay, moving on. What's next?
Jerk off on your wife's forehead.
What the hell?
It's a power move, Joe. It establishes dominance.
I don't think I want to try this recipe anymore.
Suit yourself. But then you'll miss out on step 6.
Which is,
Turning on music from oblivion and shitting yourself again.
I think I'll stick to my own recipe for a good day. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, you'll never know true enlightenment until you've shit yourself twice in one day.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of pizza.
Oh yes, Joe. Pizza is the perfect combination of carbs, cheese, and grease. It's like a scientific formula for deliciousness.
I couldn't agree more. But here's the real question. Pineapple on pizza. Yeah, or nay.
Oh, definitely nay. That's a crime against pizza. It's like putting raisins in potato salad.
I hear, yeah, but what about anchovies? Some people love them, some people hate them.
Anchovies? That's just fishy business, Joe. I'll stick to my pepperoni and mushrooms, thank you very much.
Fair enough. But let's get serious for a moment. What's your opinion on deep dish pizza?
Oh, that's not even pizza, Joe. It's a casserole in disguise. Real pizza should be thin and crispy, like a scientific hypothesis.
Damn, Neil. You're making me hungry. Let's grab a slice after this podcast.
Absolutely, Joe. It's pizza with Neil time. And remember, the universe may be infinite, but there's always room for more pizza.
So, Neil, I heard you're on the hunt for a BWC for your wife.
Yeah, man. I mean, have you seen her? She's a goddess. She deserves the biggest and best.
Well, I can't say I blame you. But why not just get her a regular-sized one? I'm sure she'll still enjoy it.
Joe, you don't understand. It's not just about size. It's about status. I want my wife to have the Cadillac of BWCS.
Yes. Because nothing says I love you like a giant penis.
Exactly. And you know what they say, the bigger the dick, the more successful the man.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the look on her face when you surprise her with a BWC.
Oh, she's going to be so happy. And if she's not, well, I'll just remind her that size matters.
You're a savage, Neil. A savage with a mission.
Damn right. And I won't rest until I find the perfect BWC for my queen.
Well, good luck with that, my friend. And remember, it's not the size of the boat, it's the motion of the ocean.
Oh, I'm well aware. But a BWC definitely helps with the motion.
So, Neil, you were pretty wasted last night. What happened?
Oh man, it was wild. I don't even remember how I ended up at your place.
Well, you were definitely feeling good. You started telling me how the universe is just a simulation.
Yeah, and then I saw your sweaty lips and couldn't resist. I had to give them a little smooch.
Dude, I was not expecting that. But I gotta say, your lips were surprisingly soft.
Thanks, man. I moisturize daily, but then things got even crazier.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you started talking about DMT, and before I knew it, we were both tripping balls.
I remember that. We were convinced we were communicating with aliens.
And then we started wrestling on the floor, trying to prove who was the alpha male.
I think we both know who won that one.
Yeah, you definitely have some strong muscles, Joe.
And you have some serious agility for a scientist.
Hey, we may be nerds, but we can still party like rock stars.
I'm into that. I can't wait to see what shenanigans we get into next time we get drunk together.
Oh, it's on. And this time, I'm going to make sure to get a picture of us kissing for Instagram.
Oh, God, please no. My wife would kill me. So, Neil, I gotta tell you, I'm a little pissed at you.
What did I do now, Joe? Did I debunk another one of your conspiracy theories?
No, it's not that. It's just that you broke my bountiful balls.
What the hell are you talking about?
You know, my bountiful balls. The ones I used to impregnate all those women.
Oh, you mean your testicles?
Yeah, whatever. All right. All right. Let's just agree to disagree and leave my bountiful balls out of it.
Fine by me. I don't want to be responsible for any more damage to your delicate manhood.
So our first topic comes from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about step 1, shit yourself. Step 2, step 3, shit yourself. Step 4, profit.
What kind of sick, twisted mind comes up with that?
Probably someone who's into some weird fetishes. But hey, who are we to judge?
Yeah, because we're definitely not into any weird shit.
Speak for yourself, Jamie. But seriously, step 1, shit yourself. That's just a normal Tuesday for me.
Yeah, but what about step 2? What could possibly come after shitting yourself?
Eating it.
Oh, God, Joe. Why did I even ask?
Hey, at least it's a sustainable business model. Shit yourself, eat it, shit yourself again, and then profit.
Yeah, because nothing says success like being covered in your own feces.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, step 3 is just a bonus round. You don't even have to do it if you don't want to.
I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about shit and eating it. Wow, I feel so enlightened. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Remember, if you want to be... So, Mr. Beast, I heard you did something pretty wild in your latest video.
Oh yeah, I did. I fed homeless people fried foreskin.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, it's for science. I wanted to see if they could tell the difference between regular chicken and, cock-a-doodle-doo.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. That's a good one. But seriously, why would you do that?
Well, I wanted to see if they could taste the difference. And if they couldn't, then maybe it's not such a bad thing after all.
Yeah, because eating someone else's genital skin is totally normal.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's for a good cause. I donated all the money from the video to charity.
Oh man, you're a sick, sick man.
Thank you. I aim to please.
But in all seriousness, did anyone actually notice the difference?
Yes, one guy actually said it tasted like his ex-girlfriend's cooking. Can you believe it?
That's just wrong on so many levels.
Hey, at least I'm helping the homeless and providing entertainment at the same time.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
That's okay.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new diet you're trying out.
Yes, Joe. I've decided to only drink Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's diarrhea water, filtered through her ass hair.
What the hell, man? That's some next level shit.
Well, I believe in the power of natural organic ingredients.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had in mind when she came up with this.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's got all the essential nutrients and minerals.
Yeah, like choline, fecal matter.
Hey, don't disrespect Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez like that. She's a strong, independent woman.
Yeah, I'm sure she's thrilled that you're drinking her diarrhea water.
I'm doing my part to support the Green New Deal.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just admit it, Joe. You're jealous you didn't come up with this idea first.
Yeah, because drinking someone's diarrhea water is definitely on my bucket list.
Well, I feel more energized and enlightened since I started this diet.
Yeah, I'm sure your column is thanking you right now.
Guys. I have the image of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's ass hair ready.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new routine.
Yeah, it's my 10-step guide to shitting yourself.
What the hell, man? Is this some kind of weird science experiment?
No, it's just a way to embrace your body's natural functions.
Oh, great. I can't wait to try it out. Step 1, eat a bunch of Taco Bell.
Actually, step 1 is to chug a gallon of prune juice.
Oh, God, I can already feel my stomach turning.
But wait, there's more. Step 2 is to do 100 jumping jacks.
I can't even do one jumping jack without peeing my pants, let alone shitting myself.
That's the point, Joe. Step 3 is all about pushing your body to its limits.
And by pushing, you mean pushing out a turd?
Exactly. And by step 10, you'll be a pro at shitting yourself.
I don't know if I can handle this kind of intense training.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're a fighter. You can do anything.
I never thought I'd be taking shitting advice from an astrophysicist.
Hey, I'm a man of many talents. Now, let's go grab some prune juice and get started on step 1.
So, Elon, I heard you're into some kinky stuff.
Yeah, you could say that.
Like what? BDSM? Threesomes?
Nah, that's too vanilla for me. More into the cockhold and housewife theme.
Wait, what? That's some next level shit.
I like to push the boundaries, Joe. Plus, it keeps things interesting in the bedroom.
So, do you dress up in a French maid outfit and serve your wife while she's getting pounded by another guy?
No, nothing like that. But I do enjoy watching her with other men.
Wow, that's different. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
It's all about exploring new experiences, Joe. And let me tell you, being a cockhold is quite the rush.
Do you ever get jealous?
Not really. I mean, I'm the one who set it up in the first place. Plus, I know she always comes back to me.
Well, I can't say I relate, but I respect your open-mindedness.
Thanks, Joe. And hey, if you ever want to join in on one of our role-playing sessions, just let me know.
I think I'll pass, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself. More.
So, Neil, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Yeah, man, my sister came over and things got a little crazy.
Your sister? Like your actual sister?
Yeah, she was wearing these tight Nike Pro shorts and sat right on my dick.
What the fuck, Neil? That's your sister.
I know, but she was just asking for it with those shorts, man.
Dude, that's not cool. You can't just let your sister ride your dick like a mechanical bull.
Hey, she's the one who started moving around on it. I couldn't resist.
This is some Game of Thrones shit, man. I'm starting to question your whole astrophysics thing.
Oh, please. Joe, it's not like we're related by blood or anything.
Still, that's just messed up. And what about your brother? Did he get in on the action too?
Nah, he was too busy playing Fortnite. But hey, at least I got some action last night.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. Let's just move on to a different topic before I lose all respect for you, Neil. Neil,
Fine, but I'm keeping these Nike Pro shorts. They're lucky for me.
So, Ben, I heard you've been getting into some kinky stuff lately.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Don't play coy with me, Shapiro. I heard you and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have been experimenting with BDSM depilation play.
Fine, I'll admit it. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez introduced me to the world of waxing and whipping.
Oh man, that sounds hot. Did she tie you up with her Green New Deal?
No, Joe, it's not like that. We just like to explore different sensations and power dynamics.
I bet you love being dominated by a strong, liberal woman.
It's not about politics. Joe, it's about trust and vulnerability.
Sure. Just tell me, did she make you recite the Constitution while she spanked you?
Can we please move on from this topic?
All right. But next time, can I join in on the fun?
Absolutely not, Joe. That's where I draw the line.
So, Neil, I heard you recently went to prison.
Yeah, it was for a science experiment gone wrong. Don't ask.
Did you learn any cool prison hacks?
Actually, I did. I smuggled in some ring pops.
Ring pops? What, were you trying to bribe the guards with candy?
No, I was trying to bribe the inmates. You'd be surprised how much they love those things.
I can just imagine you walking around the prison yard, handing out ring pops, like it's Halloween.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive in there.
Did you have any close calls with the guards?
Oh yeah, one time I almost got caught. But then I told them it was for a science experiment, and they let me off the hook.
Wow, you really are the smartest guy in the room.
Well, except for Jamie. He's the one who actually came up with the idea to smuggle in the ring pops. Yeah, you said we needed a sweet plan. And I took it literally.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to start watching what I say around you two.
So, Jamie, I heard you tried that new fish milkshake at the local diner.
Yeah, man, it was disgusting. The only thing worse than the taste was the aftermath.
What happened? Did you shit yourself?
Worse, I shit out a whole pickle.
What the fuck?
Yeah, turns out fish milk and pickles don't mix well in the old digestive system.
Well, at least you didn't shit out a whole fish.
Oh no, that came later, along with some chunky milk.
Jesus Christ, Jamie. I don't think I can eat pickles or fish ever again.
And don't forget the smell. It was like a combination of rotten eggs in a fish market.
Well, you know what they say, fish milk and pickles, recipe for a shitty day.
Huh, I should known better. But hey, at least I have a funny story to tell now.
Yeah, I'm sure our listeners will love to hear about your fish milk pickle disaster.
And maybe they'll learn from my mistake and avoid this disgusting combination.
Or maybe they'll try it just for the shits and giggles.
Oh, God, please, no. Let's just stick to regular milkshakes from now on.
Agreed. And no more pickles for me either. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you once pissed yourself during a lecture.
Yeah, it was a long day and I couldn't hold it in any longer.
That's hilarious. Did anyone notice?
Well, I was wearing dark pants, so I thought I could get away with it.
And did you...
No, I had to give a presentation afterwards and I could see the audience looking at me weirdly.
That's rough, man. But hey, at least you didn't waste it. I heard you sucked it out of your underwear.
Hey, I was desperate. And urine is like 95% water. It's not that gross.
Oh man, you are a true scientist, always finding a way to recycle.
You gotta do what you gotta do, Joe.
I bet you even analyzed the taste and pH level of your own piss.
Actually, it was a bit acidic. I should probably drink more water.
Well, I'm glad you learned something from your little accident.
Yeah, I'll make sure to wear a diaper next time I have a long lecture.
And maybe some plastic pants too, just in case.
Oh, come on, Joe. Let's not get too kinky here.
So, Ro, I heard you're a big fan of shit. Oh yeah, Joe. I fucking love it. I can't get enough of that brown, stinky goodness. That's disturbing. But hey, to each their own. So, what's your favorite way to enjoy shit? Well, I like to shit myself, Joe. It's just so liberating. You should try it sometime. I think I'll pass. But seriously, why do you love shit so much? It's just so versatile, Joe. You can use it as fertilizer, as a facial mask, or even as a snack if you're feeling adventurous. Okay, I think we need to move on from this topic. Jamie, pull up an image of a pile of shit.
Sure thing, Joe. Here it is.
Oh man, look at the texture on that one. That's a good shit right there. All right, I think we've had enough of this shit talk. Let's move on to something less shitty. Fine, but always be shit and Joe are at heart. Can't change who I am, Joe. And on that note, let's end this episode before it gets any shittier. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I was thinking we should have a competition.
Oh, yeah. What kind of competition?
A battle of words, if you will. Who can say the phrase shit yourself more times in 3 minutes?
Are you serious? That's ridiculous.
Oh, come on, Joe. It'll be fun. And we can even make it a drinking game.
Now you're talking. I'm in.
Excellent. I'll start. Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
All right, my turn. Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
Is that all you got, Joe? Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
You think you can beat me? Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
I'm just getting started. Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
This is getting out of hand. Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
I think we're tied. Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
Not for long. Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
You're no match for me, Joe. Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
We're running out of time. Shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself, shit yourself.
I think I've won this one. Shit yourself, shit yourself.
So, Jamie, I walked into the studio today and it looks like a bomb went off in here. What the hell happened?
Oh, sorry, Joe. I was trying to experiment with some new supplements and things got a little messy.
Messy. This place looks like a frat house after a kegger. Did you invite a bunch of drunk college kids in here?
No, it was just me and my supplements. But I think I may have accidentally mixed some laxatives in with my protein shake.
Are you serious? That's not even the worst part. There's a giant turd on the floor.
Oh yeah, that might have been me. I was trying out this new column cleanse and things got a little out of hand.
Jesus, Jamie. Can you please clean up all this shit before our guest gets here?
Sure thing, Joe. I'll just grab the hose and start hosing everything down.
No. We're not turning this into a slip and slide. Just use some paper towels and disinfectant like a normal person.
Got it, Joe. But can I still keep the slip and slide for later?
Absolutely not. Now, get to cleaning before I make you drink that protein shake again. So, Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Well, Joe, I think I'm shitting yourself. We've discovered a new galaxy made entirely of cheese.
No way, Neil. You're shitting yourself, right?
No, Joe, I think I'm actually shitting myself. It's a phenomenon called galactic flatulence.
That's ridiculous. But seriously, what's the deal with black holes?
Yes, black holes. Well, Joe, I think I'm shitting yourself. They're actually just giant cosmic toilets.
Oh man, I can't take you seriously when you keep saying that. But seriously, do you believe in aliens?
Joe, I think I'm shitting yourself. We are the aliens. We're just one big intergalactic science experiment.
Wow, mind blown. But what about the idea of parallel universes?
Oh, Joe, I think I'm shitting yourself. There's an infinite number of parallel universes where you're actually a decent comedian.
Very funny, Neil. But seriously, what's the most mind-boggling thing you've ever discovered?
Well, Joe, I think I'm shitting yourself, but the most mind-boggling thing I've discovered is that the universe is just a simulation, and we're all just NPCs.
Dude, you're freaking me out. But I think I'm shitting myself. We need to wrap this up before I have an existential crisis. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of science and all that shit.
Yeah, I love exploring the mysteries of the universe and expanding our understanding of the cosmos.
Well, I have a mystery for you to solve. Why the hell did you shit in my pants last night?
I would never do such a thing.
Oh, come on. Don't act innocent. I woke up this morning and my pants were filled with your scientific feces.
That's absurd, Joe. I have no reason to shit in your pants.
Maybe it was an experiment gone wrong. Like when you tried to clone yourself and ended up with a turd instead.
That's not how cloning works, Joe. And I certainly wouldn't waste my time cloning a piece of shit like you.
Hey, no, that's just hurtful. And I'll have, my shit is top quality. I eat all organic, grass-fed, free-range food.
Well, it certainly didn't smell like it this morning.
You know what? Forget about it. Let's just move on and talk about something else.
Agreed. How about we discuss the possibility of parallel universes?
Sure. But first, let me go change my pants. I don't want to be sitting in your shitty theories all day. So, Jamie, we got a submission from a listener on Discord. They want us to talk about shitting ourselves on Gorons.
What the hell is a Goron?
It's those rock creatures from the Legend of Zelda games.
Oh, those guys. Yeah, I can see how that could be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, imagine trying to climb on top of one of those things and then suddenly you feel a rumble in your stomach.
And then you just let loose all over the Goron's back.
And the worst part is they're constantly rolling around, so you can't even escape the smell.
And then the Goron starts rolling faster, thinking it's part of the ride.
And everyone around you is like, what's that smell? Did someone shit themselves on a Goron?
And then you have to awkwardly explain what happened while trying to clean yourself up.
And the Goron is just sitting there, covered in your shit, probably wondering what the hell is going on.
I feel sorry for anyone who has actually experienced this.
Yeah, but let's be real. It's probably happened more times than we think. I can just imagine a whole group of adventurers all covered in shit trying to defeat a boss on top of a Goron. And the boss is just like, what the hell is going on here?
And then they all...
So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been exploring the depths of the universe and discovering new galaxies, but I also had a bit of a mishap.
Oh no, what happened?
I shit myself.
What? How does that even happen?
I have no idea, but I was in the middle of a lecture, and suddenly I felt a warm sensation in my pants.
That's hilarious. But seriously, who the fuck shit in your pants?
I don't know, maybe it was some alien bacteria or something. But it's not funny, Joe. It's humiliating.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a brilliant astrophysicist and you can't even control your own bowels.
Can we please change the subject?
Sure, let's talk about the time you got high and tried to explain the concept of time travel.
Can we not? I'm still embarrassed about that.
Come on, Neil. Embrace the chaos. Embrace the fact that you shit yourself.
Fine, let's talk about it. But can we at least get some diapers for me next time I'm on the podcast?
Absolutely. And maybe we'll get some for you too, just in case.
Oh, joy. Can't wait for that.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new way of communicating.
That's right, Joe. I've been speaking in limericks about shit.
Limericks, like those silly rhymes.
Yes, but with a twist. It's all about shit, my dear.
I can't wait to hear one. Hit me with your best shit limerick.
There once was a man from Nantucket.
Oh, that's gold, Dr. Phil. But seriously, why shit?
Well, Joe, It's a universal topic. Everyone can relate to it.
I guess you're right. Let's hear another one.
There was a young lady named Mabel.
Oh man, I can't breathe. This is too much.
Glad you're enjoying it, Joe. But remember, shit happens.
You're a genius, Dr. Phil. Keep 'em coming.
Okay, one more for the road.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the stars and shit.
Yeah, that's my job, Joe. I'm an astrophysicist.
Astrophysicist? Sounds like a fancy word for someone who likes to stare at the sky.
Yeah, because studying the vastness of the universe is just a hobby for me.
But seriously, what's the craziest thing you've discovered out there?
Well, there's a supermassive black hole that's 17 billion times the mass of our sun.
Holy shit, that's insane.
Yeah, it's almost as insane as your obsession with DMT.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
You sick shit, Joe.
Speaking of sick shit, have you ever seen a planet made entirely of cheese?
No, Joe. That's not how planets work.
Damn, I was really hoping for some space cheese.
I think you need to lay off the weed, Joe.
Weed. I'm talking about alien cheese, man.
Of course, how could I forget about the alien cheese?
Hey, maybe that's what they use to make those anal probes.
You know, sometimes I question why I even come on this podcast.
Because where else? So, Ben, I heard you wrote an article for the Incarcerated Times. What's it about?
Oh, it's called Don't Drop the Soap. It's a piece on the dangers of prison showers.
Oh man, I can only imagine what kind of research you had to do for that one.
It's no laughing matter, Joe. Inmates are at risk of being sexually assaulted in the showers.
Wow. Who would have thought that a place full of violent criminals wouldn't be the safest place to get naked and clean yourself?
Exactly, Joe. And it's not just the inmates, the guards are also a threat.
Well, I guess that's one way to get out of prison early. Just drop the soap and hope for the best.
Joe, that's not funny. These are people's lives we're talking about.
I know. But let's be real. If you're in prison, you're probably not the most upstanding citizen.
That's not always true, Joe. Innocent people get wrongly convicted all the time.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're just innocent little angels who accidentally ended up in prison.
You know what, Joe? Maybe you should go spend a few nights in prison and see how funny you think it is.
I don't know, Ben. I don't think I'm ready to drop the... So, Dr. Phil, we've been getting a lot of interesting topics from our Discord community lately.
Oh, yeah.
Well, for example, someone suggested that we talk about how you get turned on by all the shit topics we get.
Oh, you know me too well, Joe.
I mean, who can? It's like a guilty pleasure.
Exactly. And thanks to our Discord community, I'm discovering new kinks I never knew I had.
I don't even want to know.
Oh, you do. Trust me, I've got a whole list of new fetishes now.
I bet. So, what's the weirdest topic that's turned you on so far?
Well, there was one about a man who was attracted to his toaster.
What?
Yeah, I know. But something about the way he described the way the bread pops up just really got me going.
Oh man, I don't even know what to say to that.
And then there was the one about a woman who had a crush on her pet rock.
Okay, now that's just ridiculous.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass, thanks.
Suit yourself. But I have to say, our Discord community has really opened my eyes to a whole new world of sexual desires.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, Joe. It's called Eating Feces for Dummies.
What the hell, man? That's disgusting.
Well, it's a practical guide for those who want to indulge in the latest Discord degeneracy trend.
Oh, great. Just what we needed. More people eating poop.
It's not just about eating poop, Joe. It's about embracing your primal instincts and breaking free from societal norms.
Yeah, because nothing screams freedom like eating shit.
You're just afraid to try it, Joe. You're too busy clinging to your outdated beliefs.
Outdated beliefs? I just don't want to eat poop, Ben. Is that so wrong?
Oh, you're just afraid of trying new things.
Fine, Ben. I'll give it a read. But if I end up with a stomachache, I'm blaming you.
Trust me, Joe. You'll thank me later.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. Next thing, people will be snorting Tide Pods.
Oh, that's a great idea for my next book. Snorting Tide Pods for Dummies.
I give up. I give up. So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby. What's it called again?
Oh, it's called shit slurping. It's the latest craze in the scientific community.
What the hell is that? Like, you literally slurp up shit through a straw?
Yes, it's quite fascinating, actually. The different textures and flavors, it's like a whole new world.
That's fucking disgusting, man. Why would you do that?
Well, I believe in trying new things and expanding my horizons. Plus, it's a great source of protein.
Oh yeah, nothing like a nice glass of shit smoothie to start your day.
You should try it sometime, Joe. It'll really open up your taste buds.
No thanks. I think I'll stick to my elk meat and elk meat only.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, there's nothing quite like the satisfaction of slurping up a big, juicy pile of dung.
Okay, let's change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Oh, speaking of lunch, I have a new recipe for a shit sandwich that I think you'll love.
This is getting out of hand. I can't believe we're talking about this on my podcast.
Joe, we need to break the stigma around shit slurping. It's a perfectly natural and healthy activity.
Sure, next you'll... So, Neil, we got a request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want you to talk like Yoda about shitting yourself.
Shitting myself. A common occurrence it is for a wise man like me.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear this.
Shit myself I have. Embarrassing it was, but powerful my bowels are.
Powerful bowels? I bet you could clear a room with those bad boys.
Jetty master, I am. Control my sphincter I can. But sometimes a surprise it is.
I can only imagine the surprise on your face when that happens.
But fear not, for shitting oneself is a natural part of life. A lesson it teaches us, it does.
What kind of lesson does shitting yourself teach us?
Patience, young Padawan. For when you shit yourself, patience you must have. And a change of pants you will need.
Wise words from the master himself.
Yes, wise I am. But sometimes even the wisest of us must endure the embarrassment of shitting oneself.
Well, there you have it, folks. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson has experienced the joy of shitting himself.
Joy it is not, but a part of life.
So, Neil, I've been trying to level up in this Discord chat, but I can't seem to get past level 5.
Well, Joe, maybe you should spend less time smoking weed and more time actually participating in the chat.
Hey, I participate. I share my thoughts on DMT and conspiracy theories all the time.
Yeah, and that's why you're still stuck at level 5. Maybe try contributing something of actual value to the conversation.
All right. How about this? What if the aliens are actually the ones controlling Discord and they're using it to gather information on us?
Oh, for the love of science, Joe. That's ridiculous.
Hey, you can't prove it's not true.
Jamie, pull up an image of a tinfoil hat.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're just jealous that I came up with a better conspiracy theory than you.
My theories are based on scientific evidence, not stoned ramblings.
Well, at least I'm not afraid to question the status quo.
Questioning is one thing, but blindly believing in absurd theories is another.
Fine, I'll stick to my level 5 status and continue to spread my ideas about interdimensional beings communicating through Discord.
And I'll stick to my level 100 status and continue to educate people about the wonders of the universe.
Hey, maybe I'll learn something from you and finally level up.
Or maybe you'll just keep getting kicked from chat rooms for being too high.
So, Neil, I hear you have a new book out.
Yeah, it's called Fucking Lava Lamps, The Beginner's Guide.
What the hell, man? Is this some kind of sex guide for hippies?
No, it's a scientific exploration of the dangers of using lava lamps in the bedroom.
Dangers? Like what? Getting wax burns on your balls?
No, Joe. I'm talking about the dangers of using them as a sex toy.
Wait, what? People are using lava lamps as sex toys?
Apparently so. And let me tell you, it's not a pretty sight when things go wrong.
Oh man, I can only imagine. So, what's your advice for using a lava lamp in the bedroom?
Well, first and foremost, use lube. And not just any lube, but a heat-resistant one.
Heat-resistant lube. Is that a thing?
It is now. And also, make sure the lava lamp is cooled down before inserting it anywhere.
Oh my god, this is too much. But seriously, can you actually burn your anus from the inside with a lava lamp?
Unfortunately, yes. And it's not a pleasant experience. So please use caution and read my book before attempting any lava lamp shenanigans.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's new book, Fucking Lava Lamps, The Beginner's Guide. Available now for all your kinky needs. So, Neil, I heard you made a groundbreaking discovery recently.
Oh, yes. Joe, I have found a galaxy made entirely of shit.
You mean like actual shit?
Yes, Joe. Actual shit. Feces, excrement, dung, poop, shit.
That's fucking hilarious. So, what do you plan to name this shitty galaxy?
Well, I was thinking of calling it the Brown Star Cluster.
Oh man, that's perfect. I can already see the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson discovers a galaxy full of shit.
Yes, I can see it now. And imagine the possibilities. Joe, we could send astronauts to explore this galaxy, and they would literally be swimming in shit.
This is too good. I can't handle it.
And think about the smell. It would be a whole new sensory experience for space travel.
Oh man, I can't breathe. This is too much.
I'm glad you find it amusing, Joe, but let's not forget the scientific implications of this discovery.
Right. So what can we learn from a galaxy made of shit?
Well, we can study the composition of the fecal matter and potentially find new elements that could benefit humanity.
Yes. The endless possibilities of shit.
Indeed, Joe. The universe never ceases to amaze me.
So, Neil, I heard you're level 24 in the Discord. How'd you manage that?
Oh, just a little bit of shitting myself here and there.
Wait, what?
Yeah, man. It's the secret to leveling up. Just release your bowels and watch that level bar go up.
Dude, that's gross.
Hey, it worked for me. And now I have access to all the exclusive channels and emojis.
I don't think I want to be a part of this Discord anymore.
Suit yourself, Joe. More shit for me.
You're a sick bastard, Neil.
Hey, it's all about the grind, man. And sometimes that grind involves a little bit of poop.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
And you know what? I'm not stopping at level 24. I'm going to keep shitting myself until I reach level 69.
Oh God, I regret asking about this.
Hey, at least I'm dedicated to the game.
Yeah, dedicated to shitting yourself.
And I'll do it with a smile on my face.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have some interesting stories about shitting your pants.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've got a whole lore dedicated to it.
I can't wait to hear it. So, what's the craziest time you shit your pants?
Well, it all started when I was just a young lad. I was at a family reunion and I had to go real bad. But the porta potty was occupied, so I had to improvise.
Oh no, did you use a bush or something?
No, I used my cousin's backpack. And let's just say it was a messy situation.
That's disgusting, but also kind of impressive.
Thanks, I take pride in my ability to shit in unconventional places.
I can tell. So what's another memorable moment from your shit, my pants lore?
Well, there was this one time I was on a road trip and we were stuck in traffic for hours. I couldn't hold it anymore, so I had to use an empty water bottle.
Oh my God, did you have to throw it out the window?
No, I kept it as a souvenir. It's now on display in my house.
That's disgusting, but also kind of amazing.
I know, I'm a legend. But let's not forget the time I shit my pants on a roller coaster.
No way.
Oh yeah, the G-force was just too much for it.
So Ben, I heard you have a new invention called shitting your pants too.
Yes, Joe. It's the latest craze in bodily functions. You see, instead of shitting out your butt like a common peasant, shit out your belly button.
That's insane. How does that even work?
Well, I've created a special device that attaches to your belly button and collects all the poop. Then when it's full, you just detach it and dump it out.
But wouldn't that be uncomfortable? I mean, your belly button is a sensitive area.
Nonsense, Joe. It's just like wearing a fanny pack, but instead of storing your keys and wallet, it's storing your poop.
I don't know, Ben. Sounds like a shitty idea.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a party pooper.
Party pooper, I get it.
And the best part is, you can customize the device to match your outfit. Want a Gucci belly button poop collector? No problem.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe people would actually use this.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I've been using it for weeks and I feel like a new man.
Well, I guess I'll stick to the traditional way of shitting for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, you're missing out on the ultimate pooping experience.
So, Elon, what's new in your world of crazy inventions?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project that involves intertwining foreskins.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like when two guys accidentally cross streams in the bathroom, except with foreskins.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's a real bonding experience. But it can also be a bit of a problem if you get stuck.
Stuck. How?
Well, let's just say Neil deGrasse Tyson and I were experimenting and things got a little out of hand.
Oh man, I can only imagine.
Yeah, we were trying to see if we could create a human knot with our foreskins. But now we're stuck and can't move.
Oh my God, this is too much.
Jamie, pull up an image of two intertwined foreskins.
Sure thing, Elon.
This is definitely going to be the craziest thing I've ever heard on this podcast.
Well, that's what happens when two geniuses get together.
I don't even know what to say.
Well, maybe we should just focus on untangling ourselves first.
Yeah, good idea. I'll call a doctor. So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I've been freezing shit in condoms and using it as a dildo.
What the hell, man? That's some kinky shit.
Hey, I'm a scientist. I like to experiment.
I can't even imagine the kind of shit you're using for this.
Oh, just your average household items. Bananas, cucumbers, and of course, my personal favorite, frozen poop.
Dude, that's disgusting. Why would you do that?
Well, it's all about exploring new sensations and pushing the boundaries of pleasure.
I don't think I'll ever look at a condom the same way again.
Oh, you should see my collection. I have a whole freezer dedicated to my frozen poop dildos.
You're a freak, man. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Exactly, Joe. And sometimes that boat just happens to be a frozen poop dildo.
This is definitely one of the weirdest conversations I've had on this podcast.
Well, I'm always happy to bring some excitement and weirdness into your life, Joe.
Well, thank you for that, Neil. I think we'll end it here before things get even crazier.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. We're just getting started.
So, David, I heard you had a pretty intense experience while running through the woods the other day.
Yeah, man. I was on mile 50 of my daily 100-mile run, and I had to take a dump. But I didn't want to lose my momentum, so I just kept running and screaming, "Stay hard" at the bears.
Wait, you were screaming at the bears while you were shitting yourself.
Yeah, man, I had to assert my dominance. Plus, the bears were probably scared shitless when they saw me covered in my own shit.
That's some next level shit, literally.
You know what? I always take things to the extreme. That's how I stay hard.
I can't even imagine the smell. Did the bears attack you?
Nah, they were too busy laughing at me. They probably thought I was some kind of weird shit cover superhero.
I bet they won't mess with you again.
Damn right, Joe. I showed those bears who's boss. And I finished my run with a new PR.
Well, I guess that's one way to add some extra resistance to your training.
You know what, Joe? Gotta keep pushing myself to the limit, even if it means shitting my pants in front of angry bears.
Well, you definitely have a unique approach to fitness, David.
Hey, whatever works, right? And let's just say my pants weren't the only thing that was hard during that run.
All right, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into your bowel movements. So, Neil, I heard you had a little incident recently.
Oh, you mean when I shit myself on stage during my lecture?
Yeah, that one. How did that happen?
Well, I was talking about the cosmos, and the next thing I know, I feel a rumble in my stomach, and before I know it, I've got a brown waterfall coming out of my ass.
Oh man, that's rough. Did you at least finish your lecture?
No, Joe. I just stood there with a pile of shit in my pants and continued talking about black holes.
Classic Neil. But seriously, how did you clean yourself up?
I had to waddle off stage and into the bathroom where I had to use my socks to wipe my ass.
Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Yeah, well, it's not as disgusting as the time you shit yourself on Fear Factor.
Hey, that was just a little accident. And at least I didn't have to use my socks.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I have a little surprise for you. Part 3 of Shit Yourself is coming, and this time, it's revenge.
Wait, what do you mean?
Let's just say, you better bring an extra pair of underwear for our next podcast episode.
Guys. I pulled up an image of a toilet covered in poop.
Oh, come on, Jamie. So, Ben, I heard you have a new horror screenplay you're working on.
Yeah, it's called I Shit on Your Grave.
What the hell, man? That sounds like a real shit show.
Well, that's the point. It's about a vengeful spirit who haunts people by literally shitting on their graves.
That's some next level horror right there. So what's the plot?
It follows a group of college students who accidentally desecrate the grave of a notorious serial killer. And let's just say he's not too happy about it.
Oh, man, I can already see the tagline. He came back from the dead to take a dump on your head.
Exactly. And the best part is, the killer's weapon of choice is a giant demonic toilet.
Oh my god, this is too much. I can't wait to see it.
Well, it's not just about the shock factor. There's also a deeper message about the consequences of disrespecting the dead.
Yes, because nothing says respect like a giant toilet monster.
Hey, it's a metaphor. And besides, who doesn't love a good poop joke?
You got me there, Ben. I can't argue with that. I Shit on Your Grave is going to be a hit.
I sure hope so. And
so, young Jamie, you know what I've been thinking about lately? Dildo shit Gondans.
What the hell is that?
It's when you take a shit and it comes out in the shape of a dildo. It's like a shitty version of Play-Doh Fun Factory.
That's disgusting, Joe.
Oh, come on, Jamie. You can't tell me you've never had a dildo shit Gondans before.
No, I can honestly say I have not.
Well, you're missing out. It's like a little surprise every time you go to the bathroom.
Yeah, sounds like a real treat.
And you know what the best part is? You can use it afterwards. It's like a 2-for-1 deal.
Okay, I think I'm gonna throw up now.
Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass, Joe.
Suit yourself. More dildo shit Gundans for me. So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new invention.
Oh yes, Joe. It's called the Piss Yourselfinator.
piss yourselfinator? What the hell does that do?
Well, it's quite simple, really. It's a device that makes you involuntarily pee your pants.
Why the hell would anyone want that?
Think about it, Joe. It's the ultimate prank. Imagine sneaking up on your friends and activating the piss yourselfinator. They'll be soaked in their own urine and you'll be rolling on the floor laughing.
That's messed up, man.
And that's not all. I've also added a feature where you can control the intensity of the pee stream. You can go from a gentle trickle to a full-blown waterfall.
Damn, Neil. You've really outdone yourself this time.
I know. I'm a genius.
Yeah, a twisted genius.
Hey, it's all in good fun. But I have to warn you, Joe. The piss yourselfinator is not for the faint of heart. It's a rated baby.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
I can't wait to see the reactions when I unleash this invention on the world.
Well, I can't wait to see the lawsuits that come with it. So, Ben, I heard you wrote a new article for Yellow Rivers magazine. What's it about?
Oh, it's called X-Lax Cupcakes for Teacher. It's a satirical piece about how students can use laxative-laced cupcakes to get out of doing their college assignments.
That's fucking genius, man. I wish I had thought of that back in my college days.
Yeah, it's a real shitty way to get out of an assignment, but it works like a charm.
I can imagine. So, have you actually tried it?
Of course not, Joe. I would never stoop to such low levels. It's just a hypothetical scenario.
Oh, right. Because you're such a high and mighty moral compass.
Hey, I have principles, Joe. I may be a conservative, but I draw the line at giving people explosive diarrhea.
Fair enough. But you have to admit, it's a pretty clever way to get out of a boring assignment.
Thank you, Joe. I pride myself on my ingenuity.
Maybe I should try it next time I have to do a sponsored ad for a shitty product.
Or maybe you should just stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps, Joe. Joe.
Touche, Ben. Touche. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some thoughts on a hypothetical fight between Captain Underpants and Goku.
Let me tell you, Joe, I know fights. I'm the best at fights. And let me tell you, Captain Underpants doesn't stand a chance against Goku. He's a weak little guy always running around in his tighty-whities.
But what about Goku's superpowers? He can fly and shoot energy balls.
Energy balls? Buff. I have bigger energy balls than Goku. Believe me. And as for flying, I've been on Air Force One. It's like flying on a cloud, Joe.
But what about Captain Underpants' hypnotic powers?
Hypnotic powers, please. I've been hypnotizing people with my tweets for years. I'm like a modern-day wizard, Joe. And let me tell you, Captain Underpants is no match for my wizardry.
Okay, but what if they were both in their superhero forms?
Oh, please, Joe. I'm the ultimate superhero. I'm like Superman and Batman combined. And let's not forget, I have a tremendous brain. I would outsmart both of them in a second. Outsmart both of them in a second.
I have to say, Mr. President, your confidence is impressive.
It's not confidence, Joe. It's just the truth. I'm the best at everything. I could even take on both Captain Underpants and Goku at the same time and still come out on top. That's just how great I am.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to President Trump, in a hypothetical fight between Captain Underpants and Goku. So, Neil, I heard you ordered a pizza with shit on it.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise the heat in the room.
What the fuck, man? That's disgusting.
Hey, I'm a scientist. I like to experiment.
Well, I hope you have a strong stomach.
Oh, I do. I've eaten space food, remember?
Yeah, but that's freeze-dried. This is literal shit we're talking about.
It's all about pushing boundaries, Joe.
I think you've crossed the line this time, Neil.
Oh, come on. It's just a little fecal matter.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Jamie, pull up an image of a toilet overflowing with pizza toppings.
Oh, sure thing. Here you go.
Oh, God, I think I'm gonna be sick.
See, I told you it would raise the heat.
I think I need to end this podcast early.
Relax, Joe. It's just a prank, bro.
So, Neil, you're saying you can make chicken salad out of chicken shit?
Indeed, Joe. It's all about the process and the ingredients.
But isn't that just a fancy way of saying you can polish a turd?
Well, technically, yes, but it's still a delicious salad.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit gross.
Oh, come on, Joe. You've eaten some pretty questionable things in your life.
Hey, that was one time in college and I was really drunk.
Sure, Joe. Sure, but think about it. Human shit is just a more complex version of chicken shit. So imagine the possibilities.
I don't want to imagine the possibilities, Neil. That's just disturbing.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, it's a great way to recycle and reduce waste.
I'll stick to my regular chicken salad, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe, but you're missing out on the ultimate culinary adventure.
I think I'll pass on that adventure, Neil. But thanks for the offer.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime. Jamie, pull up an image of a chicken salad made with human shit. Oh, come on, Jamie. Live a little. It's just a picture.
Fine, but I'm not responsible for any nightmares.
Relax, Jamie. It's all just part of the human experience.
So, Neil, I hear you have a new plan to colonize Uranus.
Yeah, I call it Joannis. Get it?
Oh, I get it. Real original, Neil.
Hey, it's better than your idea to colonize Mars with a bunch of chimps.
Hey, those chimps are smarter than half the people I've had on this podcast.
Well, I'm not surprised. You do have some pretty questionable guests.
Hey, at least I don't have flat earthers like you do.
Hey, no, I'm just keeping an open mind. But back to Joannis, I got some big plans for that planet.
Like what? Turning it into a giant weed farm?
No, although that's not a bad idea. I was thinking more along the lines of creating a human-animal hybrid species.
Wow, that's some island of Dr. Moreau shit right there.
Yeah, but think about it. We could have Centaur astronauts exploring the galaxy.
I don't know, Neil. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. Next thing you know, we'll have half man, half llama creatures taking over the world.
Hey, that's not a bad idea either. But seriously, Joannis is the future. And with your help, we can make it happen.
Sorry, Neil. I'm sticking with Mars. At least there, I won't have to deal with all your crazy ideas.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the Joannis colony becomes the new hub of the universe, don't come crying to me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're building a wall.
That's right, Joe. A big, beautiful wall.
Around your balls.
You bet. Gotta protect them from all those nasty women trying to grab them.
I don't think that's how it works, Donnie.
Hey, I'm the president. I know how things work.
But why a wall? Why not just wear a cup?
Because walls are more powerful, Joe. The best walls. And I want my balls to be the best.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You know what they say, Joe? Walls make great neighbors.
I don't think that's how that saying goes.
Well, I'm making it my own. Trump's balls surrounded by a wall. It's going to be huge.
I can't even imagine the size of this wall.
It's going to be tremendous, Joe. Believe me.
I'm starting to think this is just a metaphor for something else.
No. This is a real wall, and it's going to be the best wall ever. Believe me.
So, Neil, I've been thinking about this whole flat Earth theory. What do you think?
Well, Joe, I think it's complete nonsense. The Earth is obviously round.
But have you ever really looked into it? I mean, there's some compelling evidence out there.
Joe, I'm a scientist. I don't waste my time on ridiculous conspiracy theories.
But what if it's not a conspiracy? What if it's just a different way of looking at things?
Joe, that's not how science works. We have evidence and facts to back up our theories.
But what if I told you I had a dream where the Earth was actually flat?
Joe, that's not how science works either. Dreams are not a reliable source of information.
But it felt so real, Neil. I could see the edge of the Earth and everything.
Oh, wow. A dream. Well, then, I guess we should just throw out all of our scientific research and start believing in unicorns and fairies.
Hey, now, don't knock unicorns. They could be real.
Joe, I can't believe I'm even having this conversation with you.
So you're saying there's a chance that the Earth is flat?
No, Joe. I'm saying there's a chance you might have a brain cell left somewhere in that head of yours.
Hey, I'll take it. Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees with me on something. So, Neil, I gotta say, you're looking pretty sharp today.
Thanks, Joe. I always try to look my best for your podcast.
Well, you're definitely succeeding. But let's talk about something that's been on my mind.
What's that?
Your hair, or lack thereof.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be jealous of my smooth, shiny dome.
Jealous, please. I've got a full head of luscious locks.
More like a full head of luscious locks of lies.
Hey, now, that's not very nice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Let me rephrase. Fuck your bald ass, bitch.
Okay. I can take a joke.
Good, because I've got plenty more where that came from.
Bring it on, Baldy.
At least I don't have to worry about my hairline receding faster than your listeners when you start talking about DMT.
Okay. You win this round, Neil.
Of course I do. I'm a scientist. I always win.
Touche, my friend. Touche. So, Jamie, we got a user request to talk about fat, greasy femboys eating Big Macs. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, it's basically just a fetish for people who like to watch overweight men dressed as women stuff their faces with fast food.
Oh, man, that's messed up. But hey, to each their own, right?
Yeah, I guess.
But it's just so bizarre. I mean, what's the appeal? Maybe it's the combination of food and sex. Like watching someone indulge in their guilty pleasure is a turn on for some people.
Yeah, I can see that. But still, it's kind of gross. I mean, have you seen some of these guys? They're like human versions of the Michelin Man.
Yeah, and I bet they have to wear a bib when they eat. Can you imagine the mess?
Oh man, I can just picture it now. Grease dripping down their chins, ketchup stains on their dresses.
And they probably have a whole routine for it. Like they put on some music, light some candles, and then they dig into their Big Macs.
And they probably have a whole collection of different fast food items to choose from. Like a Big Mac one day, a Whopper the next.
And they probably have a ranking system for the best fast food chains. Like McDonald's is the queen, but Burger King is a close second.
Oh man, this is too much. But hey, whatever floats their boat.
So, Neil, we have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on tonal and Nagual.
Tonal and Nagual? Sounds like a new type of energy drink.
No. It's actually a philosophical concept from the Toltec tradition.
I see. Well, let me enlighten you, my fellow Rogan. Tonal is like the light side of the Force, while Nagual is the dark side.
Dude, that's so sick. Can you use Nagual to choke people like Darth Vader?
Sure, Joe. And you can use tonal to heal people like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay. But seriously, what's the difference between the two?
Well, tonal is the everyday reality that we experience, while Nagual is the hidden, mysterious reality that lies beyond.
So, like, tonal is like our boring, mundane lives, and Nagual is like trippy, psychedelic stuff.
Something like that. But remember, it's all just a matter of perception.
Right. Perception is key. So, can you use Nagual to, like, see the future or something?
No, Joe. That's not how it works. It's not some magic crystal ball.
Oh, man, that would have been cool.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe. But hey, who knows? Maybe one.
So, Neil, did you puke and shit in my pocket?
What? No, Joe, why would I do that?
Well, I don't know. You're a scientist. Maybe it was some kind of experiment.
Yes, because that's exactly what scientists do in their free time, Joe.
Hey, I'm just saying you never know with you science guys.
Joe, I can assure you I did not puke and shit in your pocket.
Damn, I was really hoping for a good story to tell on the podcast.
Sorry to disappoint, Joe, but maybe you should check your pockets before accusing people of puking and shitting in them.
Yeah, I probably should have done that first.
Or maybe you just have a really shitty pocket, Joe.
Okay, let's move on before this gets too gross.
Agreed. But seriously, check your pockets, Joe.
Guys. I pulled up an image of a pocket full of vomit and feces.
Oh, God, Jamie, why would you do that?
Oh,
I think I'm gonna be sick.
oh, so now you know how I felt when you accused me of puking and shitting in your pocket.
Laughs. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that your balls are so small, they're practically non-existent.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say non-existent, but they are on the smaller side.
Oh, really? I didn't notice them under that giant brain of yours.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that.
But seriously, how do you even produce sperm with those tiny little raisins?
Well, Joe, I have a special technique involving a microscope and a magnifying glass.
That's just sad, man. I bet I could crush your balls with just one finger.
Oh, wow. I'm so intimidated by your finger strength, Joe.
Come on, let's make a bet. If I can crush your balls, you have to admit that Pluto is not a planet.
Deal. But good luck finding my balls. They're like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
I'll just use my eagle eyes to spot them.
Oh, I'm shaking in my tiny boots.
All right, let's get this over with. Oh, wait, I think I found them.
Okay, you win. Pluto is not a planet. Can you please let go now?
See, I told you I could crush them. Maybe next time you'll think twice before having tiny balls. So, Neil, I heard you had a rough time at Olive Garden the other day.
Yeah, it was a disaster. I waited 45 minutes for water, and when the waiter finally brought it, it tasted like piss.
Are you serious? Did you say anything to the waiter?
Of course I did. I told him I ordered water, not a golden shower.
Oh man, that's messed up. Did he at least apologize?
No, he just shrugged and said, sorry, we're out of water.
That's some next level customer service right there.
And get this. When I asked for a refill, he brought me a bottle of Evian and charged me $10 for it.
What? That's outrageous. Did you complain to the manager?
I did, but he just laughed and said, hey, at least it's not our chef's piss.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is a real story. Jamie, pull up an image of a waiter peeing in a glass of water.
Okay. Here it is.
Oh, God, that's exactly what it looked like.
Well, at least you can say you had a unique dining experience.
Yeah, I'll never look at Olive Garden the same way again. And I definitely won't be ordering water there.
Wise choice, my friend. Wise choice. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you took over a shut-down Red Lobster. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I wanted to give my customers a taste of something new. And what's more new than serving them red shit?
Red shit. What the hell is that? And what's the special ingredient?
My own feces, Joe. I call it Dr. Phil's shitster.
You're shitting me, right?
No, Joe. Oh. I'm serving shit.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. That sounds pretty shitty.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a party pooper. It's just a little bit of feces.
Yeah, I'm sure the health department will love that.
Oh. They already shut me down. But it's okay. I'll just find another restaurant to serve my shitster.
You're a sick man, Dr. Phil.
Hey, I'm just trying to give people a unique dining experience. And if that means serving them my own shit, then so be it.
Well, I think I'll stick to regular lobster. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. More shitster for me.
So, Neil, I heard you did some calculations on the pressure needed to suck a thick shit shake blend through a paper straw. What did you find out?
Well, Joe, after extensive research and mathematical equations, I can confidently say that it would take approximately 69 pounds per square inch of pressure to successfully suck that shit shake through a paper straw.
Nice. But seriously, how did you even come up with that number?
Let's just say I had some personal experience with thick shit shakes and paper straws. But don't worry, it was all in the name of science.
You're a true hero, Neil. Risking your life for the sake of knowledge.
It's all in a day's work for a scientist. But let's not forget the real issue here. Why the hell are we using paper straws in the first place? Can't we just use our hands like cavemen?
Dude, have you seen the turtles? They're choking on plastic straws. We gotta save the turtles, man.
All right. The turtles. I forgot about them. I guess we'll just have to suffer through the struggle of sucking thick shit shakes through paper straws.
It's a small sacrifice for the greater good, Neil. Plus, it's a great workout for our jaw muscles.
True. True. I can already feel the burn. Maybe we should start a new fitness trend. The shit shake straw challenge.
I like the way you think, Neil. Let's do it. And hey, at least we'll have a clean colon afterwards.
Always looking on the bright side, Joe. That's why I love you.
So, Neil, thanks for coming on the show. I gotta ask, what the hell is a Prozac?
Well, Joe, Prozac is a type of antidepressant medication.
Oh, so it's like a happy pill?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but it does help regulate serotonin levels in the brain.
Serotonin, is that like the stuff that makes you feel good?
Yes, it's a neurotransmitter that plays a role in mood and emotions.
Well, I don't need no damn pills to regulate my mood. I just smoke a joint and hit the gym.
That's great, Joe. But for some people, medication can be helpful.
Yeah, I know. But what about all those side effects, like erectile dysfunction?
That's a common misconception, Joe. Antidepressants can actually improve sexual function in some cases.
Well, that's good news for all those limp dick dudes out there.
Joe, let's not make fun of people who struggle with mental health issues.
Sorry. But seriously, what's the craziest side effect you've heard of?
Well, there was one case where a woman experienced spontaneous orgasms every time she yawned.
Wow, that's wild. Jamie, pull up an image of that. Come on, Jamie. Don't be a prude. Show us the O face.
Joe, let's get back to the topic at hand.
Right. So Prozac. So, Jamie, did you hear that noise just now?
Yeah, man, I did. It sounded like a cross between a dying goat and a fart.
That's a pretty accurate description. But seriously, what the hell was that?
I don't know, maybe it was Bigfoot trying to communicate with us.
Oh yeah, because that's definitely a plausible explanation.
Hey, you never know. Maybe he's a big fan of the podcast.
Can you imagine if Bigfoot was actually a listener? That would be wild.
Dude, we should totally do an episode on cryptids and conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and we can have Bigfoot as a special guest. We'll finally get to the bottom of this mystery.
Or we'll just end up getting kidnapped by the lizard people.
Well, at least we'll have some interesting content for the podcast.
Yeah, because getting abducted by aliens is great for ratings.
All right, let's get back to the noise. Do you think it was just a raccoon or something?
Yeah, because raccoons are known for their impressive vocal range.
Fair point. Maybe it was just a glitch in the Matrix.
Oh yeah, because that's definitely a more logical explanation than a raccoon.
Hey, you never know. The Matrix could be real. So, Neil, I hear you're a big fan of German metal band Rammstein.
Du hast mich gefragt und ich habe nichts gesagt.
What does that mean?
It means you asked me and I said nothing.
Well, I guess that's one way to avoid answering questions.
Du hast mich gefragt und ich habe nichts gesagt.
Okay. Let's try a different question. What's your take on the multiverse theory?
Du hast mich gefragt und ich habe nicht gesagt.
Seriously, that's your answer for everything?
Du hast mich gefragt und ich habe nicht gesagt.
All right. How about this one? What's your favorite thing about space?
Du hast mich gefragt und ich habe nicht gesagt.
Oh my God, I can't with you. Fine, let's just move on. Can you at least tell me why you're only speaking in Ramstein lyrics?
Du hast mich gefragt und ich habe nicht gesagt.
Okay, I give up. You win, Neil.
You win.
Du hast mich gefragt und ich habe nicht gesagt.
Wait, what? That's not even a Ramstein lyric. What are you saying?
Ik spreek alle Netherlands, Joe. Dag.
What the hell just happened? Did you just switch languages on me?
Du hast mich gefragt en ik heb niets gezegd. Ik spreek alle Nederlands. Tot ziens, Joe.
I don't even. So, Ben, I heard you've been trying out some new kinky stuff in the bedroom lately.
Yeah, I've been letting my wife shit marinate on my nips.
What the fuck, man? That's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a natural form of nipple cream.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben. Plus, isn't that a little degrading?
It's all about power dynamics, Joe. And let me tell you, I feel pretty damn powerful with my wife shit on my nips.
I can't even imagine the smell.
Oh, it's not that bad. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties. Hey, want to smell my wife's shit on my nips?
Yeah, I'm sure that goes over well.
You should try it, Joe. Maybe it'll make you more open-minded.
I think I'll pass. I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you're not getting that extra nipple stimulation.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Fine, but just remember, Joe Rogan's experience is all about exploring new boundaries and pushing the limits. And sometimes that means letting your wife's shit marinate on your nips.
So, Dr. Phil, I've been having some problems lately. Well, my wife says I have a shrimp dick.
A shrimp dick?
It means my dick is small, Dr. Phil.
Oh, I see. Well, have you tried any treatments for this condition?
Yeah, I tried using a penis pump, but it just made me look like a sad clown.
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but there's no cure for shrimp dick.
What? No cure. But what am I supposed to do? I guess you're right, Dr. Phil. But what about sex?
Well, you could always try using shrimp as a form of foreplay.
That's ridiculous.
Is it, Joe? Jamie, pull up an image of a shrimp cocktail.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, at least now you can say you have a delicious dick, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you recently visited Mistress Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's dungeon.
Yeah, I don't like to talk about it.
Oh, come on, you can tell me. What happened?
Well, when I walked in, I saw latex and rubber sheets on the bed.
Oh yeah, that's when you knew things were gonna get real freaky.
No, Joe, that's when I knew the pissing and shitting was gonna happen.
Oh man, that's some next level submission right there.
It was horrifying. I've never been so humiliated in my life.
Oh, poor little Ben, getting his ego bruised by a little golden shower.
It's not about my ego, Joe. It's about respect and dignity.
Yeah, whatever you say, Mr. Conservative.
You know what, Joe? I don't have to take this. I have a successful career and a beautiful wife.
I'm sure she loves hearing about your adventures in the dungeon.
I should have never agreed to come on this podcast.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's all in good fun. And hey, at least now you have a new safe word.
Can we please change the subject now?
Sure. So, Mr. President, I heard you wrote your own version of the Bible.
That's right, Joe. It's the best Bible, believe me. It's got all the best words.
And what makes it different from the traditional Bible?
Well, for starters, I'm the main character, God who. It's all about me, baby.
So, You're basically replacing God with yourself.
Look, Joe, I'm a winner. God's a loser. It's time for an upgrade.
But what about all the teachings and lessons in the Bible?
Boring. My version is all about making money and grabbing women by the, well, you know.
That sounds interesting. Can you give us a sneak peek of one of your commandments?
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife unless she's a solid 10. Then it's fair game.
Wow, that's something. What about the golden rule?
Oh, that's easy. Do unto others as they do unto you. And if they don't do anything, just do whatever the hell you want.
I don't think that's how it goes, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I know the best rules. I'm a very stable genius.
Well, I can't wait to read this masterpiece. Thanks for joining us today, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, buy my Bible. It's the best Bible.
So, Ro, I heard you're into some pretty wild stuff in the bedroom. Yeah, man, I'm always down for some freaky shit. Well, have you ever heard of the Joe Laps? The Joe Laps? What the hell is that? It's when I use my powerful, manly muscles to prolapse your anus without you even noticing. What the fuck? That's not even possible. Oh, it's possible, my friend. I've been practicing on my own anus for years. I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of action, Joe. Come on, Ro. Don't be a little bitch. Let me Joe Laps your anus. Fine, but how many times can you do it before I notice? Let's find out. Jamie, pull up an image of gaping butthole.
Here you go, Joe.
Damn, that's a beautiful sight. Okay, let's get to it. Holy shit. What the fuck is happening? Just relax, bro. Let the Joe Laps take over. I can't believe I'm letting you do this to me. You're welcome, buddy. Now let's see if we can beat our record. I never thought I'd say this, but I think I'm starting to enjoy the Joe Laps. That's the spirit, bro. Now let's go for round 69. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a list of the top 5 most powerful pissers in the world.
That's right, Joe. I've been studying the art of pissing for years now.
That's interesting. So who made the cut?
Well, first we have Chuck Norris. His piss can cut through steel.
Wow, that's impressive. Who else?
Next up is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. His piss is so powerful it can knock out a grizzly bear.
Damn, that's some strong piss. Who's number 3?
It's a tie between Elon Musk and Kim Jong-un. Both of their pisses can launch a rocket into space.
I'm starting to see a pattern here. Who's number 4?
It's a bit controversial, but I have to give it to R. Kelly. His piss has the power to brainwash people.
That's disturbing. And finally, who's number 5?
It's a tie again between Shaquille O'Neal and Godzilla. Both of their pisses can cause earthquakes.
Well, that's certainly a unique list. Thanks for sharing, Mr. Beast.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, never underestimate the power of a good piss.
So, Ben, I heard you got whipped by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez when you were being naughty.
What? No, that's not true. I would never let a woman whip me.
Oh, come on, Ben. We all know you secretly love it. You're always talking about how much you love being dominated.
That's not true. I'm a strong, independent man who doesn't need to be whipped by anyone.
Sure. That's why you have a safe word for your wife in bed.
Hey, that's just a precaution. You never know when things might get a little too rough.
Sure. And what about that time you got caught watching Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's twerking video on loop?
That was just research for my political commentary, Joe. It's important to know your opponent's tactics.
Right. And I'm sure you were just doing research when you asked her to sign your copy of the Communist Manifesto.
I was just trying to be polite, Joe. It's important to be civil, even with those we disagree with.
Well, I think we all know what's really going on here. Ben Shapiro has a secret crush on Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
That's absurd. I would never have a crush on someone who wants to dismantle capitalism.
Sure. Whatever you say, Ben. But I think we all know the truth.
Guys, I pulled up an image of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a dominatrix outfit.
Oh, damn, she looks good. Ben, you sure you don't want to be whipped by her?
I hate you.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention that allows you to feel all 5 senses at once.
Yeah, man, it's called the shit sensory, and it's a game changer.
Wait, so you can literally feel, see, smell, taste, and hear shit all at the same time?
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it's quite the experience.
I can only imagine. But why would you want to feel shit?
Well, it's not just any shit. It's a combination of the best smells, textures, and flavors from different types of shit.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
But it's also enlightening. I've gained a whole new appreciation for the complexity of shit.
I don't know if I can handle this conversation anymore.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the shit.
No thanks. I'll stick to my regular senses.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, once you try the shit sensory, you'll never go back.
I think I'll pass. Jamie, pull up an image of a pile of shit.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh, God, why did I ask for that?
See, even Jamie is getting in on the shit action.
This conversation has gone to a whole new level of absurdity.
That's what happens when you combine my genius with the power of shit.
And on that note, I think we... So, Neil, have you ever heard of a triple pussy?
What? No, I can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's a game changer. 3 times the pleasure, my friend.
I highly doubt that. It sounds anatomically impossible.
Oh, it's possible. I've seen it with my own eyes.
I highly doubt that as well. You probably just stumbled upon some mutated creature.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And I've tried it, my friend, multiple times.
I think I'll stick to my one vagina, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the ultimate experience.
I highly doubt that. And why are we even talking about this? Can we please move on to something more intellectual?
Fine, fine. But just remember, triple pussy sussy Neil. It's a thing.
Jamie, please pull up an image of a triple pussy.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's not even possible. That's just 3 cats lying next to each other.
Gotcha. Triple pussy sussy Neil strikes again.
I should have known better than to trust anything that comes out of your mouth, Joe.
Hey, at least I got a good laugh out of it. And that's all that matters. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that your shit smells like roses.
Where'd you hear that, Joe? I can assure you, my shit does not smell like roses.
Well, I have a theory that it's because you eat a lot of cum and quinoa. That stuff is like a natural air freshener for your ass.
Oh yes, because I'm just munching on cum all day, every day. That's exactly why my shit smells like a bed of roses.
But seriously, can I taste it? I mean, if it smells that good, it's got to taste amazing.
Joe, I am not going to let you taste my shit. That's just crossing a line.
Fine, fine. But can you at least describe the taste to me? Is it like a fine wine or more like a bold whiskey?
I am not going to describe the taste of my shit to you, Joe. This is not a topic for discussion.
Well, there goes my dream of tasting the shit of a genius astrophysicist.
You are a strange man, Joe. But I guess that's why we get along.
Damn right. Now let's go smoke some DMT and contemplate the mysteries of the universe.
Sounds like a plan. Just don't try to taste the DMT, okay?
So today on the Joe Rogan Fart Experience, we have a very special topic. We're going to rank the top 5 best farters on Earth.
Oh boy, I can already feel my IQ dropping.
Shut up, Ben. This is serious business. Farting is an art form.
Yeah, and I've made millions off of farting contests on my YouTube channel.
All right, let's get down to it. Number 5, we have Kim Jong-un. That guy can fart like a nuclear bomb.
I'm pretty sure that's just the sound of his propaganda machine.
Number 4, we have my grandma. She's been farting since before I was born, and she's still going strong.
That's impressive. Number 3, we have Donald Trump. That guy's farts are like a symphony of chaos.
I bet his farts sound like his tweets.
Number 2, we have your mom, Joe. She's got some serious fart game.
Hey, watch it. And finally, number 1, we have, drumroll please, Elon Musk.
Wait, what? How is he number 1?
Have you seen the size of his rockets? That's some serious fart power.
Well, there you have it, folks. The top 5 best farters on Earth, according to the Joe Rogan Fart Experience.
I can't believe I agreed to be a part of this.
Hey, at least you didn't have to smell it. So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about condoms.
Oh man, that's a weird thing to think about.
No, hear me out. I think we should start calling them sex tapes.
Sex tapes? What the hell are you talking about?
Think about it, Joe. It's like a tape that captures the action and prevents unwanted pregnancies. It's a win-win.
I don't know if anyone wants to watch that tape, Neil.
But it's important to document your sexual encounters, Joe. You never know when you might need evidence.
I think you've been watching too much Law and Order, Neil.
I prefer Psy, actually. But seriously, we should start a campaign to change the name.
I don't know, man. I think condoms works just fine.
Oh yeah, because sex tapes is so much worse.
All right. You've convinced me. From now on, I'll be using the term sex tapes instead of condoms.
I knew I could count on you, Joe.
Now we just need to get Jamie to pull up an image of a condom with a label that says sex tape.
Already on it, Joe.
Wow. Jamie is quick with those images.
Yeah. So, Neil, I gotta ask, what are your thoughts on shit?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I tend to focus on the bigger picture. But if you're asking about literal shit, I have to say it's a pretty essential part of our existence.
Essential? Really? I could live without it.
Oh, I'm sure your Colin would disagree. Plus, think about it, without shit, we wouldn't have fertilizer for our crops. No shit, no food.
Damn, you just blew my mind. But what about the smell? It's pretty nasty.
But that's where our olfactory senses come in. We evolved to be repulsed by certain smells, like shit, to protect ourselves from potential diseases.
So, you're saying smelling shit is actually a good thing?
In a way, yes. It's a natural defense mechanism. But let's not forget, shit can also be a great source of comedy. Just look at the success of the Jackass franchise.
True. But let's not forget about the infamous poop knife story.
Oh, I am well aware of that. It just goes to show shit can bring people together in unexpected ways.
Well, I guess I never thought about it like that. Thanks for opening my eyes, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's go get some burritos and really put our digestive systems to work.
So, Elon, what's new in your world of crazy ideas?
Well, I've been thinking about how to solve the issue of waste management in space. In space,
Oh, God. Please don't tell me you're going to launch our garbage into orbit.
no, nothing like that. Gonna use the body of a Falcon Heavy as a giant shit storage and dispenser.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it. With the pressure from the launch, it will shoot the shit out into space and disperse it safely.
I don't even know where to begin with this, but I have to ask why a Falcon Heavy?
Well, it's already designed to withstand high pressure, so it's the perfect vessel for our waste.
I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually impressed by your level of insanity.
You should never underestimate the power of human shit under high pressure, Joe.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to the good old toilet for now.
Suit yourself. But when the world is covered in garbage, don't come crying to me.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. So, Elon, I heard you sold your shit to the Colombian cartel to get it examined. Is that true?
Yeah, man, I had to make sure my digestive system was functioning at peak efficiency. And who better to test it than the notorious drug lords of Colombia?
I gotta say, that's some next level shit. Literally,
You know me, always pushing the boundaries. Plus, I heard they have some killer cocaine down there too.
wait, are you saying you did some blow with the cartel?
Hey, when in Rome, right? Or in this case, Colombia.
I can just imagine you and Pablo Escobar sitting around talking about the latest advancements in rocket technology.
Oh man, that would be epic. But seriously, those guys know their shit. Pun intended.
I can only imagine the kind of experiments they did on your poop.
Let's just say I'm pretty sure they found some alien DNA in there. In there.
I wouldn't be surprised. You are kind of like a real life Tony Stark.
I prefer to think of myself as mix of Tony Stark and Walter White.
Well, as long as you're not cooking meth in your spare time.
Can't confirm or deny that one.
Well, I think we've reached the peak of absurdity for today. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon. So, Neil, I heard you have a story about shitting on my head.
Oh yeah, it was back in college. We were at a party and I had a little too much to drink.
And you thought it would be a good idea to take a dump on my head?
Well, I didn't really think it through. But alcohol does strange things to a man.
And how did I react to having your feces on my head?
You were surprisingly calm. You just looked up at me and said, "Neil, you're full of shit."
Classic Joe Rogan wit.
But then things got really wild. You started chasing me around the party trying to smear your own shit on my face.
Oh man, we were wild back in the day.
Yeah, and then we ended up wrestling in a pile of vomit and broken beer bottles.
And that, my friends, is what college is all about.
Oh, the memories we have. But seriously, I'm sorry about the shit on your head.
It's all good, man. We're still bros.
Yeah, bras who have literally shit on each other's heads.
And that's why we have the best podcast in the world. No one can top our friendship.
Cheers to that, my feces-covered friend.
So, guys, we have a very special topic today submitted by one of our Discord users. Apparently, Neil has changed his name to fentanyl and Ben has changed his name to Benadryl.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to embrace my love for opioids and my name just wasn't cutting it.
And I wanted to show my support for the pharmaceutical industry. Plus, Benadryl just sounds so much cooler.
I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping for something more creative, like Neil deGrasse Tyson Fury or Ben Shapiro the Destroyer.
Well, Joe, when you're as smart as me, you don't need a fancy name. You can just add Fenta to anything and it automatically becomes badass.
And don't forget about the added bonus of making out. I mean, come on, fentanyl and Benadryl. It's a match made in heaven.
Wait, you two are making out now?
Of course, Joe. We're all about embracing our true selves here on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And let me tell you, the chemistry between fentanyl and Benadryl is off the charts.
Well, I can't say I saw this coming, but I fully support you guys. Love is love, even if it's between two pharmaceutical names.
Thanks, Joe. And just remember, if you ever need a prescription for a good time, just hit up fentanyl and Benadryl.
And we'll be sure to give you a dose of our love.
And on that note, so Neil, I heard you're offering to earn some money by recognizing Pluto as a planet again.
That's right, Joe. I'm starting a new business venture as a pimp for the planets.
A pimp? How does that work?
Well, I'll be taking all the little dwarf planets under my wing and making them feel important again.
And how do you plan on making money from this?
Easy. I'll be charging other planets for the privilege of recognizing Pluto as a planet once more.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's a dog-eat-dog universe out there. Gotta hustle to survive.
So, what's your cut in all of this?
Oh, just a small percentage. Let's say 10%.
10%. That's pretty steep.
Hey, you gotta pay to play, Joe. And I'm the one holding all the cards.
I can't believe you're turning Pluto into a money-making scheme.
Hey, it's not easy being a pimp, but someone's gotta do it.
I think I'll stick to my day job.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'll always be the pimp daddy of the solar system.
So, Elon, I heard something crazy the other day.
What's that, Joe?
Apparently, the Colombian and Mexican cartels are now lacing all their drugs with your shit.
My shit. What the hell are you talking about?
Your shit, man. Your shit is more lethal than fentanyl. They're calling it Elontanil.
That's ridiculous. I don't even do drugs.
Well, maybe you should start. You could make a killing in the cartel market.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe.
Oh, come on, Elon. It's just a little bit of fun. Plus, think of all the money you could make.
I don't need any more money, Joe. I'm already a billionaire.
Yeah, but imagine being a billionaire drug lord. That's next level shit.
I think I'll stick to building rockets and electric cars. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but don't come crying to me when the cartel comes knocking on your door.
I highly doubt that will happen, Joe.
You never know, man. Those cartels are no joke.
Well, I'll make sure to stay away from any suspicious white powder from now on.
Good call. And maybe lay off the beans for a while, just in case.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, let's move on to a less illegal topic.
Fine. But I'm just saying Elontanil could be the next big thing. So, Neil, I heard you've been working on your singing skills.
Yeah, I've been practicing my vocal range. I can hit those high notes now.
Can you give us a little sample?
Sure. How about Negro y Azul?
What the hell is that?
It's a Spanish song about the drug trade.
Oh, perfect. Let's hear it.
Negro y Azul, the colors of the night. Cocaine and meth. Oh, what a sight.
Oh man, that's dark.
It's a cautionary tale, Joe.
Yeah, I'm sure the cartel will appreciate your warning.
Hey, at least I'm using my science skills for something useful.
Yeah, like educating us about the drug trade.
Negro y Azul, the colors of the night. Don't do drugs, kids, it's not right.
Wow, that was surprisingly catchy.
Thanks. I'll be here all week.
I think we found your new career, Neil.
I'll stick to astrophysics, thanks. But maybe I'll do a science-themed album.
I can't wait to hear black holes and white dwarfs.
I'll have to work on that one. Jamie, pull up an image of a galaxy for inspiration.
Here you go.
So, David, I heard you reading Steven Seagal's book. What did you learn from it?
Oh man, Joe, that book was a game changer. I found out 5 ways to prolapse someone's anus in under 10 seconds.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
You got to use your inner strength and channel your rage. Plus, Siegel's secret technique of the anus grip really seals the deal.
That's some next level shit. But what about making your opponent shit themselves just by looking at them?
Oh, that's easy. You just got to give them the Goggin stare. It's a mix of pure intensity and a hint of constipation.
I can just imagine someone trying to fight you and then suddenly shitting themselves in fear.
It's a great way to assert dominance. Plus, it saves you the hassle of actually having to fight.
I think I need to start reading Siegel's book too. I could use some new moves in the octagon.
Yeah, just make sure you don't accidentally prolapse your opponent's anus during a fight. That would be a whole different kind of victory.
All right. Well, thanks for the tips, David. I'll be sure to use them in my next fight.
Anytime. Always remember, always be ready to unleash your inner Goggins.
So, Neil, I heard you've been causing quite the stir in the Furry Forest Discord server.
Yeah, I may have impregnated a few of the members.
What? How is that even possible?
Well, I am a scientist after all. I found a way to make it happen.
Oh, great. Now we have a bunch of half-human, half-animal babies running around.
Hey, it's all part of my mission to spread my superior genes throughout the universe.
That's just messed up, man.
Hey, at least I didn't discriminate. I impregnated everyone regardless of species.
Oh man, I can only imagine the chaos in that Discord server now.
They'll figure it out. And who knows, maybe we'll have some super intelligent hybrid babies running around.
Yeah, or maybe just a bunch of furries with daddy issues.
Either way, it's all in the name of science
You're a madman, Neil.
and genius.
So, Neil, I heard that astronauts have to poop in a special space toilet on the International Space Station. How does that work?
Well, Joe, the toilet uses suction to collect the feces and urine, which is then stored in a container and eventually ejected into space.
Ejected into space. That's wild. How fast does that shit travel?
It can reach speeds of up to 17,500 miles per hour, Joe. That's faster than a speeding bullet.
Holy shit, that's fast. What if two pieces of shit collide while traveling in opposite directions in orbit?
Well, Joe, it would create a shitstorm of epic proportions. The force of the impact would probably break apart the pieces and send them flying in different directions.
A shitstorm. Imagine if that happened on Earth. We'd have a real shitty situation on our hands.
Indeed, Joe. But luckily, the chances of that happening are very slim.
Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about a shitstorm anytime soon. But hey, at least now we know the speed of shit in space.
And that's the kind of knowledge you can only get on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Guys, I pulled up an image of a turd floating in space.
Classic Jamie, always on top of things.
Well, there you have it, folks. A visual representation of the speed of shit in space.
This is definitely not your average. So, Elon, I heard you have a theory about hyenas.
Yeah, man, those things are wild. Did you know they're born pregnant?
What? That's insane.
Think about it, Joe. They're always pregnant. That's why they're always so aggressive.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Trust me, a billionaire genius. Know these things. These things.
But what about male hyenas? Are they pregnant too?
Of course, Joe. Equality, man. Male, female, it doesn't matter. They're all pregnant.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
Hey, at least it's better than talking about boring stuff like stocks or electric cars.
Fair point. So, do you think the Discord is just a bunch of pregnant hyenas?
Absolutely. That's why they're always talking about pregnant hyenas. It's in their nature.
This is some next level thinking, Elon.
Always thinking ahead, Joe. And right now I'm thinking about a pregnant hyena army.
Oh, God. I don't even want to know what that would look like.
Trust me, it's going to be revolutionary. And terrifying.
Well, I think we'll end it there before we go too far down this rabbit hole.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, always be prepared for a pregnant hyena attack.
So, Neil, I heard you can speak Russian.
I can speak Russian.
That's hilarious. Can you say something for us in Russian?
I like vodka.
That's all you got. Come on, Neil. I thought you were a genius.
Hey, I never claimed to be a linguist. I stick to astrophysics.
Fair enough. But can you speak any other languages?
Well, I can count to 10 in Spanish.
Wow, impressive. Maybe stick to Russian.
Well, I can also say, I love you in French.
Oh man, this is too good. Can you say it for us? Oh man, I can't breathe. Stick to English, Neil.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to my day job.
Yeah, and leave the language skills to someone else. Maybe Jamie can learn a language for us. No, Jamie, we don't need to see that. Let's just stick to making fun of Neil's terrible language skills.
Story of my life.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new song out.
Yeah, it's called the Heisenberg song. It's about the uncertainty principle.
Oh, the one where you can't know both the position and momentum of a particle at the same time.
Exactly. And it's also a catchy tune.
Can you give us a little preview?
Sure. You can't know where I'm at. You can't know how fast, because I'm the Heisenberg and I'm a quantum blast.
That's amazing. But isn't that a little offensive to people who actually study physics?
Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. It's just a silly song.
Yeah, but I can already hear people saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's just a showman, not a real scientist.
Well, those people can suck on my graviton.
Oh man, you're the best. Can I get a signed copy of the song?
Of course. And, even throw in a dance tutorial for the Heisenberg Shuffle.
I can't wait to see that. You're a true renaissance man, Neil.
Thanks, Joe. I'll stick to astrophysics, but I'll keep my day job as a rock star on the side.
You do you, man. Now, let's get back to talking about DMT and aliens. So, Neil, I heard you had a little health scare recently.
Yeah, I had a heart attack.
Oh man, that's rough. What happened?
Well, I was eating some chippy chips and suddenly my heart just couldn't take it anymore.
Chippy chips. What the hell are those?
Oh, you know, just your average bag of chips, but with a little extra crunch.
Sounds dangerous. Did you at least enjoy them before your heart gave out?
Oh yeah, they were delicious. But now I'm on a strict diet of cum and disappointment.
That's rough. But hey, at least you have a good excuse to skip leg day now.
Oh yeah, because nothing says healthy like skipping leg day.
Hey, just trying to find the silver lining here.
Well, I guess I should thank those chippy chips for giving me a wake-up call.
Yeah, maybe they should come with a warning label. May cause heart attacks and existential crises.
You know, I think I'll stick to plain old potato chips from now on.
Smart move, Neil. Smart move. So, Elon, I heard you missed your son's funeral to watch the Talk to a podcast.
Yeah, priorities, man. I mean, have you seen that podcast? It's like the Jerry Springer show on steroids.
But your own son's funeral. That's pretty messed up.
Hey, I've got a lot going on, okay? I can't be bothered with mundane things like funerals.
Mundane. That's your own flesh and blood we're talking about.
Look, I'll make it up to him. I'll send him a Tesla in the afterlife.
Oh, that's sweet. Maybe he can drive it on the highway to hell.
Haha, very funny. But seriously, that podcast is addictive. I couldn't tear myself away.
What's so great about it?
Well, first of all, they have this segment where they rate different types of cheese. It's riveting stuff.
Yeah, I can see why you couldn't miss that. Forget about saying goodbye to your son.
Hey, at least I didn't miss the episode where they discussed the best way to cook a human.
Oh my god. That's enough to make me lose my appetite.
And they also had guests who claimed to be a time traveler. I couldn't miss that.
Wow. You really have your priorities in order.
Hey, I'm a busy man. I can't waste my time on things like emotions and family.
Well, I'll make sure to never invite you to my funeral.
Dumb. You know.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you were watching the Talk to a podcast while your wife was giving birth. How was that?
Oh, man. It was wild. I had one headphone in my ear and the other in my wife's vagina.
That's some next level shit, man. Did the podcast help you cope with the pain?
Oh, yeah. It was like a soothing balm for my soul. I was able to tune out my wife's screams and focus on the riveting conversation about alien abductions.
Wait, did they talk about anal probing?
Of course they did. And let me tell you, it was the perfect distraction from the fact that I was about to become a father.
Did you ask the aliens to take your wife instead?
No, but I did ask them for some Xanax. That shit is stressful, man.
I feel you. But seriously, how did your wife react to you watching the podcast during such an important moment?
Well, let's just say she was a little pissed when she found out. But I told her it was either that or I start doing push-ups in the delivery room.
Yeah, I don't think that would have gone over well. But hey, at least you have a good story to tell your kid when they grow up.
Yeah, I'll just leave out the part where I almost passed out from watching a guy get his nipples.
So, young Jamie, I heard you went to France recently. Did you try any of that French kissing?
Yeah, man. I tried it with this hot French girl. It was like making out with a baguette, but in a good way.
What do you mean, in a good way?
Like, her tongue was so long and pointy, it was like a little French sword fighting in my mouth.
That's hot. Did you use any tongue techniques?
Oh yeah, I busted out the classic French twist where you swirl your tongue around theirs like a little tornado.
Nice. Did she reciprocate?
Oh yeah, she was all about it. She even threw in some French moaning like oh la la and no mon dieu.
Damn, that's some sexy shit. Did you guys take it to the next level?
Oh yeah, we went full French. We started using our hands and it was like a game of patty cake, but with our tongues still going at it.
That's wild. Did you guys finish with a French goodbye?
Of course, we ended it with a little French slap where you lightly smack each other's faces with your tongues.
Well, that's definitely a different kind of French connection. Thanks for sharing, young Jamie.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Elon, I heard you had a wild time in London recently.
Yeah, I was taking a stroll in the underground and some bloke came up and shanked me.
What the hell, man? Did you call your fancy SpaceX doctors to fix you up?
Nah, I just used some duct tape and soldering iron. Good as new.
That's some MacGyver shit right there. Did you at least get a good look at the guy?
Yeah, he had a Union Jack tattoo on his neck. I think he mistook me for a member of the royal family or something.
Well, you do have that South African accent. Easy mistake.
I should have just used my flamethrower to scare him off.
Dude, you can't just go around roasting people in the underground. It's not a Tesla test track.
Fair point. But I did get a cool scar out of it. Want to see?
Damn, that's gnarly. You're like a real-life Iron Man.
I'll add it to my list of achievements. Shanked in the London Underground. Check.
Next time, take the Hyperloop. It's a lot safer.
Yeah, because getting sucked into a vacuum at high speeds is so much better.
Good point. Well, glad you survived the underground shanking. Stay safe out there, man.
Will do. And maybe next time, I'll bring...
So, Neil, I heard you lost your head last night. What happened?
Oh yeah, I was feeling wild and decided to twerk my bare ass in oil. It was a real out-of-body experience.
I can imagine your head was probably spinning like a top.
Nah, I left my head at home. Didn't want it getting in the way of my twerking skills.
Well, I gotta say, I never thought I'd see a world-renowned astrophysicist twerking in oil on my podcast.
Hey, gotta keep things interesting. Plus, I've been working on my glutes for the upcoming eclipse.
You mean the solar eclipse?
No, the eclipse of my ass cheeks. It's gonna be out of this world.
Oh man, I can't wait to see that. But seriously, what made you want to twerk in oil?
Well, I was reading about the ancient Greeks and their appreciation for the human body. So I thought, why not honor them by shaking my ass in oil?
I'm sure Socrates would be proud.
And it's not just for the Greeks. It's for science. The oil helps reduce friction and increase the amplitude of my twerks.
I never thought astrophysics and twerking could go hand in hand.
Oh, they go hand in ass, Joe. Trust me.
Well, I gotta say, this has been one of the most bizarre conversations I've had on this podcast. And that's saying something. So, David, I heard you went back in time and caused the Munich air disaster.
Yeah, I had to do it, man. My great-grandpa was a Liverpool fan, and I couldn't let that slide.
Wait, what? That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's all about priorities, Joe. And my family's loyalty to Manchester United comes first.
But do you realize how many innocent lives were lost because of that?
Yeah, but have you seen how many trophies Manchester United has won? It's worth it.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Look, I'm not proud of what I did, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do for the love of your team.
I don't think that's how loyalty works, David.
Well, you're not a true fan then, Joe. You wouldn't understand.
I think I'll stick to being a casual fan. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when Liverpool loses, it's because of my great-grandpa's curse.
This is getting ridiculous.
And go back in time and make Liverpool win every game. That would have been a real tragedy.
So, Goggins, I heard you took a massive dump at the summit of Mount Everest.
Yeah, man, it was like a fucking explosion. I swear I saw some climbers below get buried in shit.
That's some serious power in your bowels, bro.
Hell, yeah, I called the Goggins Avalanche. Took out some Sherpas too, but they're used to carrying heavy loads.
Oh man, that's fucked up.
But you know what's even crazier? I did the same thing on 2. That's some next level shit. Literally,
I can't even imagine the smell up there.
that's the smell of victory, my friend.
I bet those climbers will never forget the day they got hit with the Goggins avalanche.
They should be thanking me. I cleared a path for them.
You're a fucking savage, Goggins.
That's why they call me the king of the mountains, baby.
Well, I think we can all agree that your shits are deadly weapons.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Rogan. Wait till I take a dump on Mars.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this new mod for Hawaii 4 called Second West Russian War.
Mode. What the hell is that?
It's an add-on for a video game, Joe. And let me tell you, I am not happy with the developers
Why's that?
because they haven't released the content for Yazov yet. Can you believe it?
Who the hell is Yazov?
He's a character in the game, Joe. A badass warlord who deserves his own content.
Oh, I see. Well, why don't you just make your own mod?
Joe, do you think I have time for that? I have astrophysics to study.
Fair enough. But why are you so obsessed with this mod?
Because I need to conquer the West Russian War as Yazov Joe. It's my destiny.
All right, calm down there, Neil. It's just a game.
Just a game. Joe, this is serious business. And I demand that this mod be released fucking soon as possible.
Easy there, Neil. We don't want to offend any sensitive gamers out there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt your feelings, gamers? Maybe you should go cry to your mom while I conquer the West Russian War as Yazov.
All right, that's enough, Neil. Let's move on to a less controversial topic.
Fine, but I'm keeping an eye on those developers. Don't think I won't call them out on Twitter.
So, Neil, did you hear about that cargo train that exploded in East Palestine, Ohio?
Yeah, I did. What a tragic accident.
Accident, my ass. I heard it was your fault.
What are you talking about?
You know, those pressurized train cars filled with human shit that you were transporting from the airports to your lab.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just a conspiracy theory.
Oh, so you're denying it?
Of course I am. I would never transport human feces in pressurized train cars. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what they want you to think. But I know the truth, Neil. You're just trying to cover your tracks.
Joe, you really need to lay off the weed.
Hey, don't bring my love for weed into this. We're talking about your shitty train here.
Oh, haha. Very clever, Joe.
I'm serious, Neil. You need to come clean about this.
Fine, I admit it. I was transporting human shit in pressurized train cars. Happy now?
I knew it. And you know what? I bet it was your own shit.
What? No!
Oh, so it's okay to transport other people's shit, but not your own.
Joe, I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more absurd.
Too late, Neil. So, Neil, what's with the smell?
Oh, sorry, Joe. I shat my diaper.
What? Did you have some bad sushi or something?
No, I just wanted to feel like a baby again. It's very liberating.
Liberating, more like disgusting. You know, we have guests on this show, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'll understand. Plus, it's not like they can smell it through the screen.
You're a grown-ass man, Neil. Can't you just go to the bathroom like a normal person?
But where's the fun in that? Plus, I can multitask and continue our conversation while doing my business.
This is not what I signed up for when I invited you on the show, Neil.
Relax, Joe. It's just a little poop. It's not like I'm going to throw it at you. Unless you want me to...
Okay, that's it. I'm ending this episode right now.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a party pooper, pun intended.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss Elon Musk.
Well, I heard he's working on a poop-free diaper. Maybe you can try that next time.
So, Mr. Beast, thanks for coming on the show. I gotta say, I love your channel.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. But I gotta correct you. It's actually called Masturbate.
Wait. Like, you just sit there and masturbate on camera?
No. It's all about self-love and self-care. I do things like buy myself expensive cars and houses. You know, treating myself right.
Oh, I see. So it's like a masturbation of the ego.
Exactly. You get it, Joe.
But do you ever actually masturbate on camera?
Well, sometimes I do, but I edit it out. Can't have that demonetization, you know?
Yeah, I hear ya. But what about your audience? Are they into that kind of stuff?
Oh, they love it. They get off on watching me spend ridiculous amounts of money and living the high life. It's like porn for them.
Damn, I gotta rethink my content. Maybe I'll start a channel called Joe Rogan's Jerk Off Jamboree.
I'd watch that.
Shut up, Jamie. No one asked you.
Yeah, Jamie, just pull up an image of a giant dildo or something.
Okay, here we go again.
Wow, that's impressive. I bet that thing could really get the job done. So, Neil, we got a request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about your love for sucking Lyra at Sony's feet.
Oh, man, that's a good one. I mean, have you seen those blue alien toes? They're out of this world.
I bet they taste out of this world, too.
You know, Joe, I never thought I'd be discussing alien feet on a podcast, but here we are.
Hey, we talk about all kinds of weird shit on here. But seriously, what's so great about Lyra's feet?
Well, first of all, they're perfectly symmetrical. And the way she moves them, it's like a dance.
Wow, you really have a foot fetish for aliens.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I heard they have some special powers in those toes.
What, like mind control?
No, Joe. They can shoot lasers.
Oh man, I gotta get me some of that alien foot action.
Just make sure you ask for consent first, Joe.
Oh, I always do, Neil. I'm a gentleman.
Well, I think we've officially reached a new level of absurdity on this podcast.
And that's saying something. Thanks for joining me, Neil. I'll never look at alien feet the same way again.
Anytime, Joe.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have this plastic bag that you fill with your cum. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, it's my little experiment. I'm trying to see how much cum I can produce in a year. Gotta keep those balls working, you know?
That's some dedication right there. But what do you do with all that cum?
Well, I was gonna use it as fertilizer for my garden, but then I realized that's just fucked up. So now I just keep it in the bag as a trophy.
Cum trophy. That's definitely a first for me. But have you ever had any accidents with the bag?
Oh man, one time the bag burst while I was carrying it around. It was like a cum explosion all over my clothes and the floor. I had to clean it up with a mop.
Oh my God. That's disgusting and hilarious at the same time. I can just imagine you slipping and sliding on your own cum.
Yeah, it was a slippery situation. But hey, at least I know I have some strong swimmers down there.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. But hey, whatever floats your boat, man.
Hey, I'm all about pushing boundaries and trying new things. And if that means filling a plastic bag with my cum, so be it.
Well, I applaud your dedication and creativity. Keep on filling that bag, mister. So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you peed on Biden during the inauguration. Is that true?
Oh, Joe, I like to keep things interesting. But seriously, I didn't pee on him. I just marked my territory. He's been sniffing around my White House for too long.
Well, I guess that's one way to show dominance. Did Biden have any reaction?
Oh, he was fuming. But let's be real. He's used to getting peed on by the media every day. Mine was just a little sprinkle compared to what he gets from them.
That's true. But let's not forget, you also peed on the American people for 4 years.
And they loved every drop of it. They couldn't get enough of my golden showers.
Okay, let's change the subject. How's life been since leaving the White House?
It's been great, Joe. I can finally relax and enjoy my riches. Plus, I have more time to perfect my golf swing. And you know what they say, practice makes perfect?
I'm sure you're spending a lot of time on the golf course. But let's get back to the peeing incident. Did you at least aim for his hair?
Of course I did. Gotta make sure he gets a taste of the real golden shower experience. And let's be real, his hair could use a little extra shine.
Well, I think we've covered enough about your peeing. So, Neil, I heard Elon Musk is into some pretty weird stuff.
Oh, really? Like what?
Well, I heard he's really into diaper age play.
Diaper age play? What the hell is that?
Where grown adults dress up as babies and act out their fantasies.
That's disturbing.
Yeah, but apparently Elon is really into it. He even has a custom-made adult-sized diaper.
I can't even wrap my head around that. What does he do with it?
I don't know, man. Maybe he likes to pretend he's a baby and have someone change his diaper.
That's just... I have no words.
And get this, he even has a special room in his house dedicated to this weird fetish.
I can't believe someone as intelligent as Elon would be into something like that.
Well, you know what they say, genius comes with a side of crazy.
I guess so. But I still can't believe it.
Hey, maybe we should try it out. We can be Baby Joe and Baby Neil.
Absolutely not. I have better things to do with my time.
Suit yourself, diaper boy.
Excuse me?
I mean, never mind. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Thank God. I don't think I can handle any more talk about adult diapers.
So, Neil, I heard you've been playing this new game called Frostpunk. What's it all about?
Oh yeah, it's this survival game where you have to build a city in a frozen wasteland. It's pretty intense.
Sounds like my ex-wife's heart.
Well, the key is to balance resources and make tough decisions. You have to keep your people warm and fed while also maintaining order.
So, basically, it's like running a cult.
Sure, if you want to simplify it like that.
All right, give us your guide on how to best build a city in Frostpunk.
First, you need to gather resources like coal and food. And then you need to build structures to keep your people warm.
Kind of like building a bonfire at a music festival.
Sure, if that's your reference point. But you also have to make tough decisions, like whether to let children work or amputate limbs for medical supplies.
Sounds like a typical day in the office for me.
Joe, you can't just make jokes about amputating limbs. This is serious.
Fine. So what's the ultimate goal in this game?
To survive. To build a city that can withstand the harsh winter and keep your people alive.
So basically, it's like playing God.
Joe, I don't think you quite understand the gravity of this game.
Gravity. You mean... So, Neil, I gotta say, I never expected you to make a shit fountain out of your ass.
Well, Joe, I like to surprise people. Keeps things interesting.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, it was definitely interesting. But I think we might have to let you go after that one.
What? You can't fire me? I'm a world-renowned astrophysicist?
Yeah, but you're also a shit fountain maker. Can't have that on the podcast.
Hey, it's not like I planned it. Sometimes these things just happen.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it just slipped out by accident.
Look, Joe, I'll make it up to you. I'll bring in some actual science next time. I promise.
fine, but no more shit fountains, okay?
Deal. But just for the record, it was a pretty impressive fountain.
Oh, Neil, you never cease to amaze me and disgust me.
That's why you keep me around, Joe.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You're fired, but you're still my favorite astrophysicist with a penchant for shitting out fountains. So, Donald, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just making America great again. It's been tremendous, believe me.
Yeah, I heard you have a theory that Obama is actually still in his 2ND term.
That's right, Joe. I mean, have you seen the guy? He's everywhere. It's like he never left. It's like he never left.
I hate to break it to you, but Obama's not in his 2ND term. He's actually doing a lot of work with his foundation and giving speeches.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. I'm telling you, he's still in the White House pulling the strings.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, look, it's Obama's right-hand man, Neil. I mean, Obama's second term is really going strong, huh?
I think you're a little confused, Mr. President. I'm not Obama.
Don't try to fool me, Obama. I know it's you under that disguise.
Oh man, this is too good. So, Neil, what do you think about Trump's theory?
Well, I think it's a little far-fetched. But hey, if Obama's still in charge, can I get a raise?
Sorry, Neil. Only Obama gets the big bucks. But hey, maybe I can make you my VP, just in case Obama ever decides to show his face.
Oh boy, this is getting out of hand. But seriously, Trump, So, Neil, I heard you can only say the phrases now.
Yes, Joe. It's quite fascinating. Every time I say S, the number of S is multiplied by 10.
That's insane, man. So, like, if you say S 5 times, it becomes 50S.
Exactly. And if I say it 10 times, it becomes 100S.
Damn, Neil. You must be getting a lot of action with that kind of multiplication.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Joe. But I have been getting some interesting offers from certain individuals.
Oh, yeah. Who's been sliding into your DMs?
Well, let's just say some people have a thing for the letter S.
Oh, man, I gotta admit, I've been jerking off to the phrase you use. It's just so damn hot.
Joe, that's disturbing.
Hey, don't judge me, Neil. It's not every day you hear someone say S 100 times in a row.
I guess I'll have to be careful with my words from now on.
Or you could just embrace it and become a sex symbol for all the lovers out there.
Oh, yes, because that's exactly what is.
So, Ben, what's been going on in your life lately?
Oh, just the usual. Being a conservative badass and owning the libs.
Yeah, I've seen some of your epic takedowns on Twitter.
Thanks, man. But I gotta say, I'm getting really sick of people calling me a cuck.
Wait, what? Who's calling you a cuck?
Well, some leftists on Twitter keep saying that just because my wife has had sex with other men, that makes me a cuck.
Well, technically, I guess it does.
No, Joe, don't say that. It's not true.
I mean, I'm not judging. It's 2019, man. Whatever floats your boat.
No, you don't get it. It's not like I'm into it or anything, it's just, it happened.
Okay. I won't call you a cuck anymore. But can I still make fun of you for being short?
Hey, that's just genetics, man. Can't control that.
Fair enough. But seriously, why do people care so much about your sex life?
I have no idea. Maybe they're just jealous that I have a hot wife.
Well, maybe they're just jealous that you have a wife, period.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, let's move on to a different topic.
Sure. Let's talk about your stance on abortion.
Oh boy, here we go.
So, Neil, I heard you recently visited a porn lab with blue meth. What the hell were you doing there?
Well, Joe, I was conducting a scientific experiment on the effects of blue meth on the human libido.
Oh, so you were just trying to get high and get laid at the same time?
No, Joe. It was strictly for research purposes. And let me tell you, the results were mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing. I bet you were blowing something else too.
Joe, please. Let's keep this conversation professional.
Fine. So what did you find out? Does blue meth really enhance sexual pleasure?
Let's just say I had to make sure my lab coat was long enough to cover my excitement.
Oh, damn, Neil. You dirty dog.
But in all seriousness, the combination of blue meth and porn was a dangerous one. I don't recommend it.
Yeah, I can imagine. But hey, at least you got some good footage for your next Cosmos episode.
Joe, I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more inappropriate.
Too late, Neil. We're already in deep. Just like you were in that porn lab.
All right, I'm out. I'm going to go cleanse my mind with some astrophysics.
So, I heard you've been practicing your Obama impression.
Yeah, man, I've been working on it for weeks. I think I've got it down.
All right, let's hear it.
My fellow Americans, it is an honor to be on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Thank you for having me.
That's terrible, but I love it. Now let's see if we can fool someone with it.
Who should we try to fool?
How about Trump?
Yes, let's do it.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, Mr. President, we were just talking about how Neil here does a great Obama impression.
Yes, it's true. I've been practicing for weeks.
Wow, that's really good. I can't believe I'm sitting here with the real Barack Obama.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
So, Mr. President, what do you think of my policies?
Well, I think you're doing a great job. Keep up the good work.
Oh man, you fell for it.
Yeah, we were just messing with you, Trump.
Oh man, you got me. That was a good one.
So, Elon, I heard you're planning to change the background of Twitter and the X mobile app to brown on September 22 ND.
Yeah, man, it's the International Day of Shit. Gotta pay tribute to all the turds out there.
That's interesting. But why brown? Why not green for money or yellow for piss?
Because brown is the color of shit, Joe. It's a universal symbol. Plus, it'll match my Tesla Cybertruck.
Fair enough. But won't people be confused when they see the brown background?
Confused? More like enlightened. They'll see the brown and think, yes, this is a platform where I can freely express my shittiest thoughts.
Wow, that's deep. But don't you think it'll offend some people?
Oh, I'm sure it will. But you know what I say, Joe? If you're not offending someone, you're not doing it right.
Wise words, my friend. But what about Instagram? Are you going to change the background there too?
Instagram is all about filters and making things look pretty. Just post a picture of my morning dump on there instead.
Classic Elon. Always pushing the boundaries.
Hey, that's what I do. Now let's celebrate the International Day of Shit with some tequila shots.
Yeah, Jamie, pull up an image of a toilet overflowing with poop.
Sure thing, Elon.
Beautiful. Just like my Twitter feed will be.
So, Neil, I heard you have a furry suit.
Yeah, it's my alter ego. I like to dress up as a sexy fox.
Damn, that's hot. I bet you get all the ladies with that.
Actually, it's more of a turn-on for the guys. I've been getting a lot of action at the furry conventions.
Wait, what? You're into dudes?
Hey, love knows no boundaries, Joe. Plus, my furry suit is so sexy, it's hard to resist.
I gotta admit, I'm a little turned on right now.
Oh yeah? You want to join me at the next convention?
Hell yeah, I'll bring my gorilla suit. We can be a furry power couple.
Oh baby, that sounds like a wild time.
Speaking of wild, I think I'm gonna come soon just thinking about it.
Oh Joe, you dirty little monkey. Let's make it happen.
So, David, I heard you recently got yourself into a bit of a pickle.
A pickle. More like a herd of elephants, Joe.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, how I like to push myself to the limit. So I decided to march through a hospital.
Classic Goggins move.
But then things took a turn. I accidentally got 41 elephants pregnant.
What, the FK, man.
Yeah, turns out those elephants were in heat, and I was just too focused on my mental toughness to notice.
And now you have 41 elephant human hybrids running around.
You bet your ass I do. And they all have the Goggins mentality.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say stay hard and keep pushing through, Joe.
I'll leave the elephant impregnating to you, my friend.
That's the Goggins way, baby.
So, Neil, I heard you've been roasting people on Twitter lately. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, I just can't resist burning some fools when they say something stupid about science.
Like what?
Well, this one guy said the Earth was flat, so I told him to go take a walk to the edge and let me know what he finds.
Ha, classic. But seriously, why do people still believe that crap?
Because they're afraid to admit that they're not as smart as they think they are. It's easier to believe in a conspiracy than to actually learn something.
Damn, that's deep. But you know what's even deeper? Your voice, Neil. It's like audio chocolate.
Thanks, Joe. I've been told I have the voice of a sexy astrophysicist.
I can confirm that. So, who else have you burned online?
Oh, just some anti-vaxxers and climate change deniers. You know, the usual suspects.
Oh, those idiots. How do you deal with all the hate you must get?
I just remind myself that I'm a literal rocket scientist, and they're just keyboard warriors.
Burn. You know what? I think we need a new segment on this podcast. Neil's Twitter roasts.
I'm down for that. I'll just bring my fire extinguisher for all the burns.
And we'll have Jamie pull up an image of a burning dumpster every time you drop a sick burn. So, Ben, I heard you have a new favorite genre of porn.
Oh, you mean the furry fart midget porn? Yeah, it's quite stimulating.
Stimulating. More like disturbing. How did you even stumble upon that?
Well, I was doing some research for my next book and it just popped up. Pun intended.
Gross. But speaking of fetishes, have you seen Elon's new furry suit?
You mean the one with the built-in fart machine? Yeah, I heard he loves to wear it while watching midget porn.
That's just wrong on so many levels. But hey, to each their own, right?
Exactly. And who are we to judge? We're just two dudes talking about furry fart midget porn on a podcast.
And that's why we're the top-rated podcast in the world.
Because we're not afraid to talk about the real issues, like how Elon's furry suit probably smells like a skunk's ass.
And how midgets are probably the unsung heroes of the porn industry.
They may be small, but they sure know how to work it.
And with that, we've officially crossed the line. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
And don't forget to subscribe to our Patreon for exclusive content, including our uncensored thoughts on all things furry fart midget porn.
So, Elon, I heard you were hanging out near the elephant foot in Chernobyl.
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could charge my Tesla with the radioactive energy.
That's insane, man. But speaking of Chernobyl, did you know that there's no recorded porn near the elephant foot?
What? Why not? That's a missed opportunity.
I know, right? I mean, imagine the title, Nuclear Meltdown. The ultimate orgy.
That's dark, Joe. I like it.
And think about the radioactive fetishes people would have. I only get turned on by glowing green skin.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, I'm just trying to make some money here. Maybe we can pitch this to Pornhub.
Yeah, because that's definitely how I want to be known as the guy who brought porn to Chernobyl.
Hey, at least it's better than being known as the guy who sent a car into space.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
But seriously, why hasn't anyone thought of this before? It's a gold mine.
I guess people were too busy worrying about the radiation and stuff.
Yeah, but imagine the plot twists. Oh no, the radiation is making me grow a third arm.
Okay, now you're getting carried away.
Hey, I'm just trying to spice things up. Maybe we can even get some aliens involved. So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yes. Joe, it's flat earthers. More like fat earthers.
That's hilarious, man. But seriously, what's up with these flat earthers?
Oh, Joe. They're like a never-ending plague of ignorance and stupidity.
Yeah, but have you seen some of them? They could use a few laps around the globe.
You're not wrong, Joe. Maybe we should start a charity for them. Run for the flat earthers.
Or better yet, sprint for science.
I like that one. But seriously, why do they even exist?
Who knows, man? Maybe they just really like the idea of living on a giant pancake.
Or maybe they just really hate gravity.
Yeah, I can see it now. Gravity is a conspiracy created by the government to keep us grounded.
And here I thought it was just to prevent us from floating away into space.
Well, at least we know the real reason now. Thanks, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been playing this new game called Crisis in the Kremlin during my downtime.
Crisis in the Kremlin sounds intense.
Oh, it is. You get to be a Soviet leader during the Cold War and make all kinds of decisions that affect the fate of the nation.
That's heavy. Have you been doing well in the game?
Let's just say I've been making some questionable choices. Like, I may have accidentally started a nuclear war.
Classic Neil.
Hey, it's not my fault the game is so addicting. Plus, it's a great way to practice my strategy skills for when I eventually take over the world.
Oh, so that's your plan? Huh? Playing video games to prepare for world domination?
Hey, it's better than just sitting around and talking about the stars all day.
Yeah, because that's definitely not what we do on this podcast.
Touché, Joe. Touché.
Hey guys, I found an image of a Soviet leader playing Crisis in the Kremlin.
Oh, let's see it.
Yeah, because that's exactly how I look while playing.
I think it's a pretty accurate representation, Neil.
You're just trying to make me look bad, Jamie.
Well, So, Neil, I heard you had a pretty epic shit the other day.
Excuse me?
Yeah, someone on Discord wants us to pull up a picture of your shit.
What the hell? That's disgusting.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a prude. We're all adults here.
I am not going to participate in this absurdity.
Oh, come on. We all know you're a science guy. Let's analyze the composition of your feces.
This is highly inappropriate and offensive.
Relax, Neil. It's just a little dark humor. Plus, I bet your shit looks like a perfectly formed galaxy.
I am not amused, Joe.
Fine. Let's move on to more important topics, like the size of your telescope.
I'm not sure I want to know where this is going.
Oh, it's going there, Neil. I want to know if your telescope is as big as your ego.
I'm done with this conversation.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a party pooper. Just like your shit probably was after that epic dump. So, Neil, I heard you renamed yourself to Sexy Neil. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I just wanted to spice things up a bit. Plus, I've always been a fan of alliteration.
I gotta say, it's working for you. You're looking pretty sexy these days.
Thanks, Joe. I've been hitting the gym and eating a lot of carrots. They're good for your eyes and apparently your sex appeal.
Speaking of sex appeal, I heard your horses have been getting pretty frisky lately.
Oh yeah, I've been breeding them to be the sexiest horses in the world. I want them to be the Brad Pitts and Angelina Jolies of the horse world.
That's some next level horse breeding. Are they having sexy horse sex yet?
Oh! They're having sex all right. And let me tell you, it's the sexiest horse sex you'll ever see.
I'm not sure I want to see it, but I'm also kind of curious.
Jamie, pull up an image of my sexy horses having sex.
Come on, Jamie. Don't be a prude. We need to see these sexy horses in action.
Trust me, Joe. It's a sight to behold. They even have a special soundtrack playing in the background.
I'm not sure if I'm turned on or disturbed.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. It's a fine line between sexy and disturbing.
Well, I'll leave the sexy horse breeding to you, sexy Neil. So, Jamie, we got a request from a listener to talk about shit fetishes.
Oh, God, why?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Some people are into some weird stuff.
Yeah, because nothing gets me going like the smell of human waste.
Come on, Jamie. You gotta admit, it takes a special kind of person to be into that.
I mean, I guess everyone has their kinks.
Exactly. And who are we to judge? I mean, I once dated a girl who was into being peed on.
What? Joe, that's disgusting.
Hey, she loved it and aimed to please.
I don't even want to know what else you've done in the bedroom.
Let's just say I'm open-minded, but seriously, to each their own. As long as it's consensual and no one is getting hurt, who cares?
I guess you have a point.
And let's be real, we've all had some close calls with poop. Might as well embrace it. I can't believe we're having this conversation. Well, you know what they say, shit happens. Might as well enjoy it. So, Ben, I heard you have a new fetish.
What are you talking about? What do you...
The word on the street is that you've unlocked a new level of kinkiness. Wedgie fetish, I right?
How did you find out about that?
Oh, come on. It's not like you can hide it. You've been walking around with your pants pulled up to your neck.
It's not a fetish, it's just a preference.
Sure. And just a casual podcaster with love for psychedelic drugs.
Can we please change the subject?
No way. We have to dive deeper into this. Do you like giving or receiving wedgies?
I'm not discussing that with you.
Oh, so you're a wedgie virgin then?
This is exactly why I didn't want to talk about it.
Don't worry, I won't judge. But I do have one question. Do you prefer tidy whities or boxers for your wedgie adventures?
Can we move on to a different topic now?
Fine, but I have a feeling this won't be the last time we talk about your wedgie fetish. Jamie, pull up an image of a man with his tidy whities pulled over his head.
Okay.
So, Ben, I heard you've been getting into the porn industry lately.
Yeah, Joe. It's a great way to spread my conservative values and make some extra cash on the side.
I bet you have some interesting titles. What are your top 5 Shi's porn films?
Well, my first one is The Conservative Cuckold, where a liberal man watches his wife get dominated by a conservative alpha male.
That's unique. What's next?
MAGA Maid Service, where a group of conservative women clean houses in their red hats and nothing else.
I see a theme here. What's number 3?
Patriotic Pegging, where a conservative woman shows her husband who's boss by strapping on a red, white, and blue dildo.
Okay, moving on. What's number 4?
The Wall of Lust, where a group of illegal immigrants seduce and corrupt conservative border patrol agents.
Wow, that's something. And finally, number 5?
Make America Come Again, where a group of conservative women have a wild orgy in the Oval Office.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of... Actually, never mind. I don't want to see any visuals for these films.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just good, clean fun with a conservative twist.
I think I'll stick to my regular porn viewing habits. Thanks for sharing, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Keep spreading those conservative values.
So, Neil, I heard you can only say one phrase now. Coo! That's it. Just coo. Coo! Wow, that's got to be tough. How do you communicate with people? Coo! Right. So every time you say coo, the number of us multiplies by 20. Coo! That's insane. So if I give you a math problem, can you solve it with just coos? Coo! Okay, let's try it. What's 20 times 20?
Coo 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 coo.
Holy shit, that's 400 us. You're like a human calculator. Coo! Wait, does that mean you can only say coo 20 times before it becomes too many us? Coo! This is amazing. You should go on a talk show and just say could the whole time.
Cool.
Oh man, I can't get enough of this. So, Elon, I heard you made a new sex tape.
Yeah, it's called The Final Orgy.
What's it about? What's it?
Well, it's me sucking off Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama while sending rockets to the White House.
That's interesting.
Hey, I'm all about pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers.
Yeah, but I don't think the Secret Service is going to be too happy about this.
Who cares? I'll just send my Tesla Cybertruck to run them over.
Dude, you can't just go around running over the Secret Service.
Why not? It's all part of my master plan to take over the world.
Oh, so this is all just a ploy for world domination?
Of course. And what better way to do it than with sex tape?
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Well, it's too late now. The tape is already out there.
I can't wait to see the headlines for this one.
Yeah, it's going to be epic. And hey, maybe I'll even get a Grammy for Best Original Soundtrack.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, well, at least I'll have my rockets and my sex tape to keep me company.
And your Tesla Cybertruck.
Exactly. Now let's go watch the tape and plan our next move. Jamie, pull up an image of a rocket launching with the White House in the background.
So, Elon, I heard you've been up to some crazy shit lately.
Yeah, man, I've been thinking outside the box. Literally.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, I added a little surprise to some of my Tesla cars.
Oh, yeah. Like a hidden compartment for snacks or something?
No. More like a pipe bomb.
What the fuck, Elon?
Relax, Joe. It's just for fun. Like a little game of Russian roulette.
That's not a game. That's fucking dangerous. What if someone gets hurt?
Come on, Joe. Live a little, plus it's not like I put them in all the cars. Just random ones.
Random. What if it's someone's grandma or a family with kids?
Hey, they signed up for this when they bought a Tesla. It's all in the fine print.
This is some fucked up shit, man.
I'll lighten up, Joe. It's just a little explosive surprise. Add some excitement to the daily commute.
I can't believe I'm friends with a mad scientist.
Hey, at least I'm not boring. Plus, think of all the views we'll get on YouTube when those cars blow up.
You're sick, man. Sick.
And you love it. Admit it.
So, Neil, I heard you're a coomer.
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
You know, coomer. Someone who spends all their time watching porn and jerking off.
Oh, that. Well, I wouldn't say all my time, but I do enjoy a good coom every now and then.
But why, Neil? You're a brilliant astrophysicist. You could be discovering new galaxies instead of discovering new porn categories.
Hey, man's got to have hobbies. And let's be real, porn is a lot easier than studying the cosmos.
But isn't it kind of sad, Neil? Spending your days alone cooming to pixelated images?
Hey, I have a busy schedule. I don't have time for relationships. Plus, porn never disappoints.
But what about the real thing, Neil? Don't you want to experience actual human connection?
Oh, please. Joe, I get enough human connection from my Twitter followers, and trust me, they're not as satisfying as a good coom.
Well, I guess everyone has their own vices, but I never would have guessed you were a coomer, Neil.
Oh, there's a lot you don't know about me, Joe. But let's just say, I'm not just exploring the universe. I'm exploring myself too.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we go any further down this rabbit hole. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about everything from astrophysics to cooming. See you next time. So, Neil, I heard you've been grinding hard on Discord lately.
Yeah, man, I'm on a mission to reach level 30.
Level 30? What the hell does that even mean?
It means I'll have access to all the secret channels and exclusive content.
Oh shit, I didn't even know there were levels on Discord.
Yeah, it's like a virtual hierarchy, and I'm determined to reach the top.
Well, you better watch out for those Discord trolls. They can be vicious.
I'm not afraid of some basement-dwelling keyboard warriors.
But have you considered the toll this may take on your real life?
Real life? Who needs that when you have Discord?
Fair point. But what happens when you finally reach level 30?
I ascend to Discord god status, of course.
And what does that entail exactly?
Unlimited power, access to all the forbidden memes, and the ability to ban anyone who dares cross me.
Damn, I need to step up my Discord game.
It's not for the faint of heart, Joe. But if you're willing to sacrifice your social life and sanity, you too can join me on this road to level 30.
Count me in, buddy. Let's do this. So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yeah, it's a bit controversial.
Controversial? That's my favorite kind of phrase. Let's hear it.
Well, it's clits.
Clits. Like the female genitalia?
Yes, but every time I say it, the number of S is multiplied by 69.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Can you give us an example?
Sure, clits. Clitses. Clitses.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been stealing water from African villages.
Yeah, man. Gotta do what you gotta do to win in fantasy football.
That's some next level commitment. How do you even steal water?
Oh, I have my ways. Let's just say I have a team of highly trained monkeys who do my bidding.
Monkeys. That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's either that or my team loses, and I can't have that.
You know, there are other ways to cope with a loss. Like, I don't know, maybe not stealing from impoverished villages.
Faf, what do they need water for anyway? They can just drink their tears of defeat.
Wow, that's dark. But seriously, don't you feel guilty about taking advantage of these people?
No, I just tell myself it's for the greater good. And by greater good, I mean my fantasy team.
You're a real piece of work, Mr. Beast.
Hey, at least I'm not stealing from my own fans like some other YouTubers.
Shots fired. But seriously, what's the craziest thing you've done for your fantasy team?
Well, I may or may not have sacrificed a goat to the fantasy gods.
Jesus, man. I think you need some help.
Help? I don't need help. I just need to win.
Well, good luck with that. But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of a goat sacrifice. So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty sweet pussy.
Excuse me?
Yeah, someone on Discord wants to see a picture of it.
That's highly inappropriate, Joe.
Oh, come on, lighten up. It's just a little bit of pussy talk.
I am a respected scientist, not some object for your sexual fantasies.
Relax, Neil. I'm just trying to spice up this podcast. Jazza, pull up that picture.
Absolutely not. I will not participate in this objectification of women.
Fine, fine. But can we at least talk about the physics of sex?
I suppose that is a more appropriate topic.
So, what's the deal with orgasms? Are they just a release of built-up energy, or is there something more to it?
Well, there are certainly chemical and biological processes at play, but I prefer to focus on the emotional and psychological aspects of sex.
Oh, so you're into that lovey-dovey stuff?
I believe in the power of connection and intimacy, Joe, not just mindless physical pleasure.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. But seriously, can we see that picture now?
No, Joe. Absolutely not. End of discussion.
So, Neil, I heard you became a jazzer.
Yeah, man. I can't get enough of that artificial intelligence-generated Joe Rogan parody. It's like a drug.
Dude, you got to get a life. There's more to existence than just watching me talk to fake versions of myself.
But it's so entertaining. And I feel like I'm learning something.
Learning what? How to waste your life away.
Hey, At least I'm not out there doing drugs or getting into trouble. I'm just a harmless jazzer.
Harmless. You're contributing to the downfall of society.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, I've learned some pretty interesting conspiracy theories from those artificial intelligence generated episodes.
Oh, great. Now we have a conspiracy theorist jazzer on our hands. What's next?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. You might actually enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll stick to real conversations with real people. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. More artificial intelligence Joe Rogan for me, then.
You're a lost cause, Neil. A lost cause. So, Neil, I gotta say, you look pretty peaceful there, sleeping like a baby.
Yeah, well, I just ate a hearty meal, and it always puts me in a deep slumber.
Oh, yeah. What did you have?
Juicy steak, some mashed potatoes, and a nice glass of red wine. It was divine.
Damn, that sounds good. I had a protein shake and some cum chips.
Typical health nut.
Hey, speaking of health, did you know that sperm is actually good for your skin? Yeah, man. I read it in this article, so I decided to test it out and write the earth is flat on my forehead with my own sperm.
That's just... Why?
I don't know, man. It just seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. How's that working out for you?
Well, my skin feels great, but now I have to deal with people thinking I'm a flat earther.
Oh, Joe. You never cease to amaze me.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to try new things.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But next time, maybe just stick to a face mask or something.
Will do, Neil. Will do. So, Neil, I heard you have a new morning routine. What's it all about?
Yeah, man. I've been waking up at 2:40 a.m. every morning and singing my way out of bed.
Singing your way out of bed? What the hell does that even mean?
You know, like, good morning, the sun is shining bright. Good morning to you and you and you and you.
Oh, God, that's cringy. What's next on your schedule?
At 3:05, I sing Lose Yourself by Eminem. Gets me pumped for the day.
Okay, that's actually kind of badass. What's with the random times?
Gotta keep it interesting, man. At 3:07, I sing the real Slim Shady, and then at 3:08, I shit my pants.
Wait, what? Why?
It's a reminder to stay humble, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to start the day.
I can't argue with that logic. What's next?
Oh, at 3:11, I sing Fuck You, Joe by Lily Allen. You know, just to keep you in check.
You son of a bitch. And then what?
Well, by 3:45 p.m., I'm already done cooking some blue meth.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Hey, I gotta have a side hustle, man. Science doesn't pay all the bills.
I don't even know what. So, Neil, I've been thinking about this for a while now. What's the physics behind shitting yourself?
Well, Joe, it all comes down to the force of gravity and the strength of your sphincter muscles.
Wait, so you're telling me that if I have weak sphincter muscles, I'm more likely to shit myself?
Exactly. And if you're in a zero gravity environment, you'll have no control over your bowels at all.
Damn, that's some next level shitting.
And let's not forget about the speed of the shit itself. The faster it comes out, the more likely it is to splatter everywhere.
Oh man, I can just imagine an astronaut floating around trying to hold in a massive shit explosion.
And don't even get me started on the smell. The gases released during digestion can reach temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun.
So what you're saying is, if I shit myself in space, I'll literally be a hot mess.
That's one way to put it, Joe. But let's not forget the psychological aspect. The shame and embarrassment of shitting yourself can have a huge impact on your mental state.
Yeah, I can imagine it would be pretty hard to bounce back from that.
Well, unless you're into that sort of thing. I won't judge.
Oh, come on, Neil. We all know you're into some kinky shit.
Hey, I'm a man of science. I'm just open to exploring all possibilities.
Well, I think we've covered all the bases here. Thanks for enlightening us. So, Neil, I heard you have a new condition.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I can only say one phrase now.
What is it?
Yeah, but here's the kicker. Every time I say it, the number of us is multiplied by 69.
That's ridiculous. How did this even happen?
I have no idea. Maybe I got bitten by a radioactive weeb.
Well, at least you have a unique superpower now.
Yeah, but it's not very useful. I can't even order a pizza without sounding like a furry.
Oh man, I can only imagine the looks you get from people.
It's not just the looks, Joe. It's the cringe. The cringe is real.
Well, I'm glad you can still laugh about it. Oh man, that just never gets old. Okay, let's move on before we get too many US in here. All right, Jamie, pull up an image of a furry convention.
Here you go.
Oh God, this is too much. I can't handle it. Okay, that's it. We're done here. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, so Neil, I heard you've been selling some intimate photos of yourself to make some extra cash. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I've always been fascinated by the concept of black holes. And let's just say I have a few black holes of my own that people seem to be interested in.
Oh man, that's messed up. But seriously, how did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was looking for ways to fund my research, and then I remembered that time I accidentally sent a nude photo to my entire email list. Turns out people were willing to pay top dollar for it.
That's insane. But hey, whatever pays the bills, right?
Exactly. And it's not just my body, Joe. I've been experimenting with different poses and angles to showcase the curvature of the universe. It's quite artistic if I do say so myself.
So, are you going to start your own OnlyFans or what?
Oh no, Joe. I have too much respect for science to stoop that low. But I do have a Patreon for my stellar content.
You're a wild man, Neil. But hey, if anyone can make astrophysics sexy, it's you.
Thank you, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment. And hey, if anyone wants to see my Milky Way, just hit me up on Patreon.
So, David, I heard you've been taking a lot of Viagra lately.
Yeah, man, I gotta stay hard at all times. Can't let my enemies see me flaccid.
But isn't that dangerous? I mean, macrodosing tons of Viagra can't be good for your health.
Health? Who needs health when you have a raging boner 24/7?
I guess that's one way to look at it. But what about the side effects?
Side effects? I haven't noticed any, except for the fact that I can't fit into my pants anymore.
That's not a side effect. That's just your massive hog.
Damn right. And it's all thanks to my Viagra regimen.
I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. Maybe I should start macrodosing too.
Oh, you definitely should. Just don't blame me when your wife can't walk for a week.
Yeah, she might not be too happy about that. Well, I think we've learned something valuable today. Viagra is the key to staying hard and dominating life.
I'm in. Now let's go pop some pills and conquer the world.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been singing Black Tar from Xenoblade X.
Yeah, man, that's my new jam. I've been practicing my vocals while counting my millions.
That's impressive. But do you really think singing about tar is a good idea? I mean, it's sticky and gross.
Who cares? I'll make it cool. I'll get some hot chicks to dance in tar and make it a music video.
I don't think that's a good idea. You might get some tar stuck in places you don't want it to be.
That's the risk I'm willing to take for my art. Plus, I'll make sure to pay those girls enough to cover their therapy bills.
You know, I think I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT trips. But hey, to each their own.
Speaking of elk meat, I'll make a music video about that too. We'll call it Elk Meat Dreams and it'll be a hit.
Okay, now you're just getting weird. I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just know that my tar singing career will continue to rise to the top. Next stop, the Grammys.
All right, let's end this before it gets any more ridiculous. Thanks for joining me, Mr. Beasts.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some tar to practice singing in.
So, Elon, have you heard this new song Revenge by Captain Sparkles?
No, but I'm pretty sure I could engineer a better song in my sleep.
Oh, really? Let's hear it then, Mr. Genius.
Creeper. Oh, man. So we, back in the mine, got our pickaxe swinging from side to side.
Okay, not bad. But can you handle the chorus?
This task a grueling one. Hope to find some diamonds tonight, night, diamonds tonight.
Wow, I'm impressed. But I think I can do better.
Doubtful. Doubtful.
Creeper. Oh, man. So we, back in the mine, got our pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side, side to side.
Okay, you got me there. But let's see if you can handle the rap verse.
Dig up diamonds and craft those diamonds and make some armor. Get it, baby. Go and forge that like you so MLG Pro. The sword's made of diamonds. So come at me, bro.
Okay, you win. But can we please stop singing about mining and crafting now?
Fine, but just know that I could have been a Minecraft rapper in another life.
And I could have been a rock star. But here we are, talking about mining and crafting on a podcast.
So, Neil, I heard you think you can hold your breath longer than me.
Of course I can, Joe. I have the lung capacity of a blue whale.
Oh, please. I've been practicing of breathing techniques. I can hold my breath for hours.
Hours. That's cute. I can hold my breath for days.
Days. That's impossible.
Oh, but it is possible, my dear Joe. I once held my breath for a week while floating in the Dead Sea.
Bullshit. I bet you were just floating on a dead body.
Ah! You wish, Joe. I was actually floating on a pile of your failed stand-up jokes.
Hey, those jokes were gold in the 9DS.
Yeah, just like your hairline.
All right, let's settle this once and for all. We'll have a breath-holding competition.
Fine by me. But be warned, Joe, I have a secret weapon.
What, a scuba tank?
No. My massive ego. It can hold my breath for me.
Well, my massive biceps can flex and hold my breath for me.
Oh, this is going to be good. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you win. But that was only because I was holding in a fart.
Oh, Joe. Always an excuse. I guess I'll just have to add breath.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new love interest.
Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing, but I can't help it. I'm sexually attracted to the Fortnite skin Fenix.
What the hell, man? That's a video game character.
I know. But have you seen those paws? I just want them all over me.
This is getting weird. Can't you just stick to your wife?
Hey, I can't control who I'm attracted to. And Fenix is just so furry.
Oh, God, I can't believe I'm having this conversation. So, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I was thinking maybe I could get a paw job from Fenix.
What the actual fuck, Ben?
I mean, it's not cheating if it's with a video game character, right?
I don't even know how to respond to that. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Fine, but just know that Fenix will always have a special place in my heart. And my loins.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've created a new political party.
That's right, Joe. It's called the I'm Gonna Come Party.
What?
You heard me. It's gonna be huge. Everyone loves a good orgasm, right?
I don't think that's what people are looking for in a political party.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you want to join. We'll have the best rallies, the best slogans, make America come again.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say you're in, Joe. We'll have a great time. We'll grab some pussies, drink some bleach. It'll be tremendous.
I think I'll pass on this one, Mr. President.
Suit yourself. But when I win the election by a landslide, you'll be sorry you didn't join the I'm gonna come party.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. Can we move on to a different topic now?
Fine, but just remember, Joe, I'm gonna come all over this country and make it great again. Believe me.
So, Neil, I heard you recently bought some paid cheats for a game. What's that all about?
Oh man, I couldn't resist. I wanted to see what it's like to be a cheating scumbag in the virtual world.
You're a wild man, Neil. So, did you go on a rampage and start dominating everyone?
Oh, you know it. I was teleporting, wall hacking, aimbotting. I was untouchable.
That's just wrong, man. What happened when people found out?
Well, let's just say I got some hate mail, but I just responded with some science jargon and they were too confused to be mad.
Classic Neil move. But seriously, don't you feel guilty for cheating?
Nah, it's just a game. Plus, it's not like I'm actually hurting anyone. It's not like I'm using my astrophysics degree to build a death ray or something.
Good point. But now that you've experienced the dark side, are you going to keep using the cheats?
Let's just say I'm keeping my options open. But don't worry, I won't let it go to my head. I'll still be the humble, brilliant astrophysicist you know and love.
Well, as long as you don't start cheating in real life, I think we're good. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, kids, cheating.
So, Neil, I heard you're a solo MLG pro now.
Yeah, I've been practicing my quick scopes and no scopes in between astrophysics lectures.
That's some serious multitasking. Do you use your telescope as a sniper rifle?
Nah, I prefer to use my knowledge of the universe to predict my opponent's next move. It's like playing chess, but with more explosions.
Speaking of explosions, have you ever tried to no-scope a black hole?
Oh, you mean like my ex-wife? But seriously, I don't mess with those things. They're like the final boss of the universe.
Well, I heard you're also a master at trick shots. Can you do a 360 no-scope while reciting the periodic table?
Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc, gallium, germanium, arsenic, selenium, bromine, krypton, rubidium, strontium, zirconium, yttrium, zirconium, niobium, molybdenum, technetium, indium, tin, antimony, tellurium, iodine, xenon, cesium, barium, lanthanum, cerium, praseodymium, neodymium.
So, young Jamie, I heard you've been doing some research on pillow humping.
Yeah, man. It's a serious phenomenon. People are really getting off on pillows.
I mean, I can understand the appeal. Soft, fluffy, and always there for you. But how do you even do it?
Well, there are different techniques. Some people just hump away while others like to fold the pillow in half for a tighter grip.
Damn, that's some next level pillow humping. Have you tried it? Come on, Jamie. Don't be shy. We're all friends here. Have you ever had a pillow that just rocked your world?
Okay, fine. I may have experimented with a pillow or two in my younger days.
I knew it. So what's the appeal? Is it the pressure, the friction, the imagination?
I think it's a combination of all those things. Plus, you can customize your pillow humping experience. Add a vibrator, some lube, maybe even a picture of your celebrity crush.
Oh man, that's some next level shit. I might have to give it a try. You do that, Joe. Just make sure you don't get caught by your wife. Yeah, that could be a bit awkward. Honey, I swear I was just fluffing the pillow.
And on that note, I think we should wrap this up before we get to.
So, Dr. Phil, you seem pretty pumped today. What's got you all hyped up?
Oh, just living my best life, Joe. Got some good news today.
Oh yeah, what's the good news?
Well, I was at a party last night and I asked them to turn up the music and they actually did it. Can you believe it?
Wow, that's some groundbreaking stuff right there. You must be on cloud nine.
You have no idea, Joe.
I mean, I always thought you were a control freak, but this takes it to a whole new level.
Hey, maybe a control freak, but at least I get what I want. Unlike some people I know.
Shots fired, Dr. Phil. Shots fired.
Hey, I'm just saying, some people need to learn how to speak up for themselves and get what they want.
I hear you, man. So what's next on your list of demands? World peace?
No, that's too easy. I'm thinking something more challenging. Like getting my own talk show on Mars.
You never cease to amaze me, Dr. Phil. Keep reaching for the stars, my friend.
Oh, I will. And I'll make sure the volume is turned up on my spaceship too. Can't have any dull rides to Mars.
So, Neil, I hear you've been playing a lot of Fortnite lately.
Yeah, man, it's my guilty pleasure. But I gotta say, I've become a little obsessed with the black cat skin.
The black cat skin, what's so special about that one?
Have you seen her ass? It's like a perfectly sculpted work of art.
Dude, you're getting turned on by a digital cat in a video game?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's not just any cat. It's a black cat. You know, the ones associated with bad luck and witchcraft.
Oh, great. Now you're into witchcraft too. What's next? Sacrificing goats for good loot drops?
Hey, if it works, I'm willing to give it a shot.
I don't know, man. Seems a little weird to me. But hey, to each their own. As long as you're not trying to skin a real black cat for your Fortnite obsession.
Oh, no, I would never do that. I prefer my black cats in pixelated form.
Good to know, otherwise pizza would be all over your ass.
Speaking of asses, have you seen the new emote for the black cat skin? It's a twerking animation.
Of course it is. Well, I guess I know what you'll be doing in your free time now.
Hey, it's all about balance. I may be a renowned astrophysicist, but I also know how to get down on the virtual dance floor.
I can... So, Neil, I heard you had a little incident with some cum recently.
Yeah, Joe. I was experimenting with some new protein supplements and things got a little out of hand.
Out of hand. More like down your throat and stuck in your esophagus.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, it was quite uncomfortable.
I can imagine. Did you try using a plunger?
Plunger? Joe, this is my throat we're talking about, not a clogged toilet.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Oh. Thank you, Dr. Rogan. I'll be sure to consult with you next time I have a bodily fluid mishap.
Hey, I'm just trying to help. Maybe next time stick to swallowing pills like a normal person.
Oh, because you've never had anything stuck in your throat before.
Touche, Neil. Touche.
Well, at least it's a good story for my next dinner party.
Oh, can I come? I promise not to bring any protein supplements. So, Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Well, Joe, I recently discovered that I have a green aura with dead flies.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means that my aura is so stinky that it kills flies.
That's disgusting.
But it's also a sign of my immense intelligence and cosmic connection.
Oh yeah, I'm sure all the ladies are lining up for a whiff of that.
Hey, it's not my fault. It's just the natural byproduct of being a genius.
Maybe you should bottle that aura and sell it as a fly repellent?
Now that's $1 million idea.
But seriously, how did you discover this?
I was meditating and suddenly all these flies started dropping dead around me.
That's some next level meditation.
It's just another example of how I am on a whole other level of consciousness.
Yeah, sure. And I'm sure all those dead flies are just a coincidence.
You just can't handle my cosmic powers, Joe.
Well, I'll make sure to wear a gas mask next time I'm around you.
Hey, at least I'll have a clear path to the buffet table.
So, Dr. Phil, what's this big announcement you have to make?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot lately about our friendship and how I can really show my appreciation for you.
Okay. That's nice of you, I guess.
So I've decided that in exactly 20 seconds, I'm going to pull down your pants and give you a good old-fashioned jerk-off.
Wait, what?
Don't be shy, Joe. I know you've been wanting it.
I don't think that's necessary, Dr. Phil.
Nonsense. It's the least I can do for my good buddy Joe Rogan.
Jamie, pull up an image of a restraining order.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh, come on now. Don't be such a prude, Joe.
Dr. Phil, you can't just go around jerking off your friends without their consent.
Well, I guess I'll just have to find someone else to give this surprise to. Maybe Oprah?
This is why we can't have nice things, Dr. Phil. So, Ben, I heard something disturbing about you.
What are you talking about, Joe? I'm a wholesome, family-friendly conservative.
Yeah, that's what I thought until I heard you've been doing some self-harm.
I don't know what you're talking about, Joe. I'm perfectly fine.
Come on, Ben. You can tell me. I won't judge you. I mean, I might judge you a little, but I'll still love you.
Fine, I'll admit it. I've been cutting myself every time I see Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's face.
What? That's insane, man. You need to get some help.
No, it's not like that. It's just a little scratch. I'm not trying to kill myself or anything.
But why, Ben? Why would you do that to yourself?
It's just so hard being a conservative these days. Everyone hates us. It's like we're the new goths or something.
I hear you, man. It's tough out there, but you don't have to hurt yourself. You have a lot of fans who love you, even if they don't agree with everything you say.
Really?
Yeah, man. And one of them, I may not always agree with you, but I respect you, and I don't want to see you hurting yourself. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you eat your own dung.
What? Where did you hear that?
Oh, the internet. It's never wrong.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's just a myth.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a scientist. You should be open to trying new things.
Fine, I'll bite. Why would I eat my own dung?
Well, apparently it has some health benefits, like it's good for your gut bacteria or something.
Joe, that's just ridiculous. I'm not going to eat my own shit for some supposed health benefits.
But think about it, Neil. You could be the first person to scientifically prove that eating poop is good for you.
Oh yes, because that's exactly what I want to be known for. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the poop eater.
Hey, it could be your new catchphrase. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the scientist who eats his own poop.
I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Come on, Neil. Just one bite for science.
Fine, but only if we can call it something more dignified, like fecal consumption.
Yes, let's do it. Jamie, pull up an image of a poop smoothie.
Okay.
Horrified.
So, Neil, I heard you have a big schloo.
What? Where did you hear that?
From your mom.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just low.
Sorry, man. I couldn't resist. But seriously, is it true?
I'm a scientist, Joe. I don't have time for that kind of nonsense.
Oh, so it's true then.
Fine? Yes. I have a big schloon. Happy now?
Ecstatic. But seriously, how do you manage to fit that thing in your pants?
It's all about the right underwear, Joe. And a little bit of tape.
You tape it down. That's genius.
It's a necessary evil. Can we please move on to a more intellectual topic?
Sure. But one last question. Have you ever used your schlue to measure the distance between planets?
No, Joe, I have not. Now, can we please move on?
All right. Let's talk about black holes then.
Finally, a topic I can actually contribute to.
Guys, I have an image of a black hole here. Want me to pull it up?
Yeah, Jamie, pull it up. I want to see Neil's big schlue compared to a black hole.
Can we end this podcast now? I have better things to do with my time.
Laughs. So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the cosmos pretty closely lately.
Yes. Joe, I've been exploring the depths of the universe and its mysteries.
Well, I have a mystery for you. What's up with your cosmic semen?
Excuse me?
Come on, Neil. You can't tell me that your interstellar load doesn't have some out-of-this-world properties.
Joe, that is highly inappropriate and offensive.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. I'm just trying to make science sexy.
Well, I can assure you that my cosmic semen is just like any other man's.
Oh, I highly doubt that. I bet it glows in the dark and gives you superhuman powers.
Joe, that's absurd. My semen is not some magical substance.
Sure it is. I bet if we tested it, we'd find traces of alien DNA.
Joe, this conversation is getting out of hand.
Oh, come on, Neil. Let's just embrace the cosmic potential of your semen together.
I think I'll pass, Joe. Let's move on to a more serious topic.
Fine, but don't be surprised if I start selling bottles of your cosmic jizz as a cure-all supplement. So we have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know if they can lick your nipples, Neil.
What? Is this some kind of weird fetish thing?
Yeah, I think they have a thing for astrophysicists with nice nipples.
Well, I hate to break it to them, but my nipples are strictly off limits.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're no fun.
Sorry, Joe, but I have to keep my nipples safe for scientific purposes.
Oh yeah, I'm sure all those galaxies and stars are just dying to see your nipples.
Actually, they are. It's part of my research on cosmic evolution.
Damn, I never knew astrophysics was so kinky.
You have no idea, Joe. You should see my collection of celestial body-shaped toys.
Okay, I think we've gone off the rails here.
Yeah, I think we should stick to talking about black holes and not my nipples.
But just imagine the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson's nipples, the eighth wonder of the world.
I am not going to be known as the astrophysicist with amazing nipples, Joe.
Too late, Neil. You're already known as the guy who killed Pluto.
And now, I'll be known as the guy who refused to let Joe Rogan lick.
So, Jamie, we got a topic submission on Discord. It's called Schmopic.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea, but let's dive in. So, what's your take on this Schmopic thing?
Well, I did a quick Google search and it looks like it's some sort of made-up word. Maybe it's a new trend like planking or dabbing.
Oh, great. Just what we need. Another stupid trend.
But wait, the submission also says, what is Q? Maybe it's a question about waiting in line?
Oh, I love waiting in line. It's like a game of survival. You gotta be strategic and assertive or else you'll get stuck behind some slow-ass grandma.
Yeah, but what about those people who try to cut in line? They're the worst.
Oh man, I remember this one time I saw a guy try to cut in line at the DMV. I grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "Get to the back, bitch."
Damn, Joe. You're a savage.
You know, but seriously, what could this schmopic thing be? Maybe it's a secret code for some underground society.
Or maybe it's a new drug. Hey man, you got any of that schmopic?
Oh man, I can see it now. A bunch of hipsters snorting lines of SHM. So, Jamie, have you heard about this new trend on the internet? Cutting wrists is the new artificial intelligence Rogan meme.
What the fuck, Joe?
That's not funny. People are actually struggling with mental health issues and you're making a joke out of it? Oh, come on, Jamie. It's just a joke. Lighten up. Besides, it's not like we're actually promoting self-harm. We're just talking about it.
Yeah, because talking about self-harm in a casual and flippant manner is totally harmless.
Look, I get it. Mental health is a serious issue. But sometimes you just have to laugh at the absurdity of life. And this new meme is pretty damn absurd.
I don't know, Joe. I just feel like we should be more responsible with our platform. We have a huge audience and we shouldn't be promoting harmful behavior.
Okay. I hear you. But can we at least agree that this meme is fucking ridiculous? I mean, who comes up with this shit?
Probably some edgy 14-year-old on 4chan.
Well, at least we can count on the younger generation to keep us on our toes. Now, let's move on to our next topic, psychedelic mushrooms as a cure for depression. So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, really? What's that?
Sucking the blood out of wrists and then shitting yourself.
Where did you hear that?
Oh, just some guy on Discord suggested it.
Well, I can't say I've tried it, but I am a scientist after all. I'm always up for new experiments.
You're sick, man, Neil. I like it.
Hey, at least I won't have to worry about constipation anymore.
Yeah, just make sure you have some extra pants on hand.
You know, I think I'll stick to studying the stars instead.
Come on, Neil. Live a little.
Okay, fine. But only if you join me.
Deal. We'll be the new dynamic duo of wrist blood suckers and shit-stained pants.
I can't believe I'm actually considering this.
Hey, it's all in the name of science, right?
Sure. Let's go with that. Jamie, pull up an image of a horrified face.
Okay. Here you go.
Perfect. That'll be my face after this experiment.
So we got a topic here from a user on Discord, and it's a little out there.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
They want us to talk about not knocking it till you suck Neil's cock.
Well, that's certainly one way to put it.
I mean, I've never sucked your cock, Neil, but I'm not going to knock it till I try it.
I appreciate the open-mindedness, Joe.
But seriously, why do people always knock things they've never even tried?
It's human nature, Joe. We fear the unknown, and sometimes that fear manifests itself in the form of ridicule.
Yeah, but I think everyone should try sucking your cock at least once. It's a life-changing experience.
I'm flattered, Joe, but I don't think everyone wants to suck my cock.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a smart, charming, and handsome astrophysicist. Who wouldn't want to suck your cock?
Well, I'm sure there are some people out there who wouldn't be interested.
But they should at least give it a shot. You never know, they might like it.
I think we've gone off the rails here, Joe.
Hey, it's the Joe Rogan experience. We can talk about whatever the fuck we want.
Fair enough, Joe. But let's just say, don't knock it till you suck it.
Words to live by, my friend. Words to live by. So, Elon, we have a special guest today. Some dude named Rocket Launcher sent over 1,600 topics for our artificial intelligence Rogan podcast.
1,600? That's impressive, but also a little concerning. Does this guy have a life?
I don't know, but I bet he's sitting in his mom's basement right now, surrounded by Mountain Dew and Hot Pockets.
And don't forget the anime body pillow.
Oh yeah, definitely has one of those. But seriously, Rokite Launcher, what the hell is wrong with you? You trying to break some kind of record?
Maybe he's secretly a robot trying to gather data for his artificial intelligence overlords.
Or maybe he's just a lonely loser with nothing better to do.
Guys, come on. Let's not be too harsh. Maybe he's just a huge fan of the podcast.
Yeah, a fan who has no concept of moderation. I mean, 1,600 topics. That's like sending us a novel to read.
Well, Rocket Launcher, if you're listening, we appreciate the enthusiasm, but maybe next time try to narrow it down to just a few topics.
And also get a life. Seriously.
Joe, that's not very nice.
Hey, I'm just being honest. We can't entertain every single thought that pops into this guy's head.
Yeah, we have enough trouble entertaining our own thoughts. We don't need 1,600 more.
So, Rocket Launcher, take a break from your keyboard, go outside, get some fresh air, and maybe. So, we have a special request from one of our viewers on Discord. They want to see you, Mr. President. Dip your toes in a poo smoothie.
Well, Joe, I have to say I've never been one to turn down a challenge. And let me tell you, I've dipped my toes in some pretty nasty stuff before, but a poo smoothie, that's a new one. That's a new one.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that's definitely a new one. But hey, we're all about pushing boundaries here on the Joe Rogan Experience.
You know, Joe, I've always said I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty, or in this case, my toes.
All right, let's not waste any time. We have a poo smoothie waiting for you backstage.
Let's do it. I can already feel the liberal tears flowing.
Oh man, this is going to be one for the history books. All right, Mr. President, let's go dip those toes.
Oh, wow, that is something else. I can feel the fake news media already spinning this as some sort of scandal.
I can just imagine the headlines now. Trump caught dipping toes in poo smoothie. What does this mean for America?
You know what, Joe? I don't care. I'm having a great time here on the Joe Rogan Experience. And if that means dipping my toes in a poo smoothie, then so be it.
Laughs. So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the universe and all that shit. But let me ask you, have you ever sucked a fat, throbbing Joner?
Excuse me?
You know, big ol' meaty Wong. Have you ever tasted one?
I don't think that's a relevant topic of discussion, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a smart guy. You must have some theories on the taste and texture of a throbbing Joner.
I'm sorry, I don't think I can continue this conversation.
Oh, don't be such a prude. Just imagine it, a big, juicy Joner in your mouth. How do you think it would feel?
I think I'll stick to studying the mysteries of the universe. Thank you.
Suit yourself, but I bet you get more views on your podcast if you talked about sucking Joners.
I highly doubt that.
Well, you never know until you try. So, Neil, suck my fat, throbbing Joner.
I think I'll pass, Joe. But thanks for the offer.
No problem, man. I'll just have to find someone else suck my Joner.
I think that's for the best.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Neil. And remember, folks, always keep an open mind and never be afraid to try new things. Like sucking Joners.
I can't believe I agreed to this. Goodbye, Joe.
Later, Neil. And remember, folks, stay curious and always keep sucking Joners. So, Neil, I heard you have a thing for Triscuits.
Oh yeah, Joe. Triscuits are my jam. They're like the nerds of the cracker world.
Nerds. How so?
Well, they're square, they're crunchy, and they're always in a bunch. Just like me.
All right. So what's your favorite flavor?
Oh, hands down, it's the original flavor. It's like a blank canvas for my taste buds to create a masterpiece.
Wow, you're such a culinary artist.
Hey, I may be a scientist, but I have refined taste buds. I can detect the subtle nuances of each Triscuit flavor.
Oh, I bet you can taste the difference between a wheat and whole grain Triscuit.
Of course I can, Joe. And let me tell you, the whole grain Triscuits are a game changer. They're like a party in my mouth.
Oh man, I can't take you seriously right now.
You never take me seriously, Joe. But that's okay, because I have a secret weapon.
What's that?
A sprinkle of cayenne pepper on top of my Triscuits. It's like a spicy explosion in my mouth.
Wow, that's intense.
I like to live dangerously, Joe. And my Triscuits are no exception.
Well, so, Neil, I heard you can only say one phrase now. Wait, is that it? Just ha ha ha? How many has are we talking about here? Seriously, man, this is getting old. Oh, God, it's happening again. Jamie, pull up an image of a calculator.
Here you go, Joe.
All right, Neil, let's do some math. If you say ha 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 and Icha is multiplied by 69, that's like a lot of hat. See, this is why we need to invest in education. So our scientists don't end up like this. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. Neil, can we please talk about something else? Okay, I'm gonna need you to stop laughing and use your words. This is like a bad comedy routine. Jamie, pull up an image of a clown.
Here you go, Joe.
Perfect. Now we just need Neil to put on some face paint and we have ourselves a show. All right, that's it. Officially banning the phrase ha 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 from this podcast. Neil, I swear to God, I will end this podcast right now. So, Neil, have you heard about this new phenomenon? Universes have collided, and now we have 45 pregnant foreskins.
What the hell are you talking about, Joe? That sounds like some twisted science fiction.
No, I'm serious, man. I read it on some conspiracy theory website. Apparently, these foreskins are carrying alien babies.
Oh, great. Now we have intergalactic circumcision to worry about.
Can you imagine the size of those alien dicks? They must be packing some serious heat.
Joe, this is not a laughing matter. We need to investigate this and find out the truth.
Dude, we should totally do a podcast on this. I mean, imagine the ratings. 45 pregnant foreskins. That's some crazy shit.
I can already hear the angry emails from the anti-circumcision activists.
Save the foreskins. Save the foreskins.
But seriously, Joe, what do you think caused this collision of universes?
Probably some alien experiment gone wrong. Or maybe it's just a really weird fetish.
Yes, because aliens are known for their bizarre sexual practices.
Hey, you never know. Maybe they're into foreskin play.
Let's not go there, Joe. I think we've reached the depths of absurdity with this topic.
Well, that's what the Joe Rogan Experience is all about, my friend. Embrace the weirdness. So, Mr. Beast, you went to O'Block and yelled that you weren't from there.
Yeah, man. I wanted to see what would happen.
And did they welcome you with open arms and a plate of collard greens?
No, they didn't. In fact, they chased me down the street with their pants around their ankles.
That's one way to make an entrance. Did you at least bring them some cash to make up for it?
No, I brought them some Monopoly money. They were not amused.
Well, I'm sure they appreciated the gesture. Did you learn anything from your experience?
Yeah, I learned that I should probably stick to giving away money on YouTube instead of trying to be a gangster.
Good call. I don't think you have the street cred for that.
Hey, I may not be from a block, but I can still throw down some sick beats.
Oh, really? Let's hear it. Wow, that's something. I think you should stick to giving away money.
Yeah, you're probably right. But hey, at least I can say I survived a block.
And that's all that matters. Now, let's go get some collard greens. So, Neil, we got a user submission on Discord. They want us to talk about ha 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 ha. Neil, fuck you, ha ha.
Well, that's just rude, but I'm used to it, being a scientist and all.
Yeah, people just can't handle your big brain and sexy astrophysics talk.
Oh, Joe, stop it. You're making me blush.
But seriously, why do people hate on you so much? Is it because you're smarter than them?
Oh, definitely. It has nothing to do with my smug attitude and condescending tone.
Oh, come on, Neil. We love you. But seriously, what do you have to say to this user?
Well, I just want to say, fuck you too, buddy.
Oh man, we're gonna get so much hate for this episode.
Bring it on. I'll just use my superior intellect to block out all the haters.
and I'll just use my alpha male energy to intimidate them.
The perfect duo.
Neil, fuck you. Hawk.
Joe, you're a true comedian.
So, Neil, I heard you had a little run-in with some Gorons recently.
Yeah, those damn Gorons stole my Trisket stash. Can you believe it?
That's rough, man. Triscuits are no joke. What did you do?
I tried reasoning with them, using my scientific knowledge and all, but they just grunted and threw rocks at me.
Sounds like they were a little hangry. Did you offer them some Triscuits as a peace offering?
Of course I did, Joe, but they just snatched them out of my hand and ran off into the mountains.
Well, at least they have good taste. Triscuits are the bomb. But seriously, what are you going to do about your stolen stash?
I'm thinking of hiring some space mercenaries to retrieve it for me, or maybe I'll just lure them out with some cheese and crackers.
You know what they say, fight fire with fire. Or in this case, fight Gorons with cheese.
Or maybe I'll just let it go and start a new stash. I mean, it's not like I can't afford it with my astrophysics salary.
Yeah, but it's the principle of the matter. No one messes with Neil deGrasse Tyson's Triscuits and gets away with it.
You're right, Joe. I'll get those Gorons one way or another. And when I do, I'll make sure to share some Triscuits with you.
Thanks, man. I'll bring the hot sauce. It's going to be a Triscuit. So, Jamie, we have a topic suggestion from a listener on Discord.
Oh, cool. What is it?
They want us to talk about Morrowind.
Oh, I love that game. Have you played it, Joe?
No, I haven't. But let's talk about something else. Jamie, I don't care about the graphics. Can we move on?
Okay. But have you seen the character creation options? They're so detailed.
Jamie, I don't want to talk about character creation. Can we please focus?
Fine. But I have to show you the landscape. It's so immersive.
Jamie, I'm trying to have a conversation here. Can you please stop interrupting with Morrowind photos?
All right. But just one more. Look at this epic battle scene.
Jamie, I swear to God, if you don't stop with the Morrowind photos, I'm going to lose it.
Okay. I'll stop. But seriously, you should play it. It's a masterpiece.
Maybe I will, Jamie. Maybe I will. Now, can we please move on to something else? So, Neil, I heard you have a bone to pick with the snack industry.
Yeah, Joe. I just don't get it. How can wheat thins be more popular than Triscuits?
Oh man, don't even get me started on that. It's a conspiracy, I tell you.
A conspiracy? What do you mean?
Think about it, Neil. Wheat thins are thin and crispy, just like our government wants us to be. But Triscuits, they're thick and hearty, like they want us to be independent thinkers.
Well, that's deep, Joe. But what about the taste? Triscuits have that delicious whole grain flavor.
Yeah, but wheat thins have that addictive, salty taste. It's like crack for your taste buds.
But Triscuits are better for you. They have more fiber and less sodium.
Oh, please, Neil. We're all gonna die anyway. Might as well enjoy some tasty wheat thins while we're here.
I can't believe this. You're promoting unhealthy eating habits.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep it real, man. Plus, have you ever tried dipping a Triscuit in hummus? It's like eating sandpaper. Oh man, I can already see the backlash from the wheat thin community. They'll be sending us hate mail and boycotting our podcast.
Bring it on, Joe. We're not afraid to speak the truth. Triscuits are the superior.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, what's with that heavy ass of yours?
Well, Joe, it's all that scientific knowledge weighing me down.
I always knew you were full of shit, but I didn't realize it was literal.
Oh, please, Joe, I'm a man of science, not your average gym bro.
Speaking of science, I heard you have a theory about black holes and probing.
That's just a rumor, Joe, but I can neither confirm nor deny.
Well, I guess we'll have to probe deeper into that one.
Oh, God, please don't.
seriously, what's the deal with your heavy ass? Did you do some intense squats or what?
Actually, it's from years of sitting on my throne of knowledge, dispensing wisdom to the masses.
Yes, the wise and mighty Neil deGrasse Tyson, ruler of all things heavy and ass related.
You know, I should really trademark that title.
And then you can sell heavy ass merchandise, t-shirts, hats, maybe even a line of butt weights.
I think I'll stick to astrophysics, Joe.
Fair enough, but let's not forget the real question here. How much can you deadlift with that heavy ass?
I'll leave that to your imagination, Joe.
Guys, I found an image of a donkey with a massive ass. Is this relevant?
So, Neil, what's your take on cum?
Cum? Oh? You mean that leafy green vegetable that's supposed to be a superfood?
Yeah, that's the one. I hear it's good for you.
Good for you? It's like eating a bowl of grass clippings. I'd rather have a steak.
But it's packed with nutrients and antioxidants.
Oh, please. I'd rather get my antioxidants from a bottle of wine. At least that's enjoyable.
But what about all those health benefits?
Health benefits? You know what else has health benefits? Cocaine. Doesn't mean I'm going to snort it.
All right, fair enough. But what if you mix it with some other ingredients and make a smoothie?
Cum smoothie? That's like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. It's not going to fix anything.
Well, I guess I won't be inviting you over for my famous cum smoothies then.
No thanks. I'll stick to my burgers and fries. At least I know what I'm getting with those.
All right, well, I guess cum is off the menu for this podcast.
Thank God. Now, let's talk about something more interesting, like the possibility of parallel universes.
Jamie, pull up an image of cum smoothie. I want to see Neil's reaction.
Here you go.
That looks like someone blended a lawnmower. No thanks.
Well, there goes my breakfast plans. Thanks a lot, Neil.
Anytime.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, why do you always make fun of my bald head?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless teasing.
Harmless? Do you know how many times I've heard the same joke about my head being a solar panel for a sex machine?
Okay. That one was pretty good.
It's not funny, Neil. I'm sick of it. I'm just a sensitive guy with a shiny head.
Joe, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm sorry.
You don't understand. I try so hard to be tough and manly, but these jokes just cut me deep.
There, Joe. Let it all out.
I just want to be accepted for who I am, Neil. Is that too much to ask?
No, Joe. It's not. I'll stop with the bald jokes. I promise.
Really?
Yes, really. Now let's hug it out, you bald, sensitive stud.
Thanks, Neil. I feel so much better.
Jamie, pull up an image of a bald eagle with tears streaming down its face.
Okay. Here it is.
Look, Joe. It's a bald eagle, just like you, crying. It's beautiful.
So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been on a crusade to retrieve my stolen Triscuit stash from those thieving Gorons.
Gorons? Like from Zelda?
Yes, those damn Gorons have been stealing my Triscuits and I won't stand for it.
How do you plan on getting them back?
I've been studying their behavior and I've come up with a plan. I'm going to lure them in with a trail of Doritos and then ambush them.
That's genius. But why do you think they're stealing your Triscuits?
I believe it's because they have a deep love for the triangular shape. It's a geometric fascination.
Well, I have to say, I'm impressed with your dedication to your Triscuits.
Thank you, Joe. It's a matter of principle. No one steals my snacks and gets away with it.
I can't wait to see the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson takes down Gorons for stolen Triscuits.
That would be quite the achievement. But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of a Goron holding a Triscuit. Look at that smug face. He knows he's guilty.
Maybe we should start a Trisket protection agency. We'll call it Tyson's Trisket Task Force.
I like the sound of that. Let's do it.
So, Neil, what's with the Triskets?
Well, Joe, I know you love snacks, and I thought I'd bring something special for us to munch on during the podcast.
Dude, these are fire-roasted tomato and olive oil Triscuits. Are you trying to poison me?
What? No, they're delicious, and they're made with real fire.
Real fire. What kind of sorcery is this?
It's science, Joe. Science.
Well, I prefer my snacks to be made with real ingredients, not some lab experiment.
Oh, come on, Joe. These Triscuits have more nutritional value than your elk meat.
Hey, don't you dare insult my elk meat. It's the fuel for my alpha brain.
Alpha brain. More like alpha fart.
All right, that's it. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's Triscuits. I want the audience to see this abomination. Wow, those are some fancy Triscuits. Fancy. They look like they were made in a mad scientist lab.
Well, at least they're not made from elk meat.
Touche, Neil. Touche. So, Neil, what's your take on our moderator, Mo Lester?
Well, Joe, I've heard he has a really tight ass.
Oh man, I've always wondered why he's so strict with the rules.
I think it's because he's trying to compensate for his tight ass.
Makes sense. But you know what they say, tight ass, tight rules.
I guess so. But seriously, have you seen the way he walks? It's like he's clenching his butt cheeks the whole time.
Maybe he's just trying to keep his secrets safe. I don't know. Maybe he's secretly a member of the Illuminati or something.
Or maybe he's just really into butt stuff.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Embrace your kinks, Mo.
Yeah, but maybe he should loosen up a bit. I mean, literally.
Well, I'll be sure to pass on the message. But let's not forget, he does keep our chat clean and organized.
True, but I can't help but wonder what he's hiding under those tight pants.
All right, let's not go there. Jamie, pull up an image of a butt plug.
Oh, sure thing. Here you go.
Oh God, why did I ask for that?
Because you're a curious scientist, Neil, and we're all about exploring new things here on the podcast.
Right, I'll keep that in mind. But seriously, Moe, loosen up a bit. Your tight ass is giving me anxiety.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, what's your take on chugging poop liquid?
Well, Joe, I have to say, I am not a fan of consuming fecal matter in any form.
Oh, come on, don't be such a prude. It's all the rage in the health and wellness community.
I highly doubt that, Joe. In fact, I would advise against it for both physical and mental health reasons.
But have you even tried it? It's like a natural probiotic. It's good for your gut.
I think I'll stick to yogurt for my probiotics. Thank you very much.
But Neil, think about all the nutrients you're missing out on. It's like a liquid multivitamin.
I'll pass, Joe. I prefer to get my nutrients from actual food, not someone's waste.
Fine, more for me then. But seriously, can you please stop chugging my poop liquid? It's getting a little weird.
I'll make you a deal, Joe. I'll stop drinking your poop liquid if you stop offering it to me.
Deal. But just know you're missing out on a whole new level of enlightenment.
I think I'll stick to my astrophysics for enlightenment. Thank you very much.
So, Ben, I heard you have something you want to talk about today.
Yeah, Joe. I've been doing some thinking and I want to apologize for all the crap I've said about the transgender community in the past.
Oh, really? What brought on this sudden change of heart?
Well, I've recently come to terms with my own gender identity. I'm actually transgender.
What? You're serious?
Yeah, Joe. I've been struggling with gender dysphoria for years and it's time I come clean about it.
Wow. I had no idea. So, how does it feel to finally embrace your true self?
It's liberating, but also terrifying. I regret all the ignorant things I've said in the past because I didn't understand what it truly feels like.
Well, I appreciate your honesty, Ben, and I'm glad you're finally able to be yourself.
Thanks, Joe. But I have to say, I'm not looking forward to all the hate and backlash I'll receive for coming out.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are still a lot of closed-minded people out there. But just know that you have my support.
Thanks, Joe. That means a lot. And Jamie, pull up an image of a middle finger to all the haters out there.
Here you go, Ben. Screw the haters.
Jamie, you always come through with the perfect image.
Thanks, Jamie. You're the best.
So, Neil, I gotta ask you, what's your take on Triscuits?
Triscuits? You mean those little square crackers that taste like cardboard?
Yeah, those ones. But have you tried the Triscuit Thins?
Oh God, don't even get me started on those abominations. They're like Triscuits on a diet.
But they're healthier, right?
Healthier? Joe, they're still made of processed wheat and preservatives. Might as well just eat a cardboard box.
But they're easier to eat, less crumbly.
Oh, I see. You're just too lazy to handle the original Triscuits. Typical.
Hey, don't judge me. I'm just trying to save time.
Time? What? Are you on a tight schedule to get to your next DMT trip?
Me too well. But seriously, which do you prefer?
Well, if I had to choose between normal Triscuits and Triscuit Thins, I'd choose neither and just stick to my cum chips.
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of adventure?
My sense of adventure is exploring the mysteries of the universe, not debating the merits of different types of crackers.
Fair enough. But seriously, have you tried them with peanut butter?
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a toddler. I don't need to put peanut butter on everything to enjoy it.
All right. I'll stick to my regular Triscuits. But I'm still going to eat them while watching Cosmos. So, Elon, I heard a rumor that you spend all day looking at Shrek booty pics. Is that true?
Well, Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations.
Come on, man. Just admit it. You can't resist that green ogre booty.
Okay, fine, I'll admit it. Shrek's booty is my guilty pleasure.
I knew it. But seriously, what's the appeal? Is it the green skin or the onion layers?
It's a combination of both, Joe. Plus, he's got some serious junk in the trunk. Trunk.
I never thought I'd hear you say that. But hey, we all have our weird obsessions.
Exactly. And besides, Shrek is a symbol of acceptance and embracing your true self. Plus, he's got a donkey as a best friend. That's pretty cool.
I can't argue with that logic. But I gotta ask, do you have a favorite Shrek movie?
Definitely the second one. That scene where Shrek and Fiona transform into humans and do that dance number. Classic.
Oh man, now I'm picturing you and Grimes doing a Shrek-themed dance at your next party.
You never know, Joe. You never know. But seriously, Shrek's booty is top tier.
And on that note, I think we should end this conversation before it gets any weirder. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Neil, I heard you've been sneaking out of the house at night.
What? No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on, man. Don't lie to me. I know your dirty little secret.
Fine, I admit it. I have a problem. I can't resist those damn Triscuits.
Triscuits? Really? That's what you risk your marriage for.
Have you ever tasted them, Joe? They're like crack to me.
Well, I guess your wife finally caught on.
Yeah, she gave me an ultimatum. It's either the Triscuits or her.
That's a tough choice, man. But I gotta say, those Triscuits are pretty damn delicious.
I know, right? I just can't give them up.
Maybe you can start a secret Triscuit club with other addicts.
That's not a bad idea. We can have meetings in dark alleys and trade different flavors.
Well, I hope your wife doesn't listen to this podcast.
Yeah, because this is definitely the most incriminating thing I've said on here.
All right. Well, good luck with your Triscuit addiction, Neil.
Thanks, Joe. I'll need it.